Chapter 2512, Why do you ask me about it? Upon thinking that Jing Yuniao had rescued him and Zan Ziyan that day, he was full of gratitude. After they left that day, Zan Ziyan told him that the two people were very aggressive and strong. If Jing Yuniao hadn't stood out for them, they could have been hurt badly. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming believed that Jing Yuniao had done them a big favor, and he felt very grateful to her. Even though they were in trouble because of Zan Ziyan, Leng Xiaoming didn't blame her. After all, it wasn't Zan Ziyan's fault. Besides, he took Zan Ziyan to have a walk in the park. If he had sent her back to the hotel that day, they might have saved themselves the trouble. As a result, Leng Xiaoming felt a little guilty. In fact, Zan Ziyan felt even guiltier after it happened. She drew people who wanted to hurt her, not because there was a grudge between them, but because they thought she was a monster. In the afternoon yesterday, Zan Ziyan went back to City H, because she didn't want to stay there any longer. She wasn't afraid that she might encounter more cultivators, but she didn't want to take more of Leng Xiaoming's time. If she stayed in the capital, Leng Xiaoming had to keep her company, since he didn't want her to feel unhappy, but his vacation was nearly over. He had to go back to work soon, so he also should spend some time with his family. When Zan Ziyan left, Leng Xiaoming said that he would visit City H one day if he had time and she could be his guide. In other words, he would go to see her. Hearing that, Zan Ziyan was very happy, because it meant that she was getting closer to Leng Xiaoming. Alright, back to the main story. Both Leng Xiaoming and Ji Yuning could see Leng Xiaoming's difference, but they didn't think much about it. They thought that he changed his attitude towards them because he learned that he would take over the Leng family in the future. As soon as Jing Jining got back to the cultivation world, he returned to the Jing family's house. Before Jing Yarong found out that Jing Jining was back home, the housekeeper at the front yard told Jing Jining that the patriarch wanted to see him and directly took him to Jing Yarong's study. It was Jing Yarong's order that the housekeeper should take Jing Jining to see him right after Jing Jining was back. Therefore, Jing Yanhua didn't know that Jing Jining was back until a domestic servant saw him taken away by the housekeeper. None of the domestic servants was aware that Jing Yuniao was still alive, except for the housekeeper. The housekeeper was serving Jing Yarong, but he also disagreed with Jing Yarong's behavior of killing Jing Yuniao. However, he was just a domestic servant, and didn't dare to say much about it. Therefore, since Jing Yuniao survived, he hoped that she could live a good life. However, he didn't want Jing Yuniao to get revenge on the Jing family or Jing Yarong back either. Even though he disagreed with some of Jing Yarong's behavior, Jing Yarong was his master. Jing Yarong hadn't saved his life, but he treated him very well. "Housekeeper, why does the patriarch want to see me?" Jing Jining asked. "One don't know," said the housekeeper, not giving Jing Jining any hints. Hearing that, Jing Jining stopped asking about it. At this moment, Jing Yarong was in the study. He was actually going to have a meal, but then the housekeeper brought Jing Jining over. When Jing Yarong saw Jing Jining, he was extremely displeased. After hearing the news that Jing Yuniao was still alive, Jing Yarong hated Jing Jining to death. Jing Jining frowned a little when he saw Jing Yarong's expression. He didn't know what had happened. Anyway, he never got along with Jing Yarong, so he couldn't care less about Jing Yarong's feelings. "What happened, patriarch?" said Jing Jining in a flat voice. Jing Yuniao stared straight at Jing Jining, because he didn't want to miss any of his reactions. "Tell me, is Jing Yuniao still alive?" It was an unexpected question, so Jing Jining was startled. How did he know that Jing Yuniao was still alive? Did he see her? No way. Jing Yuniao said that she had only run into Lu and Jing Bingji, but they didn't know Jing Yuniao. Seeing Jing Jining's reaction, Jing Yarong was sure that the woman was Jing Yuniao. "I can be sure of it after seeing your reaction. It's meaningless for you to deny it now. Why didn't you tell me that Jing Yuniao isn't dead?" Jing Yarong questioned angrily. Actually, he clearly knew why Jing Jining kept it a secret from him, but he still needed to hear the answer from Jing Jining's mouth. "Well, none of us have seen her body. Why did you always believe that she's dead?" Jing Yuniao argued calmly. "Did you kill her in person?" "Shut up." Jing Yarong snapped at him. Do you have any evidence to prove that I killed her? He wouldn't admit it, at least not to other people other than Jing Yanhua. If you didn't kill Yunyao, why are you so sure that Yunyao is dead? Jing Jining suddenly sneered. It's none of your business. I only need you to tell me why you keep it a secret from me. Jing Yarong was furious. He dodged the topic of the reason why he killed Jing Yunyao. Since it's not my business, why do you ask me about it? Jing Jining continued. Jing Jining, stop playing dumb with me. I know. Jing Yarong lost patience. Since you're already aware of it, why do you bother to question me? Jing Jining said. He was teasing Jing Yarong. Jing Yarong understood that Jing Jining was making fun of him, so he shouted loudly, why didn't you tell me she's still alive? ISO. Jing Jining sneered. Since Jing Yarong was already aware of it and Jing Yunyao no longer wanted to keep it a secret, Jing Jining felt that he could make it public now. Yes, Yunyao isn't dead. So what? Jing Jining continued and turned mad. Why should I tell you? Why do you think you should know about it? So that you can kill her again. In the end, he directly questioned Jing Yarong. Everyone was afraid of Jing Yarong in the Jing family, but he was an exception. During these years, he never had any conflicts against Jing Yarong because he had to wait till Jing Yunyao had the ability to take revenge. However, now that Jing Yarong found out that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead, there was no need for him to stand it any longer. Although over a dozen years had passed, his hatred towards Jing Yarong had never gone away. Chapter 2513, Against the Patriarch, How Dare You? Mind your attitude. How could you talk to me like that? Jing Yarong was completely angered by Jing Jining's attitude. Why not? Just because you're the patriarch. If you were a good patriarch, I'd respect you and be polite to you. But you're an evil, cruel, and selfish man. Even a monster would not hurt its own children. Jing Jining mocked. You. Jing Yarong was furious and immediately raised his hand to slap Jing Jining. Jing Jining saw it and avoided it right away, but he was a second late due to the gap between their levels. Luckily, the palm which should have hit his chest only fell on his shoulder. Because Jing Yarong was angry, he used a lot of strength. He directly knocked Jing Jining out of his study, causing him to fall in the yard. Nevertheless, it didn't cause serious injuries, and Jing Jining was only lightly injured. Right when Jing Jining was knocked to the ground in the yard, Jing Yanhua and his wife rushed over. When they witnessed that scene, they got angry. Junior Mrs. Jing rapidly went ahead to help Jing Jining get back to his feet. While Jing Yanhua protected Jing Jining behind him. He was afraid that Jing Yarong would injure Jing Jining again. Even though he wasn't comparable to Jing Jining, as a father, he stood out for his son without hesitation at this moment. After that, he glared at Jing Yarong and angrily shouted, Yarong, do you think I was joking when you talked with me that day? I told you that if you dare to hurt my son, I'll report your bad deeds to Tiandaozong. Do you dare to kill all of us? He thought that Jing Yarong would control his temper and wouldn't hurt Jing Jining, but he was wrong. Shortly after Jing Jining got home, he was injured. It was hard for Jing Yanhua not to be mad. To be honest, he was furious right now. Actually, Jing Yarong just lost control for a moment, and regretted doing it the next second. He was also afraid that Jing Yanhua would really report his bad deeds to Tiandaozong. However, when he was questioned by Jing Yanhua, he felt embarrassed and got angrier. He's junior to me, yet he has no respect for me, the patriarch of the Jing family. He must remember his manners. Jing Yarong shouted. As the patriarch, he must defend his face. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua was struck dumb for a second. As a junior member, Jing Jining shouldn't be disrespectful to the patriarch, but it shouldn't be a reason for Jing Yarong to injure Jing Jining. Therefore, even though Jing Yanhua agreed that it was Jing Jijing's fault, he didn't think his son deserved the punishment. I know it's Jining's fault that he's disrespectful to you, but you shouldn't injure him just because of that. Jing Yanhua said. If he hadn't angered me, I wouldn't have lost my temper. Jing Yarong was mad too. He said that he doesn't treat me as the patriarch. Does he want to replace me? He obviously knew that that wasn't Jing Jining's meaning, but he was determined to hurl the blame on Jing Jining. Besides, Jing Jining hadn't told him that Jing Yunniao was still alive, which meant Jing Jining wanted Jing Yunniao to pay him back. Although Jing Jining might not benefit from his death, he still needed a good reason to punish Jing Jining. Bullshit. Jing Yanhua was clearly aware that his son never had that idea, so he retorted. In the past, Jing Jining didn't have that idea, but he had that thought afterwards. However, he couldn't admit it, so he only sneered. Did I say that I don't treat you as the patriarch? Please don't get me wrong. I just said that if you were a good patriarch, I'd respect you and be polite to you. But you're an evil, cruel, and selfish man. Even a monster would not hurt its own children. I never said that I don't treat you as the patriarch. I don't take that blame. Jing Yarong was extremely displeased, but he couldn't tolerate it when Jing Jining argued with him. Doesn't it mean that you have no respect for me? No matter what, I'm still the patriarch of the Jing family. You must have respect for me. If you dare to do that, you're going against me. Fine, I'm going against you, the patriarch. Then what? Are you going to kill me? Do you dare to do that? Jing Jining summoned up his courage. He was afraid of death, but he knew that Jing Yarong didn't dare to kill him. If Jing Yarong dared to do that, Jing Yarong wouldn't survive. Being challenged by Jing Jining, Jing Yarong really had the impulse to kill him, but he didn't dare to, unless he was willing to lose his life too. However, if he couldn't teach Jing Jining a lesson, his anger wouldn't go away. Jining, stop it now. Jing Yanhua couldn't stand Jing Jining's words any longer and immediately snapped at him. Even though he was also aware that Jing Yarong wouldn't really kill Jing Jining, there was no need to make the situation worse. Jing Jining said nothing further. But he was obviously reluctant to give in. He wasn't afraid of Jing Yarong now. Although Jing Yarong could injure him, he wouldn't dare to. Jing Yanhua wanted Jing Jining to stop, but that didn't mean that he would force Jing Jining to accept the humiliation. He still wanted Jing Yarong to give an explanation for injuring Jing Yarong. Right at this moment, Senior Mrs. Jing Yunfei, Jing Yunyan, Lu and Jing Bingji came together. When they saw Jing Jining, they showed hatred in their eyes. They blamed him for not telling them that Jing Yunniao was still alive. Although nearly all the members of the Jing Yarong's family were here, Jing Yanhua didn't seem scared at all. Master, what did he say? Senior Mrs. Jing asked Jing Yarong once she walked over. Because Jing Yarong was here, they couldn't question Jing Jining. It's Jing Yunniao, said Jing Yarong in an unhappy tone. Hearing that, everyone was even more displeased. However, because they were already aware that the woman was highly likely to be Jing Yunniao, they weren't too surprised when they heard the answer. Jing Yunniao and his wife also heard it, but they were happy to know that the woman was Jing Yunniao. In an instant, Senior Mrs. Jing turned to look at Jing Jining with deep hostility. It seemed as if she couldn't wait to beat him. Chapter 2514. Too annoying. Jing Yunyan couldn't stand it and took action. Jing Jining, you knew that Jing Yunniao is still alive. Why didn't you tell my father? What do you want to do? Do you plan to benefit from it when Jing Yunniao comes back? Jing Yunyan wanted to beat Jing Jining, but Jing Yanhua stood in the middle and Jing Yanhua was senior to him after all, so he was in awe of him to some extent. Since you're afraid that Yunniao will come and pay you back, why did you have to kill her? You'll bear the result of your actions. Jing Jining mocked. They hurt other people, but didn't want other people to pay them back. It was ridiculous. However, that wasn't surprising, because they were never reasonable. They were a self-centered, selfish, and shameless family. She deserved it, said Jing Yunyan. Really? Why don't we go ask Tiandaozong about it? Whether Yunniao really should be killed, and whether her husband in the mortals' world should have been killed too. Jing Jining argued angrily. Hearing that, Jing Yarong and the others were astonished. Even though Jing Yunniao made a mistake, she shouldn't be sentenced to death just because of that. Anyway, even if she was dead, Tiandaozong wouldn't bother to punish Jing Yarong for that. After all, there was just news that Jing Yunniao was dead, and there was no solid proof. Without evidence, Tiandaozong couldn't do much about it. However, if Tiandaozong learned about Leng Yuanan's death, they would surely conduct an investigation. Although Leng Yuanan was already dead, they could still get some information as long as they did an investigation. Do you have any evidence? If not, stop speaking bullshit. It's slander, said Jing Yarong. He was guilty, but he refused to admit it. You dare to say that because you believe there is no evidence, right? Great, keep on denying it, said Jing Jining. He didn't care whether Jing Yarong would admit it or not, because he knew it was impossible. Actually, he never expected Jing Yarong to admit it. Jing Yarong was confused by Jing Jining's attitude. He also wasn't sure whether they had evidence of his crimes. Due to that, he was irritated. Housekeeper, lock Jing Jining up. Jing Yarong was afraid that Jing Jining might leak the information of their meeting. Once Jing Yunyao heard that he already knew that she was still alive, she would be prepared, so he decided to lock Jing Jining up first. Yarong, you can't do that to Jining. If you lock him up, I'll immediately go to see the head of Tiandaozong. Jing Yanhua threatened. Jing Yarong was full of anger. However, being threatened by Jing Yanhua, Jing Yarong hesitated to do what he just said. Yanhua, we're brothers. I've been treating you very well these years. Are you willing to see me in trouble? Jing Yarong questioned Jing Yanhua. Or, have you always wanted to replace me? He was implying that Jing Yanhua wanted to be the new patriarch of the Jing family. Yarong, I have never had that ambition. I also don't want to be involved in your matter with Yunyao. But you can't deprive my son of his freedom, said Jing Yanhua. It hurt that Jing Yarong was suspicious of him. Even after all these years, it turned out that Jing Yarong didn't trust him at all. Did Jing Yarong think that he was acting all this time? Fine, Jing Yarong was always selfish. No matter how well he behaved, Jing Yarong wouldn't be satisfied. But you son kept it a secret that Jing Yunyao isn't dead. He's disloyal to the Jing family, said Jing Yarong. Why am I disloyal to the Jing family? Just because I kept it a secret that Jing Yunyao is still alive. No one made sure of her death at the very beginning. Since nobody was sure of it, is it strange that she's still alive? Jing Jining continued to mock them. If you have to hurl the blame on me, can you admit that you wanted to kill Yunyao that year? You believed that she was dead. Otherwise, why is it my fault that I kept it a secret? How come I'm disloyal to the Jing family all of a sudden? Jing Yarong was furious. Jing Jining was forcing him to admit that he had tried to kill Jing Yunyao. However, would he admit it? Absolutely not. Anyway, it made Jing Yarong extremely uncomfortable that he was unable to hurl the blame on Jing Jining now. Fine, he can be released, but he must stay in the cultivation world. Yanhua, since you made it clear that you're unwilling to be involved in this, please tell Jing Jining to behave himself. If he dares to damage the Jing family's reputation, don't blame me for punishing him. Jing Yarong could do nothing to Jing Jining, so he could only put pressure on Jing Yanhua. He only hoped that Jing Yanhua would keep it among them. Sure, Jing Yanhua agreed. He did that, not to protect himself, but because he clearly knew that Jing Yunyao would be safe. After all, Jing Yunyao had already reached a high level, and she also had Shengguan Yang's help. Jing Jining had the same idea, so he didn't stop his father. He could stay in the cultivation world, and he could relax and focus on cultivation. It didn't matter whether Jing Yunyao was aware that Jing Yarong already knew she was still alive. Even if they ran into each other, Jing Yarong was no match for Jing Yunyao. After all, Jing Yunyao's level was much higher than his. Till now, Jing Yanhua and the others didn't punish Jing Yarong for hurting Jing Jining. Anyway, it didn't cause serious damage, and Jing Jining would be fine in a few days. Alright, it isn't early now, so let's go home and have a meal together, said Jing Yanhua. Sure, what are we going to have? I'm starving. Is there red braised pork and salt-baked chicken? Asked Jing Jining purposely, because he knew that Jing Yarong and the others were too furious to eat anything now. It was true that Jing Yarong and the others were too mad to eat anything now, so they were extremely angry when Jing Jining happily said that he was going to enjoy the meal. After Jing Jining and his family walked out of the yard, Jing Yarong directly turned and went into his study. The next second, he slammed the door behind him. Anyway, he didn't want to eat at all. The others were also furious, but they were hungry, so they still went to eat stewing in anger. Along their way, they kept on swearing at Jing Yunyao and Jing Jining. Chapter 2515. Have a guess, he's so arrogant. How could he go against father? Jing Yunyan clenched his teeth. He dared to do that because there is a rule made by Tiandaozong. Whoever kills a mortal will be severely punished. Senior Mrs. Jing was also displeased, but it worked. Even though Jing Jining deliberately went against Jing Yarong had no reason to kill him. Besides, Jing Yanhua also threatened him to not hurt Jing Jining, otherwise he would report it to Tiandaozong. They could stop Jing Yanhua from doing that, but their family's dirty secret might still be exposed. There were dozens of members in the Jing family, and not all of them were reliable. Among them, some were disloyal to Jing Yanhua, and if they reported his bad deeds to Tiandaozong, he would still be punished. Although Jing Jining will be forced to stay in the cultivation world and can't keep in touch with Jing Yunhao has Shangguan Yang's support. It won't be easy to kill her again, said Jing Yunyan, filled with irritation. Even though he personally had no grudge against Jing Yunhao and barely knew her, he hated her when he learned that she was the daughter of Jing Yarong's first wife. Besides, his family also wanted her to die, so he agreed to kill her. Jing Yunhao can easily injure me, which means she has already reached the Yuanying period. I just don't know whether she's in the primary or middle stage. So it won't be easy for us to deal with her. I'm afraid we need the elders in the Yuanying period or father to kill her when she's alone, said Jing Yunfei. Upon thinking of Jing Yunyao's level, he got super jealous. If a cultivator could reach the Yuanying period, he or she has to be very skilled. It was not only Jing Yunfei, other people were also jealous of Jing Yunhao. How is it possible? How could she reach the Yuanying period so quickly? Senior Mrs. Jing squeezed sound from between her clenched teeth. She was extremely jealousy and angry. Why couldn't it be her own daughter? How could the daughter of that bitch become so outstanding? She refused to accept it. Father is still mad. We can go ask him about it after his anger has subsided a little, said Jing Yunyan. When Jing Jining and the others got back to the south yard, the kitchen became busy again. The cook didn't know that Jing Jining would be back, so they hadn't made his favorite dishes. Meanwhile, Jing Jining sat down to treat his injury. He was much better by the time the dishes were placed on the table, so he got up and enjoyed the meal with his parents. Only his family of 3 dined around the table, while the other people all left, so that they could have a private talk. Once Jing Yanhua made sure that nobody was eavesdropping, he asked, Jining, is Yunhao really still alive? Although Jing Jining had told them about that before, he was afraid that Jing Jining purposely said that to Jing Yarong to annoy him, so he needed to make sure of it. Yes, Yunhao is still alive. Jing Jining answered. Hearing the affirmative answer, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing nodded. What level is Yunhao at right now? She could easily injure Jing Yunfei. Jing Yanhua asked curiously. Jing Jining understood that his parents always listened to Jing Yarong during these years, but they had moral standards. Therefore, they wouldn't tell Jing Yarong anything even if Jing Jining shared the information with them. In other words, there was no need for him to keep it a secret. Have a guess, said Jing Jining. Jing Yunfei is in the golden core stage. Since Yunhao could easily defeat him, she should be in the Yuanying period, said Junior Mrs. Jing. They had already guessed that Jing Yunhao must be in the Yuanying period now. It was very surprising, because only a few cultivators in the cultivation world could reach that level. Even in the Jing family, only 3 members were in the Yuanying period. Because of Jing Yarong, Jing Yunhao left the Jing family, which was the Jing family's loss. They wished that Jing Yarong hadn't been so determined to kill Jing Yunhao back then. However, even if Jing Yarong hadn't done that to Jing Yunhao would still have been deprived of her abilities by Tiandaozong. She would become immortal instead. If so, she wouldn't have reached the Yuanying period. Nevertheless, they were all aware that Jing Yunhao was willing to give up her abilities as a cultivator and live an ordinary life with her husband. Jing Jining smiled and asked, do you know what stage Yunhao is at in the Yuanying period? The early stage, right. It's already incredible that she could reach the early stage of the Yuanying period at her age, said Jing Yanhua. It was unbelievable in his eyes that Jing Yunhao could reach the early stage of the Yuanying period at her age. You underestimated her, said Jing Jining. What? The middle stage? Jing Yanhua was shocked. If it wasn't the early stage, then it should be the middle stage. Anyway, it couldn't be the golden core stage. If Jing Yunyao was just in the golden core stage, she couldn't have injured Jing Yunfei so easily. In addition, Jing Jining just mentioned the Yuanying period in his question, so Jing Yunyao must be in the middle stage of the Yuanying period. Jing Jining said nothing and stopped leaving them hanging. He put down his chopsticks, then dipped his finger into the alcohol in his cup. After that, he wrote on the table, the early stage of soul out of body. Although they observed that there was no one else around them, their abilities were limited. If Jing Yarong or other senior cultivators were hiding around, they might be able to notice them. Therefore, to prevent someone overhearing them, Jing Jining wrote on the table. Although the Jing Jining would know sooner or later, Jing Jining wouldn't let them know about it right now. The next moment, Jing Jining messed it up and the words became unclear, but Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing had already read it. Instantly they rounded their eyes in shock. What? The early stage of soul out of body? How was it possible? However, they were sure that they saw the words clearly. Was Jing Jining joking with them? How come Jing Yunyao was in the early stage of soul out of body now? Because Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing were too shocked, they could barely say a word. Jing Jining didn't interrupt them and gave them enough time to digest it. He picked up his chopsticks again and continued to eat. His favorite red braised pork was made, and it was as delicious as always. He somehow had a feeling that the red braised pork made by his family was more delicious than if cooked outside. Perhaps he was used to its flavor. After a long while, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing came back to their senses, but it was still too shocking to be true. Chapter 2516, Did you save Yunyao? Ji Jining, is it true? Jing Yanhua asked with uncertainty, because the answer was too unbelievable. Of course, said Jing Jining. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were dumbstruck once again. Jesus, that's amazing. She's the third person to have such a high level in the cultivation world. Jing Yunyao was the third cultivator who reached the out-of-body stage in the cultivation world. Only 2 elders in Tiandaozong had been in the out-of-body stage till now, so Jing Yunyao would enjoy the same status as them if she returned to the cultivation world. After all, in the cultivation world, they ranked according to their levels, not their ages. Afterwards, Jing Yanhua felt very happy for Jing Yunyao. In that case, it would be impossible for Jing Yarong to kill her again. Perhaps the third elder in the early stage of the Yuanying period would help Jing Yarong, but the first elder who was in the same stage was sophisticated. He might not stand with Jing Yarong. If so, even if Jing Yarong teamed up with the third elder, they would still be no match for Jing Yunyao. After all, there was a huge gap between their levels. The second elder, Jing Weiyang, wasn't at a high level, so he wasn't a threat. In addition, he might not help Jing Yarong either. I need to tell you one more thing, said Jing Jining. What is it? Jing Yanhua and his wife asked at the same time. They had a feeling that it must be something surprising. Therefore, they had a deep breath before they were ready to hear it. Yunyao has a son in the mortal world. Her son is 27 this year. He's also a cultivator, and he's in. Jing Jining paused. Jing Yanhua and his wife swallowed heavily, because they felt what Jing Jining was going to tell them would shock them. They had guessed that Jing Yunyao had a child in the mortal world. After all, she had stayed in the mortal world for so long and also had a husband. So it was very normal if she already had a kid. However, they were surprised to know that her kid was also a cultivator. Normally, it was rare for the child of a mortal and a cultivator to inherit the talent. It was rare, but was still possible, so they could accept that. The early stage of the Yuanying period, said Jing Jining in a low voice. His voice was so low that other people could barely hear him, but Jing Yanhua and his wife heard him clearly because they were close to Jing Jining. Jing Yanhua and his wife were shocked again. To their astonishment, Jing Yunyao's son could reach the early stage of the Yuanying period at only 27 years old. It was incredible. Both Jing Yunyao and her son were really amazing. Actually, Jing Yunyao was already enough to defeat the Jing family. If her son, who was in the early stage of the Yuanying period, helped her, they could easily control the whole Jing family. And her son is also senior Shengguan's disciple, Qingfeng. Well, it's a fake name. Her son also used a fake appearance when he appeared in the cultivation world, said Jing Jining. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were shocked once more. They didn't expect Shengguan Yang's male disciple to be Yunyao's son. When he visited here last time, he was only at the peak of the golden core stage. After such a short time, he had already reached the early stage of the Yuanying period. It was unbelievable. Shengguan Yang's female disciple is Yunyao's future daughter-in-law. Her name and appearance is fake too. With the girl's help, Yunyao's son successfully found and met her, said Jing Jining. He didn't tell them Leng Xiaoting's name in order to protect him. Although he was having a private talk with his parents, he thought it was better to keep it a secret before it went public. Jing Yanhua and his wife understood that, so they didn't ask for Jing Yunyao's son's name. However, they were curious about how Yunyao's son found and met her. What do you mean? How did they meet each other? Asked Jing Yanhua curiously. After the patriarch injured Yunyao, she was about to die. I rescued her and treated her for a few years till she made a full recovery, but she lost her memories after waking up. In order to help her live a good life, I let her live in a town under the foot of the Kunlun mountain. I told her not to go back to the capital, in case the Jing family found her, said Jing Jining. What? You rescued Yunyao? Hearing that, Jing Yanhua and his wife were amazed. They thought that Jing Jining only knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive, but unexpectedly Jing Jining had rescued Yunyao. Nevertheless, that was all right, they were just surprised. At the same time, they were also scared. Luckily, Jing Yarong didn't know, or Jing Jining would have been injured too. Fortunately, nothing bad happened to their son. Right, but I was still late. Otherwise Yunyao's husband could have survived too, said Jing Jining. He had saved Jing Yunyao, but he still blamed himself for failing to save her husband. Hearing Jing Jining's words, Jing Yanhua and his wife thought to themselves that he might have been killed by Jing Yarong too if he had arrived earlier. It would be good if he had saved both of them, but it would be terrible if he failed and even lost his own life. As parents, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing hoped that their son would be safe. And last year, by chance, Yunyao's son and future daughter-in-law went to the Kunlun mountain. They passed the town and met Yunyao. Out of curiosity, Yunyao secretly went to the capital. She met them again. After a series of things, she regained her memories and they accepted each other as mother and son, said Jing Jining. He didn't know the details, so he could only give them a brief description of what happened. Oh, I understand. Although Jing Jining didn't tell them any details, they quickly understood the story. In that case, the girl had done Jing Yunyao and her son a big favor. Knowing that, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing had a very good impression of the girl. Chapter 2517. Won't let them die, alright, anyway, today's situation isn't bad. They'll come to the cultivation world after a short time. They'll take revenge at that time. Jing Jining looked serious. He was looking forward to seeing Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting in the cultivation world again. Will they kill the patriarch? Jing Yanhua asked worriedly. Although Jing Yarong had made a terrible mistake and should be punished, he was Jing Yarong's older brother after all. Jing Yanhua didn't have the heart to watch Jing Yarong die. As long as Jing Yarong wouldn't be killed, he could accept other results. They won't kill the patriarch. After all, the patriarch is Yunyao's biological father. They won't kill him, but the patriarch has killed Yunyao's husband and separated her from her son for so many years. Even though Yunyao won't kill him, she'll disable him, said Jing Jining. Upon thinking of what would happen to Jing Yarong, he felt no sympathy for him. Jing Yarong deserved it. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua said nothing further, because he couldn't stop it. And although he hadn't suffered the same thing, he could understand Jing Yunyao's hatred. In fact, Jing Yanhua also wanted to ask Jing Jining for something else, but he felt it wasn't appropriate. He wanted to know who would take over the Jing family if Jing Yunyao really unseated Jing Yarong's family. In the Jing family, Jing Yunyao was at the highest level, so she could surely be the new leader. Even if Jing Yuniao had no intention of becoming the new leader of the Jing family and wanted Jing Jining to take over the position instead, Jing Yanhua and Junior Mrs. Jing would support her if she wanted to be the new leader. No one in the Jing family was more suitable than Jing Yuniao. After that, they stopped talking about that, and continued to eat. Jing Yarong didn't send people to eavesdrop. Because Jing Jining was already at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he could only send people at the Yuanying period over if he really wanted to do that. Otherwise, the person would be easily caught. He wouldn't do that, and felt reluctant to let the first or third elder do it. Although he was the patriarch, the elders didn't need to obey his orders. The elders would only show up at important meetings. It was a humiliation to them if they were sent to eavesdrop outside the door, and it would annoy them. At this key moment, the last thing Jing Yarong should do was to annoy the elders. Therefore, Jing Yarong did nothing. Besides, Jing Jining wasn't dumb, so he would be alert. Jing Jining knew Jing Yarong very well, so when he was sure that no one was eavesdropping, he told his parents what he knew. After having the meal, Jing Jining went back to his room for a rest. Since he couldn't leave the cultivation world, he could only cultivate at home. Jing Yarong's people still failed to find Jing Yuniao, but he didn't give up. The next day, Leng Xiaoting went back to the military. Ji Yuning also went to work, while Jing Yuniao went to her flower shop. 2 days later and the day before the Lantern Festival, Ji Yuning returned to City B and celebrated the festival with her family. At the Lantern Festival, Ji Yu Man invited Ji Yu Qing's family and Ji Yu Qinyang's family to spend the day together in City B. They were free anyway, so they all came over. As for Ji Yu Qingxiang's family, Ji Yu Man didn't invite them. Although she could get over some things, they could no longer be close again. Ji Yu Man had no idea that her mother had already woken up, because Ji Yuning told other people not to tell her about it. Old Mrs. Ji Yu wasn't completely conscious. Her arms could move now, but her legs couldn't, so she could only sit in a wheelchair. Anyway, she could speak now, though she could barely say a complete long sentence. She was only able to finish a brief conversation. Because old Mrs. Ji Yu was taken back to Ji Yu Qingxiang's family now, Ji Yu Qingxiang hired another nurse to take care of his mother. The first nurse he hired was taking care of the mentally ill Lin Liwan. Although Lin Liwan was mentally ill now, she normally stayed quiet. Only once in a while would she get sick and cause trouble. So as long as they kept her in the house, everything would be fine. Old Mrs. Ji Yu wasn't completely awake now, but she was as mean as always. She never stopped complaining, and swore at Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning sometimes. Although Ji Yu Qingxiang had already told old Mrs. Ji Yu that Ji Yuning had helped her wake up, old Mrs. Ji Yu believed that Ji Yuning had caused her to be disabled. She even refused to believe that Ji Yuning had the ability to help her recover. She strongly believed that she was blessed so that she could wake up. As a result, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning were still the same in her eyes. Seeing that old Mrs. Ji Yu didn't change at all, Ji Yu Qingxiang stopped talking about it. He felt embarrassed to let Ji Yuning and the others know about it. It was extremely shameful. In the old days, Ji Yu Qingyan had a close relationship with old Mrs. Ji Yu, because old Mrs. Ji Yu always spoiled him. However, watching old Mrs. Gu's current look, Ji Yu Qingyan was reluctant to be close to her any longer. His hostility towards Ji Yuning totally went away now. Instead, he was very grateful to Ji Yuning and she even became his idol. Therefore, he began to hate old Mrs. Ji Yu since she wouldn't stop swearing at Ji Yuning. Nevertheless, old Mrs. Ji Yu treated him well, so he said nothing. He didn't want to be ungrateful. Accordingly, he did his best to avoid her, or he might lose control and argue with her. Today was the Lantern Festival, so Leng Xiaoting came back from the military base, and brought Jing Yuniao back to the Leng family's house. Ji Yuning had a call with Leng Xiaoting at noon, and Leng Xiaoting complained that she was always absent when they celebrated a festival. Ji Yuning said that Valentine's Day was the day after tomorrow, so she would go back to the capital in the morning the day after tomorrow. If he was still in the capital the day after tomorrow, they could spend the day together. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting realized that Valentine's Day was around the corner. If there was no special task the day after tomorrow, he would definitely wait for Ji Yuning in the capital. Leng Xiaoting was carrying out a task on the last Valentine's Day, and Ji Yuning was also busy back then, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, this time, if both of them were free, Ji Yuning hoped that they could have a romantic day. There is no girl who doesn't like romance. Chapter 2518. Something is wrong. Because Leng Xiaoting wasn't sure whether he would be free, he said that he would see what he could do the day after tomorrow. Ji Yuning understood that, so she wasn't disappointed. Actually, if they were truly in love, they would live every day romantically. Whether or not Leng Xiaoting was in the capital the day after tomorrow, Ji Yuning would go to the capital city, since the new semester was about to begin after the Lantern Festival was over. After having dinner at the Lantern Festival, Ji Yuning, Tang Jiayang, and Tang Jiakai took Zhang Xinyue, Ji Yuyinyan, and Ji Yuqingxi out for fun. They would go to see the lantern show at the city god temple. Because Ji Yuning was with them, their parents weren't worried about their safety. There were 6 of them in all, so they drove in a MPV with 7 seats. Ji Yuning would be the driver, because her driving skills were the best. Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai also invited Zhang Jiamen and Zhang Minhong to join them. When Zhang Yutong heard Zhang Jiamen talking with Tang Jiakai on the phone, she was excited and wanted to go with them, but she immediately remembered her mother's warning, and felt upset. She thought that she better not go with them. Therefore, she could only watch Zhang Jiamen and Zhang Minhong leaving in the car. Seeing that, Junior Mrs. Zhang felt sorry for her daughter, but she had to kill her daughter's abnormal feelings for Tang Jiakai, or it would cause serious trouble in the future. The Zhang family's chauffeur drove Zhang Jiamen and Zhang Minhong. Zhang Jiamen also called Zhao Fulin over. They were familiar after all, so it would be fun if more friends joined them. During the Lantern Festival, the city god temple was full of people and activity everywhere. They could barely park their car outside the city god temple, because the parking lot was already full. As a result, they could only stop their car 200 meters away, then walk over. Ji Yuning and the others arrived first, so they waited outside the gate of the city god temple. Otherwise it would be hard for them to find each other in the crowd. In fact, it would still be difficult for them to stay together once they walked into the large crowd, and they could easily lose each other. Luckily, except for Zhang Xinyue, Ji Yuqingxi, and Ji Yuyinyan, the others had visited the city god temple many times before. They were familiar with the route, so they weren't afraid of getting lost. They only needed to pay more attention to Ji Yuqingxi and Ji Yuyinyan. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiamen and Zhang Minhong showed up. Actually, the Zhang family's house was closer than the Tang family's house to the city god temple, but they went to pick up Zhao Fulin on the way, so they were later than Ji Yuning. After they met, Ji Yuning introduced them to one another before they went inside. Although they just had dinner, they couldn't help trying the specialties along the streets. In the beginning, Zhang Xinyue and the others were very shy and didn't dare to say much, but they gradually relaxed. They were all very easygoing, but members of the Tang family enjoyed a very high status compared with Zhang Xinyue and her friends. And because people of a high status always looked arrogant and not easy to get along with, they instinctively felt self-abased in front of them. They felt that they were people from a different world, so they didn't dare to talk with them. Only when the members of the Tang family talked to Zhang Xinyue and the others more often could they gradually relax. Whenever there is a large crowd, accidents happen. Many shows would be played at the festival, and they saw an exciting show when they reached the middle square, so they stopped and enjoyed watching it. At the same time, Ji Yuning checked on Zhang Xinyue and the others once in a while, in case they got lost in the crowd. However, when she looked forward and back, she noticed 2 strange men. There was a distance of 7 meters between them, but she could still see that the 2 strange men could be criminals. The 2 men seemed very alert and panicked. Ordinary people might not notice that, but Ji Yuning could easily see that. It wasn't a unique skill, a random policeman could also notice their abnormal behavior. The two men were staring at a boy about 17 years old, who was not far away from them. It seemed that they were going to do something to the boy. It couldn't be anything good. The boy was totally engrossed in the show, and only a man who was about 30 years old was next to him. The man was strong and should be the boy's bodyguard. They didn't know that they were targeted. Ji Yuning did nothing after observing the situation, but she gave them a glance once in a while. After watching the show for a few minutes, Ji Yuning and her friends lost interest and left. Because there was a large crowd and the boy was with a bodyguard, Ji Yuning thought that they should be fine. She also hoped that they would be fine. However, after Ji Yuning and her friends walked around for half an hour, they saw the same man again, but this time, the bodyguard was alone, while the boy and the two strange men disappeared. The bodyguard was talking on the phone, searching around anxiously. Obviously, he was looking for the boy. Seeing that, Ji Yuning had a bad feeling that something must be wrong. She was unwilling to stand on the sidelines, so she told her friends to have bubble tea in the shop first since she needed to leave for a while. She told them that she just saw a familiar face and would be right back. Tang Jokai and the others were a little tired after walking around for so long, so they were happy to sit down and drink bubble tea for a rest. None of them were kids, so Ji Yuning didn't need to take care of them all the time. They turned to walk towards the bubble tea shop, while Ji Yuning left right away. She didn't go to see the boy's bodyguard, because it would only arouse suspicions before she found the boy. Therefore, Ji Yuning directly used her jade eyes to look around to see if she could find the boy. Before long, Ji Yuning saw the two strange men. They were 20 meters away from her and there was a stand in front of them. It seemed as if they were selling handicrafts. Chapter 2519. Open the box. However, there were only two of them and the boy was absent. They had just stared straight at the boy, and now they were selling handicrafts here at ease. Ji Yuning believed that the boy's disappearance must have something to do with the two strange men. Where did the boy go? Thinking of that, Ji Yuning walked towards the two men. She decided to look at their stand first. When Ji Yuning reached the stand, she saw them sitting on a big box. The box seemed to contain those handicrafts, but Ji Yuning guessed that the boy might be in it. Without delay, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was inside. The moment she saw it, she was surprised, because the boy was really inside. Ji Yuning used her senses to feel the boy. Luckily, the boy was only passed out and not dead. Although Ji Yuning didn't know why the two strange men caught the boy and who was in the wrong, she knew that it was illegal. No matter what, she had to do something since she already witnessed it. Therefore, Ji Yuning deliberately stayed in front of the two strange men's stand for a while. There was nothing she liked, so she walked away afterwards. She didn't go far, and stopped after walking 10 meters. The two strange men were still in her sight. Because of the lantern show at the city god temple, there were many policemen patrolling around. Ji Yuning quickly found two policemen who patrolled together, then directly told them that she just saw two men beat a boy unconscious and squeeze him into a box. Upon hearing that, the two policemen were shocked and asked her to make sure of it. Are you sure? You could be put in detention if you cry wolf. He asked that question not because he was suspicious of Ji Yuning, but because it was a part of his job. I'm sure, said Ji Yuning seriously. Great, guide the way please, said the policeman. After that, Ji Yuning took them over. The two men remembered that Ji Yuning had come to their stand, and now she was back with two policemen. Because they had done bad things, they panicked at once. However, they couldn't run away, or it would be a confession of their crime. Besides, they didn't think that it had something to do with the boy. Perhaps they could get away with it. When Ji Yuning walked towards the stand with two policemen, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even walked forward to watch them. Since Ji Yuning had already introduced the situation to them, the two policemen didn't bother to ask questions. Instead, they directly said, "Someone reported something to us just then. You're suspected of beating a boy unconscious and squeezing him into the box. Please open the box and let us have a look." Although they believed Ji Yuning's words, they couldn't do their job through violence. Upon hearing that, the two men panicked again. How did the police know that? Someone reported it to them. Who? This girl. Subconsciously, the two men denied it at once. Who told you that? It's nonsense. We didn't do that. Right, we're innocent. Onlookers turned to glare at the two men, because the public hated human traffickers a lot. The first idea that appeared in their mind was that the two men were human traffickers. Even though the two men denied that they had beaten a boy unconscious before squeezing him into the box, onlookers refused to believe it. Open the box, and we'll know. That was what the police were going to say, but an onlooker said that first. Right, open the box, and we'll know. Open it. Onlookers shouted, but they were not trying to make a scene. Instead, they did it out of a strong sense of justice. They wanted to know whether there was a boy in the box, otherwise they wouldn't let the two men go. Seeing that their secret would be exposed right away, the two men understood that it was too late to deny it now. Therefore, they made up their mind to run away. The next moment, they exchanged a glance and reached a tacit agreement, then they immediately ran. Although there were many onlookers, there was still a way out, so they thought that they could still escape. However, would they succeed? Of course not. Actually, even if there was no one watching them and they could run in all directions, it was still impossible for them to get away with it. Once they ran, the two policemen caught them separately. Although the two men were strong and struggled at once, many nice onlookers went up and helped the two policemen catch them. The box wasn't open yet, but the fact that they tried to run away proved that they were guilty. If they were innocent, they would have listened to the police and opened the box. When the two policemen went to catch the two men, Ji Yuning immediately walked to open the box. It wasn't good for the boy to be locked inside for so long. Afterwards, many people went closer to see whether the boy was still fine in the box. As soon as Ji Yuning opened the box, everyone could see there was indeed a boy in it. At this moment, the public got angrier. How could the two men treat a boy so badly? Is he all right? Asked someone. Sure, he just passed out, said Ji Yuning, then she pinched the boy's philtrum. She used that as a cover as she was putting magical power into the boy's body. After about 10 seconds, the boy gradually woke up. Seeing that, everyone was relieved. It was a good thing that the boy was fine. However, the boy wasn't fully conscious, so he didn't know what had happened. At the same time, the two policemen totally controlled the two men. Because they didn't carry handcuffs with them, they let several onlookers catch them first. After that, a policeman walked over to ask about the boy's situation. How are you? Are you all right? Asked the policeman. He's fine. He just woke up, so he isn't fully conscious, said Ji Yuning. Thank you so much, miss. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that such a terrible thing happened. The policeman thanked Ji Yuning. When onlookers heard that Ji Yuning went to the police for help, they immediately complimented her. You're welcome. I think no matter who saw it, they would do the same. There are a lot of bad people in this world, but there are also a lot of good people, said Ji Yuning. After doing so many good deeds, Ji Yuning felt little pride for doing it anymore. Instead, she felt it was just a little favor. What Ji Yuning said impressed the police. Chapter 2520, Encounter trouble at this time, the boy finally came back to his senses and realized what had happened. In horror, he abruptly stood up from the ground. Even though he understood that he was saved, he was still scared, especially when he remembered that someone tightly covered his nose the moment he walked out of the washroom. He could barely breathe back then. He even thought that he was going to die and was filled with horror. Afterwards, he lost consciousness and he found himself here when he opened his eyes again. The boy wanted to say something, but his voice was trembling. He couldn't finish a sentence. Seeing that, the policeman comforted him. Don't worry, you're fine now. Let's call your family first. They just caught the criminals, but the boy still needed to give an oral confession back in the police station. The police needed to know the cause. Sure, said the boy. He immediately reached his hand to his pocket, but his phone was gone. Tell the police your parents' numbers. They can do it for you, said Ji Yuning. Yeah, tell me your parents' numbers. I'll call them. A policeman noticed the boy's behavior and understood that his phone disappeared. Great. The boy nodded, then gave the policeman a number. He told the policeman that it was his bodyguard's number and that his bodyguard should be nearby. In addition, his bodyguard was supposed to be looking for him right now. If they gave his bodyguard a call, his bodyguard would rush over right away. The boy gave the police his bodyguard's number instead of his parents' numbers. It wasn't right, because it was better for his parents to come. However, since his bodyguard was nearby, they could call his bodyguard first, and could contact the boy's parents later. When other people heard that the boy had his own bodyguard, they were all surprised. In that case, the boy must be either rich or important. It seemed that the two men aimed to abduct him and ask his parents for money. It was the onlookers' opinion. Right after the boy finished, the policeman got through to his bodyguard. The policeman told his bodyguard what had happened, so his bodyguard immediately came over. Because his bodyguard wasn't far away, he ran rapidly over and even knocked over several people on his way. He didn't even have time to make an apology. He wasn't trying to be rude, but he needed to see the boy as soon as possible. Before long, he saw the boy. Although the policeman told him that the boy was fine on the phone, he was still worried before he saw the boy with his own eyes. "Mingxuan, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well." The bodyguard apologized to the boy at once. "Brother Mu Chen, it's not your fault," said Lin Mingxuan. Actually, it was his fault. If he hadn't walked out of the washroom earlier, he wouldn't have been caught by the two men. "Oh, Brother Mu Chen, this miss helped me out by going to the police for help." Lin Mingxuan suddenly remembered Ji Yuning's conversation with the police earlier. Afterwards, he turned to give Ji Yuning a deep bow and thanked her. "Thank you so much, miss." He was too scared to thank Ji Yuning earlier, but now he was feeling much better. If Ji Yuning hadn't saved him, terrible things could have happened to him. "Miss, thank you so much for rescuing Mingxuan and me." Mu Chen bowed to Ji Yuning too. If anything bad happened to Lin Mingxuan, he might have to kill himself to pay for it. Although the Lin family wouldn't bother to do it, he owed the Lin family too much. He had stayed by Lin Mingxuan's side for years. Although they were master and servant, he had built a deep relationship with Lin Mingxuan. If Lin Mingxuan was in trouble, he would really kill himself to pay for it. "My pleasure. Be more careful in the future," said Ji Yuning. "Of course," said Mu Chen and Lin Mingxuan. After that, Ji Yuning walked away and left it to them. She just reported it to the police, so there was no need for her to give an oral confession back at the police station. From the beginning to the end, it was only about 10 minutes, so Ji Yuning's friends didn't think that she had been gone for that long. When Ji Yuning walked into the bubble tea shop, Tang Jiakai was absent, so Ji Yuning asked, "Where is Jiakai?" "Oh, he remembered that there is a delicious steamed cake shop nearby, so he went to buy it," said Tang Jiayang. Because the steamed cake shop wasn't far away and Tang Jiakai wasn't a kid, he would be safe even though he went out alone. Ji Yuning also believed that Tang Jiakai would be safe, so she didn't go out to find him. Instead, she sat down and waited for him to come back. It wasn't early now and was about 11 p.m., so they should go home after Tang Jiakai got back. However, after waiting 10 minutes, Tang Jiakai still wasn't back yet. There were many visitors today, so it was very normal that it took longer to buy stuff, but Ji Yuning somehow had a premonition, so she told the others to wait for her in the shop while she went to see Tang Jiakai. Without surprise, Tang Jiakai really encountered trouble, but he wasn't the target. When Tang Jiakai stood in line to buy the steamed cake, he met Zhuang Zixuan, the girl he had chased, who had rejected him. After rejecting Tang Jiakai, Zhuang Zixuan got together with another rich and handsome young man, but her current boyfriend wasn't comparable to Tang Jiakai. However, given Zhuang Zixuan's vanity, her boyfriend must be a rich handsome young man. She actually cared little about love. This time, Tang Jiakai ran into Zhuang Zixuan and her boyfriend. Zhuang Zixuan still kept a place for Tang Jiakai in her heart. After all, Tang Jiakai wasn't just a rich and handsome young man of high social standing, he was also her true love. She had only rejected him because she didn't know his family background. After finding out about Tang Jiakai's real family background, Zhuang Zixuan had dreamed countless times that he would come back to her again, but unfortunately, he didn't. Even if they met in their school, Tang Jiakai wouldn't pay attention to her. She seemed to be nothing in his eyes. It broke her heart, and she was unwilling to accept the result, but she could do nothing about it. Moreover, she soon had a new boyfriend. However, although Zhuang Zixuan had a new boyfriend now, she subconsciously let go of her boyfriend's arm the moment she saw Tang Jiakai. It seemed that she was afraid that Tang Jiakai would see them and she would lose him. However, whether Tang Jiakai saw it or not, she didn't have any chance to win his heart again. Chapter 2521, Just a Schoolmate. However, Zhuang Zixuan's behavior annoyed her boyfriend. Although he wasn't clear about their history, it couldn't be more obvious that Zhuang Zixuan didn't want Tang Jiakai to see them together. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend directly questioned her. They were in a public place, but he didn't do it when they walked away. He purposely embarrassed Zhuang Zixuan. Since Zhuang Zixuan cared so little about his face, he didn't think that he should care about her feelings. "And nothing." Zhuang Zixuan denied it at once, but the expression on her face betrayed her. "Nothing. I'm not blind. The moment you saw him, you let go of my arm." "What do you mean by doing that? Tell me, who's he?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend raised his voice, and immediately attracted a lot of attention from people around them. After that, onlookers turned to look at Zhuang Zixuan disdainfully. Given the man's words, the woman couldn't be a good person. It was also possible that the other man had an affair with the woman. As a result, people disdained Tang Jiakai too. Tang Jiakai frowned with displeasure. It was uncomfortable being wronged. Just a schoolmate. Zhuang Zixuan was a little displeased, but she also realized that she shouldn't have done that just then. Therefore, she curbed her anger and gave an explanation. "Just a schoolmate. Why did you let go of my arm once you saw him? Do you think I'd believe it?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend refused to believe that they were just schoolmates. Instead, he believed that there must be an abnormal relationship between them. From Zhuang Zixuan's reaction, he was sure that she didn't want that man to see them being together. Zhuang Zixuan's behavior hurt him, so he got extremely angry. Moreover, he was losing trust in Zhuang Zixuan. After all, he was a male chauvinist. Without getting the answer from Zhuang Zixuan, the man rushed to Tang Jiakai. Zhuang Zixuan subconsciously wanted to stop him, but it only made the man angrier. The next moment, the man violently threw Zhuang Zixuan's hands away, and walked towards Tang Jiakai. "What's your relationship with Zhuang Zixuan?" asked the man. The man didn't recognize Tang Jiakai, otherwise he wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. In fact, if he knew Tang Jiakai's family background, he would believe that it was impossible for Zhuang Zixuan to have a special relationship with Tang Jiakai. After all, in his eyes, Zhuang Zixuan didn't deserve a rich heir. If he learned that Tang Jiakai, a top rich heir, had chased Zhuang Zixuan before, he would believe it was Zhuang Zixuan's unbelievably good luck. Not to mention that if he heard the reason why Zhuang Zixuan rejected Tang Jiakai, he would only make fun of her. She wanted to have a rich heir as her boyfriend, but she rejected a top one. It was ridiculously funny. Although Tang Jiakai felt that he was completely innocent, he didn't want his reputation to be damaged because of the ridiculous drama. Therefore, he explained, "We're just schoolmates. There is no special relationship between us. Don't bite around and damage my reputation." He was implying that the man was like a crazy dog. Tang Jiakai didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid. "Do you think I'll believe that? If there is no special relationship between you and her, why did she let go of my arm when she saw you? Tell me, what's your relationship with her?" Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend refused to believe it. He was a domineering man, so he would force other people to agree with his opinions. He wasn't cuckolding himself, but Zhuang Zixuan's reaction said everything. Zhuang Zixuan was reluctant to mess with Tang Jiakai due to Tang Jiakai's family background, so she summoned up her courage to pull the man and try to stop him. "What? Are you afraid that I'll cause him trouble?" Unfortunately, Zhuang Zixuan's behavior only filled the man with more anger, because he believed that she was defending Tang Jiakai. "No," Zhuang Zixuan immediately shook her head, but she didn't know how to tell her boyfriend about Tang Jiakai's family background in a public place. "You want to cause me trouble? Who do you think you are?" Tang Jiakai was a grown man, so he could be aggressive since the man wouldn't let him go. "What did you say?" The man was furious and raised his fist to punch Tang Jiakai. However, the man was just an ordinary man, while Tang Jiakai had practiced kung fu for a while, so it was impossible for the man to hit Tang Jiakai. Without surprise, the moment the man raised his fist, Tang Jiakai punched him first. Before the man could touch Tang Jiakai hit him heavily. The man was knocked backwards with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. When the man felt something was flowing from the corner of his mouth, he wiped it off and got angrier. "Fuck you, how dare you punch me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care," said Tang Jiakai arrogantly. The man was knocked backwards and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't seriously injured. Therefore, he immediately attacked Tang Jiakai again. Even though he was punched by Tang Jiakai, it didn't mean that Tang Jiakai was stronger than him. He believed that Tang Jiakai was only lucky. However, the truth proved that he was wrong. When the man attacked Tang Jiakai once more, Tang Jiakai didn't hesitate and punched him again. The man was again knocked a few steps back. At this moment, Ji Yuning came. Seeing Tang Jiakai punching the man, Ji Yuning slightly frowned, but she said nothing, because she knew that the man must have annoyed Tang Jiakai first. "Jiakai, what's going on here?" Ji Yuning walked over and asked. "Nothing, just a dumb idiot who insists on blaming me for something I didn't do. He even wanted to beat me, but he's too weak. He can barely touch me," said Tang Jiakai with obvious disdain for the man. Zhuang Zixuan didn't know Ji Yuning, so she got jealous once she noticed Ji Yuning's extraordinary beauty and close relationship with Tang Jiakai. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend didn't know Tang Jiakai, but he recognized Ji Yuning, so he was amazed the moment he noticed Ji Yuning. Chapter 2522, Why Are You Scared of Him? This man had a relationship with Ji Yuning. All of a sudden, the man realized that he had made an impulsive decision. Ji Yuning wasn't someone he could mess with. If she wanted to pay him back for her friend, so, what do you want to do next? Ji Yuning asked. "It depends on him," said Tang Jiakai. Afterwards, he turned to ask the man, "What? Do you want to continue to fight me? If not, I need to buy some steamed cakes. I've waited in line for so long, and it's my turn now. But I need to tell you that Zhuang Zixuan and I are just schoolmates. That's all." Although Tang Jiakai was a little displeased after the drama, it didn't affect his appetite. He rarely visited the city god temple, so he couldn't miss the delicious food. In addition, if the man stopped bothering him, he wouldn't waste more time arguing with him. Because of Ji Yuning's appearance, the man was slightly scared. Besides, he couldn't defeat Tang Jiakai, let alone Ji Yuning. Therefore, the man felt that he would be the one who was injured if he continued to fight with them, so he was reluctant to waste more time here. Although he was really upset after Tang Jiakai punched him twice, Tang Jiakai made it very clear that he and Zhuang Zixuan were just schoolmates. In that case, there was indeed nothing special between them. Perhaps it was Zhuang Zixuan who was admiring Tang Jiakai from afar. Thinking of that, the man felt it was possible. As a result, he would be embarrassed if he continued to fight with Tang Jiakai, so he had to swallow his anger in the end. He lost interest in the steamed cake as well. After giving a snort, he directly turned around and left. Seeing that, Zhuang Zixuan immediately chased after him. If it was possible, she didn't want their romantic relationship to end like that. As for Tang Jiakai, she had dreamed about becoming his girlfriend, but she clearly knew it was impossible. When both of them were gone, Tang Jiakai went to buy steamed cake. He bought 2 steamed cakes for him and Ji Yuning, then they went back. Zhuang Zixuan followed her boyfriend, but didn't dare to be close to him. She was unwilling to quarrel with him publicly, since it would be humiliating. Her boyfriend was aware that she was following him, but he said nothing till they reached the parking lot. "Do you like that man?" he asked all of a sudden. On the way, Zhuang Zixuan was prepared to explain it to her boyfriend, so she wasn't guilty when her boyfriend asked her about that. "I don't. We're just schoolmates. I was scared of him, so I subconsciously let go of your arm when I saw him. I didn't mean to hurt you." "Ridiculous. You're scared of him. Why?" Her boyfriend sneered. He didn't believe a word she said. "Because I swore at him back when I didn't know his family background." I've been afraid that he'll pay me back after finding out about his family background, said Zhuang Zixuan. What family background? Upon hearing that, Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend became serious. He somehow had a bad feeling, because he felt that man might have been born in an influential family. His family was much better than Zhuang Zixuan's, so that man's family couldn't be ordinary if Zhuang Zixuan was scared of that man. He's the heir of the Tang family, the richest family in City B, said Zhuang Zixuan. What? Hearing that, her boyfriend was shocked. The heir of the Tang family, the richest family in City B. In that case, that man should be Ji Yuning's cousin. Why didn't you tell me? Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend angrily criticized her. You didn't give me a chance. I tried to stop you twice, but you only got angrier and angrier. Zhuang Zixuan shouted. She was aggrieved too. Her boyfriend shut his mouth at once. It was true. Zhuang Zixuan had tried to stop him twice, but he misunderstood her and thought that she was defending that man. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend was a chauvinist, but he wasn't stupid, so he had no reason to blame her right now. All right, I'm sorry, I thought you were defending him. Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend apologized to her. It was his fault after all, and he almost offended members of the Tang family. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning's sudden appearance, he might have made a terrible mistake. I said there is nothing special between me and him, but you refused to believe it. If Tang Jiakai was injured today, you'd surely have to pay a high price for it, said Zhuang Zixuan in an aggrieved tone. I got mad because I care about you. I thought that there is something special between you and him. I didn't know that you've offended him before, said Zhuang Zixuan's boyfriend. He started losing his patience. Although he admitted that it was his fault, he was still displeased that Zhuang Zixuan continued to blame him for it. Zhuang Zixuan knew his temper very well, so she stopped right away. She understood that he would only get angry if she continued to blame him, which wasn't good for their relationship. When Zhuang Zixuan stopped, her boyfriend also calmed down. He held Zhuang Zixuan's hand and got in his car. Let's go to my place today. I have a gift for you. Great. Hearing that, Zhuang Zixuan felt much better. He was quick-tempered and domineering, but he was also very generous. Zhuang Zixuan seemed to be restrained and as if she had little interest in money, but she was actually extremely vain. She was born in a rich family, but her family valued boys above girls, so she couldn't spend as much money as she wanted. In fact, if she had everything, she wouldn't be so attracted to famous international brands. Zhuang Zixuan had dated her boyfriend for a while, and they had sex after they got together for a week. It wasn't her first time sleeping in her boyfriend's apartment, so it was very normal. After Ji Yuning and Tang Jiakai came back to meet their friends, they didn't tell them about what had just happened. Instead, they enjoyed the steamed cakes together, then walked away. Because the Tang family arranged for Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuqingxiang to stay in their house, they directly returned to the Tang family's house, while Zhang Jiamen and the others were driven back to the Zhang family's house by their chauffeur. Zhao Fulin was sent back to the Zhao family along the way. Lin Mingshuan's parents came to see him later. The two men who abducted him admitted to their crime. They confessed that they were paid to kidnap Lin Mingshuan. Chapter 2523. You're the best gift for me. Lin Mingshuan's father was an official in the government, and his enemy in politics paid the two men to abduct Lin Mingshuan. Therefore, Lin Mingshuan was dragged into trouble because of his father. It was Mu Chen's fault that he failed to protect him well, but no serious issues were caused, so Lin Mingshuan didn't punish Mu Chen. However, no matter what, Mu Chen didn't do his job well, so Lin Mingshuan's father decided to replace him. Mu Chen was reluctant to leave Lin Mingshuan, but it was indeed his fault, so he said nothing about it. It was already very nice of Lin Mingshuan's father that he didn't receive a punishment. Anyway, Lin Mingshuan strongly disagreed with his father. Mu Chen had stayed by his side for years and they had formed a close relationship. And this time, he hadn't listened to Mu Chen and left the washroom before Mu Chen. Otherwise the two men wouldn't have had the chance to kidnap him. Because Lin Mingshuan insisted on keeping Mu Chen and said that it was also his fault, his father gave in. Both the Lin family and Mu Chen were very grateful to the girl who went to the police to help Lin Mingshuan. Although Lin Mingxuan's parents didn't know the girl's name and couldn't thank her face to face, Lin Mingxuan and Mu Chen had already thanked her in person. The next day, Ji Yuqing's family and Ji Yuqinyang's family went home after having lunch. Tang Jiayang, Tang Jiakai, and Ji Yuning drove them to the airport. Ji Yuning would go back to the capital the next day, while Tang Jiayang needed to return to country Y. His flight would take off at the same time as Ji Yuning's, so Tang Yunfan, Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunhang's wife sent them to the airport. This was the first time that Tang Yunfan had sent Ji Yuning to the airport in person. If Ji Yuman had fully recovered after delivering, Ji Yuman would have come with them to the airport too. Although Ji Yuning wasn't a kid and was much more mature than many adults, she was still her parents' beloved daughter. Therefore, when Ji Yuning left, Ji Yuman kept on reminding her to take good care of herself. Ji Yuman also told her to spend more time with Jing Yuniao if she had time. It was never easy to get along well with in-laws. Although they seemed very close right now, Ji Yuman barely knew Jing Yuniao, so she was still worried about Ji Yuning's life in the Leng family. Whatever Ji Yuman reminded her to do, Ji Yuning listened and agreed. She definitely was willing to spend more time with Jing Yuniao, because Jing Yuniao was worth her care. Jing Yuniao wasn't a mean, difficult mother-in-law, and she treated Ji Yuning as her own daughter. If Jing Yuniao had been a mean, difficult mother-in-law, Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to please her. Once Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the terminal, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people recognized Ji Yuning, Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunhang, because they were celebrities and often showed their faces in the news. Wow, isn't that Goddess Ji Yu? Right, is that the chairman of Tangguang next to her? I heard Goddess Ji Yu is Chairman Tang's daughter. I thought it's a rumor, but it seems to be true. Look at them, they are so alike. People who recognized them began to talk about them, but none of them dared to go up to say hi. If Ji Yuning was alone, they wouldn't be afraid, but Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunhang were also with Ji Yuning. After watching Ji Yuning and Tang Jiayang pass the security check, Tang Yunfan and the others walked away. Ji Yuning and Tang Jiayang soon separated, because Tang Jiayang was going abroad and needed to go through customs. Ji Yuning's flight took off at 2:40 p.m., so when she arrived at the capital, it was 5 p.m. Ji Yuning had called Leng Xiaoting beforehand, so he was already waiting for her at the airport. Today was Valentine's Day, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to see her. In addition, he had made a schedule for this romantic day, but he was a little afraid that Ji Yuning might not like it. In order to make preparations, he had done research on the internet for a long time. He learned a lot from other people's experience. When Leng Xiaoting arrived at the arrival hall with a large bunch of roses, he attracted a lot of attention. His appearance was already very outstanding, so now he was even more attractive with the bunch of roses. There should be 99 roses in the large bunch. In an instant, it aroused jealousy among the females. They wondered who the lucky girl that owned such a handsome romantic boyfriend was. And they wished that they could be his girlfriend. Many women took out their phones and took several photos of Leng Xiaoting. Then they posted his photos in their WeChat moment and expressed their envy. When Ji Yuning walked out and saw Leng Xiaoting standing there with a large bunch of roses, she was astonished, but she was touched too. With a happy smile on her face, Ji Yuning trotted to Leng Xiaoting. After Ji Yuning reached Leng Xiaoting, the public saw her and was amazed by her extraordinary beauty. It was true that a handsome man always matched a beautiful girl. Those who had a plain face could only watch from the side. Before long, some people recognized Ji Yuning. It turned out that this extraordinarily handsome man was her boyfriend. They had seen his photos on the internet, and could see that he was very handsome, but they didn't recognize him until Ji Yuning showed up. After that, more and more people took out their phones to take photos of this beautiful couple. Happy Valentine's Day. Leng Xiaoting handed the bunch of roses to Ji Yuning. Thanks. Ji Yuning took the flowers and thanked Leng Xiaoting, but she didn't have a gift for him. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare a gift for you, said Ji Yuning with slight embarrassment. You're the best gift for me. Leng Xiaoting smiled at her and said meaningfully. Ji Yuning flushed at once. She gave Leng Xiaoting's glare, but Leng Xiaoting only felt aroused. They hadn't had sex for a long time after all. He subconsciously swallowed, but there were too many people in the airport, otherwise he would have given her a long, passionate kiss. All right, let's go. Saying that, Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand and walked away under everyone's jealous gaze. As soon as they were gone, people who recognized them began to talk about them. Chapter 2524, Fight Together with You, Jesus, he's Goddess Gu's boyfriend. He's extremely handsome. I didn't recognize him until Goddess Ji Yu showed up. Right, people are usually prettier than their photos. And he has a very natural air of elegance. I think he must be a soldier. Even if he's a soldier, he can't be an average soldier. Of course, an average soldier doesn't deserve Goddess Ji Yu. I think he must be a soldier of a high rank and must be born in an influential family too. Oh, I'm so jealous of Goddess Ji Yu. She isn't only perfect, she also has such a handsome boyfriend. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the city center, it was 6 p.m. so it was time for dinner. Leng Xiaoting didn't take Ji Yuning back to the Sihewan, and instead took her to a fancy restaurant. Since it was Valentine's Day, it was nice for them to have a candle-lit dinner. Although it wasn't the first time that they had a candle-lit dinner, they didn't do it very often. Therefore, it was a rare experience for Ji Yuning, and she felt very touched and excited after walking into the romantically set-up room. Girls would rarely say no to romance. Ji Yuning was mature, but she also loved romance. When the waiter left, Ji Yuning directly hugged Leng Xiaoting. With her eyes full of love for him, she looked at him and said, "Xiaoting, thank you for everything. I love it. I really love it." Seeing Ji Yuning's mouth moving, Leng Xiaoting had a desire to suck it. Right when he had that idea, Ji Yuning finished and kissed his lips. Leng Xiaoting was surprised by her sudden move, but the next second he passionately kissed her back. The two had a long passionate kiss, and Leng Xiaoting almost lost control of himself. Ji Yuning was also afraid that the waiter might suddenly come in and catch them kissing. It would be embarrassing. Therefore, she moved away after a moment. Leng Xiaoting was disappointed, because he wasn't satisfied, but he understood what they couldn't do right here. Looking at Ji Yuning with strong desire, he swallowed and exhaled heavily. "Ningning, I think we will make it till daybreak tonight." Ji Yuning clearly knew what Leng Xiaoting was implying, and she flushed in an instant. Without a word, she went to sit by the table. "When are you leaving?" asked Ji Yuning. "Tomorrow," said Leng Xiaoting. Actually, he should be leaving today, but it was Valentine's Day and he didn't have to leave right now, so he stayed and spent the day with Ji Yuning. "I've never asked you about your work, but I heard from your mother that she can join you in the future. So, I want to join you too. Why don't you talk about it with the president?" said Ji Yuning. She admitted that she was a little jealous, because Yunyao could fight with Leng Xiaoting, but she couldn't. She knew that Jing Yunyao used to be a soldier and even had a title of major. It was very normal that Jing Yunyao was allowed to join Leng Xiaoting. In addition, Wei Lingfeng needed a strong soldier like Jing Yunyao. However, Ji Yuning didn't think she was worse. She wasn't as strong as Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao, but she could defeat monsters and ghosts. Leng Xiaoting actually didn't want Ji Yuning to join them, but he didn't have the heart to turn her down. As a cultivator, it was unavoidable for Ji Yuning to deal with monsters and ghosts. Whether he allowed Ji Yuning to join them or not, she had to face it. Moreover, Ji Yuning had helped him when he carried out tasks, but the senior officials weren't aware of that. Leng Xiaoting had thought about that. If they needed Ji Yuning's help next time, the same thing that happened to Jing Yunyao might happen to Ji Yuning as well. Therefore, it was necessary for Leng Xiaoting to make it clear with Wei Lingfeng. Other people didn't need to know about it, but Wei Lingfeng must be aware. In that case, if anyone reported it to Wei Lingfeng could handle it well. "Sure, I'll talk about it with the president," said Leng Xiaoting. Really, Ji Yuning actually didn't have much hope. If Leng Xiaoting turned her down, she would be disappointed, but wouldn't force him, but unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting agreed, so she was very excited. Well, what can I say? Other people refuse to work in danger, but you want to be involved. Leng Xiaoting was amused, but he understood that Ji Yuning wanted to fight together with them. He was deeply touched by that. Although he was also worried about Ji Yuning's safety, it didn't mean that Ji Yuning would be completely safe if she didn't join them. At least, they could protect Ji Yuning from being injured if they fought together. "I just want to fight together with you," said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting couldn't change Ji Yuning's mind, so he agreed. Before long, their dishes were placed on the table. They also had some red wine, because it wouldn't affect them. After the candle-lit dinner, they went to see a movie, which was a romantic film, specially for Valentine's Day. Ji Yuning thought it would be over after they finished dinner, so she was surprised that Leng Xiaoting also bought film tickets. In order to prevent them from being recognized, Leng Xiaoting booked tickets for back seats and they didn't go into the theater until the movie was about to begin. He was right, and indeed nobody recognized them. Chu Peihan visited the capital yesterday, so because she was single, she asked Shi Xiaoyu to hang out. When they shopped during the day, it was only the two of them. However, when they went to have a meal, Han Chengelin joined them. Due to Shi Xiaoyu, Han Chengelin learned that Chu Peihan was in the capital, so he called and invited her to share a meal. Chu Peihan turned him down, because she already had an appointment with Shi Xiaoyu. In addition, it was Valentine's Day, so she didn't think that she should have a meal with a boy. If it had been a normal day, she would have accepted Han Chengelin's invitation. Then Han Chengelin said that she could come with Shi Xiaoyu. He wanted to spend some alone time with Chu Peihan, but he understood that she wouldn't agree, so he could only ask her to bring Shi Xiaoyu along. If Chu Peihan ate with Han Chengelin and Shi Xiaoyu, it wouldn't seem strange, so she agreed. Anyway, she didn't really want to say no to Han Chengelin. Therefore, three of them had dinner together. After having dinner, Han Chengelin invited them to watch a film together. Because Shi Xiaoyu was with them, Chu Peihan agreed. Chapter 2525, Their real relationship. Shi Xiaoyu did her best to be invisible and didn't talk to them along the way, in order to leave more space to Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin. To make it happen, she even deliberately walked a few steps behind them and pretended that she was answering a call. By all means, she wanted to give them more chances to get to know each other. Han Chengelin was her cousin after all, and he even paid her to help him. Actually, if Han Chengelin didn't give her money, she wouldn't bother. She was worried that Chu Peihan might be mad at her if she found out about their real relationship. Upon thinking that Chu Peihan would be angry with her after knowing the truth, Shi Xiaoyu felt bad. She treated Chu Peihan as a close friend, but if it was possible, she really hoped that Chu Peihan could become her cousin-in-law. In that case, they would be a family. Shi Xiaoyu agreed to help Han Chengelin because Han Chengelin was a good man. Even though he seemed to be a bad guy on the surface, he was actually reliable. Shi Xiaoyu had a positive opinion about Han Chengelin, not because he was her cousin, but because he was actually a good man. However, it wasn't up to her, it was Chu Peihan's decision. No matter how good he was, he might still treat people differently. Whether Chu Peihan thought that Han Chengelin was her Mr. Right depended on how well they got along with each other. Nevertheless, Shi Xiaoyu hoped that Chu Peihan could give Han Chengelin a chance. In fact, Shi Xiaoyu had planned to keep her real relationship with Han Chengelin secret for a while longer, so she didn't expect it to be exposed today. After they arrived at the movie theater, they saw a familiar face who turned out to be a family member. The moment Shi Xiaoyu saw her family member, she had a premonition, but it was too late for her to run away now. "Hi, Cousin Chengelin, Cousin Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. Did you come to see a film too?" It was an energetic and handsome 20-year-old boy who was talking to them. The next moment, he turned to look at Chu Peihan, then gave a glance at Han Chengelin. "Hey, Chengelin, is this your girlfriend?" Before Han Chengelin could say anything, the boy greeted Chu Peihan. "Hi, nice to see you. My name is Han Jexi. I'm Han Chengelin's cousin, and Shi Xiaoyu's." "Shut up." Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin immediately interrupted him, but unfortunately it was too late. Chu Peihan thought that he was only Shi Xiaoyu's cousin, but unexpectedly he was also Han Chengelin's cousin. In that case, Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin were cousins too. Realizing that, Chu Peihan was shocked and angry. She couldn't accept it. Why did they keep it a secret from her? Although they could choose not to tell her about their real relationship, at this moment Chu Peihan felt she had been fooled. Peihan, please let me explain. Knowing that it was impossible for them to keep it a secret from Chu Peihan any longer, Han Chengelin felt he needed to be honest with her in case she got angry. He hoped that Chu Peihan could give him a chance to explain. What's wrong? Han Jexi had no idea why Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin rushed to interrupt his self-introduction. Why did Han Chengelin need to explain their relationship? Did he do something wrong? Nothing. Chu Peihan was mad, but she still composed herself. She was reluctant to embarrass anyone, so she forced a smile on her face. Afterwards, she turned to stare at Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin, but they were too guilty to meet her eyes. Well, I just lost interest in the film. Why don't we go have some coffee? Chu Peihan said, clenching her teeth in anger. She was quick-tempered, but sometimes she could also curb her anger. No matter why they kept their relationship a secret from her, she wanted to hear their explanation. After all, she regarded Shi Xiaoyu as a close friend, and she believed that Shi Xiaoyu wouldn't hurt her. Han Chengelin also treated her nicely. Therefore, she curbed her anger and didn't lose her temper right away. Hearing that, Shi Xiaoyu and Han Chengelin understood that Chu Peihan was willing to give them a chance, so they agreed at once. They really needed to talk about it now. After that, they walked away, leaving the confused Han Jexi behind. Han Jexi didn't follow, because he already had an appointment with his friends. He couldn't stand his friends up. Along the way, there were many people, so Han Chengelin and Shi Xiaoyu said nothing. The two of them hated Han Jexi to death right now. If it hadn't been for him, their real relationship wouldn't have been exposed. At least not today. At the same time, they regretted doing it. They should have told Chu Peihan about their real relationship earlier. If they did that before today, Chu Peihan wouldn't be so mad now. However, it was too late. There was a cafe next to the movie theater, so they went there and found a table at the corner. Since they were in a cafe, they ordered some drinks. Once the waitress was gone, Han Chengelin opened his mouth before Chu Peihan said anything. Peihan, we didn't keep our family relationship a secret from you on purpose. We didn't mean to hurt you either, but, saying that, Han Chengelin suddenly found it difficult to continue, because he would have to confess his affection for Chu Peihan after that. He was willing to do that, but he wasn't prepared and was afraid that Chu Peihan might be scared. He was also afraid that she would reject him. Han Chengelin seemed thick-skinned, and as if he was afraid of nothing, but he was different in front of the girl he liked. He cared about Chu Peihan, so he got nervous. What? Chu Peihan asked in a flat voice. Shi Xiaoyu got anxious for Han Chengelin, because she didn't know how to explain it to Chu Peihan. It would be best if Han Chengelin could finish the explanation on his own. Han Chengelin took a deep breath. Although he was afraid that Chu Peihan would reject him, it would be hard to explain it if he didn't confess his affection for her right now. Chu Peihan would probably be angrier and might believe that they were making fun of her. It would hurt her and he would lose any chance to chase her in the future. Chapter 2526. I need some private time. Translations. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Han Chengelin said seriously to Chu Peihan, Chu Peihan, I have had a great interest in you from the day we met. I did everything, trying to be closer to you. After a while, I realized that I'm not just interested in you. I fell in love with you. Once I learned that you and my cousin, Xiaoyu, are classmates and you two are close friends, I bribed her. I told her not to tell you about our family relationship. She told me your schedule, so I could meet you, by chance. I just wanted to see you more often. I thought that I could confess my affection for you after we became more familiar, but I didn't expect to run into Han Jexi today. He ruined my plan. Hearing Han Chengelin's confession, Chu Peihan was struck dumb. It was beyond her imagination that Han Chengelin fell in love with her. What surprised her more was that her heart began to pound in excitement. Was she happy about that? Why? Did she like Han Chengelin too? No, she didn't think so. Maybe she had a good impression of him, but it could hardly be considered love. Suddenly, Chu Peihan didn't know what to say. She really wanted to escape right now. As a result, she directly stood up and said, "I don't want the coffee anymore. Sorry, I gotta go." The moment she finished, she ran outside. Hey, Xiaoyu wanted to stop her, but Han Chengelin was faster, so she decided not to follow them. After all, it wasn't appropriate for her to be the third wheel, and the coffee they ordered was already on the table. She couldn't waste it. Han Chengelin caught up to Chu Peihen at the door and pulled her back. He knew it wasn't good, but he didn't know what else he could do right now. "Peihen, I mean every word I just said. I know you don't hate me so much now. Can you give me a chance?" said Han Chengelin seriously. After being pulled by Han Chengelin, Chu Peihen was very nervous. She had no courage to look at him. "It's such a surprise. I need some private time to think about it," she said, struggling hard. Given Chu Peihen's skills, it couldn't be easier for her to get rid of Han Chengelin, but she didn't want to hurt him, so she didn't use a lot of force. "I'm afraid you'll disappear from my life." Han Chengelin was a little aggrieved. "No, I won't. Please, let me go now," said Chu Peihen subconsciously. She was scared by Han Chengelin's sudden confession, and had no idea how to face it, but she didn't really have the intention of rejecting him. She just panicked. Given her personality, if she disliked a man, she would reject him without hesitation. Only when she wasn't sure of her feelings would she hesitate. Chu Peihen never paid much attention to a romantic relationship, let alone being entangled. "I can send you back to school," said Han Chengelin. He didn't want her to leave alone, even though she was a very strong girl. In fact, Chu Peihen would be safer alone than he would be, but he was worried about her right now. "No, I'll go back on my own," said Chu Peihen with determination. "Send me a message when you arrive, all right?" Knowing that Chu Peihen was determined, Han Chengelin didn't dare to force her, in case she got mad. He could only ask her to send him a message after she arrived so that he could know she was safe. Sure, Chu Peihen agreed in order to stop Han Chengelin from sending her back to school. After that, Han Chengelin let Chu Peihen go and she immediately ran to the subway station. At this moment, Chu Peihen's cheeks were hot and red. She even felt too embarrassed to be in public. Watching Chu Peihen run away, Han Chengelin didn't return to the cafe until she totally disappeared from his sight. He wanted to follow her till she was safely back at her school, but he understood that Chu Peihen would easily notice him if he really did that. And he was reluctant to anger her. Therefore, Han Chengelin didn't follow her. He could only wait till she sent him a message. When Han Chengelin came back alone, Xiaoyu wasn't surprised, but she wasn't sure of Chu Peihen's attitude, so she asked, "Hey, what did she say?" "She said it's a big surprise and she needs some time to think about it," said Han Chengelin. Because he didn't know that Chu Peihen also had a good impression of him, he was a little anxious. "Obviously, she has a good impression of you. It just happened too suddenly, so she doesn't know what to do. She just needs some time to think about it. Given what I know about her, she wouldn't run away if she has no feelings for you. She would just reject you without hesitation," said Xiaoyu. She was certain that Chu Peihen had a good impression of Han Chengelin, but she didn't know whether Chu Peihen liked him. After all, she hadn't talked about it to Chu Peihen. "Really?" Han Chengelin's face lit up. Actually, he knew Chu Peihen's personality very well, but he was still afraid that Chu Peihen might reject him. "Just give her some time. I won't go back to school today. I'll go to school tomorrow," said Xiaoyu. She didn't dare to face Chu Peihen right now, so she decided to avoid her for the time being. After that, Han Chengelin drove Xiaoyu home. Although Xiaoyu didn't go back to school, she still sent Chu Peihen a message of apology. "Xiaoyu, Peihen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it a secret from you. But I didn't mean to hurt you. I know I approached you for a purpose, but I was forced to do that. I hope you can forgive me. And my cousin really likes you. He's a good man, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to help him. I've always treated you as my best friend and close sister. I promise I won't push you into trouble. I don't know whether you will be a good match, because it takes time to get to know each other, but if you think my cousin isn't a bad guy, please give him a chance. You can break up with him if he isn't the right one for you." Chapter 2527, Prove it. Shi Xiaoyu didn't tell Han Chengelin about the message she sent to Chu Peihan. When Chu Peihan read the message, her anger towards Shi Xiaoyu quickly went away. In fact, she wasn't really mad at Shi Xiaoyu, and Shi Xiaoyu's reasons weren't unacceptable, but should she give Han Chengelin a chance? She didn't know. Her mind was in a total mess. She didn't think that Han Chengelin was a bad guy. Actually, she had a very good impression of him, and honestly didn't hate him. Instead, she liked him. However, she never planned to get into a romantic relationship within this or next year, so Han Chengelin's sudden confession threw her into confusion. Even though Shi Xiaoyu said that she could give him a chance and break up with him if he wasn't the right one, she felt it was a hard decision. It would be irresponsible if she got together with Han Chengelin only because she wanted to try a romantic relationship. She was also aware that not every couple ended up getting married in the end. She wasn't naive, and understood that she might not have good luck and find her Mr. Right after a single try. Like what Shi Xiaoyu said, it would take time to know whether she found the right man. Anyway, if she was sure of it, she wouldn't hesitate, but now she hesitated to accept Han Chengelin's love for her. However, she didn't want to reject Han Chengelin either. She had no intention of wasting Han Chengelin's time by not accepting him and not rejecting him. She simply felt that she needed more time to get to know him better. Chu Peihan didn't reply to Shi Xiaoyu's message, because she didn't know what to say. After waiting for a long while, Shi Xiaoyu understood that Chu Peihan must be thinking about it seriously. She felt guilty for keeping her family connection with Han Chengelin a secret from Chu Peihan, but she didn't regret doing that. Back in their school, Chu Peihan took out her phone. She thought for a while, then sent Han Chengelin a message and told him that she had arrived. Whether she accepted Han Chengelin or not, they were still friends. So to prevent him from worrying about her, she decided to send him a message. When Han Chengelin received Chu Peihan's message, he had just driven Shi Xiaoyu back home. Watching Shi Xiaoyu walking into the block, he sat in his car by the side of the road. Han Chengelin was really worried that he might not receive Chu Peihan's message, and he wouldn't feel relieved until he saw it now. Afterwards, Han Chengelin replied to Chu Peihan, "Peihan, I was very serious tonight. I know it's too sudden for you, and you don't know what to do. I actually didn't plan to do it so early precisely because I was afraid that it would be too sudden. But my family connection with Xiaoyu was exposed and I didn't want you to misunderstand us. I hope we can still be friends. I won't force you to give me an answer right now. I just hope that you can give me a chance to pursue you till you're willing to accept me." Reading Han Chengelin's message, Chu Peihan was lost in thought for a long while. She remembered how they met, by chance, every time. Once in a karaoke bar, Shi Xiaoyu went out for a while, then came back with Han Chengelin. Shi Xiaoyu said that they met by accident. Once in a park, she had an appointment with Shi Xiaoyu, but Shi Xiaoyu was delayed by something, then she saw Han Chengelin. In the end, Shi Xiaoyu was half an hour late. Obviously, Shi Xiaoyu wanted to give Han Chengelin more time to be alone with her. Such an accident had happened many times. In fact, Chu Peihan didn't feel mad at all when she remembered all the above, because Shi Xiaoyu didn't hurt her. Shi Xiaoyu simply wanted to set her up with Han Chengelin out of goodwill. Now she wondered whether Han Chengelin came to City F for a business trip in order to see her. Thinking of that, Chu Peihan suddenly felt touched. She could see how much Han Chengelin cared about her. However, she still felt it wasn't easy for her to accept Han Chengelin right now. After a long while, right when Han Chengelin thought that Chu Peihan wouldn't reply to him, Chu Peihan sent him a message. "Chu Peihan, thank you for your understanding. It's indeed a big surprise for me. I honestly don't know how to face you. I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer right away either, because we're not very familiar. As for the chance you want, I think you can ask yourself for it. No one else can give you a chance. Alright, that's it. I need to go to bed now." Actually, Chu Peihan agreed to give Han Chengelin a chance, but she didn't say it straightforwardly. If she did, it might make Han Chengelin think that she already accepted him. She didn't want to fool him. Chu Peihan didn't really go to sleep, and she simply had no idea what to say to Han Chengelin. Reading Chu Pian's reply, Han Chengulan understood her meaning, so he was very happy. At least, Chu Peihan didn't reject him and was willing to get to know him better. He also knew that Chu Peihan couldn't go to bed so early, but he understood that he shouldn't bother her, so he simply sent her a good night. It was Chu Peihan who refused to talk with Han Chengulan any longer, but she somehow felt upset when she read his message. After watching the film, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting returned to Mid-Level's mansion. Back in the house, Ji Yuning received another surprise. Leng Xiaoting had not only prepared flowers for her today, he also prepared a necklace for her in the middle of the bed in the master bedroom. The necklace was surrounded by rose petals in the shape of a heart. "Where did you learn all of this?" Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. "From the internet," said Leng Xiaoting honestly. He didn't say that it was his idea just to make Ji Yuning feel more touched. Normally, if it was his own idea, it would be more sincere. However, Ji Yuning didn't care about that, as long as Leng Xiaoting treated her sincerely. If he didn't, he wouldn't have spent time doing his homework on the internet. In addition, Leng Xiaoting had no sense of romance, so it would be really difficult for him to become romantic by himself. "Thanks, I love it." Ji Yuning smiled. No matter what Leng Xiaoting sent her, she loved it very much. "Won't you do something to prove it?" Leng Xiaoting wasn't satisfied with Ji Yuning's verbal thanks. He wanted something physical. Chapter 2528. Allow Ji Yuning to join them in doing tasks. Translations. Hearing that, Ji Yuning kissed Leng Xiaoting's lips at once. She only wanted to give him a kiss, then move back, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow her to leave. The moment Ji Yuning touched Leng Xiaoting's lips, Leng Xiaoting hugged her tightly and kissed her back passionately. After that, they couldn't stop and got busy. "I haven't showered yet," said Ji Yuning, trying to push Leng Xiaoting away. "It doesn't matter. I don't care. I didn't have a shower either." "Do you care about that?" said Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't wait a second longer, so he didn't care whether they had a shower or not. Anyway, they took a shower almost every day, so they weren't dirty. And even if they were dirty, they didn't care about that. "Then we don't need to take a shower. We can do that after we have sex," said Leng Xiaoting in a domineering tone. They had a passionate sex for a whole night, and didn't stop until both of them were exhausted. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting made breakfast for them. Ji Yuning asked him whether there was an emergency at work. Otherwise, if it was possible, he could drive her to her company along the way. She just didn't want to be alone at home, since it was boring. It wasn't an emergency, so he drove Ji Yuning to the headquarters of the Shengning organization first, then he left. Before Leng Xiaoting left, he told Ji Yuning that he would have a meal with her before going back to the military base. Ji Yuning agreed. Leng Xiaoting needed to go see Wei Lingfeng and talk to him about Ji Yuning. Since he promised Ji Yuning, he thought that he should deal with it as soon as possible. Because it was Saturday, Wei Lingfeng was free, so Leng Xiaoting directly went to the Wei family's house to see him. However, he gave Wei Lingfeng a call before he went. After making sure that Wei Lingfeng was home, Leng Xiaoting set off with his permission. In the Wei family's house, Wei Lingfeng was working in his study, so Leng Xiaoting went straight to the study after exchanging greetings with Mrs. Wei. Once Leng Xiaoting came, Wei Lingfeng stopped working. If Leng Xiaoting wanted to talk with him about something face to face, it had to be very important. "Have a seat," said Wei Lingfeng. Leng Xiaoting sat down at once. They were very close, so there was no need to waste time on courtesies. Moreover, they were in the Wei family's house right now. They weren't outside. "The water is boiling. You can have some tea if you want," said Wei Lingfeng. "Sure," said Leng Xiaoting, then prepared a cup of tea for himself. I came today to talk about people with magical powers." "Oh, what happened?" Wei Lingfeng got interested and excited at once. "In fact, my fiancée also has superpowers. She has also helped me deal with some tasks. She has even killed some monsters and ghosts on her own before. Now she wants to join us in carrying out special tasks. She doesn't want to be dragged into trouble in the future. After all, my mother has already gone through that. So I needed your opinion." If it's possible, please give her an identity for convenience, said Leng Xiaoting. In fact, Leng Xiaoting understood that Wei Lingfeng was more than willing to let Ji Yuning join them. After all, he needed a team made of people with superpowers. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's words, Wei Lingfeng was struck dumb for a second. Leng Xiaoting's fiancé also had superpowers. She wanted to join the Red Flame in doing special tasks. Of course. Wei Lingfeng answered at once. He was indeed more than willing to hear that. The more people with superpowers joined them, the safer they would be. In the old days, before monsters and ghosts showed up, Wei Lingfeng wouldn't allow an outsider to join them in carrying out special tasks. It was a matter of disciplines. However, now it was different. Ever since he learned that monsters and ghosts really existed, he badly wanted a team of people with superpowers to deal with them. The Red Flame could only get awards from the government if they went to kill monsters and ghosts. There was no additional income. Normally, after they killed their targets, they only needed to hand half of their wealth to the government. As for the other half, they would share it. Anyway, they didn't carry out those tasks for the money. They would accept the money, but they cared more about their country's safety. Will her parents agree? Wei Lingfeng suddenly asked worriedly. He was happy to know that Ji Yuning was willing to join them, but he had to think about more than just his own benefits. He had heard a lot about Leng Xiaoting's fiancée, Ji Yuning, and he had a deep impression of her. At such a young age, she made a lot of unbelievable achievements. Now he learned that she also had superpowers. He understood how she became so successful. Only people with superpowers could be so extraordinarily powerful. Her parents don't know that she has superpowers. We can't tell them either. In fact, even if her parents knew about it, they couldn't stop her. It's the duty of people with superpowers to kill monsters and ghosts. As a result, she's destined to run into these monsters and ghosts. I believe she can make decisions on her own, said Leng Xiaoting. Even he couldn't stop Ji Yuning. As cultivators, they existed to kill monsters and ghosts. Well, if so, she can make the decision on her own, said Wei Lingfeng. He understood why Ji Yuning wanted to keep it a secret from her parents. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better it was. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting belonged to another faction, Wei Lingfeng might not have known either. She's still a student. She has her own career to manage. She can't stand by 24/7 like us, but as long as she has nothing important to deal with, she'll join us, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he agreed to let Ji Yuning join them, he had no intention of taking her with them every time. He didn't want to exhaust her. Of course, said Wei Lingfeng. Since Ji Yuning had the idea of serving their country, Wei Lingfeng wouldn't ask too much from her. After that, Leng Xiaoting left. Wei Lingfeng and Mrs. Wei hoped that he could stay and share a meal with them, but he declined. He said that Ji Yuning was waiting for him at home, and that he would be returning to the military base afterwards. Knowing that, Wei Lingfeng and Mrs. Wei didn't insist. Chapter 2529. Don't blame me for that. Wei Lingfeng told Leng Xiaoting that he wanted to invite Ji Yuning to share a meal at his home. It wasn't a courtesy, he really just wanted to meet Ji Yuning, who was such a talented girl. After he left the Wei family's house, he directly went to the Shengning organization. Once Leng Xiaoting arrived, Ji Yuning asked him, "How is it?" The president agreed, said Leng Xiaoting. Wonderful. Ji Yuning was excited, but Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned look. After that, he took out a certificate and handed it to Ji Yuning. This is your certificate. From now on, you're an extra teammate of the Red Flame. It contains signatures and seals from me and the president. If anyone dares to question your qualifications in the future, you can show this to them. Ji Yuning was an extra teammate, not a formal one. There were rules in the Red Flame and they couldn't appoint a new member or fire a member randomly. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao were able to be their extra members simply because they had superpowers. In addition, they were Leng Xiaoting's fiancé and mother, so it was best that Leng Xiaoting managed them. After all, not all of the members of their team were aware that monsters and ghosts really existed. The Red Flame. Shouldn't it be the Burning Flame? Ji Yuning asked in confusion. Because she had visited Lang Xiaoting's military base before, she knew that it was called the Burning Flame. Since Ji Yuning had already joined the Red Flame, Lang Xiaoting felt it was necessary for her to know more about them. Moreover, he had complete trust in her. Therefore, Lang Xiaoting explained, "The Burning Flame is a special army, and I am its head. Xu Jinchen and my other bros are deputy leaders of the Burning Flame. Each of us leads a corps, but normally there are other leaders training the soldiers. 12 of us, including me, Xu Jinchen, I Weiken, Chen Meng, Xin Bei, and Si Ming, make up a special team called the Red Flame. The Red Flame doesn't listen to any of the military forces. We have the power to work independently. As for the excellent soldiers in the Burning Flame, they are substitutes for the Red Flame. However, the Red Flame never goes public, so only senior officials in the government and senior officers in the military are aware of it. That's also the reason why I didn't tell you any details. Please don't blame me," said Lang Xiaoting. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was very considerate, he cared about her feelings. "Of course I won't. I know it's highly confidential. I never asked you about the tasks you carried out either," said Ji Yuning. She obviously wouldn't blame Lang Xiaoting for that. Ji Yuning understood that some special people couldn't make their real identities public. They even kept it a secret from their families. They needed to protect themselves. Besides, they also needed to disguise themselves as other people when they carried out tasks. If they successfully finished their tasks, it would be best. If not, their enemies might get revenge on their families if their real identities were exposed. Although Lang Xiaoting was aware that Ji Yuning wouldn't blame him, he still couldn't feel calm until he heard her answer. After that, it was time for lunch, so they went out to eat. They didn't eat at the dining hall of Ji Yuning's company, not because the food provided by the Shengning organization wasn't delicious, but because they were constantly the focus of people's attention, which made them feel uneasy. Most importantly, they preferred to have some private time. After the meal, Lang Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning back to her company, then left. In the afternoon, Lu Zan came. Knowing that Ji Yuning was in the company, he went to see her. However, it was nothing important, he simply went to chat with her. He told Ji Yuning that Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would start shooting tomorrow. And said that if she had time, she could attend the ceremony. Ji Yuning didn't agree right away, because she needed to see whether she was free tomorrow, but if she had time, she would go to the ceremony. Lu Zan didn't force her. He only told her that the shooting would begin at Qinling Mountain. Because Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower was a fantasy drama, they shot in mountains most of the time and Qinling Mountain was a great choice. It was cold recently, so there weren't many visitors at Qinling Mountain. Because the altitude of Qinling Mountain was a little high, it was much colder at the top than at the bottom, so fewer people climbed up to the top. Upon hearing that they would shoot at Qinling Mountain, Ji Yuning wanted to have a look, but she needed to wait till tomorrow. That afternoon, Chu Peihan called Ji Yuning and also told her that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin tomorrow. Chu Peihan asked her whether she would go. As a supporting actress, Chu Peihan would be present at the launching ceremony. However, Ji Yuning didn't give Chu Peihan an affirmative answer either, because she couldn't be sure until tomorrow. Shi Xiaoyu went to school at 2 p.m., but didn't have the courage to meet Chu Peihan. Because Chu Peihan hadn't replied to her message yet, she didn't know how Chu Peihan felt right now. At 3 p.m., Shi Xiaoyu couldn't wait any longer and sent Chu Peihan another message. Shi Xiaoyu, Peihan, are you still mad at me? I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Reading Shi Xiaoyu's new message, Chu Peihan suddenly remembered that she hadn't replied to Shi Xiaoyu yet. Was she still mad at Shi Xiaoyu? In fact, her anger towards Shi Xiaoyu already went away after she returned to their dormitory yesterday. Without delay, Chu Peihan replied to Shi Xiaoyu. Of course not. Shi Xiaoyu was cheered up when she read Chu Peihan's reply. Shi Xiaoyu, can I go to see you? Chu Peihan, sure, but don't talk about Han Chengelin, or I'll chase you out. Shi Xiaoyu, no problem, I won't mention his name at all. After that, Shi Xiaoyu went to see Chu Peihan, and they didn't speak about Han Chengelin at all. Although they had an argument last night, they were still good friends. At 5 p.m., Ji Yuning left her company and headed to the Sihewan. When she was alone, she preferred to go to the Sihewan, because there were more people in the Sihewan and she loved the company. In the cultivation world, Jing Jining could only cultivate all day long. However, he had patience and had no intention of running out. Even if he dared, Jing Yarong would know, since Jing Yarong's people were still watching him. Anyway, every time before he came back to the cultivation world, he settled everything in his business, so it wouldn't be a problem even if he was absent for a long while. Chapter 2530, Information about Jing Yunyao translations. Jing Yarong didn't stop watching Jing Jining. He didn't allow Jing Jining to leave the cultivation world, and at the same time, he also sent out people to look for Jing Yunyao in the mortals' world. However, after so many days, he still found nothing. Therefore, he doubted whether Jing Yunyao was still in the capital. Anyway, Jing Yarong's people weren't incompetent, and one of them came back to report good news to Jing Yarong today. The man had found Yunyao, but he wasn't sure whether Yunyao was Jing Yunyao, because he failed to get more details. Although not many people in the Jing family were aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive, Jing Yarong's henchmen clearly knew, otherwise they wouldn't have been sent out to collect information about her. In the study at the East Yard, in the Jing family's house, Jing Yarong sat in front of his table, listening to his henchman's report about Jing Yunyao. This woman is called Yunyao. She's the daughter-in-law of the Leng family, the leading family of the 4 major families in the capital. 17 years ago, she and her husband went out to do a task, but were killed by their enemy at Kunlun Mountain. However, not long ago, she suddenly came back. Although I'm not sure that she's Jing Yunyao, their names are basically the same. Moreover, she died on the exact same date as Jing Yunyao, so I thought you'd need to know this. The man heard about it at a business meal in the mortal world. He dined with people from high society, so he was able to hear the information about the Leng family. Although Jing Yarong's subordinate didn't know whether Yunyao was Jing Yunyao, Jing Yarong believed that it must be. 17 years ago, she and her husband were killed at Kunlun Mountain, but she suddenly showed up not long ago. It must be Jing Yunyao. Only he was aware that Jing Yunyao died at Kunlun Mountain. As for people in the mortal world, they wouldn't know her real identity. This woman called Yunyao has a son, whose name is Leng Xiaoting. He's 27 years old. He has a very important position in the mortal world, and he's the youngest major general in the mortal world, said the subordinate. Hearing that, Jing Yarong squinted in surprise and mockery. Yunyao's son. She already had a 27-year-old son. In that case, she was together with that mortal 2 years after she left the cultivation world, but he didn't find out about it until over a dozen years later. It seemed that he had paid too little attention to Jing Yunyao. How come he had no idea that she already had a son? Her son was even the youngest major general in the mortal world, which meant that he was very outstanding. Anyway, Jing Yarong didn't think that Leng Xiaoting could be his match. All right, you can go now. You don't need to go out again, said Jing Yarong. He didn't tell his subordinate that the woman was Jing Yunyao, but he told the subordinate to stop investigating. Because of that, the subordinate was sure that the woman was Jing Yunyao. However, as Jing Yarong's henchman, he knew that he should keep it a secret. Sure, said the subordinate, then stepped out. Sitting on the chair, Jing Yarong kept on thinking about Jing Yunyao. Unexpectedly, she married into the Leng family, the leading family of the 4 major families in the capital. Back then, he didn't bother to find out whom Jing Yunyao married. He only got angry once he learned that she got together with a mortal. Without delay, he found her and killed her before returning to the cultivation world. Besides, he couldn't do anything to the mortals because Tiandaozong would punish him. He was unwilling to pay his life for those mortals. As for Jing Yunyao's husband, it was a poor man with bad luck. In fact, Jing Yarong had no intention of killing him, but he refused to leave Jing Yunyao, and Jing Yarong accidentally knocked him off the cliff. It wouldn't be a big problem as long as Tiandaozong was unaware of it. When Jing Yarong went to kill Jing Yunyao, he injured her with sharp stones first, then he watched her fall from a high cliff. He believed that she couldn't survive, so he left, but surprisingly she didn't die. Instead, she had reached a very high level now. Jing Yarong was full of regret. He should have made sure that Jing Yuniao was completely dead before he walked away. If he had done that, he wouldn't be in trouble right now. After all, it had become really hard for him to deal with Jing Yuniao now. Jing Yuniao had reached the Yuanying period, and she also had Shengguan Yang's support. Even though he knew that Jing Yuniao had already reached the Yuanying period, he believed that she must be in the early stage. If he encountered her, he didn't think that he would be unable to defeat her. He was also in the early stage of the Yuanying period, but there was still a difference. Jing Yarong had reached the early stage of the Yuanying period many years ago, so he was very familiar with the skills. He should be stronger than a cultivator who just reached the same level as him. Therefore, Jing Yarong believed that Jing Yuniao was no match for him, although she reached the Yuanying period too. It was true that Jing Yuniao just reached the Yuanying period 2 years ago, while Jing Yarong had achieved that stage about 7 years ago, but Jing Yarong was still in the early stage, while Jing Yuniao had already reached the soul out-of-body stage. If Jing Yarong learned about that, he would certainly be stunned. Jing Yarong didn't share the news with anyone else. When it was dark outside, he sneaked out of the cultivation world to visit the mortal world. The Leng family was the top family in the capital, but cultivators believed that they were superior to mortals. As a result, Jing Yarong didn't think the Leng family was that important. He wouldn't hurt the Leng family's members, including Jing Yuniao's son whose name was Leng Xiaoting, since they were mortals, and he would be punished by Tiandaozong if he injured them. He just wanted to see whether Jing Yuniao was there. What would he do after finding Jing Yuniao? He didn't know, but what he needed to do right now was to find Jing Yuniao. Even though he had no idea where the Leng family's house was and whether Jing Yuniao was there, he felt it was necessary to pay a visit. Once Jing Yarong was out of the cultivation world, he took out his magical sword, then flew straight to the capital. Chapter 2531, Not afraid of being reported. Translations. Jing Yarong went to a suburb near the capital. He got down at a mountain with no one around, then he went to take a taxi by the roadside. Before the taxi came, he had found the address of the Leng family's house. However, it wasn't detailed, so he only knew the rough area. After he got in the taxi, he told the driver an address that was near the area. He decided to slowly search for the Leng family's house. When he arrived, the area the Leng family lived in was full of rich and powerful people. It was a large area, so it wouldn't be easy for Jing Yarong to find the Leng family's house. He hoped that he would have good luck and see members of the Leng family. Because there were photos and introductions of senior officials on the internet, Jing Yarong had seen pictures of Master Leng, Leng Yuanchen, and Leng Yuanan. Therefore, he should be able to recognize them if he saw them. Their address definitely wasn't listed, but some internet users had some clues, so Jing Yarong learned about the area the Leng family lived in with the help of the clues. In fact, the addresses of many senior officials, rich people, and celebrities were already exposed on the internet. Jing Yarong didn't think it was very likely for him to see members of the Leng family, because it was very late now. The Leng family should be asleep. As a result, after walking around this area, Jing Yarong still had no idea where the Leng family's house was. He couldn't search each of the houses. In addition, when he walked by those houses, he didn't feel any cultivators, which meant Jing Yuniao couldn't be in the Leng family's house even if the Leng family really lived here. Jing Yarong couldn't find Jing Yuniao, so he left after a while. The capital was a very large city, and he couldn't finish the tour within a short time. However, he didn't want anyone to know that he had visited here, so he thought that he should leave early. Back in the Jing family's house, Jing Yarong didn't go back to his room. Instead, he directly went to his study, then sat there alone, thinking about something quietly. Although he said that he had confidence, he was a little worried. After all, Jing Yuniao was at a totally different level now. That night, Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao that she had become an extra member of the Red Flame now, and she could join the Red Flame in carrying out tasks publicly in the future. As a cultivator, it was unavoidable for her to deal with monsters and ghosts, so Jing Yunhao didn't think it was a bad thing. Actually, it was good news. The other major families couldn't wait to have something on Leng Xiaoting. If what had happened to her last time happened again, it could become a serious problem. Leng Xiaoting could handle the report, but she didn't want to damage his reputation. Leng Xiaoting worked so hard and had done a lot for their country. Search RN. WNO. L. RG, he shouldn't bear the blame just because other people were jealous of him. Great, in that case, we don't need to be worried that someone will report us again. But you're still a student. You also have a company to manage. I hope you can still pay more attention to your own life. We can handle the tasks, and there won't be a problem. If we need you, we'll let you know. Don't be too busy, said Jing Yunhao. Although she could help Leng Xiaoting deal with all the problems, she didn't think Ji Yuning's involvement was meaningless. In fact, Ji Yuning was of great help for the Red Flame. They didn't work as a team every time they did a task. In other words, they normally worked separately, so none of them knew which of them would encounter danger. Accordingly, when they worked separately, there must be a strong leader in each smaller team, so that they would be safe. Otherwise, if a smaller team without a cultivator encountered monsters and ghosts, all the teammates would be in great danger. Only when there were monsters and ghosts would Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao join the Red Flame. If it was a normal task, the Red Flame would deal with it by themselves. Sure, I know, said Ji Yuning. She understood that Jing Yunhao cared about her. Ji Yuning didn't need to join them in every task, and she simply wanted to do tasks along with them. Since she was Leng Xiaoting's subordinate now, she needed to listen to his orders. She could only make decisions on her own when she ran into monsters and ghosts alone. The shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin at 10:28 a.m. So because Ji Yuning was free, she decided to go there. Before she set off, she called Chu Peihan and planned to drive her there. However, because the way to Qinling Mountain didn't go through Haicheng District, she could only meet Chu Peihan at an appointed place. Ji Yuning called Chu Peihan at 8 a.m. At that time, Chu Peihan had just packed up and was ready to go out. Once Chu Peihan received Ji Yuning's call, she went out and took a taxi to meet Ji Yuning. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan arrived, and waited for 7 more minutes till Ji Yuning came. Because Ji Yuning came from the city center, she spent more time on the road. Although Shi Xiaoyu also played a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, it wasn't an important role. She didn't need to attend the launching ceremony. If she wanted to join the activity, she could go, but she was on her period today, so she preferred to stay at home. After Ji Yuning met Chu Peihan, they went to Qinling Mountain together. However, Ji Yuning soon noticed that Chu Peihan wasn't right today. Normally, Chu Peihan was very talkative whenever she met Ji Yuning, but today she barely said anything. Besides, she looked upset. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Ji Yuning asked. Nothing, said Chu Peihan. She didn't deliberately keep it a secret from Ji Yuning, but she honestly had no idea how to put it. Stop lying to my face. There must be something wrong. If you're willing to tell me, we can talk about it. If not, I won't insist, said Ji Yuning. They were close, but Ji Yuning respected Chu Peihan and wouldn't force Chu Peihan to tell her what she didn't want to say. Sometimes, Ji Yuning might force Chu Peihan when the situation got serious, but normally Chu Peihan only needed care. Chapter 2532. No more about him. Not everyone was willing to tell other people about their difficulties because it might bother their friends. In addition, friends could also laugh at you. Well, that wouldn't happen between Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. Anyway, Chu Peihan was upset, but it wasn't a big problem. Therefore, since it wasn't serious, it was better if she faced it. No one could really help you, and friends couldn't help you forever. You could only grow up when you learned to deal with difficulties on your own. Whether you succeeded or failed, you could improve yourself by accepting challenges. Alright, Chu Peihan didn't have a serious problem right now. I can tell you about it, but I don't know how to put it. I'm in a total mess now, said Chu Peihan. She was willing to share it with Ji Yuning, but didn't know how. Is it about a romantic relationship? Did you fall in love with someone? Doesn't he like you? Are you sad because of that? Ji Yuning joked, not meaning it. Yes, it's about a romantic relationship, but that's not the case. A boy just confessed his affection for me, but I don't know whether I like him as much as he likes me, said Chu Peihan. She still didn't have a clear idea now. It wasn't unwanted, but she felt very uncomfortable. She could not eat or sleep well. She said that she needed more time to get to know Han Chengelin better, but she couldn't stop herself from thinking about it. In fact, even Chu Peihan didn't realize that she cared more about Han Chengelin than she thought. Yesterday morning, Han Chengelin sent her a message of greeting, and asked her whether she had finished lunch and what she had at noon. That night, he kept on chatting with her on WeChat, and said good night to her when it was late. Even this morning, he sent her a message of greeting as usual. Being cared for by someone made her feel as if life was really beautiful. There were other boys who had chased Chu Peihan before and they had also done the same thing, but she only felt that they were annoying. Only when a boy she liked did that would she feel happy. Upon hearing Chu Peihan's answer, Ji Yuning had a name in her mind, but she pretended that she knew nothing about it. Is it Han Chengelin? She asked. How could you know it? Chu Peihan was shocked. I could see that he liked you long ago, said Ji Yuning. What? Chu Peihan flushed. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning had already seen that Han Chengelin liked her, while she had no idea. She didn't know until Han Chengelin told her. So what's bothering you now? Ji Yuning asked. You know that we had an unpleasant first meeting, so I was mean to him for a long time. But afterwards I found out that he isn't a bad guy and I changed my attitude towards him. Actually I never had special feelings for him. I didn't know that he and Shi Xiaoyu are cousins until the day before yesterday. Then I learned that I didn't meet him by accident, but because he bribed Shi Xiaoyu. When their family connection was exposed, he confessed his affection for me. He said that he did everything just to be close to me, said Chu Peihan. Ji Yuning was also very surprised when she heard that Han Chengelin and Shi Xiaoyu were cousins, but she could see that Chu Peihan's every meeting with Han Chengelin always had something to do with Shi Xiaoyu, so she wasn't surprised that Shi Xiaoyu was bribed. Even then Ji Yuning didn't think it was unacceptable that Han Chengelin and Shi Xiaoyu kept their family connection a secret from Chu Peihan. After all, they didn't mean to hurt Chu Peihan. And, Ji Yuning asked, it's such a big surprise to me. I didn't know what to do, so I directly ran away, said Chu Peihan. If so, you didn't reject him either? Ji Yuning asked again. No, but I didn't accept him, said Chu Peihan. You didn't reject or accept him, which means you're impressed by him, said Ji Yuning. It couldn't be more obvious. If Chu Peihan didn't like him at all, Chu Peihan would have directly rejected him. She wouldn't be bothered by it afterwards. When Ji Yuning pointed it out, Chu Peihan was embarrassed, but she decided to be honest with Ji Yuning. He's indeed impressive, but I don't think I'm in love with him. I hesitated, so I didn't say yes. I don't know. I have no idea what to do now. I understand. You never had the idea of becoming his girlfriend, so you were surprised when he confessed his affection for you. You were not prepared for it, so you just need some time. Actually, I think Han Chengelin is a good boy. If you have a good impression of him, I think you can get to know more about him. You don't need to rush. You can make the decision after being sure of your feelings for him, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't telling Chu Peihan to stay in an ambiguous relationship with Han Chengelin, but it took time for people to get to know each other better. If they weren't sure whether they really loved one another, it would be irresponsible if they rushed to get together. Moreover, if a boy really liked a girl, he would be willing to wait. He wouldn't think it was a waste of his time, and he wouldn't easily give up. If he gave up right after trying once, it only proved that he didn't like the girl very much. Yeah, that's what I said to him, said Chu Peihan. Although she was also worried that Han Chengelin might be disappointed, she had already made up her mind. If he gave up just because he needed to wait for a while longer, it meant that he didn't really like her. Chu Peihan also wouldn't keep Han Chengelin waiting for too long. She was reluctant to waste his time. If she still hesitated to be his girlfriend after spending more time with him, she would apologize to him, then leave him. "Are you all right with Shi Xiaoyu?" asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 2533. Fine, I accept that explanation. I was mad at the beginning, but my anger went away after a short while. It isn't a big deal, and she didn't mean to hurt me. She simply wanted to set me up with Han Chengelin. "We're fine now," said Chu Peihan. Halfway there, Ji Yuning received a call from Bailey Zhongshe. "Ji Yuning, I'm at Qinling Mountain now. I heard that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower is beginning today. Will you come?" asked Bailey Zhongshe. She just left the cultivation world today and was ready to go back to school, but as soon as she came out, she heard that the shooting of the new drama produced by Ji Yuning's company would be starting at Qinling Mountain today, so she decided to ask Ji Yuning whether she would come. If Ji Yuning was coming, she would wait for her. They could go to have a look, then go to school together. "Sure, I'm on my way. If you want to go with me, wait for me. I should be there in 20 minutes, said Ji Yuning. "Great, I'll wait for you," said Bailey Zhongshe. What's Bailey Zhongshe doing at Qinling Mountain? Chu Peihan sat on the front passenger's seat, so she heard their talk on the phone. "I don't know. Perhaps she's there for fun," said Ji Yuning. She obviously couldn't tell Chu Peihan that Bailey Zhongshui's home was in the cultivation world next to Qinling Mountain. Oh, Chu Peihan asked that question casually, she didn't have to know the answer. 20 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan reached the parking lot at the foot of Qinling Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Qinling Mountain, they sensed several cultivators. It was where cultivators usually went in and out, so it was quite normal that there were cultivators. Because there weren't many visitors at Qinling Mountain during this season, search RN. WN0. L. RG, Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan saw Bailey Zhongshe the moment they entered the parking lot. Bailey Zhongshe also recognized Ji Yuning's car, so she immediately walked towards them. When Bailey Zhongshe saw Chu Peihan, an idea dawned on her and she said, "Oh, I just remembered that you'll be playing a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. Well, it seems I'm not important in your heart. You didn't remember that until you saw me. It hurts." Chu Peihan acted sad. "Come on, I've been too busy recently, so I forgot about it. The idea dawned on me the moment I saw you," Bailey Zhongshe explained. She stayed in the cultivation world all the time during the vacation, and spent every day cultivating. There wasn't any signal or internet in the cultivation world, so she couldn't use her smartphone. Her phone couldn't receive a signal until she came out today. Hearing that Bailey Zhongshe was very busy recently, Chu Peihan remembered that Bailey Zhongshe was totally absent during the vacation, so she asked, "What have you been busy with this vacation? I even felt as if you disappeared. You said nothing in our WeChat group, and didn't even reply to my messages. Will you believe it if I tell you my family dumped me deep in a mountain for training?" Bailey Zhongshe asked. She needed a persuasive reason. "Fine, I accept that explanation." Chu Peihan didn't doubt it, because Bailey Zhongshe must have received training for a very long time given her extraordinary skills. In addition, Bailey Zhongshe had told them that she spent almost every vacation training. Although Chu Peihan wasn't clear about Bailey Zhongshui's family background, she knew that Bailey Zhongshe couldn't be from an ordinary family. She didn't ask for more details, neither did Bailey Zhongshe offer any. After that, they climbed up the mountain. Due to the high altitude of Qinling Mountain, there were cable cars. However, Ji Yuning and her friends had practiced kung fu for many years, so it wasn't difficult for them to climb up a high mountain. They didn't need to take a cable car. Instead, they directly walked. Most importantly, they had enough time to get to the top of the mountain on foot. It might take ordinary people slightly more than an hour to get to the top, Qinling Temple, but Ji Yuning and her friends only spent 40 minutes on the road. They didn't even speed up. If they sped up, they could arrive within half an hour. If they ran, it would be even faster. Actually, if it was only Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe, they could get to the top within a few minutes by using Qinggong. However, there were visitors around, so they wouldn't use Qinggong. Because some people also heard that the shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin at Qinling Mountain today, they came here for fun. Qinling Temple was the main temple of Qinling Mountain, so it was also the shooting set of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. There used to be a sect at Qinling Temple, so it was very suitable for the drama. Although it had been rebuilt, it kept the same style. Normally, only about a dozen people stayed at the top, but today there were about 200 people. Among them, 40 people were the crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, about a dozen were guests invited by Luzon, while 6 people were representatives of other entertainment companies. And about 20 people were reporters, while the rest of the people were visitors and people who came to watch the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. The launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower wasn't grand, because Luzon preferred to keep it simple. He only invited familiar faces. It was just a launching ceremony, and they didn't need to advertise it. Therefore, there weren't many guests. They would do the publicity after shooting began. By the time Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the destination, the launching ceremony would begin half an hour later. All the staff were present and the equipment was ready. Only a few of the actors were absent, but they would arrive soon by cable car. Therefore, they could begin according to the schedule. Normally, the crew picked a good time for the launching ceremony so they wouldn't delay it. Because there was no road towards the top at Qinling Mountain, they moved their equipment up by cable cars. It was heavy, but they divided it into several groups and moved them up several times. Even though the equipment was heavy, each piece didn't weigh more than 100 kilos. A cable car could accommodate 6 people, and a person weighed about 100 kilos, so each cable car could move 2 or 3 pieces of equipment up the mountain. As soon as Ji Yuning showed up, everyone said hi to her. Because Chu Peihen was an actress and she attended the ceremony as an actress too, she went to see the other actors. If she stayed with Ji Yuning all the time, there might be rumors. Chapter 2534. Innocent actors from other entertainment companies didn't welcome Chu Peihen, not because there was a grudge between them, but because Chu Peihen was Ji Yuning's friend. They believed that Chu Peihen relied on Ji Yuning to get the role. Because the role was very pleasant and impressive, many actresses competed for it. However, since they failed to get the role, they turned to other roles. Several actresses who were good at acting successfully got a role in the drama. Only actors from Fenghua Entertainment were aware of Chu Peihen's acting skills and Luzon's emphasis on fairness. So they knew that Chu Peihen won the role using her abilities, not her relationship with Ji Yuning. Peihen, I'm so envious of you. You came here along with Goddess Ji Yu. Everyone knows that you two are friends. You're so lucky that you have a close friend who's a successful businesswoman. You can easily get such an important role. Once Chu Peihen walked over, an actress approached and talked to her. The actress seemed naive and kind on the surface, but her words were really harsh. If she was really a naive girl, she might be a little dumb seeing as she said something like that publicly. However, if she acted naive, she would seem calculating. In Chu Peihen's eyes, the actress was simply a calculating girl. Although the girl was only 24 years old, she wasn't new. In fact, she had joined this industry for 5 years. She couldn't be that naive. The entertainment industry was extremely complicated. Whoever joined it would become complicated too within 2 or 3 years. There were naive or dumb people, but they couldn't easily be seen. The actress was good at acting, but it was an act after all. No one, especially staff in the entertainment industry, would be fooled by her. Chu Peihen wasn't mad, not because she was tolerant, but because she didn't bother to pay much attention to the unimportant girl. In fact, she slighted the girl. With a vague smile, Chu Peihen said, "Luyun, I relied on my own abilities instead of my connections to get the role of Xiaoqi. Please don't cause misunderstandings by saying that. Anyway, Director Lu enjoys a good reputation in this industry. We all know what kind of person Director Lu is. Because Lin Luyun joined the entertainment industry earlier than Chu Peihen and was older, Chu Peihen talked to her politely. It was a rule in this industry. Even if they were competitors, or even enemies, they had to be polite to each other, at least in front of other people. Upon hearing Chu Peihen's reply, Lin Luyun panicked a little. She thought that Chu Peihen was a girl without much social experience, but unexpectedly Chu Peihen was much smarter than she thought and easily saw through her. Lin Luyun was reluctant to admit what Chu Peihen just said, so she acted innocent and explained. Peihen, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. I believe that you relied on your own abilities to get this role. I just heard a rumor that you were selected because of your connections. I was confused. Please don't be mad at me. Chu Peihen was Ji Yuning's friend, and even Lu Zan approved of her, so Lin Luyun didn't dare to offend Chu Peihen. She only said that to Chu Peihen because she was jealous, but Chu Peihen clearly wasn't easy to bully. Oh, can you tell me who told you that rumor? Chu Peihen didn't believe a word Lin Luyun just said, so she asked her meaningfully. Staring at Chu Peihen's expression, Lin Luyun understood that Chu Peihen didn't believe her. However, she still continued to act innocent. I heard some people talking about it a few days ago, but I can't remember who started the rumor. Luyun, you joined the entertainment industry years ago. You shouldn't be so innocent. I don't think you should believe whatever other people say without proof. It won't do you any good if you spread the rumor. Chu Peihen deliberately reminded Lin Luyun to be careful. Since it was just because Lin Luyun was jealous of her, Chu Peihen didn't bother to make it a serious issue. You're right. Thanks. Lin Luyun was angry from the humiliation, but she had to be nice on the surface. In the argument against Chu Peihen, Lin Luyun had totally failed. Even though they talked in a low voice, several people around them still heard their conversation, but none of them got involved. However, they secretly disdained Lin Luyun. Whether Chu Peihen got the role through her abilities or connections, Lin Luyun shouldn't make it public. Even if Chu Peihen won the role using her connections, it was undeniable that she was good at acting. In addition, her appearance was very suitable for Xiaoqi. Chu Peihen was like a tomboy, but she had a very gentle look when she was quiet. Therefore, strangers might think that she was easy to bully. Only people who knew her well wouldn't be deceived by her appearance. Su Tongnuo didn't hear what they were talking about, but she could see that it wasn't a pleasant conversation. She also knew that Lin Luyun wasn't as innocent as she seemed on the surface. Lin Luyun must have verbally attacked Chu Peihen. When Chu Peihen walked over, Su Tongnuo asked her with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Do I seem affected? I'm not easy to bully." Chu Peihen smiled. Knowing that Chu Peihen was fine, Su Tongnuo was relieved. She agreed that Chu Peihen wasn't easy to bully. Su Tongnuo and Chu Peihen had exchanged phone numbers, and they sometimes chatted with each other, so they had a good relationship. Accordingly, Su Tongnuo cared about Chu Peihen, and wasn't just gossiping. On the other side, Ji Yuning was talking with Lu Zan and some other guests who came to the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. After a while, she walked over to chat with Su Tongnuo, Han Lengxuan, and Bai Lin. When it was 20 minutes away from the ceremony, Chao Hanshan arrived. Everyone was ready 10 minutes later, so at the appointed time, a host went on the stage to make a speech. Chapter 2535, The shooting begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the launching ceremony of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower. This drama is being produced by Fenghua Entertainment, directed by famous director Lu Zan, and is starring Chao Hanshan, Su Tongnuo, Han Lengxuan, Bai Lin, and other well-known actors. It tells a story of, now, the crew will formally start the shooting at today's launching ceremony by lighting incense sticks together. Let's wish Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower a smooth shooting and a high rating. The moment the host finished, all the important guests, main actors, and Ji Yuning burned incense sticks with one accord. After that, Lu Chao, as the boss, gave a speech. Ji Yuning didn't come today as the boss. Then the producer and director gave a speech. In fact, the producer and director was both Lu Zan. After Lu Zan gave a speech, the main actors went on the stage to say a few words. Finally, the director announced the formal beginning of the shooting, and lifted the red cloth on the video camera. In the end, they took a group photo, which was the end of the launching ceremony. Although the launching ceremony was over, the shooting didn't start right away. The guests and reporters needed to have a meal together first. The restaurant was at the foot of Qinling Mountain. It wasn't large, but it was a scenic spot, so there were good restaurants. They often ate very delicious food, though the crew usually had takeout during the shooting. Ji Yuning also stayed and shared a meal with the other people. And because Bailey Zhongshe came with Ji Yuning, she stayed too. After the meal, some people left, while the whole crew of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower stayed for a meeting. Ji Yuning didn't join them, so she went to walk around with Bailey Zhongshe. When Chu Peihan was done, they would leave together. Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe went to a square. When it was only the two of them, Bailey Zhongshe said, "Oh, Senior Shengguan's house has been built. I walked by it the other day, and I took some photos. Do you want to see it?" Saying that, Bailey Zhongshe took out her phone and showed Ji Yuning the pictures. Ji Yuning had a look and thought it was beautiful. It was Shengguan Yang's house, but it was also another home for her and Leng Xiaoting. They were cultivators, so they could live much longer. They couldn't stay in the mortals' world forever. After dozens of years, people who were the same age as them would die, while they still aged slowly. It would be strange and cause unnecessary trouble if they showed up in public again. As a result, they would disappear from the public by then. "There are more," said Bailey Zhongshe, then Ji Yuning saw more. However, she noticed Jing Jinning's back in the third picture. Although there was only his back, Ji Yuning immediately recognized it. Because Ji Yuning didn't know that Jing Jinning was forbidden to leave the cultivation world, she wasn't surprised that Jing Jinning was in the cultivation world now. After all, it was where Jing Jinning's home was located. Jing Jinning stayed at home to cultivate these days, but he sometimes went out for a walk. Anyway, Jing Yarong only forbade him to leave the cultivation world, not the Jing family's house. Therefore, Jing Jinning went to see Shengguan Yang's house once in a while. However, when he went out, Jing Yarong's people would follow him. "When will you move in?" asked Bailey Zhongshe. "When it's not appropriate for us to continue to stay in the mortal world. Dozens of years later, our peers will age and die. At that time, we'll leave the mortal world and live with other identities. Otherwise people might think we're monsters if we stay young. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble," said Ji Yuning. Actually, it was sad that all of her friends would become very old while she could still stay young. It meant that they would soon leave her. Her parents and other family members would leave her as well. Right, it makes me sad when I realize that my friends will age much faster than me. Bailey Zhongshe felt Ji Yuning. "I didn't have many friends in the cultivation world before. There aren't many people in the cultivation world actually, and people spend most of their time cultivating. I can only play with my own sisters. I studied in the outside world, but the friends I made always quarreled with me about some unimportant things. I rarely had a long friendship. Luckily, I met you afterwards. Although I had to keep my real family background a secret, we're real friends. So it's really hard to see my close friends age faster than me." "Alright, stop talking about that now. No matter what, we have to face it in the future," said Ji Yuning. It was sad, but she persuaded herself to accept it. "Great, let's drop that topic." Bailey Zhongshe nodded and stopped thinking about it. They chatted as they walked till a small forest with no one inside. Because they were talking about cultivators, they needed to stay away from the crowd. However, Ji Yuning suddenly felt a cultivator rapidly running towards them. The cultivator seemed weak, which meant he or she was at an average level. Ji Yuning sensed the cultivator before Bailey Zhongshe, so she directly turned around to look at the cultivator. It was a girl who was about 17 years old. She was pretty, but her level wasn't high, so her real age should be slightly above 20. She looked angry, staring straight at Bailey Zhongshe. Obviously, Bailey Zhongshe was her target. "Someone is going to attack you," Ji Yuning reminded Bailey Zhongshe. Hearing that, Bailey Zhongshe turned around and also saw a girl walking towards her not far away. They could feel each other now, but there were many cultivators going in and out at Qinling Mountain, so they weren't surprised. Chapter 2536. Don't want to waste more time on her. However, Bailey Zhongshui's level was comparatively low, so she couldn't be sure that the girl was targeting her until she saw the girl. Upon seeing the girl, Bailey Zhongshe was mad. Obviously, she didn't want to see the girl, but the girl was already coming, so she didn't avoid her. What a shameless girl. Can't she leave me alone for a while? Bailey Zongxie complained. Ji Yuning didn't ask why, because it couldn't be more obvious that there was a grudge between them. Ji Yuning understood that she might cause inconvenience if she stayed, so she asked, "Do you need me to leave?" "No need, it's fine," said Bailey Zongxie. She didn't mind if Ji Yuning stayed. Before long, the girl reached Ji Yuning and Bailey Zongxie. The moment the girl saw Ji Yuning's face clearly, she got jealous, but she soon showed disdain because she thought that Ji Yuning was just a mortal. Therefore she ignored Ji Yuning and turned to stare at Bailey Zongxie. "Bailey Zongxie, where is Zongyang?" she asked. "Why are you asking me?" Bailey Zongxie argued in an unpleasant tone. "I need to see him," said the girl. "Go find him if you want to see him. Why do you come and ask me?" "I don't know where he is right now," said Bailey Zongxie. Actually, she knew where Bailey Zongyang was, but she refused to tell the girl. This girl's name was Jing Yulin, and Bailey Zongxie didn't think she deserved her older brother. Although Jing Yulin was a member of the Jing family and there wasn't a gap between their family's status, she had a bad character. Jing Yulin was a member of the Jing family, but she wasn't Jing Yunfei's daughter, nor was she the daughter of a collateral branch or an elder. She was Jing Yunshan's daughter. Because Jing Yunshan's husband married into the Jing family, her daughter inherited her surname. "How could you not know? You must know where he is." Jing Yulin didn't believe Bailey Zongxie's reply. She knew that Bailey Zongxie was lying. "So, I won't tell you even if I know where he is. Jing Yulin, let me be honest with you, you're not my older brother's type. Please stay away from him. My family might not care much about a girl's family background and abilities, but we do care about her character. You're not a good girl." Bailey Zongxie lost her patience. Jing Yulin. Her surname was Jing. Was she a member of the Jing family? Ji Yuning slightly cocked her eyebrow. However, she wasn't sure, because they were strangers. "You," Jing Yulin angrily shouted, "Bailey Zongxie, don't be so harsh. Why do you think I'm not a good girl? Stop damaging my reputation." A person without standards wouldn't think that they were bad, because they didn't think that their behavior was wrong. And in this way, Jing Yulin didn't think her behavior was wrong at all. "I'm damaging your reputation. It's not just my impression of you. It's well known to everyone. No one likes you. Only you think of yourself as a good girl." Bailey Zongxie mocked. Because they had a bad relationship and she hated Jing Yulin, she didn't hesitate to embarrass her. Jing Yulin was furious at the humiliation. She couldn't defeat Bailey Zongxie in the argument, so she directly used violence. Seeing that, Ji Yuning didn't get involved for the time being. Instead, she stepped to the side and watched them. She knew Jing Yulin and Bailey Zongxie were at the same level, so Jing Yulin shouldn't be able to hurt Bailey Zongxie. However, if Bailey Zongxie couldn't win, she would help her then. It wasn't the first time that Bailey Zongxie had fought against Jing Yulin, so Bailey Zongxie immediately reacted once she attacked her. Although they were at the same level, Jing Yulin was more skilled than Bailey Zongxie. Because Bailey Zongxie needed to go to school, she didn't spend much time on cultivation. On the other hand, Jing Yulin studied in a private school in the cultivation world, so she had more time to cultivate. It was a private school in the cultivation world, but they could acquire the same knowledge that people learned in the mortal world. They couldn't stay in the cultivation world forever, and they would go to the mortal world, so it was necessary for them to obtain knowledge they would use. Because Bailey Zongxie wasn't as skilled as Jing Yulin, she started to be at a disadvantage and Jing Yulin hurt her once in a while. Luckily, there wasn't a huge gap between their abilities, so it wasn't easy for Jing Yulin to injure Bailey Zongxie. "Do you need help?" Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer, so she asked Bailey Zongxie. "Yes, please. I don't want to waste more time on her." Actually, Bailey Zongxie also wanted to turn to Ji Yuning for help at this moment, but Ji Yuning spoke first, so she agreed at once. Bailey Zongxie was reluctant to waste more time on Jing Yulin. They always fought against each other till they were out of strength. However, in the past, for the Bailey Zongyang sake, Jing Yulin wouldn't fight with Bailey Zongxie until they were totally exhausted. However, she was angered by Bailey xianxia today, so she had no intention of stopping. As a result, if it continued, Bailey xianxia would certainly lose to Jing Yulin. Bailey xianxia, don't be so naive. Jing Yulin snorted, feeling that it was extremely funny when Ji Yuning said that she could help Bailey xianxia. Ji Yuning was immortal, so it was impossible for her to defeat a cultivator. Was it ridiculous? Bailey xianxia didn't think so. Let's see, said Ji Yuning, then immediately joined the fight. She didn't expose the fact that she was also a cultivator and didn't use magical power. She only used her abilities as a mortal. Because Ji Yuning didn't fight alone and was fighting together with Bailey xianxia, she didn't need to use all of her abilities. Even though Ji Yuning didn't use her magical energy, she was unbelievably strong. Therefore, together with Bailey xianxia, she quickly caused Jing Yulin to be at a disadvantage. Jing Yulin was amazed, because she didn't expect a mortal to be so strong. After that, Jing Yulin used her magical energy to attack Ji Yuning, but Bailey xianxia stopped it. Chapter 2537. Not many good people in the Jing family translations because Bailey xianxia saw that Ji Yuning didn't expose the fact that she was also a cultivator, she knew how to work with her. Right when Bailey xianxia stopped the magical power released by Jing Yulin, Ji Yuning attacked Jing Yulin. Ji Yuning moved fast and hit accurately, so she easily hit Jing Yulin. Under the force, Jing Yulin backed up a few steps and immediately created a distance between them. Afterwards, the two sides stood against each other, but nobody moved. Jing Yulin didn't move again, because she knew that she was no match for Ji Yuning and Bailey xianxia when they teamed up. If she continued to fight against them, she would be injured. Anyway, Ji Yuning's skills really impressed her. Looking at Ji Yuning, Jing Yulin was full of surprise. She was jealous of Ji Yuning's beauty and was also mad at Ji Yuning's cooperation with Bailey xianxia. "Who are you? What's your name?" asked Jing Yulin. She wanted to know more about Ji Yuning. Jing Yulin harbored grudges, so she made up her mind to pay Ji Yuning back since she got involved and even defeated her. "Keep it in mind. My name is Ji Yuning. If you want to pay me back, come to the capital university. I'm studying economics." Ji Yuning beamed at Jing Yulin, but it didn't mean that she was kind. On the contrary, she was challenging Jing Yulin. Jing Yulin understood that very well, so she got angrier. She didn't say anything further to Ji Yuning, because she already learned what she wanted to know. Jing Yulin didn't doubt Ji Yuning's reply, because Ji Yuning's attitude proved everything. There was no need for Ji Yuning to lie to her. Bailey xianxia was also aware that Jing Yulin would pay Ji Yuning back, but she said nothing. After all, Jing Yulin was no match for Ji Yuning. Since Jing Yulin asked for it herself, Bailey xianxia wouldn't bother to stop her. "Bailey xianxia, if I see you alone next time, I'll surely make you beg for my mercy." Jing Yulin was reluctant to give in, but she understood that she couldn't win today. Therefore, she stopped arguing with them and directly left after threatening Bailey xianxia. She wouldn't forgive Ji Yuning either, but she didn't threaten Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was a mortal. If she threatened a mortal, Bailey xianxia might tell on her. It was very normal for cultivators to compete against each other, so she could threaten Bailey xianxia. As long as no one was seriously injured, Tiandaozong wouldn't get involved. Their families wouldn't bother to punish them either. Therefore, Jing Yulin and Bailey xianxia always fought against one another whenever they met. Actually, it was not only Jing Yulin and Bailey xianxia, there were many other cultivators who didn't get along and secretly fought against one another. Even if someone was injured, as long as no one took it seriously, it wouldn't be a problem. They usually made it very clear before they had a competition. There would be a witness and evidence to prove that both sides agreed. "Fine, then I'll tell my older brother how malicious you are." Bailey xianxia shouted to Jing Yulin's back. She wasn't afraid of Jing Yulin, and she was simply unwilling to waste more time on Jing Yulin. Hearing that, Jing Yulin stumbled. She turned around and gave Bailey xianxia a glare. Without a word, she left. "Who is she?" When Jing Yulin was gone, Ji Yuning asked. She wanted to find out whether Jing Yulin was a member of the Jing family. "She's Jing Yulin, a member of the Jing family." Her mother is Jing Yunchen. Because her father married into the Jing family, she inherited her mother's surname, said Baili Zhongshe. Ji Yuning nodded. It turned out that Jing Yulin was really a member of the Jing family. No wonder she was so hateful. Jing Yulin is really a bad girl. She easily gets jealous, but only dares to bully the weak. For example, she likes my older brother, so she has done everything to stop my older brother's other admirers from approaching him. However, she only dares to bully the girls who are weaker than her. She dares not mess with Dongfang Ziyu. Although Dongfang Ziyu isn't my older brother's girlfriend, they are a widely acknowledged perfect match in the cultivation world. But there is no chemistry between them. They simply don't hate each other. My family and the Dongfang family are willing to form an alliance, but it still depends on them, said Baili Zhongshe, but she suddenly realized that she had gone too far. Oh, where did I go? I was talking about Jing Yulin, but ended up with my older brother. Anyway, there are many other examples to prove that Jing Yulin isn't a good girl. She actually has a fiancé, but her fiancé isn't as handsome and strong as my older brother. Her fiancé's family background is also not comparable to my family. Therefore, she keeps on bothering my older brother. During these years, my older brother rarely comes back to the cultivation world, so she can't see him very often. As a result, she started to bother me. She has tried to force me to take her to see him. I honestly don't know why she can be so shameless. Baili Zhongshe really disliked Jing Yulin. Unfortunately, she wasn't stronger than her, or she would teach her a lesson. There aren't many good people in the Jing family, said Ji Yuning. She had met several members of the Jing family till now, and each of them was very hateful. Only Jing Yunyao and Jing Jining were pleasant to get along with. Right, there are only a few good people in the Jing family. Only Junior Mr. Jing's family is upright and kind. Their patriarch's family is the most hateful. Baili Zhongshe said, "Oh, I must tell you this. The Jing family's patriarch actually had a daughter with his first wife. The girl's name is Jing Yunyao. I heard Jing Yunyao was bullied by her stepmother and step-siblings ever since she was little. She didn't get any attention from her father until she made great progress. However, she ran away from the Jing family afterwards. She left the cultivation world for the mortal world. There is a rule in the cultivation world. Cultivators can't be together with mortals. If anyone dares to break the rule, he or she will be deprived of all their abilities as a cultivator before being chased out of the cultivation world. But I heard Jing Yunyao was killed. It has something to do with her father. I don't know whether it's true, but everyone is secretly saying that. I think it's highly likely to be the truth." Chapter 2538, Immortal. What's his name? Translation saying that, Baili Zhongshe gave a sign. If it's true, the Jing family's patriarch is really cruel. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs, but he killed his own daughter. Even though she made a mistake, it isn't a reason for him to kill her. Baili Zhongshe had a deep sympathy for Jing Yunyao. Talking about that, Ji Yuning was also affected. Jing Yarong had indeed tried to kill Jing Yunyao, though luckily Jing Yunyao survived. However, Leng Yuanan was dead. Therefore, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting were determined to take revenge. They were almost ready. Before long, they would go to pay Jing Yarong back in the cultivation world. They stayed in the small forest for a few minutes, before Chu Peihen called Ji Yuning, saying that the meeting was over and they could leave now. After that, Ji Yuning told her to meet them at the car, and that they were waiting for her. 5 minutes later, Chu Peihen came. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were also ready to leave. Once Chu Peihen got in the car, they drove away. "How is it? When will you join the crew?" asked Ji Yuning. "I'll join them after 3 days. The shooting of my part will last 3 months, so I'm afraid I'll have to spend 2/3 of the time at the set," said Chu Peihen. Although the shooting of her part would last 3 months, she would have time for a rest. She didn't need to show her face in front of the cameras every day, so she could go back to school for classes when she was free. It might affect her studies, but it was unavoidable for a student who studied in a film academy. Moreover, their school allowed her to do it. Actually, since students who went to study in a film academy aimed to become famous, there was no time limit for their debut. Many people hoped that students could finish their education before finding a job. However, the competition was fierce in the entertainment industry. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to show their faces in front of the cameras. If any one of them could gain some fame, their school would be proud, so they could build their career while they were studying in school. They just needed to keep studying at the same time, and it wouldn't be a problem as long as they could pass the exams. In addition, given Chu Peihen's status, their school had no reason to stop her. She was Professor Gu's student. She had a bright future ahead. Do you plan to take the cruise car, or drive your own car? If you drive a car on your own, it'll be more convenient. I can prepare a car for you if you want, said Ji Yuning. Chu Peihen thought for a while, and also thought that it would be more convenient for her to drive her own car. However, after she joined the crew, she wouldn't need a car most of the time. The transportation at Qinling Mountain was convenient as well, so she didn't really need a car. Most importantly, she was unwilling to occupy Ji Yuning's car. Therefore, Chu Peihen made a decision. I know it'll be more convenient if I drive a car on my own, but the shooting will last for a long time, so I don't think a car is really necessary. I prefer not to drive by myself, but if I need it, I'll tell you later. Chu Peihen didn't want to upset Ji Yuning. Sure. Since Chu Peihen made her choice, Ji Yuning didn't comment on it further. You're a new face. You don't have an assistant and have to deal with everything on your own, but if you need any help, you can turn to Chao Hanshan or Su Tongyuo for help. They'll help you, said Ji Yuning. In fact, even if Ji Yuning didn't mention it, they would go to help Chu Peihen if she needed them. After all, Chu Peihen was Ji Yuning's friend, and they got along well with each other. Therefore, they would take care of Chu Peihen whether Ji Yuning told them to do so or not. Thanks, said Chu Peihen. When Jing Yulin was back in the Jing family's house, she met Jing Yunyan, who was about to go out. Because Jing Yulin was still mad, she looked very unhappy. Oh, what happened? You look angry, Jing Yunyan joked. Jing Yulin wasn't easygoing, but Jing Yunyan didn't have a bad impression of her. Instead, he treated her even better than Jing Bingji. Jing Bingji was more obedient, but she was never close to Jing Yunyan ever since she was little, so their relationship wasn't very good. Jing Yulin had a bad reputation, but she always played with Jing Yunyan since childhood, so they were very close. I just left the cultivation world and saw Baili Zhongshe at the square of Qinling Mountain. I asked her where Baili Zongyang is, but she refused to tell me. She even humiliated me. I got mad, so I fought against her, said Jing Yulin. Because everyone was aware that she liked Baili Zongyang and was chasing him, she didn't bother to keep it a secret. The Jing family had actually reminded her not to mess with Baili Zongyang, but she wouldn't listen. Anyway, she hadn't caused any serious trouble, so her family didn't bother to restrict her. I was at an advantage, but Baili Zongshui's mortal friend helped her, so I was defeated. I didn't expect a mortal to be so strong. If Baili Zongshe hadn't been there, I would have beaten her shit out. Said Jing Yulin, feeling angrier. A mortal. What's her name? Jing Yunyan thought of Ji Yuning at once, because the only strong mortal he knew who had a close relationship with Baili Zongshe was Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, a student from the capital university, said Jing Yulin. It was indeed her. Because Ji Yuning worked with Baili Zongshe and defeated Jing Yulin, Jing Yunyan wasn't surprised. After all, Baili Zongshe was at the same level as Jing Yulin. There wasn't a huge difference between their abilities. Therefore, when Ji Yuning joined their fight, she only helped Baili Zongshe a little instead of saving Baili Zongshe. Alright, take it easy. If you meet her again, teach her a lesson then, said Jing Yunyan to comfort Jing Yulin. Chapter 2539, When Was I Mad? Jing Yunyan's words worked for Jing Yulin and her anger immediately went away. Of course, if I meet the girl called Ji Yuning again, I'll surely teach her a lesson. She only dared to teach Ji Yuning a lesson, but didn't dare to injure her seriously. Since if she injured a mortal badly, Tiandaozong would punish her. However, I think you better stay away from Baili Zongyang. It's impossible for you two to be together, said Jing Yunyan. He was proud of Jing Yulin, but still felt that she and Baili Zongyang weren't a match. Most importantly, Bailey Zongyang had no interest in Jing Yulin, so he was afraid it would only cause their family trouble if Jing Yulin kept bothering Bailey Zongyang. To be honest, the Jing family's reputation was already damaged. He was going to be the new patriarch of their family, so he cared a lot about their family's reputation. No matter what the Jing family had done, whether it was wrong or right, they wouldn't allow other people to judge them. No, I only want Zongyang. He's handsome, outstanding. Jing Yulin refused to give Bailey Zongyang up. Even though Bailey Zongyang never bothered to pay any attention to her, she admired, loved, and pursued him as usual. Her face lit up whenever she talked about Bailey Zongyang. Jing Yunyan shook his head resignedly. He didn't want to say anything further, because Jing Yulin wouldn't listen. Fine, I know you won't listen, but bear this in mind. Don't cause serious trouble. Do you understand? Jing Yunyan said with a serious expression. Although he had a good relationship with Jing Yulin, it didn't mean that he had to spoil her under any circumstances. When she didn't cause serious trouble, he could turn a blind eye to her. However, if she caused serious trouble, he wouldn't tolerate it. I know, said Jing Yulin in an upset tone. She wasn't annoyed by Jing Yunyan's warning, because she knew that he was going to be the new patriarch. It was his duty to protect their family's reputation. On their way back, Ji Yuning told Bailey Zongxie to ask Song Miaoge and their other friends whether they were at school. If they were, they could share a meal that afternoon. Ji Yuning would first drive Bailey Zongxie back to school, then she would finish the enrollment before going to have a meal with her friends. Bailey Zongxie immediately called Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai had just enrolled, so they were in the dormitory now. Hearing that Ji Yuning would be back in a while, they were excited to see her. At the same time, Ji Yuning also told Chu Peihan to call Mu Kei and Yu Mixi. Because the enrollment began today, they arrived at school a few days earlier. They had also finished their enrollment, so they were free now. They hadn't chosen a restaurant for dinner yet, but they would let their friends know once it was done. Before long, Ji Yuning and Bailey Zongxie finished enrollment, then they left school together. After thinking for a while, they decided to eat hot pot. All of them liked hot pot, not because it was cheap, but because it was a very good choice for winter. Once they settled on the place, Chu Peihan called Mu Kei and Yu Mixi over. Because their schools weren't far apart and the restaurant they chose was right in the middle, Mu Kei and Yu Mixi arrived at the appointed place right after Ji Yuning and the others. However, Yu Mixi didn't seem to be in a good mood, while Mu Kei was trying to please her. Upon seeing Ji Yuning and the others, Yu Mixi smiled at them. Obviously, she was only mad at Mu Kei. It was very normal for a couple to have arguments. Moreover, it was their personal affair, so Ji Yuning and the others wouldn't ask about it. They just pretended that they didn't notice. For convenience, Ji Yuning booked a private room, since if they dined in the hall, their loud conversation might affect other people. During the meal, they talked happily, except for the fact that Yu Mixi ignored Mu Kei. After they finished the meal, Ji Yuning couldn't drive each of them back because there were too many people. Bailey Zongxie was a cultivator, so she could protect herself and some of the girls. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't send Bailey Zongxie, Song Miaoge, and Zhang Zikai back. Instead, they took a taxi by themselves. After all, there was a short distance. And even if there was a long distance, Bailey Zongxie and the others wouldn't mind. They didn't want to bother Ji Yuning to send them back. There were so many people, and it was impossible for her to send all of them back. Therefore, Ji Yuning drove Mu Kei and Yu Mixi back to school first, then sent Chu Peihan to school before returning to the Sihewan. As for the conflict between Yu Mixi and Mu Kei, it actually wasn't a big problem. A girl confessed her affection for Mu Kei by sending him a message today, and Yu Mixi read it by accident. It made her unhappy, so she deliberately ignored Mu Kei. Mu Kei directly told the girl that he already had a girlfriend and that he loved his girlfriend deeply. After that, he ignored the girl. However, Yu Mixi still felt uncomfortable, but she was much better after having a meal with her friends. I want to eat ice cream. Go buy one for me. Before they walked into their school, Yu Mixi spoke in slight annoyance. Anyway, since she was talking to Mu K now, it meant that she was no longer mad. It's cold. Ice cream isn't good for your body. Mu K was very happy that Mixi was willing to talk to him, but he disagreed with her idea. I just want to eat ice cream. Go buy one for me, or I'll do it myself. Mixi acted angry and was about to walk away. She was just really annoyed at this moment. If Mu K bought an ice cream for her right now, she wouldn't be mad, but she would be upset if Mu K didn't. Even though Mu K cared about her health and thought that she shouldn't have ice cream in winter, Mixi was annoyed now, so she didn't really care. Alright, I'll go buy it right away. Mu K pulled Mixi back at once. In order to stop her from getting angrier, he gave in. The next moment, he ran to buy ice cream for Mixi. Before long, he came back with ice cream and handed it to Mixi. Mixi took it and ate it when she walked ahead, leaving Mu K behind. After eating up the ice cream, Mixi's anger completely went away. Are you still mad? Asked Mu K. Mad? Why should I be mad? When was I mad? Mixi asked. She didn't admit that she was mad just then. When was she mad? She wasn't mad at all. Chapter 2540, Visit the Cultivation World. Mu K complained to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Anyway, since Mixi wasn't mad, it was already the best result. There was no need for them to talk about it. Well, I wasn't really mad, because you've done nothing wrong. It's the girl's fault. She should be aware that you already have a girlfriend, but she still confessed to you. I know you're innocent. I just couldn't help getting upset for a while, said Mixi. She understood that she shouldn't be mad at Mu K, but sometimes it was hard to control her emotions. Besides, people lose their reason in love. I know, said Mu K, then held Mixi's hand. Looking at Mixi, he said seriously, it's still my fault that your mood was affected by the girl. But I can't stop other girls from confessing to me. It's their own actions. All I can do is reject them. Mixi, I promise you're the only girl I sincerely like. I love you. Alright, I trust you. Stop it now. Mixi seemed to disdain his words, but she was full of happiness. It was dark now, but it was only 8 p.m., so it was still early. Therefore the two of them had a walk in the small forest hand in hand. There were many couples in their university, so many couples were walking in the small forest. When Ji Yuning got back to the Sihewan, everyone was chatting casually in the living room, so Ji Yuning joined them. Junior Ji Yu, the New Year festival is over now. Can you arrange a job for us to do? Si Jin asked Ji Yuning with slight embarrassment, because Ji Yuning told them that she would arrange for them to do a job and learn how to drive after the New Year festival. They weren't in a rush to make money, but they felt that they should do something after staying here for such a long time. Ji Yuning hadn't forgotten about it, and decided to make the arrangement soon. Sure, I'll arrange for you to do a job tomorrow. You can join my company first. Before you carry out tasks, you need to receive training to become qualified bodyguards. At the beginning, you two will work separately. You'll learn from experienced colleagues. When you're good enough to do a task on your own, you can work together then. But there aren't always tasks every day, so you can learn how to drive when you're free, said Ji Yuning. Great, thank you so much, Junior Ji Yu. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin nodded. Well, you two have only stayed with me for a while, but you already can't wait to go out to work. I'll be alone again, said Shengguan Yang in a sad tone, as if he was Beiji abandoned. However, he was just saying that, because they couldn't wander around forever. We've done nothing during this time, and we're getting lazy. If we have time, we'll come back and keep your company after work, said Si Jin to comfort Shengguan Yang. Right, Uncle Shengguan, I'm sure you don't want us to be useless, right? Zhang Liluo said. Alright, I know you have a bunch of reasons, said Shengguan Yang unhappily. In fact, he was so used to them being with him recently, that he'd feel a little lonely if they suddenly left for work. He had been alone for hundreds of years, and never felt lonely before. However, after living in the mortal world for a while, he started to change. He didn't want to be alone any longer. Master Shangguan, when did you start to hate being alone? Ji Yuning joked. It's all because of you. I used to be alone every day and never felt bored, but now I can't stand it when I'm left alone at home, said Shengguanyang, feeling upset. We're only absent for a few days. You can go out and have fun with your old pals. Don't you have many old friends? We'll come back after we're done with our job. You won't be alone, said Ji Yuning. You're a liar. You're the one who's absent for most of the time. Xiaoting isn't in the capital because of his job. But you're in the capital, yet you rarely come back. I sometimes even wonder whether you've forgotten me. Shengguanyang criticized Ji Yuning in annoyance. He knew that Ji Yuning was occupied with work and study, but he was unhappy that he was being ignored. Ji Yuning felt slightly guilty and rubbed her nose. Well, I have a lot of things to do. I'll visit you more often in the future. Please don't blame me. Did I blame you? Did I? I'm not an unreasonable master. Shengguanyang denied it emotionally. It seemed as if he was wronged. Although he had no intention to blame Ji Yuning, what he just said implied that he was unhappy. Therefore, he wasn't being honest with his feelings. No, you didn't. Ji Yuning was amused by his reaction and dropped the topic. Oh, I met my cultivator friend, Baili Zhongshe, at Qinling Mountain today. She showed me the house Uncle Jing built for Master Shengguan. It's almost done. I have some photos of it. Although there is only a gate in the pictures, it looks grand, said Ji Yuning, taking out her phone. Then she showed the others the photos Baili Zhongshe sent her. When Shengguanyang and Jing Yunyao saw Jing Jinning's back, they recognized him with a glance. However, they didn't know that Jing Jinning was forbidden to leave the cultivation world and couldn't go out. After looking at the photos, Shengguanyang was very satisfied. Although he had a low standard for his residence, he was excited to see such a beautiful house. Oh, Master Shengguan, if you're bored, why don't you visit the cultivation world? How about we have a tour there tomorrow? I can settle Senior Zhang and Senior Sis' job tomorrow morning. Then I'll come back for a meal at noon, and we can go to the cultivation world together, said Ji Yuning. She didn't have any premonition, it was only a sudden idea. Great, we can visit it tomorrow afternoon. Shengguanyang agreed. Since they already built a house in the cultivation world and decided to live there in the future, they should naturally visit there more often and get familiar with people in Tiandaozong. Only Shengguanyang and Ji Yuning needed to go, because it wasn't time for Jing Yunyao to take revenge yet. She wouldn't go with them. Knowing that Shengguanyang and Ji Yuning would visit the cultivation world, Jing Yunyao wanted to go there too, but it wasn't the right time. She had to be patient. Anyway, they could soon take revenge in the cultivation world. Chapter 2541, Anyone to Challenge Them. At 8 a.m., Ji Yuning and the others finished breakfast at the Siheiwan, then Ji Yuning took Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to her company. Although they were offered a job directly by Ji Yuning, they needed to be qualified to join the staff. They needed to convince other people that they were hired by Ji Yuning, instead of just getting a job due to their relationship with her. After arriving at her company, Ji Yuning took them to a training room. Normally, when the bodyguards didn't need to go out and do a task, they went to work according to the schedule, then trained in the training room. They went to work at 9 a.m., and got off work at 6 p.m. When Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the company, it was nearly 9 a.m. Even though they only needed to go to work at 9 a.m., they normally came earlier, arriving at about 8:30 a.m. They would put on their training uniform, then go to the training room. At the moment, there were about 70 bodyguards in Ji Yuning's security company. They were divided into 5 groups. Each group leader was a professional killer hired by Ji Yuning. In addition, among the 70 bodyguards, about a dozen were women. There was no gender limit for this job, and sometimes women were even more suitable to carry out tasks. However, it was a fact that there were more men than women in this industry. Although they normally trained in the training room at the company, they would have field training once a week. After all, the space in the company was limited and they couldn't cause too much noise, because it would affect other staff's work. Ba Tianyang was the chief coach for Ji Yuning's security company. Speaking of Ba Tianyang, it was necessary to mention Song Mani. Their romantic relationship was finally public. In other words, they were formally together. Ba Tianyang didn't care that Song Manny had been divorced before, and Song Manny didn't mind that Ba Tianyang used to be a killer. Ba Tianyang honestly told Song Manny that he used to be a killer. Song Manny was very surprised at the beginning, and it wasn't easy for her to accept. However, after they got along with each other for a long time, Song Manny felt that Ba Tianyang was really a good man and she gradually fell in love with him. In addition, since he was no longer a professional killer, he had changed. And he was picked by Ji Yuning, so he couldn't be a bad person. Anyway, everyone had a history. No one was perfect, and she didn't think that she had the right to ask for a better man. She felt protected being with Ba Tianyang, not because he was strong, but because he was protective of her. He really cared about her. At this time, bodyguards without tasks came to the training room for their daily routine. Ba Tianyang and the other group leaders were also present. There were dozens of bodyguards in the security company. About a half went out to do tasks, while about a dozen were on a vacation. Some just finished a task and would be free for a few days, while some had a holiday. Because they didn't have weekends and they could only be off work for a day in a week, they rested in turns. Therefore, there were only 24 bodyguards in the company at the moment. However, no matter how many were there, they still needed to train. When Ji Yuning walked in with Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, everyone greeted her. After that, Ji Yuning explained why she brought them here. Now, let me introduce you, this is Zhang Liluo, and this is Si Jin. Both of them are the new bodyguards hired by me. They've never worked in this industry before, so they know very little about it, but they're excellent at fighting. In order to prove that, you can challenge them as you want, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, they exchanged a glance. Since Jing Liluo and Si Jin were picked by Ji Yuning, they believed that they were qualified, but they were excited to challenge them. One man stood out and said, "Chairman Ji Yu, I want to challenge Mr. Zhang." He had a very good attitude, and didn't want to provoke Zhang Liluo. He simply wanted to make sure of his proficiency. No problem. Zhang Liluo agreed, then stepped forward. After that, they got ready to spar. Zhang Liluo didn't use his magical energy, because Ji Yuning had reminded him to control himself when he was fighting with mortals. Only when the mortal was an extremely bad person could he kill them, though he should do his best not to kill. Although Zhang Liluo didn't use his magical energy, he was still much stronger than the man, so he easily defeated the bodyguard in a minute or so. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. It was amazing. The bodyguard who challenged Zhang Liluo was better than most of his colleagues, but he still failed in about a minute. "I lost. You're really unbelievable. You have my respect," said the bodyguard. He accepted the result, because he knew that there were people who were better than him. He didn't feel mad when he was defeated. Other people stepped ahead to challenge Zhang Liluo, but all of them failed, so no one went to challenge him again. However, Si Jin was left standing there, so a female bodyguard stood out and said, "I think I'll challenge Miss Si." "Sure," said Si Jin and walked ahead. Once they were ready, the fight competition began. The female bodyguard was as strong as the male bodyguard, while Si Jin was at the same level as Zhang Liluo, so the spar was over in about a minute too. This time, they were all convinced that Jing Liluo and Si Jin were qualified bodyguards. "So, anyone want to challenge them again?" asked Ji Yuning. No one answered, which meant that nobody wanted to challenge them again. "Great, from now on, you'll work together. I hope you can get along well," said Ji Yuning. "Yes, ma'am," they replied loudly. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Ba Tianyang to have a private talk in her office, because she planned to let Zhang Liluo and Si Jin join Ba Tianyang's group. Ji Yuning told Ba Tianyang to train them first. If there was a task, he could arrange for someone to take them to carry out the task. However, if there were any dangerous tasks, he could assign the tasks to Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Ji Yuning said that, not because she didn't care about their safety, but because they were the best bodyguards in her security company. Once they took action, it would be nearly impossible for them to fail. Ba Tianyang had absolute trust in Ji Yuning, so he agreed. After that, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin stayed in the company for training, while Ji Yuning went to her office. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were quick learners. Ba Tianyang only needed to teach them once, so they quickly got familiar with the rules. It surprised Ba Tianyang, and he even wondered whether they had worked as bodyguards before. Chapter 2542. Envious and jealous. Although it was the first time that they had worked in this industry, they had done their homework on the internet beforehand. Moreover, they had a very good memory and an agile mind, so they learned quickly. Ba Tianyang only needed to teach them once, and they immediately got familiar with all the rules. However, they hadn't carried out a task yet, so they still needed chances to put their knowledge into practice. Ji Yuning left for the Sihewan from her company at 11 a.m. and shared a meal with Shengguan Yang before going to the cultivation world. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin had lunch at the company and would go back after they got off work this afternoon. Because there was a long distance between the city center and the southern district, and neither Zhang Liluo nor Si Jin could drive now, they took the subway to work. Ji Yuning had told them to learn how to buy tickets, so she believed that they could handle it. If they still didn't know how to buy tickets, they could ask passers-by about it. There were many helpful people nowadays. Back in the Sihewan, Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing were absent. Ji Yuning thought that they must have gone to the flower shop. Therefore, after finishing the meal with Shengguan Yang, Ji Yuning disguised herself for Qinghe, then she drove Shengguan Yang's car to Qinling Mountain. She used Shengguan Yang's car, instead of hers, because she didn't want anyone to find out who she was. Only Ji Yuning and Shengguan Yang would go to the cultivation world this time, so Ji Yuning drove. At Qinling Mountain, Ji Yuning showed her quality as a cultivator. After parking the car, the two of them took the road towards the cultivation world. At the boundary at the foot of the mountain, they met Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua by accident. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were very surprised to see them, but they also heard that they had built a house in the cultivation world. Accordingly, it was quite normal that they came in and out of the cultivation world. They respected Shengguan Yang, so they greeted him first. Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan. I'm Dongfang Ziyu. Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan. I'm Wu Shunhua. Nice to see you too. Shengguan Yang nodded. He seemed a little arrogant in front of outsiders, and was only nice to his people. Afterwards, Shengguan Yang continued to walk ahead, followed by Ji Yuning. As juniors, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua couldn't leave right away. They could only go when Shengguan Yang was gone. When Ji Yuning left, Dongfang Ziyu gave her a glance. She didn't recognize Ji Yuning, but noticed that Ji Yuning had already reached the heartbeat stage. Ji Yuning was only in the mixture stage at their last meeting. Dongfang Ziyu had to admit that she was jealous of Ji Yuning's rapid progress. Why couldn't she have such good luck and become Shengguan Yang's disciple? Although it mainly depended on their talent to cultivate, the master's abilities were also very important. Dongfang Ziyu was well known for her talent in the cultivation world, and had a good master, but her master was barely comparable to Shengguan Yang. If Shengguan Yang could be her master, she would be able to break through the golden core stage to the Yuanying period. Even if she couldn't make that much progress, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of the golden core stage. After all, there was a huge gap between the two stages. Ji Yuning could feel that Dongfang Ziyu glanced at her, but she didn't care. Dongfang Ziyu didn't speak again until Ji Yuning and Shengguan Yang were far away. I didn't expect Qinghe to reach the heartbeat stage within such a short time. I think she should be in the middle stage or at the peak now. There was obvious envy and jealousy in her tone. Even though she was still at a higher level than Qinghe, she couldn't help getting jealous of Qinghe's rapid progress. In that situation, Qinghe would surpass her within a few years. What? The heartbeat stage? Wu Shunhua was shocked. Because he was in the early stage of the heartbeat stage, he didn't notice it. He didn't sense the difference in Ji Yuning's current level, because the lower the level a cultivator was at, the weaker his or her senses were. Only cultivators who were at levels above the golden core stage could feel other cultivators' levels. Really, it has only been a short time, and yet she is already in the heartbeat stage. She's even either in the middle stage or at the peak. It's unbelievable. Wu Shunhua felt envious too. He had stayed in the early stage of the heartbeat stage for years and couldn't get any better. He knew that he didn't have much talent, but he also dreamed about becoming a top cultivator. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he still made slow progress. Actually, there weren't many cultivators at Wu Shunhua's age in the early stage of the heartbeat stage. His talent and level weren't common in the cultivation world. There were only a few cultivators who were born with great talent. Once Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning reached the foot of the mountain, Sheng Guanyang took out his magical sword and directly carried Ji Yuning to the entrance of the cultivation world. After they entered the cultivation world, they still rode the magical sword till the center. There weren't many cultivators who could fly with a sword in the cultivation world, so they immediately attracted a lot of attention along the way. Many cultivators had heard of Sheng Guanyang, but not many had met him in reality. Only members of the major families and the participants had shown up at the Kung Fu competition last time. Not many ordinary citizens went there, so they didn't know Sheng Guanyang. Because they rarely saw the elders of Tiandaozong, they thought that Sheng Guanyang might be an elder. Anyway, they didn't recognize him, so no one greeted him. After Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning arrived at the center, they went straight to see their house. It was their first visit and they actually didn't know where it was, but Ji Yuning had seen photos of it, so she quickly found it with the help of her jade eyes. Since they were in the cultivation world, they should naturally go to see Jing Jining, but they didn't know where the Jing family was. Even if they knew where it was, they couldn't go to see Jing Jining at the Jing family's house. They were unwilling to meet other members of the Jing family, so Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang went to their residence first, then they would invite Jing Jining over. Before they went inside, they met several disciples from Tiandaozong. As soon as they saw Sheng Guanyang, they walked towards them. "Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan. I'm Yang Ping, a disciple from Tiandaozong." Chapter 2543, How Could You Disobey the Patriarch? Translations, Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan. I'm Lu Min, a disciple from Tiandaozong. They greeted Sheng Guanyang. Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning had met them before, but didn't know their names. "Nice to see you too." Sheng Guanyang replied, then asked, "Are you busy now?" Sheng Guanyang wanted them to help him bring Jing Jining over, but they had to have time to do that for him. "We're not. We're free these days, so we're wandering around on the street." Upon hearing Sheng Guanyang's question, they knew that he needed them to do something for him. "Well, I need someone to do me a favor now. Would you please help me?" Sheng Guanyang asked. "Of course, Senior Shengguan. Whatever you need, we're more than willing to help," they said sincerely. They were unimportant people, and felt very honored that they were able to exchange greetings with such an important figure like Sheng Guanyang. They were indeed more than willing to help Sheng Guanyang. "Great, please help me visit the Jing family and ask Jing Jining to come to my residence to see me," said Sheng Guanyang. He was very nice to them. They thought it might be something very important, and they got nervous in case they couldn't do it well, so they were all relieved when they heard that Sheng Guanyang only needed them to call someone over. "No problem, we'll go to the Jing family's house and tell Lord Jing to come to see you right away," answered Yang Ping. "Thank you so much," said Sheng Guanyang. "It's our pleasure." "Well, I guess we need to go now," said Yang Ping, then they immediately left. Onlookers figured out Sheng Guanyang's identity when they noticed that disciples from Tiandaozong spoke to him respectfully. So they also stepped forward to say hi to Sheng Guanyang. However, they only exchanged greetings, and didn't bother Sheng Guanyang. In fact, they didn't dare to waste his time. Sheng Guanyang replied to all of them politely. Before long, Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning arrived at Sheng Guanyang's residence. Because the house wasn't completely finished, there were still people busy building. They didn't know Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning, but they were polite to them after Ji Yuning told them their identities. They didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words, because nobody would dare to disguise himself as Sheng Guanyang. The cultivation world wasn't large, so if anyone dared to do that, it would soon be exposed. After that, some of the construction workers took them inside. Only the outer layer of Sheng Guanyang's residence wasn't finished yet, so the inside was already furnished and decorated. At the same time, Yang Ping and the others arrived at the Jing family's house. Although they were just disciples in the primary level of Tiandaozong, the Jing family's security guards didn't dare to slight them. "We're disciples from Tiandaozong. Is Lord Jing home? We need to see him," said Yang Ping politely. He wasn't arrogant at all. Some disciples from Tiandaozong might look down their noses at ordinary citizens, but only a few of them did that. Most disciples were modest. "Yes, please wait for a while. I'll deliver the message right now." The domestic servant didn't know that Jing Jining was forbidden to leave, so he told the truth when someone asked him about Jing Jining. He thought that it was Tiandaozong that wanted to see Jing Jining, so he didn't dare to delay it, nor did he ask them why they wanted to see Jing Jining. "Thanks," said Yang Ping. After that, the Jing family's domestic servant went inside to deliver the message. No one stopped him along the way, so he smoothly went to the southern yard. Jing Jining was also there, so the domestic servant successfully saw him. After that, the domestic servant told Jing Jining that several disciples from Tiandaozong wanted to see him, then Jing Jining followed them out. On his way out, he met Jing Yunyan. "Hey, Jining, where are you going?" Jing Yunyan asked. "A few disciples from Tiandaozong want to see me outside. I'm going to see them," said Jing Jining. He also thought that Tiandaozong wanted to see him. He had no idea that it was Shangguan Yang who wanted to see him. "Oh, I'll go with you," said Jing Yunyan. He wouldn't stop watching Jing Jining, in case Jing Jining spread any news. "Whatever," said Jing Jining casually. In fact, whether they paid special attention to him or not, it wouldn't change anything. Even if he said nothing, Jing Yunyao would still come. The final result wouldn't change just because of him. Afterwards, Jing Yunyan followed Jing Jining out. Outside the gate, they saw Yang Ping and his companions. "Nice to see you, Lord Jing." Yang Ping and the others politely greeted Jing Jining and Jing Yunyan. Although Jing Jining was unfamiliar with them, he still knew their names. "Hi, Junior Yang, what can I do for you?" "Lord Jing, it actually isn't us, but Senior Shengguan wants to see you. He came to the cultivation world. Now he's in his residence. He asked us to invite you over," said Yang Ping. Knowing that it was Shangguan Yang who wanted to see Jing Jining, both Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining were greatly surprised. I'm sorry, Jining has something else to deal with. I'm afraid he can't go. Please pass our apologies to Senior Shangguan." Jing Yunyan was afraid that Jing Jining might say something inappropriate after meeting Shangguan Yang, so he opened his mouth and stopped them at once. Was it just a coincidence that Shangguan Yang came to see Jing Jining at this moment? Did Shangguan Yang know anything? Did Jing Jining send someone to tell Shangguan Yang behind their backs? Was that the reason why Shangguan Yang wanted to see Jing Jining now? Whether it was a coincidence or not, he had to stop Jing Jining from meeting Shangguan Yang. "Oh, do I have something else to deal with? How come I didn't know that?" Jing Jining argued with Jing Yunyan. He understood what Jing Yunyan wanted to do, but Shangguan Yang was already here. He couldn't stop him from meeting Shangguan Yang. Jing Yunyan was aware that Jing Jining refused to listen to him, so he warned him coldly. "It's the Patriarch's order. I think you should know. We'll talk about that after I meet Senior Shangguan," said Jing Jining. He didn't bother to ask for permission, because Shangguan Yang came to see him. "How could you disobey the Patriarch?" Jing Yunyan threatened. "Why are you stopping me from seeing Senior Shangguan? It's not often for Senior Shangguan to visit the cultivation world. He wants to see me. You have no reason to stop me. If other people hear that, they might think that you don't get along with Senior Shangguan and even disdain him," said Jing Jining, because he clearly knew Jing Yunyan's intention. Chapter 2544, We're Not Strangers, Bullshit. "I don't dislike Senior Shangguan at all. Why are you trying to hurl the blame on me?" Jing Yunyan questioned angrily. Actually, he indeed disliked Shangguan Yang because Shangguan Yang had a relationship with Jing Jining and Jing Yunyao. If it weren't for Shangguan Yang, they wouldn't be so afraid of Jing Yunyao. However, although he disliked Shangguan Yang, he didn't dare to disdain him. It was precisely because he was in awe of Shangguan Yang that he stopped Jing Jining from seeing him. Therefore, he disliked Shangguan Yang, but wouldn't let Shangguan Yang know. He was reluctant to have a grudge against Shangguan Yang. Therefore, since there were other people with them and they were sent here by Shangguanyang, Jing Yunyan had to deny it. If not, why do you still want to stop me? Jing Jining asked deliberately. I don't want to stop you, but the patriarch wants to see you, said Jing Yunyan. He looked serious on the surface, as if it was true. I've stayed at home for so long, but the patriarch never bothered to see me. Why does the patriarch order to see me right when Senior Shengguan calls for me? Is it just a coincidence? Said Jing Jining sarcastically. Given the situation, Yang Ping and the others realized that the Jing family's patriarch didn't need to see Jing Jining at all, but Jing Yunyan was trying to stop Jing Jining. They didn't know why Jing Yunyan wanted to do that, but they chose to listen to Shangguanyang. Therefore, Yang Ping said, please, Senior Shengguan has something important to talk about with Lord Jining. If Lord Jining doesn't go, Senior Shengguan will come in person. Hearing that, Jing Yunyan understood that it would be more complicated if Shangguanyang came and found out that Jing Jining actually wasn't busy. If so, you can go, but I need to go with you. Jing Yunyan made the decision when he realized that he couldn't stop Jing Jining today. If he was present, Jing Jining couldn't tell Shangguanyang what he shouldn't say. Whatever you want, but if Senior Shengguan wants you to leave, you can't blame me. Jing Jining didn't stop Jing Yunyan, because he didn't want to argue with Jing Yunyan right here. It wouldn't change anything whether other members of the Jing family knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Even if they heard about it, it wouldn't make any difference. After all, they couldn't do anything about Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyan didn't know whether Shangguanyang would ask him to leave in a while, but he had to go with Jing Jining. Afterwards, Jing Yunyao followed Jing Jining to Shangguanyang's residence. Before Jing Jining came, Ji Yuning and Shangguanyang had a tour of the house. It wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either. It occupied a piece of land of about 1,000 square meters. It was a luxurious house in the cultivation world. Although his house was only 1/3 as large as the residence that the 4 major families lived in, only Shangguanyang and a few servants would be staying there. As for the 4 major families, each of them had at least 50 people. Shangguanyang's house was large enough to accommodate about 20 people. All the buildings in the backyard had 2 stories, so there were enough guest rooms. Although there weren't many people living with him now, it wasn't a big deal that the buildings were empty. After having a tour, Ji Yuning and Shangguanyang went back to the living room. They had tea for a while, before Jing Jining and the others came. Ji Yuning and Shangguanyang were both surprised to see Jing Yunyan, because they knew that Jing Jining had a bad relationship with Jing Yunyan. It was beyond their imagination that they could come together. What did it mean? Ji Yuning and Shangguanyang didn't think it would be Jing Jining's idea, so it should be Jing Yunyan's idea instead. Anyway, since he was already here, they wouldn't chase him out. Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan. Senior Shengguan, I'm Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining went to Shangguanyang, then made a bow. All right, have a seat, said Shangguanyang. Because of Jing Yunyan, he didn't seem very relaxed. Thank you, Senior Shengguan. Jing Yunyan and Jing Jining nodded, then went to sit at the side. There weren't any servants, so no one poured tea for them. Then we'll go now, Senior Shengguan, said Yang Ping. They felt embarrassed to stay longer. Thank you for the favor, said Shangguanyang to them. He didn't take it for granted just because he was senior to them. Our pleasure, Senior Shengguan, said Yang Ping, then he left with his companions. Jining, this is a very good house. Thank you so much for the effort, said Shangguanyang. He was satisfied with this residence, so he thanked Jing Jining. Not at all. I just gave some opinions and supervised them in finishing the construction. I barely did anything, said Jing Jining with slight embarrassment. It was true that he didn't do hard work, since the construction workers did all the labor work. Well, it still took you a lot of time and energy. I don't want to occupy your time to cultivate, said Shangguanyang. He felt a little guilty, but Jing Jining was a cultivator in the cultivation world. There was no one who could do this better than him. Shangguanyang was unwilling to ask Tiandaozong to build a house for him. He didn't want to owe them anything, because Tiandaozong wouldn't accept his money, whereas if Jing Jining helped him with it, he would directly pay him. Jing Jining wouldn't take his money, because Sheng Guanyang was very close to him. He was willing to do Sheng Guanyang a favor. Therefore, he spent the money on buying the piece of land, construction materials, and hiring the workers. Senior Shangguan, we're not strangers. You don't need to thank me repeatedly. Why are you so polite to me now? It makes me feel as if we're not close at all, said Jing Jining, acting aggrieved. He was more than willing to help Sheng Guanyang, because it also helped Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was his nephew, and he wouldn't spare effort to help his nephew. All right, let's drop that topic. Don't hurt our relationship. Sheng Guanyang was amused and stopped talking about that. Sheng Guanyang only talked with Jing Jining, and didn't bother to pay attention to Jing Union. Jing Union was displeased, but didn't show it on his face. He had to behave himself in front of Sheng Guanyang. Chapter 2545, chase Jing Union away anyway. As long as he was there, he wouldn't allow Jing Jining to say something that other people shouldn't know. Jining, why don't we go out for a walk? I need to have a private talk with you, said Sheng Guanyang. Actually, he had no secrets to share with Jing Jining, but Jing Union came with Jing Jining, which made him feel that Jing Union had a malicious purpose. It was as if he was spying on Jing Jining. Therefore, Sheng Guanyang wanted to ask Jing Jining about it. Sure, said Jing Jining and immediately stood up. Hearing that, Jing Union squinted. He sensed that Sheng Guanyang had noticed that something wasn't right and so wanted to talk with Jing Jining without his presence. He wouldn't allow it to happen, so he also stood up at once. Senior Shangguan, I'll go with you. This is my first time that I've visited your residence. I'm interested in a tour too. However, Sheng Guanyang was displeased, looking at Jing Union in annoyance. Lord Jing, you've not been invited. I can accept that. You're a guest, so I ought to be polite, but don't you think it's a little rude for you to ask for a tour? Lord Jing, why don't you leave first? Sheng Guanyang wouldn't waste any more time on Jing Union. Jing Union got mad for a second. He didn't expect Sheng Guanyang to embarrass him publicly and even try to chase him away. Unfortunately, since Sheng Guanyang ordered him to leave, he couldn't stay any longer. He was afraid that Jing Jining might leak information, so he warned him before he walked away. Well, if Senior Shengguan wants me to leave right now, I'll go. Jing Union replied angrily, then turned to say in a disdainful tone, but I need to tell Jining about one thing. The patriarch just sent me to find Jining to deal with something. However, he needed to come to see you, so we could deal with the matter later. However, I need to tell him about it now. When Jing Union said that, he was worried that Jing Jining might embarrass him again by saying that he was lying. However, he was reluctant to leave like that, so he gave Jing Jining a warning glance. Jing Union deliberately said that it was their business, so it had nothing to do with Sheng Guanyang. Instead, it was the Jing family's family affair. Otherwise, it could easily cause a misunderstanding if he had a private talk with Jing Jining at this moment. Sure, Jing Jining didn't embarrass Jing Union this time. On the contrary, he acted in concert with him. Afterwards, he said to Sheng Guanyang, Senior Shengguan, please give me a moment. I need to go out with my cousin for a while. No problem, said Sheng Guanyang. Although Jing Union felt that he didn't give Jing Jining an obvious warning, Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning saw everything. They knew there was something wrong. They guessed that Jing Jining was being spied on, and Jing Union might warn Jing Jining not to do something when they had a private chat outside. Anyway, they would ask Jing Jining about it later. After that, Jing Jining went out with Jing Union. Because Jing Union was in a bad mood since Sheng Guanyang chased him away, he didn't say goodbye to them on his way out. Once Jing Jining and Jing Union were gone, Ji Yuning said, Master, Jing Union came with Uncle Jing for a purpose. I'm afraid that it's not an order from Jing Yarong that they need to go to deal with something. I think Jing Union is going to warn Jing Jining about something. I agree, but we'll know by asking Jining about it later, said Sheng Guanyang. No matter how they guessed right now, they couldn't figure it out. After Jing Jining went out with Jing Union warned him seriously. Jining, you better listen to my father. Don't say anything that other people shouldn't know. Or it'll cause all of us trouble. I understand. Jing Jining replied. He wasn't angry and didn't bother to argue with Jing Yunyan. He agreed with what Jing Yunyan told him. However, he might not really listen to him. In fact, it wouldn't make a difference even if he told other people that Jing Yunyan was still alive. Although Jing Jining agreed, Jing Yunyan was still worried that Jing Jining might not listen to them, so he continued to threaten him. You better keep your words. If anything bad happens to my father, your parents won't live a peaceful life either. Upon hearing that, Jing Jining squinted, looking at Jing Yunyan coldly. Jing Yunyan, stop threatening me with my parents, or I'll teach you a lesson first. Don't think my family is easy to bully. We aren't cowards. Jing Yunyan was angry, but was also afraid of Jing Jining. He didn't want to annoy Jing Jining, because Jing Jining might blurt their family's dirty secret out in anger. That was the last thing that he wanted. As a result, no matter how angry Jing Yunyan was, he had to curb his anger at this moment. He could only go home and talk about it with his father. Don't forget what you agreed to do, said Jing Yunyan, then left. As soon as Jing Yunyan left, Jing Jining went back to the house. Why did he come with you? Sheng Guanyang asked. Jing Jining replied honestly, to spy on me. Yunyao ran into Jing Yunyan's wife and daughter the other day. She injured his daughter, Jing Bingji. The Jing family was alert since a female top cultivator showed up in the capital. They connected the dots and found out that Yunyao isn't dead. After I came back, they questioned me about that. Because I didn't know they would find out that Yunyao is still alive, I lost control of my reactions and they verified that it was true. So I admitted it. Anyway, Yunyao is in the early stage of the out-of-body stage now, and Xiaoting is in the early stage of the Yuanying period. Even if they meet each other by chance, they should be no match for Yunyao and Xiaoting. There is nothing to worry about. In order to not let more people find out that Yunyao is still alive, they sent someone to spy on me and forbade me from leaving the cultivation world. Chapter 2546, Father, what should we do now? Translations. Jing Jining said this in a relaxed tone, because it didn't matter even though they learned about it now. In addition, it hadn't been his intention to admit it. If it was possible, he would deny it, but the Jing family wouldn't believe him. After hearing his reply, Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning didn't think it was a big deal either. They thought it was understandable that Jing Jining admitted that Jing Yunyao was still alive. Like Jing Jining said, given Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting's level now, they were strong enough to take revenge. And it would happen sooner or later. They just needed to wait till Leng Xiaoting had time. Therefore, it wasn't important whether the Jing family was aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive or not. Oh, it's fine. Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning nodded. In fact, I don't think it'll make a big difference if Jing Yunyao hears that the Jing family already knows that she's still alive. It won't stop her and Xiaoting from taking revenge, said Ji Yuning with little laughter. She thought it was unnecessary for the Jing family to be so alert. Anyway, whether the Jing family was prepared for it, it would happen sooner or later. They couldn't escape. Right, I had the same thought. So I didn't rush to go out after Jing Yarong forbade me from leaving the cultivation world. I can just focus on myself during this time, said Jing Jining. But, Jing Jining paused for a second, then took out his phone from his pocket. He handed it to Ji Yuning and continued. There is a recording of Jing Yarong admitting his actions towards Yunyao and her husband. He admitted that he tried to kill them. I secretly recorded it when he questioned me. After all, it happened years ago. I'm afraid there is no evidence left. Take this and give it to Yunyao. Tell her to keep it. I think it'll be useful. When Jing Yarong questioned him that day, he secretly recorded their conversation in order to leave Jing Yunyao some evidence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get any proof after so many years. Great. Ji Yuning took Jing Jining's phone in surprise. She didn't expect that Jing Jining would record his conversation with Jing Yarong. Anyway, it was good news, because it was indeed hard for them to collect any evidence after over a dozen years. Alright, they are no match for Yunyao and Xiaoting. Since we're in the cultivation world now, let's visit Tiandaozong together. We need to be respectful, said Sheng Guanyang. Although Tiandaozong treated him as a distinguished guest, he didn't think he was superior to them. He needed to learn how to socialize with other people. After all, they would live in the cultivation world in the future, so they had to form a good relationship with Tiandaozong. It was convenient for everyone. Why not? Ji Yuning and Jing Jining agreed, then went to Tiandaozong with Shengguanyang. However, halfway on the road, they met Bai Lingtian and his guards. After Yang Ping and the others left, they didn't go anywhere else, but directly went back to Tiandaozong. They told Bai Lingtian that Shengguanyang was in the cultivation world. Once Bai Lingtian heard the news, he rushed to see Shengguanyang. "Senior Shengguan, why didn't you send someone to tell me that you're in the cultivation world? As the host, I should welcome you. If my disciples hadn't shared the news with me, I wouldn't know at all," said Bai Lingtian, seemingly unhappy. "Ha ha, I just wanted to see my new house first, so I didn't tell you I arrived. After having a tour of the house, I was on my way to Tiandaozong now," said Shengguanyang. Since he came to the cultivation world, he needed to pay Tiandaozong a visit, otherwise Tiandaozong might think that he was arrogant. "You're always welcome, Senior Shengguan. I'm more than willing to see you again. Please," said Bai Lingtian. Afterwards, they went to Tiandaozong together. "Senior Shengguan, when will you move to the cultivation world?" asked Bai Lingtian. "I don't know for the time being, because my disciples still need to deal with a lot of things outside. There is no signal in the cultivation world, so it's not convenient for them. So we can't stay here for long right now," said Shengguanyang. In fact, he would be bored if he stayed in the cultivation world for too long. In the old days, he might have been used to it, because he had been alone for hundreds of years before, but now it was hard for him to be quiet and alone again after getting used to the activity in the mortal world. Right, they need to cultivate and build their career at the same time. Bai Lingtian understood it. Money was very important whether in ancient times or modern society. In the ancient times, there were magical pills for sale, so they needed to make a lot of money in order to buy magical pills. Now there weren't magical pills, but there was magical energy provided by jade. Jade was expensive, so they still needed a lot of money. Accordingly, cultivators needed to cultivate and make money at the same time. However, the house is done, so I'll come and stay here for a few days once in a while. If it's possible, we can chat and have fun together, said Shengguanyang. Sure, you're always welcome, Senior Shengguan, said Bai Lingtian sincerely. In the Jing family, as soon as Jing Yunyan rushed back home, he went to see Jing Yarong. Slow down, what happened? Jing Yarong was in a bad mood because of Jing Yunyao, so he was displeased when Jing Yunyan rushed inside. Father, Shengguanyang is in the cultivation world now, and Jing Jining went to meet him, said Jing Yunyan. What? Shengguanyang is in the cultivation world now, and Jing Jining went to see him. Jing Yarong immediately stood up from the chair. Why did Shengguanyang come to the cultivation world? Does he know anything? I don't know. I was afraid that Jing Jining might tell them something, but Shengguanyang chased me away. Although I reminded Jing Jining to keep it a secret, he might not listen to me. I didn't know what to do, so I could only come back to see you, said Jing Yunyan. Hearing that, Jing Yarong had no idea what to do now either. Father, what should we do now? Jing Yunyan asked anxiously when Jing Yarong said nothing. Chapter 2547, What can I do? What can I do? We can only hope that Jing Jining will keep it a secret, said Jing Yarong. He couldn't send someone to take Jing Jining back right now. It would only make him look guilty if he stopped Jing Jining from seeing Shengguanyang. In addition, he didn't dare to act against Shengguanyang like that. As a result, at this moment, Jing Yarong was irritated. Tell your uncle to come to see me, Jing Yarong said to Jing Yunyan. He could only use Jing Yanghua to put pressure on Jing Jining now. Sure, said Jing Yunyan, then immediately went to find Jing Yanghua. When Jing Yunyan walked into the south yard, he found Jing Yanghua. Because of Jing Jining, he was mad and had a bad attitude. Uncle Yanghua, my father needs to see you. Upon seeing Jing Yunyan's attitude, Jing Yanghua understood that something was wrong, so he asked, what happened? You'll know soon, said Jing Yunyan. Since Jing Yunyan refused to tell him, Jing Yanghua stopped asking. Like Jing Yunyan said, he would know later. Therefore, Jing Yanhua followed Jing Yunyan. In Jing Yarong's study, Jing Yanhua asked, "Yarong, what happened? Do you know that someone called Jing Jining to go out?" Jing Yarong asked. "I do. A domestic servant told me that disciples from Tiandaozong came to see him." "Isn't it Tiandaozong that asked to see Jining?" Jing Yanhua said. He thought that it was Tiandaozong that wanted to see Jing Jining. Yeah, it was disciples from Tiandaozong that came to call him, but it was actually Shangguan Yang who wanted to see him. Yunyan followed him to Shangguan Yang's residence, but Shangguan Yang chased him away. It must be Jing Jining's idea. He wanted to talk with Shangguan Yang about something that will embarrass the Jing family when Yunyan is absent, said Jing Yarong, lying that it was Jing Jining's idea to chase Jing Yunyan away, but that was his suspicion. "Yanhua, let's be candid here, you promised that you won't interfere in the affair with Jing Yunyao. However, if Jing Jining says anything that embarrasses the Jing family, I'm afraid I will have to teach him a lesson." Jing Yarong threatened, because he was too angry to control himself right now. Hearing that, Jing Yanhua was slightly surprised. He hadn't known that it was Shangguan Yang who wanted to see Jing Jining. Anyway, he felt that Jing Jining might tell Shangguan Yang about the Jing family's dirty secret, but he was also clearly aware that it wouldn't make any difference because he knew Jing Yunyao and her son's level. They had Shangguan Yang's help too, so Jing Yarong was no match for Jing Yunyao and her son. Yarong, Senior Shangguan chasing Yunyan away might not have anything to do with Jining. If they know that Yunyao has a long-standing grudge against the Jing family, do you think Senior Shangguan would still be willing to meet Yunyan? Besides, Yunyan wasn't invited, so it was rude. It's Senior Shangguan's home. He can chase unwanted guests out. Also, I don't think Senior Shangguan is familiar with Yunyan, said Jing Yanhua. Although he believed that Jing Jining would tell Shangguan Yang that the Jing family was aware Jing Yunyao was still alive, he didn't think it was Jing Jining's idea to chase Jing Yunyan away. It wouldn't change the result after all. Jing Jining wouldn't bother. Hearing Jing Yanhua's reply, Jing Yarong was angry, because he felt humiliated. Jing Yanhua was right. If Shangguan Yang learned about Jing Yunyao's grudge against the Jing family, he wouldn't welcome Jing Yunyan. And Jing Yunyan wasn't invited. It was indeed impolite. However, it was still embarrassing that Jing Yunyan was chased away. Jing Yunyan was also displeased about that. He knew that Jing Yanhua's words made sense, but he went to Shangguan Yang's residence to spy on Jing Jining. Therefore, Jing Yunyan argued, "I know it's impolite that I went to visit Shangguan Yang without an invitation, but I just wanted to stop cousin Jining from saying something that might damage our family's reputation. I did it for the Jing family." "Well, you refused to believe in Jining. You're bothering yourself," said Jing Yanhua. He understood why they didn't trust Jing Jining. After all, Jing Jining had a very close relationship with Jing Yunyao. "Do you think I can believe him? He knew that Jing Yunyao was still alive, but he didn't tell us. Do you think I should trust him?" Jing Yarong questioned. "If not, what do you want to do?" Jing Yanhua asked. He realized that it was impossible to persuade Jing Yarong to believe Jing Jining, so he stopped arguing. "Send someone to bring Jing Jining back. Just tell him that you need to talk with him about something important. I'll ask him what he did afterwards," said Jing Yarong. "Fine." Jing Yanhua agreed. After that, Jing Yanhua left and sent someone to find Jing Jining at Shangguan Yang's residence. However, at this moment, Jing Jining wasn't in Shangguan Yang's residence, but at Tiandaozong. Therefore, Jing Yanhua's man waited at the foot of Tiandaozong for Jing Jining. Jing Jining, Shangguan Yang, and Ji Yuning had dinner at Tiandaozong, then climbed down the mountain. Shangguan Yang and Ji Yuning didn't plan to stay in the cultivation world tonight, so they would leave right away. Jing Jining decided to stay, because he was worried that Jing Yarong might make things difficult for his parents if he left. Bai Lingtian wanted to walk Shangguan Yang out in person, but Shangguan Yang declined, so Bai Lingtian stopped at the gate of Tiandaozong. Because Jing Jining was with Shangguan Yang, Bai Lingtian didn't insist. After watching Shangguan Yang and the others disappear from his sight, Bai Lingtian returned to his place. From afar, Jing Jining saw his father's henchman at the foot of the mountain. He immediately figured it out. It must be Jing Yunyan who reported his visit to Shangguanyang to Jing Yarong and then forced his father to bring him back. Honored to see you, Senior Shangguan. When Shangguanyang and the others approached, Jing Yanhua's subordinate greeted Shangguanyang respectfully. Hi, said Shangguanyang. Then the man said to Jing Jining, Lord, Master needs to talk with you about something important. Please go home right away. Chapter 2548, Jing Yarong questions Jing Jining. Translations, all right, I'll be right back. Jing Jining answered. He had no intention of leaving the cultivation world, so he didn't care whether it was an excuse. Well, Senior Shangguan, please forgive me. I'll visit you when I can go out again, Jing Jining said to Shangguanyang. Sure, see you, said Shangguanyang. Jing Jining just told Shangguanyang why he couldn't go out, so Shangguanyang understood his situation. He agreed that Jing Jining shouldn't go out now. Since they were aware of the situation Jing Jining was in, they would tell Jing Yunyo about it. If she could take revenge earlier, they would do so. In that case, Jing Jining would be free earlier too. After all, Jing Jining was being kept in the cultivation world because of Jing Yunyo. Jing Jining then left Shangguanyang and went back to the Jing family's house with his father's subordinate. Shangguanyang and Ji Yuning walked away as well. I wonder what will happen to Uncle Jing after he gets back home. Ji Yuning was slightly worried. Actually, Tiandaozong wouldn't let Jing Yarong get away with it if he dared to hurt Jing Jining. Besides, at that time, the fact that Jing Yarong had tried to kill Jing Yunyo would be completely exposed too. Therefore, Ji Yuning believed that Jing Yarong wouldn't hurt Jing Jining as long as he still had his reason. However, it was possible that Jing Yarong would become impulsive. Even though Jing Yarong would pay for his behavior, Ji Yuning still didn't want anything bad to happen. It would cause a great loss if they couldn't salvage the situation. If Jing Jining was really injured, it would become Jing Yunyo's fault, because it happened because of her. Therefore, Jing Yunyo would be overwhelmed by guilt. He should be fine, unless Jing Yarong wants to ruin himself too, but we need to let Yunyo know about it once we're back. They must advance their plan if it's possible, said Shangguanyang. He didn't think that Jing Yarong would make up his mind to hurt Jing Jining's family, but it might happen, so he was still worried. Sure. Ji Yuning nodded. Given the current situation, there was nothing for Jing Yunyo and Leng Xiaoting to think too much about. They were strong enough to defeat the Jing family. Moreover, she wouldn't stand on the sidelines. Even if she couldn't defeat an elder, she could deal with some of the weaker ones. Once Jing Jining got back to the Jing family's house with his father's subordinate, he was asked to go to Jing Yarong's study. At the same time, Jing Yanhua's subordinate went to call him over. Jing Jining understood what Jing Yarong wanted to know from him. He thought it was unnecessary, but he still obeyed the order. He couldn't help disdaining Jing Yarong in his heart, because Jing Yarong paid too much attention to him. It seemed that Jing Yarong didn't realize it wouldn't make any difference even if Jing Yunyo found out that they already knew she was still alive. To be honest, Jing Jining played an important role in this event. After all, he could gain the most from their battle. If Jing Yarong was unseated, he could become the new patriarch of the Jing family. Jing Jining would accept the result if it really happened. If Jing Yunyan was able to seize the position, he should deal with Jing Yunyo first, but Jing Jining didn't think it was possible. When Jing Jining walked into the study, he saw Jing Yarong's angry face. Jing Yarong stared at him coldly, but he stayed calm. Although he felt stressed under the pressure released by Jing Yarong because Jing Yarong's level was much higher than his, Jing Jining composed himself. Anyway, they had already argued a few times, so Jing Jining didn't bother to be polite to Jing Yarong now. He decided to be threatening too. Patriarch, what happened? Jing Jining asked purposefully. It sounded as if Jing Yarong asked to see him for something good. Jing Yarong clearly knew that Jing Jining deliberately did that, but he got angrier. Jing Jining, stop playing dumb with me, he said coldly. What? Patriarch, I don't understand what you're talking about. How could I know what has happened if you don't tell me? Please be straightforward. I'm so tired of guessing, said Jing Jining. He was blaming Jing Yarong for wasting time. Jing Yarong was mad. Although he knew that Jing Jining did that on purpose, he had to admit that it wasn't wrong, so he suddenly didn't know what to say. As a result, Jing Yarong fell into silence, coldly staring at Jing Jining. Seeing Jing Yarong remaining silent, Jing Jining said nothing. Because Jing Yarong didn't tell him to sit, he stood there still. Before long, Jing Yanhua came. "Hi, Yarong." Once Jing Yanhua came in, he called Jing Yarong, but he noticed Jing Yarong's angry expression the next moment, and immediately realized that Jing Yarong must be very mad at Jing Jining. Jing Yanhua felt resigned, but he could understand it. Ever since Jing Jining learned about what Jing Yarong had done to Jing Yunyao, he refused to have a good attitude towards Jing Yarong again, but he would stay respectful at least on the surface. However, after the fact that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead was exposed, Jing Jining became aggressive, especially before Jing Yarong. "Yeah," said Jing Yarong in a flat voice. "Jing Jining, why did Shengguan Yang want to see you?" Jing Yarong didn't ask that until Jing Yanhua came. "Senior Shengguan came to see his residence. I'm responsible for building his house. Why do you think he wants to see me?" Jing Jining asked, implying that Shengguan Yang came to see him because of the house. "Jing Jining, stop it now. You better be honest with me," said Jing Yarong angrily. "Then why do you think Senior Shengguan wants to see me?" "Because of Yunyao," Jing Jining continued. He actually already had the answer, because Jing Yarong believed that Shengguan Yang came to see him for Jing Yunyao. "Isn't that the real reason?" Jing Yarong asked coldly. "Why was Union chased away after he went there with you? Tell me, was it your idea?" Chapter 2549, It Isn't Wrong, Well. Jing Jining sneered. "Patriarch, you thought too much. Actually, it's Senior Shengguan who wanted me to have a tour in his house. Union asked to go with us, and annoyed Senior Shengguan. After all, Union wasn't invited. For my sake, Senior Shengguan didn't chase Union away at the beginning." After a pause, Jing Jining continued. "It's Senior Shengguan's residence, and Union is an outsider. Without Senior Shengguan's invitation, he shouldn't go inside. It's very understandable that Senior Shengguan was unhappy. That's the reason why Union was chased away. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you give Shengguan Yang any hints that made him chase Union away?" Jing Yarong didn't believe it. "Patriarch, Senior Shengguan is a lot more important than me. I don't think he would do that for me. I'm not influential enough. Anyway, if you refuse to believe me, I can do nothing. It'll be meaningless no matter how I explain since there is no trust between us. I think you should stop questioning me about that." Jing Jining lost his patience. "Mind your attitude." Jing Yarong felt embarrassed by Jing Jining, so he got angry. "Jing Jining, how could you talk to me like that?" He was the Jing family's patriarch, and except for Jing Jining, no one dared to be so rude to him in the Jing family. Jing Jining always behaved against him and even appeared aggressive. "Then how should I talk to you? You're the patriarch, but I'm not a servant. Do I have to listen to you no matter what?" Jing Jining felt that Jing Yarong was ridiculous. He told the truth, but Jing Yarong refused to believe it. Their communication was totally meaningless. Jing Yarong was mad. Although he wouldn't force Jing Jining to listen to him, he wouldn't allow him to go against or even fool him. He still believed that Jing Jining didn't tell him the truth. "Let me ask you, did you talk about Jing Yunyao with Shengguan Yang?" Jing Yarong asked. "Yes, Yunyao is my cousin. I care about her. When I met Senior Shengguan, shouldn't I ask him about her condition?" Jing Jining replied. It wasn't wrong, but Jing Yarong wanted to know something other than that. "Did you tell Shengguan Yang that the Jing family is aware that Yunyao isn't dead?" "No," said Jing Jining, lying. However, he didn't look guilty at all. As usual, Jing Yarong refused to believe him and continued to question him. "Did you or did you not?" "I didn't. I already told you the answer." "Patriarch, if you still refuse to believe me, I think we should stop." "My answer won't change. I told you I didn't," said Jing Jining. Jing Yarong didn't say anything, but focused on Jing Jining, trying to find out whether he was guilty. Unfortunately, after watching Jing Jining for a long while, he still couldn't see anything wrong with him. Fine, if so, can you promise on your parents' lives? If you told Shangguan Yang that we already found out that Jing Yunyo isn't dead, you're patriarch. Jing Jining stopped him right away before Jing Yarong could finish. At this moment, Jing Jining was furious. Jing Yanhua was also extremely displeased. What Jing Yarong wanted was unacceptable. Although his parents wouldn't really be in trouble because of his promise, it hurt deeply that Jing Yarong asked him to do that. Believe it or not, but don't force me to do such an evil thing. My parents are as important as my life. I won't risk their lives to make a stupid promise. I have no intention of interfering in your grudge against Yunyao. However, patriarch, if you continue to cause me trouble and force me to listen to you, I might change my mind. Jing Jining threatened. He had told Shangguan Yang that Jing Yarong was already aware that Jing Yunyo wasn't dead. However, he still wouldn't risk his parents' safety to make such a promise, even if he hadn't. Whether he had or not, he wouldn't put his parents in danger. Although in his parents' eyes, he had done many wrong things. He would never hurt his parents. He would risk his own life instead of his parents'. Jing Yarong realized that he shouldn't have said that, but he was really not convinced by Jing Jining's reply. Anyway, he was very mad at Jing Jining's threat. Yarong, Jining listened to you and never left the cultivation world. You also sent someone to spy on him. Did you catch him doing anything wrong? Senior Shangguan came today, and wanted to see him. Would you stop him from going? If you aim to do that, go tell Senior Shangguan not to see Jining again. You don't think Senior Shangguan deserves your respect, but we do. Jining also told you that he didn't tell Senior Shangguan that you already know that Yunyo isn't dead. Why won't you believe him? Do you have to force Jining to say that he told Senior Shangguan? If he did, what will you do? Kill him. Jing Yanhua was extremely angry. Even though he thought that Jing Jining might have told Shangguan Yang about it, he didn't think it was a big deal. Since Jing Jining denied it, as Jing Jining's father, he would defend Jing Jining. Jing Yarong was embarrassed, because he didn't dare to tell Shangguan Yang not to see Jing Jining again. What would he do if Jing Jining admitted that he had told Shangguan Yang he knew that Jing Yunyo was still alive? It was impossible for him to kill Jing Jining, but it was unavoidable that he would injure him. He wouldn't allow any member of the Jing family to betray him. The moment Jing Yanhua finished speaking, Jing Jining added, Patriarch, do you really think it'll help you if Yunyo doesn't know that you already found out that she's still alive? It won't change the result whether she knows about it or not. You should know Yunyo's level is extremely high by now, so. Chapter 2550, Jing Yanhua is also angry. Jing Jining stopped arguing afterwards, but his intention was obvious. He was implying that Jing Yarong might not be a match for Jing Yunyo. At this moment, Jing Yarong was in a terrible mood, because what Jing Jining said was true. He knew that Jing Yunyo had reached a new level, but he wasn't clear about her abilities. As a result, although he guessed that Jing Yunyo was in the early stage of the Yuanying period now, he wasn't sure about it. What's her current level? Jing Yarong asked seriously. He knew that Jing Jining wouldn't tell him, but he still wanted to know the answer, because it seemed Jing Yunyo's level was higher than he thought. If so, it would be bad news. Since I won't interfere in your grudge against Yunyo, I won't tell you her current level, said Jing Jining. It wasn't a surprising answer, but he was still angry at Jing Jining's answer. Patriarch, if there is nothing important, I will go now, said Jing Jining. He lost his patience and was unwilling to waste more time arguing with Jing Yarong. Jing Yarong didn't reply to Jing Jining, but turned to look at Jing Yanhua. Yanhua, do you agree with him? Patriarch, you told Jining not to interfere. Since Jining isn't allowed to be involved, isn't it right that he says nothing to either side? Jing Yanhua supported Jing Jining. Do you believe that Jing Jining won't tell Jing Yunyo about the Jing family's situation? Jing Yarong asked. He refused to trust Jing Jining. After all, Jing Jining had a close relationship with Jing Yunyo. Because of what he had done to Jing Yunyo, Jing Jining had harbored a long-standing grudge against him. It was impossible that he said nothing about the Jing family to Jing Yunyo. If Jing Yunyo wanted to take revenge, she undoubtedly needed to know the Jing family's situation better. I don't know what he has done before, but now it is different, said Jing Yanhua. He implied that it wasn't Jing Jinning's fault even if he had done that before. Do you mean you support Jing Yunyo in getting revenge against the Jing family? Jing Yanhua, don't forget that you're also a member of the Jing family. If I'm killed, it won't do you any good. In anger, Jing Yarong directly called Jing Yanhua's full name. But I've never hurt Yunyao, said Jing Yanhua. In other words, Jing Yunyao would only pay Jing Yarong back. He was innocent. Jing Yarong was getting angrier and was more convinced that Jing Yanhua and Jing Jinning wanted to replace him. Therefore, he asked, do you look forward to seeing me killed? Do you aim to replace me? Patriarch. Jing Yanhua instantly got mad. He called Jing Yarong the patriarch this time, because he never had the thought of replacing Jing Yarong. He only felt hurt that Jing Yarong was suspicious of him. Why do you have to hurl accusations on innocent people? You're the one who tried to kill Yunyao. Now the dirty secret has been exposed, yet you try to blame us for that. What exactly do you want? If you're suspicious of us, you can chase us out of the Jing family. Because he was also a member of the Jing family, Jing Yanhua always worked diligently and stayed loyal to Jing Yarong. Even when he learned that Jing Yarong had killed Jing Yunyao, he didn't report it to Tiandaozong. However, Jing Yarong became suspicious of them just because he felt threatened. It hurt him deeply. As a result, he was serious if Jing Yarong really wanted to chase them out of the Jing family. Being a member of the Jing family made him feel humiliated now. The Jing family had a bad reputation, but he could tolerate it. However, Jing Yarong's attitude broke his heart. Jing Yarong was very mad, but he didn't think he was wrong. After all, it was a fact that Jing Jinning didn't tell them that Jing Yunyao was still alive and refused to tell him about Jing Yunyao's current level. By doing that, Jing Jinning put the Jing family in danger, which easily aroused suspicion. Patriarch, make it short, what exactly do you want to do? Jing Yanhua asked. He also lost his patience and wanted a definite answer right now. Looking at Jing Yanhua angrily, Jing Yarong said nothing, because there was no reason for him to chase Jing Yanhua's family out of the Jing family. Most importantly, if he chased Jing Yanhua's family out of the Jing family, they would certainly side with Jing Yunyao afterwards. It would only make the situation worse. Jing Yarong said nothing, while Jing Yanhua and Jing Jinning remained silent too. They were waiting for Jing Yarong's next step. After remaining quiet for a while, Jing Yarong said, all right, you can leave now. I will trust you once. In the end, Jing Yarong stopped arguing and let them leave. Since Jing Yarong said nothing further, Jing Yanhua and Jing Jinning directly left. Back in the south yard, Jing Yanhua asked Jing Jinning whether he had told Shengguan Yang Jing Yarong was already aware that Jing Yunyao wasn't dead. Jing Jinning honestly replied that he had. Anyway, it wouldn't change the result whether or not he had told Shengguan Yang that, so Jing Yanhua didn't think it was a big deal. However, Jing Jinning didn't tell his father that he had recorded his conversation with Jing Yarong, then gave it to Ji Yuning. And that Ji Yuning would pass it to Jing Yunyao. Even though Jing Yanhua was his father and he could trust his father, he still had his own secrets. When Shengguan Yang and Ji Yuning got back to the Sihewan, it was already 10 p.m. It wasn't too late, so the others were still awake. They were chatting casually in the living room. After they were back, Ji Yuning asked Zhang Liluo and Si Jin about their first day at work. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin replied that they weren't used to it yet because it was the first time that they had worked, but they didn't encounter any difficulties. It was understandable, because this was a new experience and they would get better over time. Actually, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin only felt a bit unaccustomed with their work. It wasn't too bad. They were born in the ancient times after all. The only thing that didn't change in modern society was character. Chapter 2551. Tell Jing Yunyao even though the characters stayed the same, it had a different meaning nowadays, so they still needed to learn from the very beginning. Therefore, Zhang Liluo and Si Jin began to acquire modern knowledge. Luckily, they had a good memory and were quick learners, or they would have a lot of difficulties. You've already done a great job. After all, it's completely new to you, said Ji Yuning. Will it arouse jealousy if they learn so quickly? Jing Yunyo asked worriedly. Although Zhang Liluo and Si Jin could protect themselves well, it would still be troublesome if anyone wanted to hurt them. In fact, Ji Yuning would be dragged into trouble because of that. Jing Yunyo trusted Ji Yuning, but business was like a battlefield. Where there was competition, there was jealousy and schemes. Even Ji Yuning didn't think all of her staff were reliable. They were only selected strictly and trained, so there were more reliable people among them. They were reliable now, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't change in the future. What someone went through could change his or her thoughts. As a result, Ji Yuning totally understood Jing Yunyo's worries. Since they joined the workplace and they're very outstanding, they must be prepared to deal with jealousy and trouble. I've been through the same thing. Ji Yuning half joked, but what she said was the truth. I don't know whether my staff are all reliable, but I'm a reliable boss. I will punish troublemakers and I will uphold justice. Right. Jing Yunyo nodded. She felt her worries were unnecessary. Afterwards, Ji Yuning turned to look at Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. You don't need to pay much attention to them. Just mind your own business. If any colleagues dare to cause you trouble, don't hesitate to protect yourself. If anyone really made things difficult for Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, it would be his or her fault. Therefore, Ji Yuning needed to teach the troublemaker a lesson. If the person could change, she could give him or her a chance. If not, she would directly fire him or her. Ji Yuning said that, not only to protect Zhang Liluo and Si Jin, but also for the good of her company. Even if Zhang Liluo and Si Jin didn't join her company, she still wouldn't allow her staffers to focus on schemes. Sure, said Zhang Liluo and Si Jin. Ji Yuning might have said that not only to protect them, but they were touched and felt grateful to her. Oh, if you think this job isn't suitable for you, feel free to let me know, said Ji Yuning. Not everyone could find what he or she loved in their career. Many people had to tolerate a job they disliked just to earn a living. However, if they had choices, it was better if they chose to do what they liked. After all, it was frustrating to do a job that you hated. Of course, but Junior Gu were very interested in this job. You don't need to worry about us, said Si Jin. Yes, we really like it. If we don't want to do it in the future, we'll let you know. Zhang Liluo agreed. In fact, even though they were interested, they might not do this job for a long time. Nobody knew what would happen in the future. Great, said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't force them to do the same job forever, and it was only a temporary job. Perhaps there was a better job for them in the future. Anything was possible. They chatted for a while in the living room, then Sheng Guanyang asked Jing Yunyo and Ji Yuning to go to study with him. Because Sheng Guanyang and Ji Yuning just left the cultivation world, Jing Yunyo knew it must have something to do with the Jing family, so she became serious in an instant. In the study, Jing Yunyo asked anxiously, Senior Shengguan, is anything wrong? Yeah, Sheng Guanyang nodded. Ningning, why don't you tell the story? He felt it was more suitable for Ji Yuning to do it. Sure, Ji Yuning said, Mother Yunyao, the Jing family found out that you're not dead. Uncle Jing told me it was exposed because you ran into Jing Yunfei's wife and daughter last time. They felt that you might be the same woman who injured Jing Yunfei and the woman Jing Yunfei met on the flight. However, because they hadn't seen your face, Jing Yarong asked Jing Yunfei's daughter to draw you, then they recognized you. In front of Jing Yunyao, Ji Yuning directly called Jing Yarong's full name. Jing Yarong was Jing Yunyao's biological father, so Ji Yuning's behavior was slightly impolite, but she didn't know how to call him in another way. After all, she had no respect for him. Jing Yunyao didn't take him as her father now. They were enemies, so she didn't care how Ji Yuning called him. When she mentioned Jing Yarong, she also called his full name. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was surprised. She thought that Lu and Jing Bingji didn't know her, but unexpectedly she was still exposed. Anyway, even though they recognized her, she didn't think it was a big deal. There was no need for her to hide any longer. As long as Leng Xiaoting had time, they would go to take revenge. It didn't matter whether they knew about it earlier. Even if Jing Yarong found her before she found out that he already knew she was still alive, it wouldn't be a problem for her. He was no match for her. Ji Yuning continued. After Uncle Jing went back to the cultivation world, he was questioned by Jing Yarong. Because Uncle Jing was surprised that Jing Yarong found out, he lost control of his emotions and was exposed. So Jing Yarong verified that you're still alive. Because Uncle Jing kept it a secret from him, he forbade Uncle Jing to leave the cultivation world. Even when Uncle Jing leaves his home, he would still be spied on. Chapter 2552, Extremely Selfish. No wonder he's been absent for so long after returning to the cultivation world. He's been forbidden to leave. Jing Yunyo understood why she hadn't seen Jing Jining. Actually, Jing Jining had told her that he would come out soon, and he also said that he would come to see her afterwards. She thought that Jing Jining was busy with something else, which made him not come to see her, but unexpectedly, he was kept in the cultivation world. Master and I visited the cultivation world today. We met a few disciples from Tiandaozong. They helped us bring Uncle Jing over. However, Jing Yunyan also came, which we felt wasn't right. Given Uncle Jing's bad relationship with Jing Yunyan, they wouldn't come together. We made up an excuse and chased Jing Yunyan out. Then we asked Uncle Jing about it, and learned the reason, said Ji Yuning. If so, the Jing family will surely hurt Jining because they think he has told you something. Jing Yunyo immediately got worried. Since they forbade Jing Jining from leaving the cultivation world and sent someone to spy on him if he left the house, they must be suspicious of him. In fact, Jing Jining indeed told Shangguan Yang that the Jing family was already aware that Jing Yunyao was still alive. If Jing Yarong still has his reason, he wouldn't hurt Uncle Jing's family. If he dares to do that, Tiandaozong will punish him. By then, his dirty secret will be exposed too. Jing Yarong is aware of your relationship with Master, and he stands in awe of Master, so he should be careful. Ji Yuning said, well, if Jing Yarong loses his reason, anything can happen. So both Master and I think you should advance your plan if it's possible. Uncle Jing can get free earlier too. Although it wasn't very likely that Jing Yarong would hurt Jing Jining, it still filled them with worry. I know. As soon as Xiaoting is back, we'll go to the cultivation world, said Jing Yunyao. She didn't want to delay it any longer. After what happened to Jing Jining, she felt it was necessary for her to do it earlier. If Jing Jining was hurt because of her, she would be full of guilt. At this moment, Ji Yuning took out Jing Jining's phone from her pocket. She handed it to Jing Yunyao and said, Mother Yunyao, this is from Uncle Jing. He said he recorded his conversation with Jing Yarong. In the recording, Jing Yarong admitted that he has tried to kill you. You can use this as evidence. Because it has been over a dozen years since they tried to kill you, I'm afraid there is no available evidence now. So this might help you. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was touched. Jing Jining had done so much for her that she could never return. Jing Yunyao took the phone, then played the recording. She didn't mind that Shangguan Yang and Ji Yuning were present. After all, they were aware of what she had been through, so there was no need for her to avoid them. When they listened to the conversation between Jing Yarong and Jing Jining, they were angry. Even though they knew the mastermind was Jing Yarong, they were still angry when they heard that he took it for granted. Jing Yarong was extremely selfish. He had killed people, but claimed it was reasonable and didn't accept revenge. Because Jing Jining didn't tell him that Jing Yunyao was still alive, he became suspicious of Jing Jining and blamed Jing Jining for everything. It was extremely funny. He's really selfish, Ji Yuning said angrily. Right, Shangguan Yang agreed. He was unwilling to be involved in their grudge, but he hated Jing Yarong. Although Shangguan Yang wasn't involved, he openly said that he was willing to support Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting if they needed his help. If they were at a disadvantage, he wouldn't hesitate to join the battle. After all, Leng Xiaoting was his disciple, so he wouldn't stand on the sidelines. That night, Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep at all. She hated Jing Yarong deeper after hearing the recording. She hated him, not because he was cruel to her, but because he hurt Leng Yuanan. He killed them, but believed that it was reasonable and claimed that they deserved it. Who did he think he was? He had no right to decide who should be killed. He killed her husband and left Leng Xiaoting as an orphan. She had been separated from her son for 16 years. However, Jing Yarong still believed that they deserved it. What had Leng Yuanan done wrong? He barely knew anything. At the same time, Jing Yunyo also blamed herself. If it hadn't been for her, Leng Yuanan wouldn't have been dragged into the tragedy. If it weren't for Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyo would have killed herself after Leng Yuanan died. However, she found Leng Xiaoting now, and couldn't leave Leng Xiaoting with the pain of losing both of his parents again. Therefore, she would pay Jing Yarong back for Leng Yuanan. She didn't have the heart to kill Jing Yarong, which meant Leng Yuanan couldn't be totally avenged. After all, Jing Yarong was her father, even though what he had done was totally unacceptable. However, she could make him live in pain, so it was also a good way to take revenge for Leng Yuanan. Jing Yarong said that he would trust Jing Jining once, but he wasn't fully convinced. He sent out his people to investigate Leng Xiaoting in case Sheng Guanyang told Jing Yunyo that he was already aware that she was still alive. Since Leng Xiaoting was Jing Yunyo's son, he could use Leng Xiaoting to control Jing Yunyo. Leng Xiaoting wasn't in the capital now, so Jing Yarong's people failed to find him, but he found out that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Once they learned that Leng Xiaoting was a member of the Leng family, they directly got information from people who knew the Leng family. Ji Yuning wasn't a strange name in the Jing family, because they had gone to see her for the magical power in medicines produced by Kulain and Kuzi makeup products. Ji Yuning told them that a master gave the ingredient to her. They didn't know who the master was, but they realized it was Sheng Guanyang after knowing about her relationship with Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo. Chapter 2553, Not to cause trouble. It surprised them. They didn't expect Ji Yuning to have a relationship with them. Either way, since Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, she got the Jing family's attention. It wasn't easy for them to find Leng Xiaoting, but it couldn't be easier for them to find Ji Yuning. They knew where Ji Yuning worked, where she studied and where she lived. Therefore, on the third day after Ji Yuning left the cultivation world, she sensed cultivators when she went to school for classes. She turned to look around, then saw a strange face. The person was also staring at her, so she was sure that she had been targeted. Ji Yuning didn't know who sent the person, but she guessed that Jing Yarong must be involved. Although she didn't think that Jing Yarong would find out that she was Sheng Guanyang's disciple and scheme to hurt her, Jing Yarong might have found out about her relationship with Jing Yunyo. Since Jing Yarong learned that Jing Yunyo wasn't dead, he would surely go to collect information about her. Ji Yuning's relationship with Jing Yunyo wasn't a secret, and he could easily find out through an investigation. Ji Yuning didn't realize that until now. If Jing Yarong found out about her relationship with Jing Yunyo, he could soon find out about the Leng family and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning didn't worry that Jing Yarong would do anything to harm the Leng family, because the Leng family were all mortals. If he did anything to hurt them, Tiandaozong would punish him. However, Jing Yarong would certainly investigate Leng Xiaoting and might hurt him too. Luckily, it wouldn't be a problem, because Leng Xiaoting was already in the early stage of the Yuanying period. Even if Jing Yarong found Leng Xiaoting, he was no match for him. Both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yarong were in the early stage of the Yuanying period, with Jing Yarong being more skilled than Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting was extremely explosive and he also had a flood dragon. In fact, even if a cultivator was at the peak of the Yuanying period, he might not be able to injure Leng Xiaoting. However, upon thinking that Jing Yarong had already found out about Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning was still slightly worried. Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay more attention to the person who was spying on her. After all, it was very easy for her to get rid of him. Jing Yarong sent out 3 people this time. One went to collect information about Leng Xiaoting, one was spying on Ji Yuning, while the other went to find Jing Yunyo. They did all the above without Sheng Guanyang knowing. Sheng Guanyang was too strong for Jing Yarong to deal with. Jing Yunyo was also difficult to deal with, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't any trouble in their eyes. However, they were all mortals, so if Jing Yarong wanted to hurt them, he couldn't leave any evidence. Actually, Jing Yarong didn't send people to spy on Ji Yuning and find Jing Yuniao to injure them right now. He simply wanted to know their whereabouts. Today was also the third day of Zhang Liluo and Si Jin working in the company. A client came to hire bodyguards and he needed the best ones. In addition, this client came with one of his bodyguards. He said that he needed top bodyguards that could defeat his bodyguard. His bodyguard was a retired Special Forces soldier and was very strong. His demand seemed troublesome, so Ba Tianyang was slightly displeased, but he didn't show it. Mr. Du, can you tell us why you need bodyguards who are stronger than yours? How about at the same level? Ba Tianyang asked. Mr. Du, who was about 50 years old, understood that he didn't explain it clearly, so he immediately added. Mr. Ba, please don't get me wrong. I didn't come to cause you trouble. Although my bodyguard is good, he can't complete the task this time, so I need stronger bodyguards. As for the reason, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I heard your security company provides excellent bodyguards, so I came to see whether my needs can be satisfied. Because he hadn't gotten what he wanted yet, he couldn't tell other people the reason. Only after they signed a deal and confidentiality agreement could he tell them what he wanted them to do for him. Therefore, Ba Tianyang didn't ask further. Since the man didn't come to cause them trouble, he naturally agreed to satisfy his needs. Well, if so, we'll do our best to satisfy your needs. Since Mr. Du's bodyguard was a retired soldier, he had to be skilled. Since Mr. Du wanted a bodyguard who was stronger than him, Ba Tianyang called over a first-class bodyguard. The bodyguard was called Zhang Ziyang. He was 30 years old and was also a veteran. The bodyguard Mr. Du came with was indeed very skilled. However, his bodyguard was only at the middle level in Ji Yuning's security company. Therefore, Zhang Ziyang defeated his bodyguard within 5 minutes, which satisfied Mr. Du. Very well, I want him, said Mr. Du with satisfaction, feeling relieved. It was really hard to find a strong bodyguard. He had turned to several security companies, but nobody could defeat his bodyguard. Mr. Du wasn't familiar with the security industry, so he just did his homework on the internet and learned some information about major security companies. It was confidential, and outsiders normally didn't know much about it. Therefore, Mr. Du didn't bother to ask anyone about the best security company. Anyway, he had heard a lot about Ji Yuning, so he had a very good impression of Ji Yuning. He also admired her. He read on the internet that Ji Yuning's security company was full of excellent bodyguards, so he came over. Without surprise, he was satisfied. Mr. Ba, I need 2 of them, said Mr. Du. Although 1 was enough, he needed 2 to make sure that his son would be fine. No problem, said Ba Tianyang. Therefore, this time, Ba Tianyang decided to arrange for Zhang Liluo and Zhang Ziyang to do the task together. Although Zhang Liluo had never been a bodyguard before, he only needed to listen to Zhang Ziyang. There wouldn't be a problem. Ba Tianyang didn't tell Mr. Du that it was Zhang Liluo's first time being a bodyguard in case Mr. Du was worried. Without delay, Ba Tianyang called Zhang Liluo over to have a competition with Mr. Du's bodyguard. Chapter 2554. Zhang Liluo's first task. Before Zhang Liluo came, Ba Tianyang told him about the situation and that this time, he would do a task together with Zhang Ziyang. He also mentioned that when he competed with Mr. Du's bodyguard, he didn't need to defeat him too fast. He could finish the match after 5 minutes. Ba Tianyang said that to Zhang Liluo because he knew that Zhang Liluo was much better than them. Zhang Liluo could easily defeat Mr. Du's bodyguard within a moment. Although Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were still undergoing training, they would become the top bodyguards in their company once the training was finished. The bodyguards were divided into different levels according to their abilities. How they finished their tasks would decide how much money they could earn. Therefore, even if someone thought it was unfair, he had to first defeat his colleagues. Zhang Liluo listened to Ba Tianyang and defeated Mr. Du's bodyguard within 5 minutes. Mr. Du was very satisfied and decided to hire Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo. There were weak and strong people in this world. Some people might get jealous because other people were stronger than them, while others wouldn't. One's morals were very important. If one wants to be better than other people, he or she should work harder. If someone got jealous just because other people could do better than them, it would be their own problem. No one got strong without any effort. Since Mr. Du decided to hire bodyguards from Ji Yuning's company, he needed to talk about the details of the task he needed them to do. Not every task would be accepted, so they needed to know why Mr. Du needed bodyguards. If it was illegal, they wouldn't agree to do it. Even though Mr. Du needed to tell them the details, they would sign a confidentiality agreement. It turned out that Mr. Du's son got involved in a drug trafficking gang, but his son wasn't a member of the gang. On the contrary, his son was an undercover agent. Now Mr. Du's son had already contacted the police. The police made arrangements and they were going to take action tomorrow night. They wanted to catch all the drug traffickers. Although the police would send 2 people to protect Mr. Du's son, Mr. Du didn't think they would be enough. They were only policemen, not special forces. When a drug trafficking gang went crazy, they would kill ruthlessly. As a result, Mr. Du had the thought of hiring stronger bodyguards to protect his son. Even though Mr. Du disagreed with his son's adventure, he couldn't stop him, Du Wei, from doing that. Besides, if they couldn't handle it well this time, his son would be in a lot of danger in the future. In order to not worry his father, Du Wei agreed to let his father hire bodyguards to protect him secretly, although accidents might not happen. After hearing the reason, Ba Tianyang immediately had a good impression of Mr. Du and respect for his son. Anyway, if the situation wasn't what Mr. Du described and if it was actually illegal, the bodyguards had the right to quit. They wouldn't pay back the deposit. This was also written in the agreement. However, if the situation was different from what the hirer told them, but was legal, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the hirer could have his secrets. After verifying their job and signing the agreement, Mr. Du paid the deposit and left. Because they needed to carry out the task tomorrow morning, Mr. Du would come to pick up Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo tomorrow morning. Before that, Ba Tianyang had a private talk with Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo. He mainly told Zhang Liluo what he shouldn't do. However, an hour after Mr. Du left, Ba Tianyang received a call from him. Mr. Du told him that the action was advanced, so he needed Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo right now. Since they were bodyguards, they were ready to fight anytime. So since Mr. Du needed them right now, they set off at once. Mr. Du's son, Du Wei, was a college student who just graduated. Because he behaved like a hoodlum normally and had a bunch of friends who were real hoodlums, he accidentally got involved in a drug trafficking gang. Du Wei always wandered around, but he still had a sense of justice. He was also very smart, so he wouldn't really join them in drug trafficking. Instead, he won their trust and secretly contacted the police. The drug trafficking gang was going to make a deal this time. It wasn't a big deal, just a small deal between 2 small gangs. However, drug trafficking was unacceptable, so Du Wei decided to ruin it since he was aware of it. The deal time and place weren't settled yet. They were only sure that they would do it tonight. The gang Du Wei was in was the buyer, while the seller gang would settle the deal time and place. The seller was afraid that the buyer would play tricks in advance, which might cause them to suffer a double loss. The gang Du Wei was in was a small gang. Although there weren't any large gangs in the capital, there were many small gangs. However, they were very careful, and never dared to go against the government. As long as they didn't cause serious trouble, the government wouldn't bother to arrest them. Most importantly, the government didn't have much time, and not every official had a strong sense of justice. Only when someone reported them would the government get involved. After all, if the government did nothing, the officials would be in trouble in the end. In addition to Du Wei, 6 gangsters would go to complete the deal. Du Wei's bodyguards wouldn't go to the appointed place with them, because that would expose Du Wei. Therefore, they could only follow Du Wei secretly. If Du Wei was in danger, they would stand out then. At the moment Du Wei and other gangsters were still waiting to set out. After Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo arrived, they waited nearby. At 7 p.m., they received a message telling them to meet at an abandoned factory in a suburb of the southern district at 8:30 p.m. Without delay, Du Wei and the other gangsters set out in a MPV. When no one was watching him, Du Wei sent Zhang Ziyang a message telling them the appointed time and place. Before they went to do this task, Mr. Du contacted Du Wei and gave Du Wei Zhang Ziyang's number, so Du Wei was able to contact Zhang Ziyang. Chapter 2555, Zhang Liluo performs his first task. When Zhang Ziyang received Du Wei's message, he replied that he was informed. After watching Du Wei's car driving away, Zhang Ziyang followed him. Because Zhang Liluo just learned how to drive, he wasn't very skilled. Most importantly, he didn't have a driving license yet, so Zhang Ziyang was the driver. Bodyguards didn't drive most of the time, since they were always by their hirer's side. They rarely did their job secretly, but it was very important for them to know how to drive. For the time being, Zhang Liluo didn't have much time to learn how to drive, so it would take him longer to get a driving license. If he went to do a task with his colleagues could drive. However, if he was going to carry out a task alone or with Si Jin, he needed to drive by himself. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo kept an appropriate distance from Du Wei and the other gangsters. They were aware of the appointed place, so there was no need for them to be too close. Although they were confident about their abilities, it was better to be careful. If the time was changed, Du Wei would inform Zhang Ziyang right away and they would turn the car into another direction, but the time and place didn't change along the way. It wasn't a great deal, so there was no need for them to do anything. When Du Wei and the others arrived, the buyer was already waiting. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo didn't go close, but stopped 30 meters away, then walked forward. It was at night and in the wilderness, so it was perfect to hide. They were extremely good at carrying out a task without attracting any attention, so no one noticed them even though they were only 5 meters away. Those gangsters were good at fighting, but they weren't strong enough, so it was impossible for them to notice Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo. However, although they weren't very strong, they carried guns. Therefore, Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo had to be careful. No matter how strong a man was, his body was vulnerable. He couldn't fight against knives and guns. If they were shot, they would still be injured. If it was serious, they might die. Actually, it would only hurt mortals, and would barely injure cultivators. As long as cultivators used their magical energy, bullets could hardly touch them. However, if there was a choice, Zhang Liluo wouldn't do that. He would do his best and avoid the bullets. Zhang Ziyang was agile too, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to do the same thing. When they reached the warehouse, the police were also 100 meters away from them. The police also didn't drive closer, but quietly walked closer. Although it was hard for over a dozen policemen to hide their movements, it was windy during this season and the trees were constantly moving, so their footsteps were hidden among the sounds. Zhang Liluo noticed them, but he understood that the police came to help them, so he told Zhang Ziyang at once. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang noticed nothing, so he was surprised when Zhang Liluo told him how many policemen were coming and how far away they were. However, because he knew how unbelievable Zhang Liluo was, he didn't doubt him. Although he admired Zhang Liluo, he couldn't help being a little jealous of him too, but there was no malice in his attitude. Not all jealousy was mixed with malice. They knew that the police were nearby, but they still did what they had to. They only needed to protect Du Wei, so they would leave the other things to the police. After Du Wei and the other gangsters arrived, they carried a box, and walked into the warehouse. There were 2 people guarding outside. Because several of them had made deals with the seller a few times before, there was trust between them and they weren't so alert. They had guns, but both sides had guns. As a result, the seller couldn't stop the buyer from carrying guns. After all of them cared about their safety. Without guns, they wouldn't feel safe. After Du Wei and the others went into the warehouse, the gate was closed, but the 2 security guards outside didn't follow them inside. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo exchanged a glance and reached a tacit agreement. The next moment, they separated and walked in different directions. From the edge of the warehouse, they slowly approached the 2 security guards. The two security guards didn't notice that they had been targeted, but they still looked around, staying alert. However, Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo knocked them down in an instant. They made light sounds, so nobody in the warehouse heard them. As a result, none of them knew that the two security guards outside had already been replaced. The police also reached the warehouse at this moment. They saw two people outside and two on the ground. Because Mr. Du had a talk with the police before, the police were aware that the two people were bodyguards hired by Mr. Du to protect Du Wei. Without doubt, the two men on the ground were members of the drug trafficking gang. Top bodyguards were much stronger than drug traffickers. The drug traffickers couldn't easily knock them unconscious, but they could beat drug traffickers without much effort. However, in order to make sure that no accidents happened, they still hid silently. The police didn't go over until Zhang Ziyang signaled to them. Zhang Ziyang gave them a hand gesture, which had been agreed upon. After making sure, the police moved towards the warehouse step by step. In the warehouse, the two sides were smoothly making the deal. The seller was counting the money, while the buyer was counting the goods. Although they had made a deal twice before and no accidents had ever happened, they had to make it clear face to face. Just as they were busy counting the money and the goods, the police divided into two groups. They separately went to the front and back gate of the warehouse so that the drug trafficking gang couldn't run away. There were only two gates and the windows were very tall with anti-theft bars, so it was impossible for them to run from the windows, so the police only needed to block the two gates. Chapter 2556, Make It Quick. Outside the gate, Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo joined the police. Because they didn't make loud noises, the people in the warehouse noticed nothing. The leading policeman exchanged a glance with them, then they knocked the gate open together. Boom! The gate was knocked open, scaring the people in the warehouse. They subconsciously raised their guns and pointed it at them. Damn, did you call the police? The seller was suspicious of the buyer, because it was impossible for the sellers to call the police. Normally, if the police burst in when they were making a deal, they must have been exposed or the buyer set a trap for them. Precisely because of that, the seller decided where and when to make the deal every time. We didn't. The buyer denied it at once, because they were indeed innocent. At the same time, the buyer was also suspicious of the seller, so he got mad too. Were you exposed? No way, said the seller. They believed that they were careful enough not to be caught. Put your guns down. The leading policeman shouted at them. Do you think we are dumb? If we put down our guns, we'll be caught. The seller sneered. Because there were the same number of people on both sides and they all had guns, they weren't that afraid of the police. Once they fired, it was hard to say which side would lose. Those drug traffickers didn't believe that the police weren't scared of death. It was true that the police were also afraid of death, so the police didn't dare to move a step forward either. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo frowned. Mr. Du was right. These policemen weren't reliable at all. It was a very dangerous task, but they weren't at an advantage. What was worse, they were being threatened. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo didn't have guns. They were just bodyguards, not soldiers, nor policemen. However, facing the guns pointed at them, Zhang Ziyang stayed alert, but not scared, while Zhang Liluo couldn't care less about it. You're all surrounded now. It's useless no matter how you resist. Even though the police were scared of those drug traffickers, they had to show their strength. At least you'll die with us. If we don't fight back, we'll be killed instead, a drug trafficker said. No matter what, they risked their lives in this business, so they refused to yield. The police were mad, but they couldn't do anything about it, because the drug trafficker was right. If they fought back, they might die together. If not, they would be caught. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo were in a dilemma and suddenly didn't know what to do. Although they only needed to protect Du Wei, they couldn't watch the police get into trouble. After all, the police were stopping the evil for the citizens. Du Wei seized the chance and stepped back. Once they fired, he could save himself. However, he wasn't sure that he would be fine. Although the police wouldn't shoot him, those drug traffickers might notice something was wrong and he could be targeted. They were so close. If those drug traffickers started to attack him, his life would be in danger. Therefore, Du Wei was extremely anxious. Even though there were 2 bodyguards who were paid to protect him, he wasn't certain that they could complete their job in such a situation. He had a sense of justice, but he was unwilling to die. The confrontation wouldn't do either side any good. Zhang Liluo hadn't worked as a bodyguard before, but he was experienced in battles. Most importantly, he could easily defeat all of the drug traffickers, so he thought it was unnecessary to waste time. We can't waste time here. We must make it quick. You go to protect Dewey then, and I'll deal with them, Zhang Liluo lightly said to Zhang Ziyang. His voice was very low, so only the 2 of them could hear it. Hearing that, Zhang Ziyang slightly frowned. He didn't think it was a smart idea. It sounded too dangerous. Even though he knew that Zhang Liluo was very strong, he was alone after all. He didn't even have a gun, while there were over a dozen armed drug traffickers. However, looking at Zhang Liluo's confident expression, he somehow believed that Zhang Liluo could do it. Besides, it was the only solution now. Therefore, after hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Ziyang agreed with a nod. Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo didn't inform the police, they just quickly moved once they reached an agreement. Zhang Liluo moved like lightning. While no one could clearly see what he was doing, he swiftly ran towards those drug traffickers, then directly beat them. Zhang Liluo clearly knew that he shouldn't injure them. Instead, he aimed to take their guns away. Because Zhang Liluo moved very fast, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Several of the men's guns had been kicked away by Zhang Liluo. Zhang Ziyang moved slower than Zhang Liluo, and was amazed by Zhang Liluo's speed, but it wasn't the right time for him to ask about it now, so he forced himself to focus on the task. After Zhang Ziyang rushed over, he immediately joined Zhang Liluo. Dewey was shocked by their sudden movement, but he quickly realized what was happening. The next moment, he shot at the shoulder of one of the drug traffickers. It wasn't the first time that Dewey had carried and fired a gun, because he had the hobby of practicing marksmanship. However, this was his first time that he had ever shot a man, so he was very nervous. Those drug traffickers immediately turned to fire on him when Dewey started shooting at them. Dewey had learned some skills, but he could barely avoid the bullets being shot towards him. At this key moment, Zhang Ziyang went to Dewey's side and pushed him away. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dewey's gun and fired at the shoulder of a drug trafficker. Zhang Ziyang was a special forces soldier, so he was extremely good at shooting. He could easily kill a man, but he was unwilling to get in trouble if anyone died. Therefore, he only shot at the shoulders of the drug traffickers. Chapter 2557. Finish the task. The police were surprised by Zhang Liluo and Zhang Ziyang, but they soon joined the battle. At this moment, they had no time to criticize Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo for taking action without permission. Although they made a decision without talking about it with them, they were left with no choice. In addition, although Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo took action without permission, they got rid of many enemies. Therefore, there was no reason for the police to judge them. Within a short time, Zhang Liluo grabbed about 5 of the drug traffickers' guns, which greatly reduced the danger the police were in. Accordingly, it became much easier for the police to deal with the rest of the drug traffickers. After saving Dewey, Zhang Ziyang didn't bother to fight against those drug traffickers. Only when those drug traffickers attacked them would he fight back again. After all, his job was to protect Dewey. Zhang Liluo beat up most of the drug traffickers. With his help, the police soon caught all of them. "Fuck you, Zhao Ming, you betrayed us." A drug trafficker shouted at Dewey angrily, as if he couldn't wait to kill him. Given the current situation, they immediately realized that Dewey was a traitor, and that the policeman came because of him. To their surprise, Zhao Ming betrayed them. Zhao Ming was Dewey's fake name. Being shouted at by the drug trafficker, Dewey finally got rid of the fear of the battle. He didn't bother to explain, but directly thanked Zhang Ziyang. "Thank you." Although Zhang Ziyang was paid by his father to protect him and it was his job, Dewey didn't take it for granted. He still thanked Zhang Ziyang. "You're welcome, it's my job," said Zhang Ziyang. Although Dewey didn't need to thank him, he still felt touched when Dewey did. The police didn't ignore Zhang Liluo's effort and were very grateful to him. After catching those Drug traffickers, the leading policeman walked over and thanked him. Thank you so much for your help. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have caught them so easily. You're really impressive. My pleasure, said Zhang Liluo. Although it wasn't his duty to catch those drug traffickers, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was very easy for him. Now, the task was finished, but Du Wei needed to go to the police station. Mr. Du was waiting for him there, so Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo directly took Du Wei to Mr. Du. Although Mr. Du had already hired 2 top bodyguards to protect Du Wei, he couldn't feel relieved until it was done. Therefore, he couldn't relax until he received Du Wei's call. Du Wei said that he was fine, but Mr. Du asked to see him right away. After a while, Du Wei met with Mr. Du, allowing Mr. Du to finally relax. Although Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo were paid by him to do the task, Mr. Du still thanked them politely because of his manners. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Mr. Du thanked Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo sincerely. Mr. Du, it's our job, said Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo. However, Mr. Du was still deeply grateful to Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo. Since Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo successfully finished the task, they would leave now. As for the final payment, Mr. Du would pay them when he went to the company tomorrow. After Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo left, Du Wei told his father what had happened during the task. Although he knew that his father would be worried about him, he felt he had to mention what Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo had done in order to save him. After all, Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo had saved his life and greatly helped the police. Mr. Du was scared after hearing the whole story and felt very lucky that he had hired 2 top bodyguards to protect his son. Otherwise, Du Wei would have been in great danger. After all, even the police relied on Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo to help them. It turned out that the police weren't reliable. By the time Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo finished the task, it was late, so they didn't need to return to the company. They only needed to give Ba Tianyang a call, then they went home separately. Normally, they would have 1 to 3 days off after doing a task taking several days. Whereas if they finished a task in a day, they could have half a day off. Therefore, when they called Ba Tianyang, Zhang Ziyang briefly told him how the task went. He didn't keep it a secret how skilled Zhang Liluo was. After hearing the whole story, Ba Tianyang was shocked. At the same time, he felt disappointed in the police. No wonder Mr. Du didn't trust them. If it hadn't been for Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo, they couldn't have finished the task. Zhang Ziyang proposed to drive Zhang Liluo home before he went back to his own place, but Zhang Liluo didn't want Zhang Ziyang to know where he lived right now. After all, he stayed in the Sihewan now, instead of his own house. Leng Xiaoting gave them a house, but they didn't move in yet. They decided to stay with Shengguan Yang for a while longer. Therefore, Zhang Liluo declined and said that someone would pick him up. He told Zhang Ziyang that he could leave earlier. Accordingly, Zhang Ziyang didn't insist and left. Afterwards, Zhang Liluo took a taxi back to the Sihewan. No one was worried about Zhang Liluo's safety when he went out to do a task, because he wasn't an ordinary man, but after Zhang Liluo got back, everyone asked him about the situation. Although it was a task, it wasn't confidential, so there was no need for him to keep it a secret. Zhang Liluo told them what had happened, and also shared his experience with Si Jin. It didn't alert the police this time, or they wouldn't have sent only a few policemen. It was a very difficult situation. If it hadn't been for you two, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to finish the task, said Jing Yunyao. Although the police paid little importance to it this time and almost failed, they did their job and stopped crime. Chapter 2558. Call by Li Zongxie out. Perhaps they attached enough importance to it, but were too confident about their abilities. They thought that since they had an equal number of people, they could catch those criminals. Either way, with Zhang Ziyang and Zhang Liluo's help, the task was completed perfectly. However, if the police weren't careful next time, they might end up in danger again. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. People had to learn to change after experiencing it. After the new semester began, Ji Yuning went to school for several days. However, on the 4th day, she asked for leave. Because Ji Yuning would always be the top scorer during exams no matter how many days she was absent, their head teacher let her go whenever she wanted to leave. She was the pride of the capital university. She was an excellent student and had become a billionaire at a very young age. It was not only the teachers who let Ji Yuning do whatever she wanted to, her schoolmates also admired her. However, some classmates didn't think that Ji Yuning should be allowed to be absent so many times, because they had to think of a good reason and even beg for their teacher's permission before they could be absent. They understood that Ji Yuning was busy with work as the chairman of a large company, but they were still jealous of her. However, due to Ji Yuning's status and abilities, they didn't dare to criticize her openly. They only prayed behind Ji Yuning's back that she would fail the exams once, so that they could laugh at her. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning never failed, and there was a huge gap between them and her. In fact, they didn't even have the qualification to be jealous of her. Ji Yuning left school this time because Qi Tianlin came to her for help. Qi Tianlin had been chased by mutants again and he was at the edge of Province Yun. Qi Tianlin hadn't been caught yet, but he was in a very dangerous situation and was hiding. When Ji Yuning was about to leave school, she contacted Baili Zhongshe and asked her whether she could take an absence from classes for 2 days. She needed her to deal with something together. Ji Yuning didn't call Baili Zhongshe out because she couldn't handle it alone, but because Leng Xiaoting might get jealous. After all, she was going to save one of her admirers, and the man had a grudge against Leng Xiaoting. She understood that Leng Xiaoting trusted her, and she would reject Qi Tianlin no matter how much he admired her, but Leng Xiaoting would still be jealous. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to care about his feelings. Therefore, it would be better if Baili Zhongshe went with her. She didn't go to help Qi Tianlin, for him, but because of the mutants. No matter who encountered them, she wouldn't stand on the sidelines. As a cultivator, it was her duty to get rid of monsters and ghosts. And now she was an extra member of the Red Flame, so she ought to help the Red Flame protect their country. Whenever Ji Yuning needed Baili Zhongshe was more than willing to help her. She didn't think it was a big thing if she was absent from classes for a day, so she immediately went to deal with it. Before long, Baili Zhongshe was prepared and showed up in front of Ji Yuning. Because Qi Tianlin was at the edge of Province Yun and was hiding, he didn't have a fixed location. Anyway, he told Ji Yuning that he was going to County Gong, so he told her to meet him in City Rui. It took a long time to get to the capital from City Rui. From the capital to the airport of City Rui, Ji Yuning needed to fly for about 4 hours. Then she needed to take a car to get to the city center, which might take an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and a half. At the moment it was about 10 a.m., and the earliest flight would take off at 10:50 a.m. However, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were too late for that, so they could only take the next flight. The next flight would take off at 12:30 a.m., so they would have enough time for the trip there because it took about an hour from Haicheng district to the airport. Once Baili Zhongshe verified that she would go with Ji Yuning booked plane tickets. Without delay, she went straight to the parking lot outside their school, then drove away. Normally, Ji Yuning would drive to school and park at the parking lot for convenience. Ji Yuning honestly told Baili Zhongshe that one of her friends had encountered mutants and he needed her help. Baili Zhongshe had learned about mutants, so she wasn't surprised. Ji Yuning also told Baili Zhongshe why she needed her to go together, since it wasn't her duty. Baili Zhongshe didn't feel unhappy about it at all. Instead, she was happy to go with Ji Yuning. Although she had heard about mutants before, she had never encountered them, so she would like to see them in reality. She knew her job was to not leave Ji Yuning alone with another man, but she was still excited. Moreover, she had never gone on a plane or gone to a faraway place before, so she was happy to go. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm bored at school, and I've never seen mutants in reality before. I really want to see them, said Baili Zhongshe excitedly. Ji Yuning understood that Baili Zhongshe wouldn't mind, but she was relieved after hearing her answer. When they walked out of the school gate, Ji Yuning sensed that the cultivator who was spying on her was still there. She had to admit that the cultivator was really persistent. After Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe walked out, the cultivator also noticed them. He was spying on Ji Yuning, so he had to be careful. Ji Yuning didn't pay much attention to him, and just let him follow her. She would get rid of him later. Ji Yuning had a lot of confidence in her driving skills. Even if she couldn't get rid of him, the cultivator might not be able to follow her to board the plane. They didn't have much time and the cultivator didn't know which flight they took. It would be too late once he found out. When he arrived at City Rui, they would already be far away. It was impossible for him to know where they went. The cultivator immediately took a taxi when Ji Yuning drove away. There was a lot of traffic on the road in the city center, and Ji Yuning couldn't drive fast, so the cultivator could still follow her. Chapter 2559. A baby's cry. When there was less traffic on the road, Ji Yuning sped up and immediately got rid of the cultivator. The cultivator was hardly comparable to Ji Yuning at driving skills, and a taxi couldn't be faster than Ji Yuning's car, so it was normal that he couldn't catch up with her. He subconsciously wondered whether Ji Yuning saw him and deliberately got rid of him, but he soon denied it. Ji Yuning was just a mortal. Even though she was strong, she shouldn't be able to notice him. Therefore, the cultivator who followed Ji Yuning thought that maybe Ji Yuning drove so fast because she needed to rush to deal with something. Anyway, because he lost her, he had to go back to the capital university and continue to wait for Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning returned, he would find her again. Baili Zhongshe didn't notice that someone was following them, but she noticed that Ji Yuning was purposely speeding up. Therefore, she guessed that someone was following them. After all, their flight wouldn't be taking off soon, so there was no need for them to rush. Out of curiosity, Baili Zhongshe asked, "Why are you driving so fast? Is someone following behind?" "Yes," Ji Yuning replied. "What? How come I didn't notice?" Baili Zhongshe was surprised, because she didn't notice anything was wrong. "Because he's at a high level," said Ji Yuning. She honestly told Baili Zhongshe that it was a cultivator who was following them. "You've been targeted again." Baili Zhongshe put on a resigned look. It had happened many times before that Ji Yuning was followed by cultivators, but they usually spied on her because of the magical power in the medicines produced by Kulain. She wondered whether this time was different. Anyway, Baili Zhongshe understood what she could ask about, and what she shouldn't. Actually, even if Baili Zhongshe asked about it, Ji Yuning wouldn't tell her the truth. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether this time she was being spied on for the same reason. If not, she couldn't tell Baili Zhongshe. Because Ji Yuning sped up, they arrived at the airport about 40 minutes later. After parking the car, they went straight to check in. "Well, I've never been on a plane before. I'm a bit nervous now," said Baili Zhongshe nervously. Although she was a cultivator, it didn't mean she would be used to everything. Cultivators were stronger than mortals, but they would also get curious and nervous when they saw something they had never seen before. Many people feel nervous when they take a flight for the first time. Some people even worry that the plane might crash. I had the same worries before, but I still believe planes are very safe. It's not likely to have accidents, but it'll be really hard to survive once an accident happens, said Ji Yuning. Comparatively, planes were safe and weren't likely to have accidents. During these 10 years, only 2 bad plane crashes had happened. Car accidents, however, would happen over 100 times within a year. If they ran into a car accident, they might be able to save themselves no matter how serious it was, but if it was a plane crash, it would be difficult for them to survive. What? Baili Zhongshe was slightly anxious. As Ji Yuning said, it wasn't likely to have an accident, but it was still a possibility, so Baili Zhongshe couldn't help thinking about the worst situation. "Relax, we'll be fine," Ji Yuning said to comfort her. She didn't worry about plane accidents, because the probability was too low. Hearing that, Baili Zhongshe felt much relieved. During these years, she had never heard of a plane crash, so she shouldn't have run into one on the first time. However, sometimes, accidents happened when you weren't prepared at all. After waiting at the airport for about 40 minutes, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe started boarding the plane. When the plane began to move, a baby's cry suddenly sounded in the cabin, just opposite Ji Yuning's seat. No matter how the baby's mother tried to keep it quiet, the baby wouldn't stop crying, which irritated other passengers. At the beginning, everyone could understand and bear it, but some passengers lost their patience a few minutes later. The mother was criticized and had to repeatedly apologize to the other passengers. Ji Yuning slightly frowned. For some reason, she had a premonition. She didn't think too much about it and simply asked the mother whether the baby was uncomfortable. The baby's mother didn't know why, because the baby looked fine earlier before it suddenly started crying. It had never happened before. Ji Yuning couldn't stand the baby's cry any longer either, and she was worried that the baby might be sick. She had the idea of helping them. "If you don't mind, let me carry it for a while. I'll try to make it quiet down," Ji Yuning said to the baby's mother. "Please." The baby's mother didn't know what she could do, so she could only listen to Ji Yuning. They were on a plane anyway, so Ji Yuning couldn't do anything bad to the baby. Therefore, the baby's mother gave the baby to Ji Yuning. Afterwards, Ji Yuning immediately released magical power and put it into the baby's body. She couldn't see whether the baby was sick, so she only put some magical power into the baby's body, then observed it for a while. Within a few moments, the baby stopped crying. Seeing that, everyone was amazed. Ji Yuning looked very young, but she was very good at keeping the baby quiet. The baby's mother was also relieved when the baby stopped crying, because she thought that her baby might be sick. "I think the baby just felt a little uncomfortable," said Baili Zhongshe, and Ji Yuning agreed. The baby stopped crying and the other passengers became quiet too, then the plane took off. About 20 minutes later, the plane flew steadily in the air. The baby slept well in Ji Yuning's arms, so Ji Yuning gave it back to its mother. The baby's mother thanked Ji Yuning again and again. Chapter 2560, Stabilize the plane with magical power. About an hour after the plane took off, the stewardesses came to hand out food. Because it was a long journey, Ji Yuning planned to close her eyes and rest for a while after eating. Baili Zhongshe didn't bother Ji Yuning, and quietly appreciated the clouds out of the window. When the plane took off, Baili Zhongshe felt very nervous, but she soon relaxed after it flew steadily. It was all white outside, and the clouds were like clumps of cotton. Baili Zhongshe even had the impulse to jump out and have fun on it. After the plane flew about half of the route, it encountered air turbulence and shook a little. It was very normal during a flight, so it didn't cause panic. Unfortunately, after a few more minutes, the shaking didn't stop, and only got worse and worse. All the passengers became concerned, and Ji Yuning opened her eyes. "Why is it shaking so badly?" Baili Zhongshe tightly held the chair handle and frowned. She was a little nervous. Although this was the first time that she had ever taken a plane, she knew planes shook when they encountered air turbulence. However, this time was too rough. Ji Yuning had never been through such serious shaking, so she thought it was strange too. At this moment, the same baby woke up and started crying again. An idea dawned on Ji Yuning. She heard that babies cried their hearts out because they felt that something bad was going to happen. Did the baby cry, not because it felt uncomfortable, but because it had a premonition? Ji Yuning became worried and had a premonition too. If the plane continued to shake, they would be in serious danger. All of a sudden, the plane fell for a moment, making all the people inside lose their balance. Even though it only lasted for a few seconds, it still scared everyone. Some even screamed, while others cried out. A stewardess immediately comforted the passengers through a broadcast. She said that the plane was shaking because of turbulence, but everyone was terrified by the shaking. The plane even fell for a while, so the stewardess's words weren't very useful. The cabin was full of cries and shouts. Ji Yuning, did something go wrong? Baili Zhongshe straightened her body, feeling nervous. She felt it couldn't be normal air turbulence. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. Before they boarded the plane, she felt that they couldn't be that unlucky. After all, this was the first time that she had taken a plane. However, now it seemed that she was just extremely unlucky. No matter how unlikely it was, the plane she got on now had an issue. "I don't know. It's also the first time that I've encountered such a situation." Ji Yuning looked anxious too. "I have such bad luck. I thought that I wouldn't be so unlucky the first time, but, xianxia complained, but she wasn't blaming Ji Yuning, because she willingly went on this journey with Ji Yuning. However, xianxia was going through this because of Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning still apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you out. Given the current situation, Ji Yuning had a feeling that it would cause a serious accident. Don't say that. Although it looks scary, I chose to go with you on my own, said xianxia. In fact, even if she died today, she accepted the result. However, Ji Yuning still blamed herself. At this moment, the plane shook heavily again, as if it was going to fall, which scared everyone. I feel it's falling. What should we do? It's terrifying. Will we die? I don't want to die. There are a lot of things I want to do. Dad, Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to travel. What should we do? What's going on now? What will happen? Ji Yuning wouldn't sit there and do nothing. It wasn't too bad for her right now, so she believed that she could handle it. If it was air turbulence, it should be easy, but it would be a problem if the plane itself was damaged. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning released her magical power around them till it covered the whole plane. The anxious and scared passengers gradually calmed down once they were touched by the magical power. They didn't know why, but xianxia understood. Although xianxia knew that Ji Yuning could release pure magical power, which was different from other cultivators, she was still surprised by its amount. It turned out that Ji Yuning was much stronger and more mysterious than she thought, but it was Ji Yuning's secret, so she wouldn't ask about it. When they calmed down, the baby also stopped crying. Covered in magical power, the plane stabilized and stopped shaking over time. However, Ji Yuning didn't immediately withdraw her magical power, because the plane flew steadily by relying on her magical power. If she took it back, the plane might shake again. The air turbulence couldn't last, and only happened for a while, so Ji Yuning decided to withdraw her magical power after it ended. As the plane continued to fly steadily, the passengers quieted down. They were still scared, but wouldn't think about it further. Another while later, Ji Yuning's face became a little pale because she used too much magical power. xianxia was slightly worried, but said nothing. After all, it was a special situation. After 5 minutes, Ji Yuning stopped releasing magical power, since the plane already passed the air turbulence. On the other hand, Ji Yuning's face became pale and she felt weak. Ji Yuning, are you alright? xianxia asked with concern. Even though she knew that Ji Yuning would be fine and would be filled with energy again after resting for a while, she was still worried. After all, Ji Yuning looked weak now. She didn't know what would have happened to them if Ji Yuning didn't use her magical power to stabilize the plane, but the situation would only have gotten worse, so undoubtedly Ji Yuning paid a lot. Chapter 2561. An earthquake. However, other people had no idea about that. So xianxia felt it was unfair for Ji Yuning, even though Ji Yuning did it, not just to save them, but also to save herself. Anyway, xianxia couldn't tell other people about Ji Yuning's abilities, because it would only cause trouble. Besides, nobody would believe it. It's fine, I just need to rest for a while, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Of course, said xianxia, then stopped talking to Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning felt weak after using too much magical power, she couldn't use it to recover now. It would only make her more tired. However, she could directly take power crystals, so she took out a bottle of 10 power crystals and took all of them at once. As a cultivator, 1 or 2 power crystals weren't of much use, so she needed to take many of them, but if it was over 10, it would be too many, so Ji Yuning only took 10 power crystals. Afterwards, her face gradually became ruddy again, but she still needed more time to regain her energy. After resting for an hour, Ji Yuning became energetic again. xianxia was relieved when she saw that Ji Yuning was doing much better. A while later, a stewardess announced that the plane had started landing. And after about 30 minutes, the plane landed at the airport of City Rui. The passengers didn't feel completely safe until this moment. Ji Yuning and xianxia got out of the plane and left the airport. On their way out, Ji Yuning called Qi Tianlin and asked where he was. She would go to him. For the time being, Chi Tianlin wasn't staying in a fixed location, because he didn't dare to stop in case the mutant caught up to him. Instead, he was wandering around in City Rui. Although the mutant wasn't as likely to attack him in a crowded place, it still could happen. Therefore, Chi Tianlin couldn't stop moving, since it was the only way to help him feel safe. In that case, Ji Yuning could only contact Chi Tianlin when she got to the city center. After all, it took more than an hour to get to the city center from the airport. Chi Tianlin didn't know where he would go within that hour. Anyway, he had no destination and was unfamiliar with City Rui. After walking out of the airport, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe took a taxi towards the city center. A while later, the taxi driver asked them, "Miss, which flight did you take?" "HX 5580, we're from the capital," said Ji Yuning. She didn't care much about that. Hearing that, the taxi driver took a deep breath, then continued. "Did it suffer serious air turbulence during the route?" Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were surprised. How did he know? No one should have told him earlier, and he was only a mortal. He shouldn't be able to foresee it. Ji Yuning got alert and asked, "Yeah, but how do you know it?" "I took the flight before. It flies over City Wu along the way. About 2 hours ago, a magnitude 7 earthquake occurred in a mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away from City Wu, which affected the airspace too. At that time, HX 5580 must have suffered a lot from it. I was worried it might cause a serious accident, but luckily nothing happened," said the taxi driver. That was the reason why he took a long breath after hearing that they just took HX 5580. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe immediately figured out why the plane shook so heavily earlier. If so, that plane was under great threat at that moment. "Did anyone get injured?" Ji Yuning asked with concern. "Of course, but because it's a mountainous area and not many people were living there, the death toll isn't high. It should be about 20. No one wants anyone to die, but it's unavoidable," said the taxi driver. "Right." Ji Yuning agreed. Then she took out her phone and searched for news about the earthquake. It was true that an earthquake occurred in a mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away from City Wu. The surrounding counties and towns were affected, but the death toll wasn't high. After making sure of it, Ji Yuning sent Chen Kanji a message, telling him to donate 2 million yuan to the mountainous area. She couldn't save the world, but she was a very kind person. If it was possible, she was happy to do something to help innocent people. Ji Yuning also told Chen Kanji to arrange for trustworthy people to collect information about the households living there. She wouldn't directly donate the money to charity. Ji Yuning didn't trust charities, because people who really needed money might not get the help they needed. After all, there were too many staff who would take money out of the donation for themselves. It wasn't uncommon, and was allowed by the government. These charities actually didn't focus on charitable activities. They were more like middlemen, so they would take fees. The Tang family's charity wouldn't do that, but Ji Yuning still told Chen Kanji to deal with it himself. Chen Kanji had just learned that City Wu suffered an earthquake. He also felt that it was necessary to donate, but the company was owned by Ji Yuning, so he planned to talk to her about it. However, before he could do that, he received Ji Yuning's message, so he immediately did what she said. After an hour, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe entered the city center and Ji Yuning called Chi Tianlin again. At this time, Chi Tianlin was driving towards the city center. Because he was going to meet Ji Yuning soon, he became less worried, so he told her to meet at a restaurant. After that, Ji Yuning told the taxi driver to go to the appointed restaurant. It was time for a meal, so they could directly have a meal after they met. Shortly after Chi Tianlin and his people arrived, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe came. At their meeting, Ji Yuning saw that Chi Tianlin obviously wasn't in a good condition. He looked haggard. It seemed that he didn't sleep well while he was being chased. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua by his side also looked haggard, and were even in a worse condition than Chi Tianlin. After all, they drove in turns. As the head, Chi Tianlin only needed to sit there. Luckily, even though they looked haggard, they weren't out of strength. Chi Tianlin carried power crystals which he bought from Ji Yuning. When they were extremely tired, they would take the power crystals and become energetic again. Chapter 2562. Expose their secrets, otherwise, they would be exhausted after running for several days. After all, their enemies weren't ordinary people, they were mutants. In fact, not only a mutant was chasing Qi Tianlin, a ninja who was controlling the mutant was also chasing him. In other words, a mutant and a ninja were chasing Qi Tianlin at the same time. In such a situation, it wasn't easy for Qi Tianlin to run and stay safe for 3 days. Qi Tianlin didn't say anything when he saw Baili Xianxia. He had no strength to ask about that now. He only hoped that Ji Yuning could help him get rid of the disgusting mutant. Although Qi Tianlin didn't know that Ji Yuning had superpowers, he believed that she could handle it. Well, I can finally relax since you've come. I haven't rested in days. Please help me deal with it, said Qi Tianlin, sounding weak. Sure, but you must pay me, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't come to save Qi Tianlin for free, she decided to help him for 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan was nothing in Qi Tianlin's opinion. Even if Ji Yuning asked for 100 million yuan, he would still be willing to pay her. After all, his life was worth much more than just that. Ji Yuning was aware of that, but she only asked for a reasonable price. Qi Tianlin shrugged and said nothing further. After that, they went into a private room and ordered some dishes. During these past few days, Qi Tianlin and his people hadn't had a good meal, so today they would enjoy a great meal. After ordering, the waiter left. Ji Yuning asked, "How did you run into the mutants?" Although she shouldn't ask about that, she wanted to know more about the mutants. Due to Country R's relationship with their country, she had to be careful and take action to stop the mutants from attacking them. If she wanted to stop them, she had to learn more about them. Since Qi Tianlin got into trouble with mutants, she could collect information from him. She didn't need to know what grudges Qi Tianlin had against the person behind the mutants, she only needed to know who the person was. Qi Tianlin slightly frowned when Ji Yuning asked him straightforwardly. He said nothing, but gave Baili Xianxia a meaningful glance. He understood that Ji Yuning must trust Baili Xianxia since she asked him that question in front of her, but he still needed to make sure. Ji Yuning understood his worries at once, so she explained. She's one of us. She's already aware of the existence of strange creatures. If so, there was nothing for Qi Tianlin to be worried about, so he said, I didn't know who sent the mutant to kill me last time, but this time I have a name in my mind. I think it's the Wano family from Country R. It's one of the 3 major families in Country R. It's involved in politics on the surface, but it actually has a deep connection with the underground world. It's also one of the 3 largest illegal gangs in Country R. I have a good relationship with the heir of the mafia of Country Y, but he has grudges against the head of the illegal gang controlled by the Wano family. So I've also been targeted. If so, the Wano family is really ambitious. It's dominant in politics and also has great influence in the underground world. They also have mutants and ninjas. I'm afraid they are aiming for the presidential seat. Ji Yuning made the conclusion. It was true that the Wano family wanted to get the presidential seat of Country R. Because Country R was still an autocratic monarchy, the monarch had the highest status and the greatest power. I had the same thought, so I plan to expose the Wano family's secrets. The other major families will seize the chance to cause the Wano family trouble. They'll be busy scheming against each other and I'll be safe. I can also enjoy watching the drama, said Qi Tianlin. Although Qi Tianlin was the head of an illegal gang and had done many illegal things, he wouldn't betray their country. Instead, he would defend it. At least when other countries wanted to attack their country, he would side with their country without hesitation. Otherwise he wouldn't have the thought of exposing the Wano family's secrets and causing Country R to be in political chaos. It's a good idea. Ji Yuning agreed. When their enemies were in political chaos, they could enjoy watching the drama. However, Ji Yuning still needed to conduct a further investigation on the mutants. Because the Wano family was really influential, other major families might not be able to defeat them. Therefore, they couldn't completely rely on the Wano family's enemies in politics. If they wanted to totally get rid of them, they had to do something on their own. About 20 minutes later, the dishes were placed on the table. At the same time, Ji Yuning sensed evil energy approaching them. She used her jade eyes to look around, then saw a MPV with 3 people sitting inside driving into the underground parking lot of the restaurant. To be specific, there were 2 mortals and a mutant. She didn't know how they managed to not lose Xianxia. It was unbelievable that they followed him wherever he went. Precisely because of that, Xianxia had to run away all the time. He couldn't stop, or he would be caught. It was 2 ninjas and a mutant, who were much stronger than ordinary people, so Xianxia was no match for them no matter how skilled he was. Otherwise, he would have already defeated them. Anyway, Ji Yuning was with him now, so Xianxia wasn't worried. Ji Yuning sensed evil energy, so did xianxia because they were only a short distance of 10 meters away from them. As soon as xianxia sensed the evil energy, she gave Ji Yuning a glance. Ji Yuning was better than her, so xianxia was sure that Ji Yuning must have felt it before her, but Ji Yuning said nothing, and decided to have the meal first, so xianxia said nothing either. Ji Yuning understood that the mutant was nearby, but she didn't tell Xianxia. She wanted to let him finish the meal first. Although the mutant knew that Xianxia was here, it didn't take action right away. After all, they were in the crowded city center, so they decided to follow Xianxia till they found a good chance. After having the meal, Ji Yuning and her friends paid the bill and left. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ji Yuning saw the car where the mutant and ninjas were sitting. However, she didn't pay much attention to them, so they didn't notice anything wrong. Chapter 2563. Listen to Ji Yuning. They saw 2 women by Xianxia's side, but didn't think it was a big deal. It was just 2 women, so they couldn't care less. After getting in their car, Ji Yuning told Yu Hao to drive to a suburb so that their enemies could take action. Yu Hao didn't ask Xianxia's opinion, and directly listened to Ji Yuning. He would do whatever she told him to do. He didn't know that the mutant was following them, but Xianxia did. They had stayed there for a while, so the mutant should have caught up to them. Do you know where they are right now? We stayed there for an hour. I bet they already found us, Xianxia said to Ji Yuning. Yeah, in the parking lot, so we're taking them to a place without many people around. They need a chance to attack us, said Ji Yuning. Because Xianxia believed that he was already caught up to, he wasn't surprised when he heard that they were in the parking lot. However, he didn't know their specific location. After all, he was just an ordinary man. He couldn't sense evil energy. Shortly after Ji Yuning and the others left, the mutant followed. They had no idea that Ji Yuning already saw them and that they actually were in danger. They followed Xianxia all the way here from other cities, so it was very normal in their eyes that Xianxia drove to a suburb now. They had too much confidence in themselves. Compared with Xianxia, they indeed had great confidence, but they had bad luck today because they met Ji Yuning. They couldn't sense cultivators, so they noticed nothing special about Ji Yuning. Because City Rui was just a county-level city, it wasn't large. So after half an hour, Ji Yuning and her friends were already far from the city center and had reached a suburb. Yu Hao didn't stop, and Ji Yuning said nothing. It wasn't until the car reached the wilderness, turned into a small road, and came to an uninhabited area, that Ji Yuning told Yu Hao to stop the car. The ninjas who were following them still had no idea that they were already exposed. Instead, they felt it was a good opportunity. They couldn't drive over, in case Xianxia saw them, so they stopped at a distance. Afterwards, they stayed in the car, having no intention of appearing in front of Xianxia. Instead, they ordered the mutant to attack him. If they showed up, their identities would go public. Therefore, they wouldn't do anything unless the mutant failed. However, they didn't think it was possible. Although a mutant was caught by Xianxia last time, this one was much stronger. They refused to believe that they would fail again. Actually, they never understood how the mutant failed last time. They couldn't believe that Xianxia had the abilities to defeat a mutant. However, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to face the fact that the mutant was killed. What they didn't know was that it was Ji Yuning who killed the mutant TGE last time. And this time, unfortunately, they met her once more. As a result, it would be the same. After Ji Yuning and the others got out of the car, they deliberately continued to walk ahead, otherwise their enemies might sense that something wasn't right. However, they walked slowly. Anyway, it was a good chance for the ninjas, so they let the mutant out and ordered it to attack GT Online. The mutant moved very fast, so it got close within a few seconds from about 100 meters away. Once the mutant moved, both Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia felt it, but they didn't take action right away. Instead, they stopped and turned to look at the mutant. GT Online and his people didn't see the mutant until it was very close. In horror, they immediately hid behind Ji Yuning. GT Online was afraid of nobody, but mutants terrified him. After all, he was no match for the mutant. Seeing the mutant with her own eyes, Baili Xianxia was a little excited, but Ji Yuning didn't let her deal with it. Instead, she told Baili Xianxia to fight with the two ninjas in the car. They couldn't let the ninjas leave. So because the ninjas might run away if they found out the mutant couldn't win, they had to catch them before that. Even though Baili Xianxia was at a low level, she was much stronger than ninjas, so Ji Yuning wasn't too worried about her. Even if she failed, she could still keep them from escaping while Ji Yuning defeated the mutant. They made that plan while they were in the car earlier, so Ji Yuning went to fight against the mutant, while Baili Xianxia immediately ran to the ninjas who were nearby. GT Online was surprised by Ji Yuning's plan, because Ji Yuning arranged for a girl to deal with the two ninjas. He understood that Ji Yuning did it for a reason, but he still couldn't believe it. After all, Baili Xianxia looked too young. Ji Yuning was extremely amazing, but there turned out to be another young girl who was also unbelievably strong. When they saw how quickly Baili Xianxia moved, they were amazed and had to admit that they couldn't run as fast as her. In addition, they couldn't see where the ninjas were, but Baili Xianxia obviously knew. Baili Xianxia knew where the two ninjas were, not because she felt them, but because she remembered where they came from. When she was close to them, she finally sensed the evil energy around them. It was the first time that Baili Xianxia had seen ninjas, but she learned a lot about them. And in fact, she didn't think they were strong enemies, but she wouldn't take them lightly, because it might cause failure. When Baili Xianxia fought against them, she used her full strength. Because she moved extremely fast, it was too late by the time the two ninjas saw her. Chapter 2564, Ji Yuning is stronger than GT Online. Although they immediately drove away, Baili Xianxia stopped their car with a single hand after they drove for only 4 meters. Seeing that, the two cultivators were stunned. How could she be so strong? She easily stopped the car with a single hand. At this moment, the two cultivators realized that this girl wasn't ordinary, otherwise she wouldn't be able to stop the car alone. Was she one of the so-called people with superpowers in this country? The two cultivators tried to drive through, but it was impossible for them to move. Since the car couldn't move, they could only get out of it and fight against Baili Xianxia. If they couldn't get rid of Baili Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to escape. They understood that Baili Xianxia was a strong enemy, because she stopped their car with a single hand, but they didn't think that they were no match for her. After all, they could also stop a car with their hands, although with difficulty. In addition, there were two of them, while Baili Xianxia was alone, so they might not lose. Once the two ninjas got out of the car, they attacked Baili Xianxia. Because both sides were strong, there was no winner within a short time. The mutant Ji Yuning was fighting against was much stronger than the last one, but it was still nothing in her eyes. The mutant could barely touch Ji Yuning and was defeated by Ji Yuning within a second. However, it took a long while for Ji Yuning to completely destroy it. After all, mutants had great defensive ability and could heal 10 times quicker than ordinary people. Even if they were injured, they would soon heal. However, Ji Yuning used her magical energy to attack it, which was far more destructive than common weapons. The mutant's defensive ability was greatly damaged, and it shortened the time that Ji Yuning needed to destroy it. However, she still needed a while. GT Online and the others stood at the side and watched. They wanted to help, but didn't know what they could do. Because Ji Yuning told them not to get involved, they quietly stood at a distance. Actually, when they watched Ji Yuning fighting against the mutant, they knew that she didn't need their help. It's really amazing that Miss Ji Yu is so skilled at such a young age. She's impressive, Cheng Hua said. Right, I thought our head was extraordinarily strong, but Miss Ji Yu, Yu Hao agreed, but he suddenly stopped, because he realized that he shouldn't say that. Their head was right beside them. If he dared to say that Ji Yuning was better than their head might be mad. Although it was the truth, he shouldn't embarrass their head. The moment Yu Hao stopped, he turned to look at Qi Tianlin in slight fear and explained. I'm sorry, head. Qi Tianlin only frowned, and said nothing. It hurt, but he had to admit that Ji Yuning was really better than him. Upon thinking of that, Qi Tianlin felt upset. He wasn't jealous, but he felt a bit humiliated. He always believed that women were weak, but Ji Yuning was different. She totally changed his opinions about women. And it was not only Ji Yuning, the girl who went to fight against the ninjas was also impressive. Since Ji Yuning told her to deal with the two ninjas, the girl had to be stronger than him too. Anyway, he couldn't defeat the two ninjas alone. Thinking of that, Qi Tianlin felt more and more upset, but he wasn't petty, and wouldn't hate them just because they were stronger than him. Moreover, they came to save him. Seeing that Qi Tianlin was remaining silent, Yu Hao felt relieved. If Qi Tianlin was mad, he would say it aloud and wouldn't harbor a grudge. Cheng Hua had also gotten nervous, because they almost annoyed their head. Their head wouldn't fire them for that, but they would still receive a punishment. Mutants wouldn't stop attacking, and they wouldn't run away even if they failed, because they were being controlled by other people. Baili Zhongshe was gradually at an advantage after fighting against the two ninjas for 10 minutes. Therefore, they directly called the mutant back to help them. Although mutants were rare and precious, they weren't humans. So the ninjas felt that they were more important. As a result, they planned to call the mutant back to stop Baili Zhongshe so that they could run away. As for Qi Tianlin, they had no more strength to deal with him. Unfortunately, the reality was quite the opposite. Because the mutant was defeated by Ji Yuning had total control over it. It was impossible for it to run away. As a result, the mutant was unable to help the two ninjas. The two ninjas waited for a long while, but the mutant was still absent, so they realized that it had been caught. Knowing that, they were full of irritation and anxiety. They didn't expect the situation to be like this, and now they were in despair. The two ninjas didn't beg Baili Zhongshe to let them go, because they knew it wouldn't happen. There was no need to humiliate themselves. Even though Baili Zhongshe couldn't harm them right now, it was hard for them to run away, and they were becoming weaker, while she was still full of energy. In that case, she would soon be able to injure them. After a half-an-hour-long battle, the mutant was losing its defensive ability, and it healed much slower than it was being injured. Therefore, Ji Yuning's attack became more and more serious and fatal. After about another 10 minutes, Ji Yuning hit the mutant for the last time, and it broke into pieces and was completely destroyed. Witnessing that scene, even though Qi Tianlin and the others had seen many bloody events before, they were still scared. Chapter 2565. There are always people who are better than you. After Ji Yuning destroyed the mutant, the two ninjas who were controlling it were totally shocked. They didn't expect the mutant to be killed. At the same time, they were in total despair. After the mutant was killed, they were doomed to fail. Once Ji Yuning killed the mutant, she quickly rushed to help Baili Zhongshe. Although Baili Zhongshe was fine, it was better if they finished the battle as soon as possible. When Ji Yuning came, Baili Zhongshe realized that the mutant was already killed. However, she was aware of Ji Yuning's abilities, so she wasn't too surprised. After Ji Yuning came over, she directly attacked the two ninjas. Before long, the two ninjas were killed. Although Ji Yuning didn't want to kill, they were a big threat to their country, so she had to get rid of them. If they were just ordinary people, she would let them live, but they weren't. Ninjas from Country R were like professional killers. They had killed countless people and had done many bad deeds secretly. As a result, even though they were killed, Country R wouldn't dare to have an open investigation. Besides, they came with a mutant, which meant they didn't get in legally. Without records of their entry and exit, the Ueno family couldn't prove that they were killed by a foreigner. Actually, even if they had these records, they didn't have evidence. Anyway, if ninjas dared to murder people in a foreign country, they shouldn't be afraid of anything. After that, Chi Tionline decided to cause the Ueno family some trouble, so the Ueno family wouldn't have time to investigate their death. However, ninjas were rarer than cultivators, so they wouldn't tolerate the loss. It was possible that they would try to pay Chi Tionline back later. It was very natural for them to want to take revenge, but they would also be afraid of suffering a loss again. After killing the two ninjas, Ji Yuning told Cheng Hua and Yu how to carry them into their car. Then she got them to leave first, and she would stay to deal with the rest. Chi Tionline wanted to stay with her, but Ji Yuning told him to leave. Chi Tionline had to listen to her, so he told Ji Yuning to contact him again after she was back in City Rui. When Chi Tionline and the others left, only Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were left. Without delay, Ji Yuning directly put the car with the two ninjas inside into her telepathic eye space. Baili Zhongshe understood that Ji Yuning had a Chenkin bag, so she wasn't surprised. They had to clean up the scene properly, or other people might find out sooner or later. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe rushed to the border of their country in Burma. They dumped the car in a river in the middle, so that no one would know where they had an accident. After dealing with that, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe went back to the city. There were dozens of kilometers between the border and City Rui, but Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe quickly arrived using Qinggong. Although they had gotten rid of the mutant, they didn't rush to go back the next day, because City Rui was the largest inland port in the southwest area of their country and was an important jewelry distribution center. City Rui was rich in jade resources, while City Tang was only a distribution center, so its resources weren't as good. When she learned that Jing Jinning's company was located in City Rui, she always wanted to come to have a look, but she didn't have time. So since she was here, she decided to come over and have a look to see whether she could expand her business to City Rui. Ji Yuning talked about that with Baili Zhongshe, and Baili Zhongshe didn't mind. Anyway, she was happy to hang around for a few more days. As soon as Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe arrived at the city center of City Rui, she called Chi Tionline, but told him that she wouldn't go to see him. Chi Tionline wanted to see Ji Yuning, but he wouldn't force her to come to see him. Back in the city center, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe stayed in a hotel, then Ji Yuning started collecting information about jade raw material miners in City Rui. In City Rui, there were three largest jade raw material miners. One of them was Jing Jinning's partner, Yutian Jade Mining Company. This miner also had the best reputation in the industry. As for the other two miners, one was average, while the other had a bad reputation. However, that was just internet users' opinions, so she had to learn more about them by herself. When it was almost 11 p.m., Baili Zhongshe wanted to go have delicious night snacks, so she said to Ji Yuning, why don't we go have some night snacks? Sure. Once Baili Zhongshe mentioned that, Ji Yuning felt hungry too, so she went to get food with Baili Zhongshe. There was a food street near the hotel where they stayed. City Rui was a tourist city, so there were many specialties, so Baili Zhongshe and Ji Yuning went to eat at a store that had famous specialties, then began to order. Both of them ate a lot, which attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe didn't bother to pay attention to them, and only enjoyed their food. However, after looking at them for a while, two girls at another table began to talk about them. They eat so much. Yeah, but they aren't fat at all. I'm so jealous. Right, they're attractive, beautiful and white. We're barely comparable to them. The two girls discussed, but they had no negative comments about Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe, so Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe didn't care about that. After all, the two girls were complimenting them. However, several men at the other table were talking about them in dirty words. Oh, we rarely see such beautiful and sexy girls in City Rui. They must be tourists. Hey, why don't we go talk with them? A man said to his friends. Sure, which one of you will go first? I'll do it, said a young good-looking man. Then he raised his glass and walked to the table where Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe sat. While they spoke about them, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe heard them, but they said nothing and just enjoyed their food. Chapter 2566. Too proud of yourself. The man walked to Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe and said like a gentleman, "Hey, beautiful girls, my name is Chen Weiming. Don't you want to have some drinks while you're enjoying night snacks? I can buy you a few glasses." Although he acted like a gentleman, he still had an air of a hoodlum. As he spoke to Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe, he looked extremely confident, as if he believed they wouldn't refuse. Anyway, he had a good attitude, so Ji Yuning didn't embarrass him. She only said in a flat tone, "Sorry, we don't drink." After being rejected by Ji Yuning, Chen Weiming wasn't mad. He felt that girls liked to act proud by rejecting men once, so he smiled and continued. "Just have some. Why don't you join us?" "Sorry, I told you we don't drink. Please leave us alone." Ji Yuning's voice became cold. After being rejected by Ji Yuning again, Chen Weiming was annoyed and his voice turned cold too. "Come on, do you have to embarrass me? I just want to invite you to have some drinks. We don't know you. Why should we join you?" Ji Yuning said, disdainfully. She didn't bother to give him a glance. At this moment, Chen Weiming got really mad, and stared coldly at Ji Yuning. He was attracted because Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe were very pretty, but it didn't mean that they could embarrass him publicly. "Hey, you're not local citizens, right? When you're outside, I advise you to be kind, or you'll end up in trouble." Chen Weiming threatened. Hearing that, Ji Yuning stopped eating. She put the meat down on the table, and finally met Chen Weiming's eyes. Even though Ji Yuning sat and Chen Weiming stood, he didn't seem more powerful than Ji Yuning. Instead, Ji Yuning seemed more like the powerful one. Even Chen Weiming felt it was somehow not right. After being threatened by Chen Weiming, Ji Yuning was displeased. She did nothing. Why would she get in trouble? It was him who made things difficult for them. How could he blame them for that? Other people, including Bai Li Zhongshe, felt resigned too, but because Ji Yuning argued with the man, she said nothing and enjoyed the food quietly. She had a premonition that there would be a fight, but these men were no match for Ji Yuning. Onlookers had sympathy for Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zhongshe, but no one dared to stand out for them. "Yeah, we're not local citizens, but we did nothing wrong. We're just eating food at our table. You walked over by yourself. Who's the unkind one here? I'm afraid we're just too pretty to be ignored," said Ji Yuning. She didn't feel embarrassed when she complimented herself. Why should she be embarrassed? She wasn't wrong. It was indeed the man who walked over because they were beautiful. Even the crowd agreed with them on that, so nobody thought Ji Yuning was narcissistic. However, the man criticized them just because she rejected him, which was unacceptable in Ji Yuning's eyes. "We did nothing wrong. Why should we get in trouble? You bothered me first. Can I not reject you? Who do you think you are? Does everyone have to listen to you?" Ji Yuning said acidly. "You." Chen Weiming suddenly didn't know what to say. He knew that Ji Yuning was right, but he didn't think he was wrong. Instead, he felt that it was their honor that he was willing to invite them to drink together. They rejected him, which made him feel humiliated, so he thought that it was understandable that he was mad. Only self-centered people would have that idea. In the end, Ji Yuning added, "But honestly, I'm not afraid of getting in trouble. Show me what you can do." No matter how influential this man was, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of any important figures. She wouldn't bother other people, but she refused to tolerate it when the man came to make things difficult for her. She was polite to him, but he wouldn't leave them alone. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, many people felt that she was too arrogant, while some thought that she might have some influence too. However, they didn't know which one of them was more influential. As a result, they watched quietly. "You." Chen Weiming was angry, then suddenly laughed. "Very well, do you know who I am? How do you dare talk to me like that?" People at Chen Weiming's table saw it had become serious, so they stood up and walked over to support him. Although there were only 2 girls and they believed that Chen Weiming could handle it, they sided with Chen Weiming, so they should walk over to support him. They believed that Ji Yuning and Bai Zhongshe would be scared because there were so many of them, but the girls didn't bother to pay attention to them. Girls, it's your honor that Lord Chen is willing to invite you to have some drinks. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you get Lord Chen mad, you can't bear the result. One of Chen Weiming's friends threatened. Facing their threat, Ji Yuning showed obvious disdain. I don't know who you are. And I don't have interest in it. Since you're so arrogant, you must be an heir with wealth or power, but you're merely a hoodlum in my eyes. Do you think I'd be afraid? She said that to Chen Weiming, then she turned to the man who threatened her. You're not good enough to do me an honor. Instead, you interrupted me. It's your fault. If you dare to annoy us again, I'll teach you a lesson. Chen Weiming and his companions were really angry. Unexpectedly, this girl was so aggressive. She didn't seem to be afraid of Chen Weiming at all. Did she have influence too? Chapter 2567. Insane people. It was also possible that Ji Yuning deliberately said that to scare them so that they would let them go. However, they wouldn't be scared just because of that. In City Rui, no one dared to bully them, but this girl from another place dared to argue with him publicly. If he didn't teach them a lesson, his reputation would be damaged. Well, let me see what you can do. Chen Weiming sneered. He didn't think Ji Yuning could do anything to hurt him. Once it became serious, the restaurant owner hurriedly walked over to beg Chen Weiming. Lord Chen, if it's a personal grudge, please go out and deal with it. My restaurant is too small. When the owner saw Chen Weiming bothering Ji Yuning, he didn't stand out, because he didn't dare to mess with Chen Weiming, but if they were going to fight, the restaurant owner had to ask them to leave, no matter how scared he was of Chen Weiming. He didn't want anything to be smashed. Although Chen Weiming would pay him, his business today would be completely ruined. Hearing his words, Chen Weiming frowned slightly, but he didn't vent his anger at him. After all, the restaurant owner just worried about his business. However, he just stood up against Ji Yuning, so he couldn't give in so easily. He had to make them beg him on their knees. Great, let's go out now, said Ji Yuning, then she left the table. She didn't want to make it difficult for the restaurant owner, but she refused to yield too. She was innocent, so it was impossible for her to give in. If she didn't teach them a lesson today, she wouldn't be satisfied. Those men were surprised that Ji Yuning wasn't afraid at all, but they didn't think she was strong. Instead, they thought that she was challenging them and felt that they had to teach her a lesson. Of course, let's go out. Chen Weiming agreed, then walked out first, followed by his friends. Ji Yuning told Bai Zhongshe to stay inside and enjoy the food. She could deal with it alone, but Bai Zhongshe wanted to watch the drama, so she followed them out. The restaurant owner was afraid that the meal wouldn't be paid for if they all left, so he stopped Bai Zhongshe and asked her to pay first. Bai Zhongshe understood, so she paid the bill at once. As soon as Ji Yuning, Chen Weiming and the others went out, other people in the restaurant talked about it. Jesus, the girl is so bold. Will she be injured? Someone was worried about Ji Yuning. She asked for it. She's too aggressive. A girl gloated over Ji Yuning's bad luck. She was jealous of Ji Yuning's beauty. Right, she must pay for her actions, said another girl. She agreed that Ji Yuning should learn how to behave herself. A boy couldn't stand it, so he asked the two girls, would you drink with a strange man if that man came to invite you? Of course not. Why should we? A girl replied disdainfully. Yeah, why should we drink with strangers? The man wasn't very handsome after all. That was the two girls' thoughts, but they didn't say it aloud, because there were boys in the room. Great, if you were the girl and the man threatened you because you rejected him, what would you do? Asked the boy. All of a sudden, the two girls didn't know how to reply. If it didn't happen to you, don't speak. It only makes you look rude, said the boy. He wasn't defending Ji Yuning, but he had good values. The two girls were annoyed, but didn't dare to argue with him. After all, he was right. If they continued to argue with him, they would look bad. Why don't we go out and have a look? Someone at another table said. Why not? Another person agreed, so they stood up and walked out. Afterwards, more people became interested and went out to watch the drama. Not all of them were gloating over Ji Yuning's misfortune. Some were worried about her. After all, she was innocent. After they were out, Ji Yuning asked, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Young girl, you're really bold," said Chen Weiming. He was slightly surprised, but wasn't afraid. "Don't waste time. If you're scared, apologize to us. We can let you go. If not, let's fight." Ji Yuning lost her patience. Although she knew Chen Weiming wouldn't give in, she still gave them the last chance. If they apologized to her in Baili Zhongshe, she could let them go. "Impossible. You should apologize to me instead. If you do that, I can let you go," Chen Weiming retorted. Actually, even if Ji Yuning apologized to them, he wouldn't let her go. "Apologize? No way. You bothered me first. There is no reason for me to apologize to you. Are you insane? If so, I'm afraid I need to teach you a lesson," said Ji Yuning coldly. Before Chen Weiming was prepared, she rushed forward and kicked him. Because he wasn't prepared, Chen Weiming was heavily hit. In fact, even if he was fully prepared, he was no match for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning only used a little strength, but Chen Weiming was kicked a few meters away, then he fell heavily to the ground and screamed in pain. Everyone was stunned by that scene. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning was extremely strong. No wonder she dared to challenge Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming was shocked too, but he soon came back to his senses and became furious. How could she kick him? "Why you, how could you kick me?" Chen Weiming angrily criticized Ji Yuning. "I already did. Why do you bother to ask?" "You must be an idiot," said Ji Yuning disdainfully. "You," Chen Weiming was in fury. "Lord Chen, are you all right?" Chen Weiming's friends immediately went to help him get back to his feet and asked him with concern. Chapter 2568, Teach that girl a lesson. Do you think you would be fine after being kicked? Chen Weiming swore at his friends. Did he seem fine? Chen Weiming's friends didn't know what to say, so they shut up at once. At the same time, they felt very aggrieved. Although Chen Weiming was kicked, they asked him because they cared about him. Nevertheless, Chen Weiming was from a rich family, and they didn't dare to mess with him, so they had to tolerate it no matter how unhappy they were. "You all, teach that girl a lesson, a severe lesson," Chen Weiming ordered. In his eyes, he didn't think that it was wrong for men to beat women. As long as he was angry, he would beat both women and men. He would just injure women more lightly than men. Chen Weiming's friends were a little afraid of Ji Yuning, because she was obviously skilled given the kick she gave Chen Weiming, while they were just ordinary men. It was unavoidable that they were scared. However, since Chen Weiming gave the order, they didn't dare to refuse, because it would be hard for them to get along with Chen Weiming in the future if they refused. They wouldn't be able to gain anything from him anymore. They were Chen Weiming's lackeys normally, and did whatever he ordered them to do, but Chen Weiming offered them a lot of things, or they wouldn't be willing to obey his orders. Therefore, even though they were reluctant, they still went forward. Ji Yuning amazed everyone with the kick she just gave Chen Weiming, and they were aware that she was skilled, but now 3 men intended to beat her together. So they were worried that Ji Yuning might not be a match for them. However, there was no need for them to be worried, because Ji Yuning easily knocked them down once they neared her. However, she was gentler this time. At this moment, everyone was shocked. She wasn't only skilled, she was actually a master. Jesus, she's unbelievable. Right, I was afraid that she would be in trouble, but unexpectedly she kicked them down so quickly. How about now? Do you want to continue? Ji Yuning turned to ask Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming shrank away in horror, but he was unwilling to give in. He threatened in an aggressive tone. I'm the heir of the Chen family. My uncle is the mayor's secretary. If you dare to injure me, you can't bear the consequences. Hearing that, people who didn't know him were scared. They looked at Ji Yuning with sympathy. Although she defeated Chen Weiming, she now had a grudge with him, so she might really be unable to bear the consequences. Ji Yuning, however, didn't seem afraid at all. Great, show me what you can do. The Chen family, can you bully other people as you like? Don't forget that you caused me trouble first. Ji Yuning hadn't heard of the Chen family, but she understood that it had to be influential. Besides, Chen Weiming had an uncle who was the mayor's secretary, so his family must be very powerful. However, she wasn't afraid, because she wasn't wrong. There was nothing for her to be afraid of. The Chen family must be dumb, for them to dare to bully other people with their power. Ji Yuning's confidence surprised everyone again. Although some people thought it wasn't a smart move, other people believed that her family must be more powerful than Chen Weiming's. After all, not everyone was arrogant and dumb. Very well, let's wait and see, said Chen Weiming. Then he took out his phone and wanted to make a call. Wait, you can't stop me from leaving. I don't have enough time to waste on you. If you can, try to stop me. As soon as she finished, Ji Yuning turned around and called Bai Xianxia to leave. She walked away, not because she was terrified, but simply because she was unwilling to make it a serious issue. In addition, they had to go back for a rest. Stop right now, Chen Weiming shouted at her back. He wouldn't allow her, who had injured him, to walk away like that. However, Ji Yuning ignored him and continued to walk away. Chen Weiming wanted to stop her, but there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. Once he moved, it really hurt. Besides, Ji Yuning could quickly knock down all of his people, which scared him. He was afraid that he would be more seriously injured if he was kicked again. Moreover, they were all injured now, so they should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be problems with their bodies. Chen Weiming was reluctant to watch Ji Yuning leave, but he could do nothing about it. Back in the hotel, Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia showered and went to bed. As for Chen Weiming, he recovered after resting for a few days. When Chen Weiming got back home, he told his parents what he had been through. His parents knew him very well, and Chen Weiming also admitted that he went to invite the girls for a drink first, after which he was rejected and got angry, making it serious. However, he didn't feel guilty when he told the story. Instead, he looked aggrieved. Even though Chen Weiming's parents were sad because he was injured, it was his fault after all, so his parents didn't allow him to take revenge. It would only embarrass the Chen family. Right, it was humiliating, and they didn't care much about whether it was Chen Weiming's fault or not. A major family cared a lot about its face, but not each of its members would do so. For example, Chen Weiming's parents really cared about their family's reputation, and focused on maintaining a good reputation on the surface, but Chen Weiming always bullied other people with his status. No matter how his parents criticized him, he refused to change. He only restricted himself to not cause serious issues. Chen Weiming was reluctant to behave, but he was in awe of his father, so he had to stay quiet at the moment. However, he would not listen to his father and stop taking revenge, but he had to find Ji Yuning first now. He planned to not let his parents know about it, so he couldn't turn to his family for help. However, if he relied on his friends might laugh at him once they learned that he was beaten by a girl. He would be greatly embarrassed. Therefore, Chen Weiming hesitated to make a decision. Chapter 2569, Pick several for Bai Xianxia. That night, Chen Weiming didn't sleep well. He was unhappy about what had happened, and his abdomen still hurt. The next day, Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia got up late, because the raw jade material market wouldn't open until 9 a.m. In the morning, they decided to visit the market, then walk around the nearby mountains to see whether there were raw jade materials in the afternoon. If there were, they would make further plans. Ji Yuning and Bai Xianxia got up at 8 a.m., and went out at 8:30 a.m. They had breakfast first, then directly asked the hotel for a car before leaving. Ji Yuning didn't ask for a private car, but a truck. She was going to a raw jade material market, so she would buy a lot. Even though she owned a raw jade material mountain now, she would never have enough as a jade businesswoman. Whenever she found good raw jade materials, she wouldn't hesitate to gather them. The previous night, after having night snacks, Ji Yuning checked the map of City Rui. She memorized it, so that she would be familiar with the routes in City Rui. Although the real situation might be different from the map, it should still be helpful. In addition, she also had GPS. City Rui wasn't large. After all, it was just a county-level city, so they arrived at the raw jade material market within 20 minutes. City Rui wasn't large, but it had a very important position. The raw jade material market in City Rui was extremely spacious. It was more than half larger than the one in City Tang and contained a lot more raw jade materials. It was about 9:30 a.m. at the moment, and about 80% of the stores were already open. Some visitors were already walking around. Ji Yuning pushed a shopping cart, and started searching one store after another. Ji Yuning had never been there before, so she saw many raw jade materials with jade inside. In the first store, Ji Yuning found about 7 raw jade materials of a middle-high level. She didn't buy all of them, but only took away half raw jade materials with jade inside. She also picked up all the raw jade materials of high quality. It was hard to find high and top-level jade, so she wouldn't miss any of them once she found them. Ji Yuning had no intention of cutting them open right away, because she would attract a lot of attention once the jade inside was cut out. It would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the less trouble, the better. Ji Yuning, is there jade in them? Baili Zhongshe asked when she noticed that Ji Yuning picked up raw jade materials without hesitation. Although she asked that question, she believed that there had to be jade in most of them. Ji Yuning gained her first pot of gold by stone gambling, but the way she picked up raw jade materials seemed too casual. She seemed as if she was just there to have fun shopping. In fact, Baili Zhongshe also wanted jade, because it was helpful for her cultivation, but she had no idea which raw jade material contained jade. She didn't have much money either. If there was no jade inside, it would be a total waste of money. Stone gambling was really difficult. As a cultivator, she had many skills that mortals didn't have, but she was still unable to discover whether there was jade in the raw materials. Most of them, I think, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't tell Baili Zhongshe that there was jade in all of them. Do you trust me? If you do, I can help you choose several, but you need to pay the bill by yourself, said Ji Yuning. Since Baili Zhongshe came with her, she would do something for her. Really? Baili Zhongshui's face lit up at once, but the next second, she felt it might not be a good idea. Is that right? I definitely trust you, but it'll be your loss if there is jade inside and it belongs to me afterwards. Baili Zhongshe wanted jade, but was unwilling to take advantage of Ji Yuning. It's not a big deal. I'm not sure whether there is jade inside. I'm afraid you might lose money if there isn't, said Ji Yuning airily. She wouldn't directly give Baili Zhongshe jade, but she could help her get several raw jade materials which contained jade. She would give Baili Zhongshe gifts, but felt reluctant to directly give her jade. Baili Zhongshe wouldn't want to take it for free either. On the other hand, if Ji Yuning helped Baili Zhongshe choose raw jade materials, whether there was jade inside would depend on Baili Zhongshui's luck. At least, that was the case for Baili Zhongshe. In that case, Baili Zhongshe wouldn't feel ashamed and Ji Yuning would have just done her a little favor. There was a big difference between a little favor and alms. One had nothing to do with one's dignity, while the other had. It wasn't that serious, but Ji Yuning didn't want to burden Baili Zhongshe. After hearing Ji Yuning's words, Baili Zhongshe indeed felt relaxed. She trusted Ji Yuning and accepted the possible loss if there was no jade inside. Great, then please help me pick a few. Even if there is no jade inside, I won't blame you. It was very nice of Ji Yuning to help her, so there was no reason for her to blame Ji Yuning. Moreover, she accepted it, so she should bear the result on her own. Because Ji Yuning bought too many raw jade materials, she soon attracted other people's attention. It wasn't uncommon, and there were many people who bought more than Ji Yuning, but they were normally companies. However, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe were individuals, and they were so young. It was very rare. Usually, young girls bought 1 or 2 raw jade materials for fun or came to shop with their seniors. Tut, tut, they must be born in rich families. They bought so many raw jade materials. Right, aren't they afraid that they'll lose a lot of money? It's not easy to cut out jade. They're either too innocent or too rich. When other people saw that Ji Yuning bought a lot of raw jade materials, they believed that she was born in a rich family and that she had too much money to spend. As everyone talked about her, an elder walked over and asked, "Miss, why are you buying so many raw jade materials? There might not be jade in all of them. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose money?" The elder asked Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe that question, not to laugh at them, but because he was worried that the two young girls didn't know much about stone gambling and were wasting their money. Chapter 2570, Troublemaker. Ji Yuning was very polite to this kind senior. Thank you so much for your care. My family is involved in the jewelry business, so I have done stone gambling many times before with the elders of my family. I have some experience and good luck. I don't know whether I will win or not, but I shouldn't lose too much money. And it's actually a task assigned to me by my family, so I came to buy a lot of raw jade materials. Oh, the senior was less worried after hearing Ji Yuning's explanation. He said nothing further about that, but wished Ji Yuning good luck in the end. Then I'll congratulate you on cutting out jade beforehand. Thank you so much. I hope so. Ji Yuning thanked him. After that, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe continued to shop. The raw jade material market was a long street, with big shops and small stalls, but raw jade materials with jade inside were mostly in big shops. Because there were more raw jade materials in big shops, it was more likely to cut out jade. There were only a few raw jade materials containing jade at the small stalls. In the raw jade material market, there were over 100 stores. After walking along the street for an hour, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe finished visiting 20 stores and they had delivered raw jade materials back to their car 3 times. Once the raw jade materials were moved back to their car, Ji Yuning put them away in her telepathic eye space. She couldn't do that publicly, so she had to move them back to their car first. Although many people watched Ji Yuning move the raw jade materials back to their car, no one had the intention of stealing them. After all, they were just raw jade materials, not jade, and no one believed that there was jade in them. Moreover, it was a public place with surveillance cameras all around. If they dared to steal those raw jade materials, they would be punished according to the law. After moving raw jade materials 3 times, Ji Yuning had collected about 40 of them in different sizes. Most of them were small, with there being only a few big ones. However, they were worth at least over 100 million yuan. Baili Zhongshe also had about a dozen, but not all of them contained jade. Ji Yuning didn't plan to let Baili Zhongshe know too much. Therefore, among the dozen raw jade materials she chose for Baili Zhongshe, 2/3 of them contained jade, while there was nothing in the rest. The jade was mainly at the middle or middle-high level. There wasn't jade at the top level, but they were still worth a lot of money. Ji Yuning didn't really want to give high-level and top-level jade to Baili Zhongshe, but she would give Baili Zhongshe a piece of top-level jade later. When it was about 11 a.m., Ji Yuning received Qi Tianline's call. Qi Tianline asked her whether she was still in City Rui. If she was, they could share a meal, since he would leave that afternoon as well. Ji Yuning said she was still here, but there was something she needed to deal with so she couldn't dine with him. If so, Qi Tianline didn't insist since he understood that Ji Yuning would have gone to the stone gambling street. After all, she was extremely skilled at stone gambling, and City Rui was the place which produced raw jade materials. If Ji Yuning didn't go to gamble stones, it would be strange. Because no one recognized Ji Yuning in City Rui, she smoothly finished shopping for raw jade materials. Unfortunately, it wasn't smooth from the beginning to the end. When Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe finished visiting half of the stores and moving the raw jade materials back to their car for the 5th time, they walked into a large store, which was opened by one of the 3 major jade miners. At this time, it was nearly 12 a.m., so the market was already crowded. Especially in the large stores, there were a lot more people. As soon as Ji Yuning walked in, a man recognized her and came up to say hi to her. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu, welcome to City Rui. Are you going to make a fortune again this time?" This man's voice was very loud, so many people heard him. Obviously, he did it on purpose. Ji Yuning had met this man before, but this man was just an onlooker back then, so Ji Yuning didn't know who he was. The man saw her cut out several pieces of jade in City Tang last time, so he remembered her. He said that so loudly simply because he wanted to stop Ji Yuning from making money. Why did he do that? There was no grudge between them, so the man was merely jealous of her. It was true that the man was jealous. Ji Yuning was so young, but she had extremely good luck and made a fortune after cutting out pieces of jade. He, however, failed to cut a single piece after buying so many raw jade materials. Upon hearing that, other people turned to look at Ji Yuning with doubts. They understood the man's meaning. He just implied that Ji Yuning was very skilled at stone gambling and that she made a fortune after cutting out jade. However, was it true? It was just a young girl. Could she really do that? After being picked on by him, Ji Yuning wasn't mad, but she felt uncomfortable, so she replied in a flat tone. Well, I'm flattered, but I do hope that I will have good luck and make a fortune today. Miss Ji Yu, it should be very easy for you. Last time in City Tang, you cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. We were all jealous of you. The man continued and mocked. Hearing that, the onlookers were amazed and looked at Ji Yuning in surprise. What? She can cut 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Is that true? It's unbelievable. Right. Let alone 3, if I can get 1, I'll be satisfied. Who can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Right at this time, a surprised male voice sounded from the outside. The next moment, he walked over. It was a young man in his early 30s. Oh, Mr. Kong, hi, I'm the general manager of Live Jewelry, Zhao Rong. It's a great honor to see you here. The man who picked on Ji Yuning immediately went to greet the young man. Mr. Kong was the owner of this store, and the heir of the Kong family, which was one of the 3 major raw jade miners, Kong Xiaoji. Hi, Manager Zhao, nice to see you too. Kong Xiaoji replied, but he didn't have much interest. He only exchanged greetings because he was polite. After all, Zhao Rong greeted him first, and he would seem rude if he said nothing. The Kong family had manners. Did you just say that someone can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials? Kong Xiaoji asked. Although he didn't see Zhao Rong earlier, he heard his voice. Chapter 2571, Can I compete with you? Yeah, I just said that. Zhao Rong answered and felt pleased in his heart. He believed that Kong Xiaoji would chase Ji Yuning away once he learned that she was the person who cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. In petty people's eyes, everyone should be as petty as them. Oh, who is it? Asked Kong Xiaoji. This Miss Ji Yu. Zhao Rong pointed at Ji Yuning. Facing Zhao Rong, who was finding fault with her, Ji Yuning was extremely calm. She wasn't afraid of his scheme at all. If Kong Xiaoji really chased her out because of Zhao Rong, she would listen to him. Anyway, she could return after disguising herself as another person. She would go to the Kong family's warehouse and take away all the raw jade materials of high quality with the excuse of wholesale. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji turned to look at Ji Yuning. He was amazed by her beauty first, then by her age. If what Zhao Rong said was true, Ji Yuning, who seemed to be around 20 years old, could cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. It was extremely surprising, and he could hardly believe it. However, even though he had doubts, he didn't show disdain. Miss, did you really cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials in City Tang? Asked Kong Xiaoji. He was very polite, and was only curious about it. Yes. Ji Yuning admitted it with alacrity. It wasn't a secret, so she was willing to admit it. In addition, because Kong Xiaoji had a very good attitude, Ji Yuning was nice to him. Wow, I can't believe you have such amazing abilities at such a young age. You have my respect, said Kong Xiaoji. It wasn't a perfunctory answer since he really did admire Ji Yuning. Whether it was good luck or outstanding ability, Ji Yuning achieved what most other people couldn't do. I'm flattered, Mr. Kong. Ji Yuning replied politely. Miss Ji Yu, if you don't mind, can I compete with you? Please don't get me wrong, I'm not provoking you, but it's really rare to meet someone who can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. I just want to witness it, said Kong Xiaoji, explaining in case Ji Yuning misunderstood him. Kong Xiaoji really wasn't provoking Ji Yuning, even though he did it for a reason. He wasn't trying to be malicious, and he was actually forced to make that choice. However, other people might have different opinions, especially Zhao Rong, who knew him. They only knew Kong Xiaoji, but didn't know much about him. It wasn't a secret that Kong Xiaoji was also good at stone gambling. Although he didn't have amazing records like Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning might not be able to be that lucky every time. Anyway, most people believed that Ji Yuning relied on good luck to cut out the 3 pieces of jade from the 5 raw jade materials. The onlookers didn't side with either of them. They simply wanted to know who would be the winner, but Zhao Rong undoubtedly wanted Kong Xiaoji to win. No matter who won, it had nothing to do with him, but he just didn't want Ji Yuning to win. Sure, Ji Yuning could feel that he wasn't provoking her, so she agreed. Although she couldn't use her identity to continue to buy raw jade materials after that, because she would attract too much attention, she could disguise herself as Tang Aining or someone else. She wasn't wearing any makeup and was wearing a casual suit. If she put on some makeup, people who weren't familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her. Mr. Kong, how would you like to compete? Ji Yuning asked. Each of us chooses 5 raw jade materials, then we cut them open. Whoever has more valuable jade wins. In order to not make us enemies, we don't need to place a big bet. Whoever loses, will just pay the bill for the winner. If both of us lose, we can settle our bill separately. How about that? Kong Xiaoji asked. Great, I accept that. Ji Yuning nodded. She could see that Kong Xiaoji had no intention of taking advantage of her in this competition. He really just wanted to have fun with her. After that, Ji Yuning and Kong Xiaoji went to choose raw jade materials separately. With a glance, Ji Yuning could see whether there was jade inside, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she shopped slowly. Ji Yuning didn't want to let Kong Xiaoji win, but wouldn't make him lose by a wide margin either. Therefore, she glanced at him once in a while to see whether there was jade in the raw jade materials he chose. If there was no jade inside, Ji Yuning would only choose 2 raw jade materials with middle-level jade inside. Kong Xiaoji shopped very slowly. At least compared with Ji Yuning, he was extremely slow. However, in other people's eyes, he was fast. After all, he chose one within only 10 minutes. Ordinary people might need over half an hour to choose one. The first jade raw material Kong Xiaoji picked didn't have jade inside, so Ji Yuning chose one without jade too. Because only Baili Zongxie knew that Ji Yuning chose raw jade materials unbelievably fast, she only seemed very slow now to Baili Zongxie. In other people's eyes, she was still fast. After almost an hour, Kong Xiaoji and Ji Yuning finished choosing. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the raw jade materials Kong Xiaoji chose. Among 5 of them, only 2 had jade inside. One was at middle level, while the other was at low level. That was already very skilled in ordinary people's eyes, but it was still barely comparable to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was unwilling to have a big difference, so she deliberately chose 2 raw jade materials with jade at middle level. Her jade was only worth about 10 million yuan more than Kong Xiaoji's. Even though Ji Yuning was reluctant to make Kong Xiaoji lose by a significant margin, it couldn't be too narrow. She couldn't leave an impression on other people that she won through good luck. After that, both Kong Xiaoji and Ji Yuning went to cut the stones open. Every time they cut the stones open, they were very nervous, although they knew the probability of cutting out jade was very low. Both of them picked a jade raw material without any jade inside first. It wasn't surprising, but the crowd was still a little disappointed. As for the second one, there was jade of low level in Kong Xiaoji's jade raw material, while in Ji Yuning's stone there was jade at the middle level. Chapter 2572, Miss Ji Yu won. If she took out a raw jade material without any jade inside, it would seem as if she was making fun of Kong Xiaoji. Although Kong Xiaoji might not know it, Ji Yuning didn't think he was a bad man, so she had no intention of teasing him. Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material was cut out first, and everyone was surprised when they heard that it contained jade. To their surprise, there was really jade inside. Afterwards, everyone turned to look at Ji Yuning to see her reaction, especially Zhao Rong. He wanted to see Ji Yuning's anxiety and worry. However, he was disappointed, because Ji Yuning looked extremely calm. Kong Xiaoji wasn't too excited, because it wasn't the final result yet. In addition, Ji Yuning stayed calm, so he believed that she might be better than him. Or she didn't care about the result at all. Kong Xiaoji was confident about his opinion of Ji Yuning, and felt she was confident rather than arrogant. If Ji Yuning could really cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, she must have more ability than just good luck. Ji Yuning's raw jade material had a thick outer layer, so the jade didn't show up until the 3rd cut. Right as everyone thought that it was just a stone, the stonecutter shouted that he saw jade, astonishing the crowd. Zhao Rong was also amazed and couldn't accept it because he wanted Ji Yuning to lose. Now Ji Yuning had jade too, so she wasn't very likely to lose. Kong Xiaoji was surprised, but wasn't nervous or jealous. Instead, he hoped that Ji Yuning could defeat him and cut out 3 pieces of jade from these 5 raw jade materials. Why did he think Ji Yuning could cut out 3 instead of 4 pieces of jade? Because in his opinion it was impossible to cut out so many pieces of jade from just 5 raw jade materials. Ji Yuning had set a record of 3 before, so he thought she could do it again. However, he didn't think that he could do the same thing. If he could cut out 2 pieces of jade, he would be very fortunate today. Why did Kong Xiaoji want Ji Yuning to win? He had his own purpose. Upon thinking of what he suffered, Kong Xiaoji was in a bad mood, but he couldn't show his feelings on his face right now. When jade was cut from Ji Yuning's raw jade material, Zhao Rong still expected it to only be a thin layer. However, he was disappointed again. Ji Yuning's jade wasn't just a thin layer, it was of better quality than Kong Xiaoji's. Kong Xiaoji felt relieved when he saw that. Ji Yuning cut out a piece of middle-level jade weighing about 5 kilograms, which aroused everyone's envy and jealousy. Jewelers immediately bid for it, but Ji Yuning refused temporarily. Ji Yuning said, "I'm sorry, the competition between me and Mr. Kong isn't over yet. You can bid for it after the result is out." Because it was a piece of jade of the middle level, Ji Yuning didn't plan to keep it for herself. She didn't lack jade at the middle level, so she would only keep jade at higher top level. Hearing that, the other people said nothing further and waited patiently. Zhao Rong also wanted to take part in the auction, but he didn't know whether Ji Yuning would be willing to sell the jade to him after he picked on her. Now he slightly regretted doing that. Was it the right move to find fault with her due to jealousy? At this moment, Zhao Rong was a little irritated. After that, both Kong Xiaoji and Ji Yuning's raw jade materials were just stones. As for the 4th one, there was no jade in Kong Xiaoji's, but there was in Ji Yuning's. When Ji Yuning cut out jade once more, everyone was surprised again. It turned out that she really had some skills, because she had gotten 2 pieces of jade from 4 raw jade materials now. Everyone turned to look at Kong Xiaoji to see his reaction. Kong Xiaoji seemed very calm, as if he didn't care about the result at all. Even Ji Yuning was a little surprised. However, seeing this, she was sure that Kong Xiaoji did not compete with her to win. "Miss Ji Yu, you're really impressive." Kong Xiaoji complimented Ji Yuning with a smile. He said that sincerely. "Thanks, Mr. Kong, I'm flattered." Ji Yuning thanked him, saying nothing further. Although Ji Yuning successfully cut out 2 pieces of jade, she still stayed calm, which impressed Kong Xiaoji. He didn't feel as if she was just a young girl who was about 20 years old. She seemed very mature, and filled with social experience. It was true that Ji Yuning was sophisticated, but no one knew about it. She had lived for 2 incarnations. So it was impossible for her to be naive. Because there was jade, the stone cutter slowed down to prevent damaging the jade. Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material was just a stone, so they quickly cut the last one. When Ji Yuning's 4th raw jade material was half open, Kong Xiaoji's last one had been cut twice, showing jade. It was at the same level and size as Ji Yuning's jade, but Kong Xiaoji still lost the game. Before the jade was completely cut out, some people still had the thought that Ji Yuning's jade might not be as large as Kong Xiaoji's. Or that Kong Xiaoji's jade could be at a higher level. After all, it was possible that jade at higher levels was hidden inside. However, no matter what they thought, they couldn't change the result, because it was up to Ji Yuning. Kong Xiaoji understood that he lost, but he wasn't in a bad mood at all. He couldn't talk about it with Ji Yuning right now, so he decided to have a private conversation later. Kong Xiaoji was just a bit disappointed that Ji Yuning had only cut out 2 pieces of jade which were both at the middle level. It made him hesitate to do what he wanted to. Ji Yuning's jade was cut out first, so the jewelers hurriedly shouted to bid for it. Because they were too excited, they forgot about what Ji Yuning had just said. Therefore, Ji Yuning reminded them to be patient again. They could have an auction after the competition was over. Although the result was already out, they still needed to finish the bet. Miss Ji Yu, you won. If you want to sell the jade, you can do it now, said Kong Xiaoji. Since the result was already out, he thought that it was unnecessary to stop Ji Yuning from selling her jade. Sure, since Kong Xiaoji accepted the result, Ji Yuning could do what she wanted to do next. These 2 pieces of jade are open for bids. The starting price is 10 million yuan. Whoever wants it can bid now. Chapter 2573, Share a meal. The 2 pieces of jade were both for sale. People who were interested in it got excited at once. Once Ji Yuning finished, they rushed to shout out their bids. Zhao Rong couldn't stay calm any longer. After thinking for a while, he decided to take part in it, so he shouted 18 million yuan. He was afraid that Ji Yuning might harbor a grudge against him and refuse to sell it to him, so he peeked at her to see her reaction when he made his bid. However, Ji Yuning was tolerant, and didn't bother to harbor a grudge against Zhao Rong, even though she disliked him. In addition, it was a business. There was no reason for her to refuse to sell the jade. Zhao Rong wasn't a foreigner after all. If there were foreigners, she wouldn't sell the jade to them. Unfortunately, sometimes, she had bad luck. Seconds after Ji Yuning had that thought, she heard an unpleasant male voice. 25 million yuan. He sounded like a foreigner from country R. Ji Yuning had that thought, because foreigners from different countries spoke their native language in different accents. So Ji Yuning felt that he should be from country R. Ji Yuning was a little upset. She didn't want to sell her jade to foreigners, but a foreigner ended up showing up. For the time being, Ji Yuning didn't stop him, because the person from country R might not be able to get the jade in the end. If the foreigner was going to get the jade, Ji Yuning would stop him then. 34 million yuan. Finally, Ji Yuning's 2 pieces of jade were sold at the price of 34 million yuan. It was the highest price the jade could be sold at. If they continued, they couldn't make much money from it, so no one placed another bid. Because the final bidder was a native, Ji Yuning said nothing and sold the jade. Mr. Kong, please transfer the money for my bill to my account after deducting the fee for the stone cutting. Ji Yuning gave her account number to the buyer and Kong Xiaoji. She won and made dozens of millions of yuan, and the jade raw materials barely cost anything, but it was their bet that the loser should pay the bill for the winner. She wasn't mean, but just played the game according to the rules. If she didn't take the money, Kong Xiaoji might lose face. Of course, Kong Xiaoji immediately took Ji Yuning's card. He never had the thought to deny their agreement. Not to mention thousands of yuan, even if it was over 100,000 yuan, he would do what he promised. Because they were both VIP customers of the bank, the money was soon transferred to Ji Yuning's account. After settling the deal, it was nearly 2 p.m. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe hadn't eaten yet, so they decided to stop shopping and have a meal first. Mr. Kong, see you again, Ji Yuning said to Kong Xiaoji politely. Miss Ji Yu, if you don't mind, can we share a meal? Please don't worry, I have no evil intentions. I just hope that we can be friends after witnessing your amazing skills at stone gambling, said Kong Xiaoji sincerely. It was his real idea. Why not? Ji Yuning accepted his invitation. She didn't care whether it was true or not, or whether Kong Xiaoji had another purpose. Ji Yuning believed she needed to learn more about the local miners if she wanted to do business in City Rui. The best way to know them better was to spend more time with them. The Kong family was one of the 3 major families in City Rui. However, they didn't really have a reputation. Ji Yuning wouldn't judge anyone by the comments on the internet. Whether they were good or not, she had to get to know about them. Moreover, internet users didn't have very good or bad comments about the Kong family, which meant the Kong family wasn't terrible. When she met Kong Xiaoji, she didn't see he was a bad man. Instead, he seemed to be a gentleman. She didn't think he was acting, because he seemed well educated. Kong Xiaoji was worried that Ji Yuning might not accept his invitation, so he was very pleased that Ji Yuning agreed. He made a hand gesture of invitation, then they walked out together. Watching Ji Yuning walk away with Kong Xiaoji, Zhao Rong was displeased. He originally wanted Kong Xiaoji to compete against Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly they became friends. "Miss Ji Yu, where are you from?" Kong Xiaoji asked. He wasn't deliberately collecting Ji Yuning's information, he was just asking casually. "The capital," said Ji Yuning. She didn't care about that. "Miss Ji Yu, did you learn about stone gambling from the senior members of your family?" asked Kong Xiaoji. "From my master," said Ji Yuning. "Oh, then your master must be a stone gambling expert, to have such an excellent student like you," said Kong Xiaoji. "Ha ha, right," Ji Yuning answered. Kong Xiaoji stopped asking about that, because it might make Ji Yuning feel that he was trying to collect her information. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't care much about the questions. She cared more about his attitude. Kong Xiaoji was outgoing and wasn't curious about Ji Yuning's personal life. Ji Yuning didn't feel any malice from him, so she was very polite to him. "Oh, Miss Ji Yu, what should I call your friend?" asked Kong Xiaoji. He had talked a lot with Ji Yuning, and felt he should say something to her friend too. "Her surname is Bailey," said Ji Yuning. She didn't tell him Bailey Zongshui's full name. "Nice to meet you, Miss Bailey." Kong Xiaoji greeted Bailey Zongshui. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Kong." Bailey Zongshui kindly replied. There were many expensive restaurants and hotels outside the jade raw material market. Because people who came to purchase jade raw materials here were normally rich, they preferred to stay in fancy places. In order to treat Ji Yuning, Kong Xiaoji invited her to the best restaurant nearby. He was the Kong family's heir in City Rui, while Ji Yuning was just a young girl. He barely knew anything about her family background, but he could see that she wasn't born in an ordinary family. He didn't make friends with Ji Yuning because she was born in a powerful family, but he was impressed by her skills at stone gambling. "Miss Ji Yu, Miss Bailey, please order whatever you want." "No need to save money for me," said Kong Xiaoji. He was very generous, and wasn't showing off. "Great," said Ji Yuning. Actually, she had no intention of saving money for Kong Xiaoji, because they were also hungry. They ate a lot, but they were just two girls. If Kong Xiaoji cared so much about how much they could eat, he would be too petty. Chapter 2574, What Can I Get? Ji Yuning and Bailey Zongshui ordered food that was averagely priced. Ji Yuning and Bailey Zongshui ordered 4 dishes in all, namely roasted duck, fried beef, green vegetables, and a soup, then they gave the menu to Kong Xiaoji. 4 dishes weren't many for Kong Xiaoji. Instead, he felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't feel that they were eating too much. After all, he was the host. Even if they couldn't finish all the food, he couldn't just order a few dishes or he would seem petty. Therefore, Kong Xiaoji ordered 3 other dishes, which were the most famous and expensive dishes at the restaurant. Ji Yuning and Bailey Zongshui didn't care what dishes Kong Xiaoji ordered. After the waiter left, Kong Xiaoji said to Ji Yuning, "Miss Ji Yu, can I ask you about something? I hope it won't seem offensive. If you're willing to answer my questions, you can tell me what you want to let me know. I won't force you. Either way, I do hope we can be friends. So if you're unhappy, feel free to let me know." Even though Kong Xiaoji's words implied that he invited Ji Yuning to share a meal for a reason, Ji Yuning could tell that he was left with no choice. She guessed that Kong Xiaoji must have encountered difficulties and needed her help, so she wasn't displeased. Anyway, it might not be a bad thing even though he invited her to share a meal for a purpose. "Mr. Kong, you can ask me whatever you want to know. I'm not mean. If I know, I'll tell you. If I don't want to tell you, I won't say anything even if you try to force me." Hearing Ji Yuning's reply, Kong Xiaoji directly asked, "Miss Ji Yu, can you tell me the probability of you cutting out jade?" I know it's a little rude. If you're uncomfortable with that, please don't be mad at me. I asked that question for a purpose. I didn't mean to offend you. I just encountered a tricky problem, and I need a stone gambling talent. He couldn't tell her what the tricky problem was right now. From Kong Xiaoji's attitude, Ji Yuning was sure of his sincerity and difficulty, so she wasn't mad at all. Well, I always have good luck. I've played stone gambling with many people before. I've never lost once. To be honest with you, the Wang family's patriarch in City Tang was unseated by me. Ji Yuning sounded a little arrogant, but it was the truth. After she heard Kong Xiaoji's words, she understood that he needed a stone gambling talent to do him a favor. If she guessed correctly, it must have something to do with stone gambling. Kong Xiaoji would compete against someone and he needed to win. Hearing Ji Yuning's reply, Kong Xiaoji was surprised, especially when he learned that she had unseated the Wang family's patriarch in City Tang. The Wang family used to be the head of the 3 major raw jade material miners in City Tang. It sounded exaggerated, but Ji Yuning's serious and confident expression convinced Kong Xiaoji. He had heard of the Wang family and actually knew a lot about them. After all, they were peers, so it was impossible for them to know nothing about each other. In fact, they were quite familiar. However, although they were familiar, it didn't mean they had a good relationship. On the contrary, as peers, they were competitors and never stopped competing against one another. Although they were in 2 different cities, they were still stealing each other's clients. Normally, they didn't need to look for minor clients, but they still had to strike deals with major clients. He had heard that the Wang family was replaced. He actually heard the news the second day after it happened. After the Wang family was unseated, their raw jade material mine was soon taken. No one had sympathy for what had happened to the Wang family, because they had done too many bad deeds. They deserved the consequences. Kong Xiaoji didn't conduct an investigation about what happened after the Wang family was replaced. He only heard that a man bought the Wang family's property. Because it was Leng Xiaoting who took the right of exploitation from the Wang family, not many people knew that Ji Yuning was the real boss. Did you defeat the Wang family's patriarch? Kong Xiaoji didn't think Ji Yuning would lie to him, but it was too shocking. He had to make sure of it. Yes. Ji Yuning nodded. And I guess you need a stone gambling master right now to help you with something, right? Mr. Kong, if it's true, just tell me what you want to achieve. Even if I can't help you, I won't tell anyone about it. Ji Yuning didn't like to beat around the bush. It was too time-consuming. Since Ji Yuning said that, Kong Xiaoji stopped testing her attitude. He also believed that Ji Yuning already knew what his purpose was, and trusted her. Even if she couldn't help him, he believed that she wouldn't tell anyone about it. This was his first meeting with Ji Yuning, but often his feelings told him who was trustworthy. It didn't matter how long they had known each other. And actually, a good and close old friend might not be as helpful as a stranger. Therefore, Kong Xiaoji directly said, if so, I'll be straightforward. It's actually a family issue. My father is getting sick. My older brother is working in the government, so my family wants me to take over the business, but my uncle is good at stone gambling and wants to seize the right of exploitation. Many directors in the board of directors have already been bribed by my uncle. So they all side with him. My family is unwilling to give in, so my uncle proposed having a competition. Whoever wins will be the new leader. Left with no choice, I have to accept the challenge. The competition will begin the day after tomorrow, so I'm searching for a stone gambling talent these days. I wasn't satisfied until I met you today, Miss Ji Yu. So I wanted to know more about your skills. Saying that, Kong Xiaoji put on a resigned look. What can I get from it? Ji Yuning asked. It was Kong Xiaoji's family affair, and had nothing to do with her. Ji Yuning had her own plan and intention. If she could get what she wanted, she would be willing to play a role in it. Anyway, she had been involved in other people's business many times before, and it wasn't illegal or immoral after all. Chapter 2575, first time in this look. Ji Yuning would do an investigation about the situation to check it out before she chose to help Kong Xiaoji. If it was the truth, then his uncle would indeed be a bad man, and Ji Yuning wouldn't feel bad even though she sided with Kong Xiaoji. Hearing Ji Yuning's question, Kong Xiaoji wasn't sure whether she was willing to help him and whether she could do him the favor, but he had to be generous. Well, if you can help me win the game, I can give you a reward of 100 million yuan. I know it's a worldly offer, but we're all ordinary people. I think money can prove my gratitude. If you fail, I'll still pay you for your help, but you can only have a third of the remuneration. The Kong family is wealthy, but I don't own all the properties. So I can't give out too much money. 100 million yuan is a lot, but I don't really want money after I do you the favor, Mr. Kong. I might need you to do me a little favor too, said Ji Yuning. What can I do for you, Miss Ji Yu? Asked Kong Xiaoji. He had to know what favor it was to make sure whether he could help her. Actually, Mr. Kong, we're peers. I plan to join the market in City Rui. I need someone who has connections in the government to help me acquire mountains and mine raw jade materials since I don't know which mountains aren't private, said Ji Yuning. It wasn't a big favor, and whoever had a good relationship with the senior officials in the government could handle it. After all, the buyer needed to pay, so Kong Xiaoji wasn't irreplaceable, but Ji Yuning still asked him for that, because she wanted to save some trouble. If there was a person who could help her with that right now, there was no need for her to bother someone else. It was a deal between her and Kong Xiaoji. She didn't owe him, so she wasn't worried that he might not do his best. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Kong Xiaoji was surprised. He didn't think it was difficult. Actually, it was quite easy. He wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning was his peer. After all, given her skills at stone gambling, Kong Xiaoji already had the idea that they must be involved in the same industry. He was surprised simply because it was really shocking that such a young girl was going to deal with such an important business. It was easy to acquire a mountain, as long as the mountain wasn't private. The government was more than willing to sell it if it wasn't useful, but the raw jade material mining, it was a little tricky. Even for them, major businessmen, it couldn't be easily done and needed a long-term inspection conducted by a professional team. He understood that Ji Yuning had her own skills since they were peers, but he felt amazed when it came out of such a young girl's mouth. Miss Ji Yu, is it for your family? Asked Kong Xiaoji. No, it's my own business, said Ji Yuning. She understood what Kong Xiaoji was thinking. Mr. Kong, I know I'm too young in your eyes, and I don't seem to be a businesswoman. I'm indeed very young, so it's normal that you have that idea. But I can promise you, I'm running my own business. What? Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji was astonished. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning was doing her own business. She was a young entrepreneur. Wow, Miss Ji Yu, you look so young. I didn't expect you to have your own business. You're an impressive young businesswoman. Kong Xiaoji complimented. He didn't know the range of her business, but it couldn't be a small business since she planned to acquire a mountain. After all, a single mountain could cost over 10 million yuan. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Kong, said Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, what if you fail? Asked Kong Xiaoji. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Ji Yuning. He asked that question, not to doubt Ji Yuning's abilities, but because he wanted to make it clear beforehand. If I can't help you with it, I won't ask for anything, said Ji Yuning. She said that because she believed that she would win once she decided to help. The most important question was whether Kong Xiaoji trusted her or whether she would agree to help him. She understood that Kong Xiaoji didn't trust her right now, but she would prove her abilities to him if they agreed to the deal. Therefore, the most important question now was whether Ji Yuning was willing to make a deal with him. About that, Ji Yuning needed to conduct an investigation before making the decision. Accordingly, Ji Yuning decided to drop the topic for the time being. Mr. Kong, why don't we have a meal first? It won't happen until the day after tomorrow. We can make the decision tomorrow, can't we? Kong Xiaoji also hesitated to strike the deal right now, so he agreed with Ji Yuning. Of course, let's enjoy the meal now. During this meal, both Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe ate a lot, but Kong Xiaoji had a poor appetite. However, in order to not upset them, he forced himself to eat some of the food. Before they left, Ji Yuning and Kong Xiaoji exchanged phone numbers for future contact. After they separated, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe didn't go back to the raw jade material market. Instead, they drove to the hotel. Ji Yuning felt that there might be unnecessary trouble after the news that she cut out jade went abroad. She would go there again, but with a different identity. Therefore, after Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe arrived at the hotel and left the car there, they went to the shopping mall. They bought 2 suits and 2 pairs of high heels, then put on makeup with a hairstyle that made them look mature. Walking out of the shopping mall, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe looked totally different. Ji Yuning was like a workplace elite, while Baili Zhongshe was like her secretary. Ji Yuning didn't order her to dress like a secretary on purpose, but she needed to play that role in the situation. "This is my first time in this look. I have to say it's pretty cool." Staring at herself, Baili Zhongshe was very satisfied. She didn't care that she was dressed like Ji Yuning's secretary. "You're indeed very cool," Ji Yuning agreed. No wonder why young men today are afraid to date online. Makeup and Photoshop can completely change a girl's appearance. Some young men even ask to see a photo without any makeup on, said Baili Zhongshe. Although she had seen many examples on the internet, she was still amazed when she experienced it herself. Chapter 2576, Easily Ignored, We're different. "We don't need to do that, because we're still beautiful without any makeup on," said Ji Yuning. It sounded a little narcissistic, but it was the truth. They normally didn't wear any makeup and yet no one dared to say that they were ugly. It was their advantage. As cultivators, they had absorbed a lot of magical power, so they could live a long time and keep their skin in a good condition. However, although they normally didn't wear any makeup, some people couldn't believe it and felt that they must have put on foundation at least. They might just not be wearing eye makeup. Their eyebrows were also thick, so it seemed that they had used eyebrow pencil. Right. Baili Zhongshe agreed happily, not denying that they were beautiful even without any makeup. "Oh, I almost forgot this. We need a briefcase and a pair of glasses." When they were about to leave, Ji Yuning suddenly realized that they had missed these things, so they went back to shop for them. Baili Zhongshe carried the briefcase and wore the glasses, so that she looked more like a secretary. They needed a car too, so they went to rent one. This time, they didn't need a truck, just a private car. However, when they went to rent a car, drama happened. Because Ji Yuning had put on makeup and looked completely different from her original look. No one believed that she was the same person as shown on her ID card, even though Ji Yuning explained that she had put on makeup. In fact, it was not only her appearance, but her age that seemed very different now. The age on her ID card was 19, while she looked about 28 at the moment. That was what Ji Yuning wanted, but now it was causing her trouble. Left with no choice, Ji Yuning took out her phone and showed her picture to prove that she was the same person. Unfortunately, the car dealership became suspicious of her stealing the phone. Ji Yuning even had the impulse to remove her makeup to prove it, but the female manager of this car dealership came at this moment. After observing her for a while, she was allowed to rent a car. Women understood that they could look completely different after wearing makeup, but it was still possible to recognize themselves. After all, Ji Yuning's features stayed the same, she only looked more mature after putting on some makeup. "Miss Ji Yu, you're quite good at wearing makeup. I think ordinary people wouldn't recognize you. But why do you need to do that?" asked the female manager. She wasn't really curious, she just asked casually. "For work. If I look too young, I might be easily ignored," said Ji Yuning resigned. "You're only 19, and you're already working." The female manager was surprised and had sympathy for Ji Yuning. Normally, Ji Yuning should be going to university at her age. "My family asked me to do that," said Ji Yuning. "Oh." Hearing that, the female manager nodded and stopped asking. Ji Yuning successfully got a car, then they went straight to the raw jade material market. After they arrived, they directly went to the Kong family's store, because they had taken away valuable raw jade materials from the stores at the front earlier in the morning. The Kong family's store was very large, so there were many more raw materials containing jade. There should be above 10,000 of them. Ji Yuning found 5 raw jade materials with top-level jade, and 9 with high-level jade. Ji Yuning took 8 of the high-level jade, and left 1 in the store. Among the 8 raw jade materials with high-level jade inside, Ji Yuning gave 2 to Baili Xianxia. Ji Yuning took half of the raw jade materials with middle-high-level jade inside. There were about 20 of them. She didn't take any raw jade materials with middle-level jade inside. After that, Ji Yuning remembered the numbers of the raw jade materials with top-level and middle-high-level jade that she left in the store, and numbers of a stone with low-level jade and 2 normal stones. Then she sent the numbers to Kong Xiaoji to prove her ability. Ji Yuning, Mr. Kong, I know you don't have much confidence in my abilities. I chose several jade raw materials. If you trust me, you can cut them open to see whether I'm qualified to work with you. You can do that either in public or private, but please don't tell other people about that. Ji Yuning didn't care whether Kong Xiaoji wanted to cut the raw jade materials open in public or private. After all, if he did it in public, it could bring him more customers. Once Kong Xiaoji received Ji Yuning's message, he called the manager of his family's store to prevent other people from taking away the jade raw materials. He told the manager to keep them, while he would rush back. Half an hour later, Kong Xiaoji came, but Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia were already gone with enough raw jade materials of high quality. This time, Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia put the raw jade materials they bought in a small warehouse they just rented. There were small warehouses for rent everywhere in the raw jade material market. After Kong Xiaoji came, he cut those raw jade materials open in public. As a businessman, he undoubtedly wanted to attract more customers to his store. He cut out a piece of low-level jade from the first one. Although the jade was low-level, he could still make money from it, so he was excited. Mr. Kong, it's unbelievable that you got jade from the very first one. Right, Mr. Kong is indeed amazing. Everyone complimented him, although they were actually jealous. Due to his status, nobody dared to show jealousy on their face. Because Ji Yuning told him to keep it a secret, he couldn't tell them that it was Ji Yuning who helped him choose the jade raw materials. However, he was unwilling to say it was his own effort, so he explained. I didn't pick them out. One of my friends did. She told me to help her cut them open. She's really good then. The crowd complimented them again. Someone thought Kong Xiaoji's friend was too generous. How could she let Kong Xiaoji cut the raw jade materials open? Wasn't she afraid that he would keep the jade for himself? They didn't know much about Kong Xiaoji, so it was possible. Anyway, they wouldn't leave their raw jade materials with their friends, no matter how close they were. After the jade was cut out, a jeweler asked Kong Xiaoji whether he wanted to sell it. Because a piece of low-level jade wasn't useful for Kong Xiaoji, he agreed to sell it. It was low-level jade and wasn't large, so it was sold at the price of a couple 100,000 yuan. Some high-end jewelers didn't want low-level jade, but ordinary jewelers needed it. Normal jewelers couldn't afford top-level jade. Afterwards, Kong Xiaoji cut the second one open. There was jade in the second one too, and it was at middle-high level. This time, even Kong Xiaoji was astonished. Chapter 2577. Don't damage my reputation. It seemed that Ji Yuning was much better at stone gambling than he thought. All of a sudden, Kong Xiaoji got excited and looked forward to cutting out more jade from the following raw jade materials. Jesus, it's middle-high level. I'm so envious now. The crowd was shocked once more. Although there was middle-high level jade cut out once in a while at this raw jade material market, it wasn't common. It was actually quite rare, so it was shocking news every time a piece of middle-high level jade was cut out. As happened today, before the jade was even fully cut out, the news had already spread abroad and attracted more people. Before the jade was fully cut out, someone shouted a bid, but Kong Xiaoji was unwilling to sell the middle-high level jade. I'm sorry, my friend doesn't want to sell this jade. Hearing that, the jewelers were very disappointed, but they could do nothing about it. When Kong Xiaoji began to cut the third raw jade material, he was really nervous, especially when the crowd was guessing whether there was jade inside. He was curious too. Even though he was aware that it was impossible to cut out jade from every raw jade material, it aroused his expectation after cutting out 2 pieces in a row. However, the third one was a normal stone. Although Kong Xiaoji was mentally prepared for this result, he was still a little disappointed. Anyway, it was still acceptable. Ji Yuning wasn't a god after all. Honestly, even a god might not be able to cut jade from every raw jade material. When the 4th raw jade material was cut open, jade showed once more, and it was another middle high-level jade. Kong Xiaoji was totally amazed, staring at the jade in excitement. At the same time, it caused a sensation among the onlookers in the store. Jesus, there is jade again. And it's also a piece of middle high-level jade. Mr. Kang's friend is really unbelievable. There are only 4 raw jade materials, but 3 of them contain jade, including 2 pieces of middle high-level jade. Right, it's hard not to be jealous. Seeing that Kong Xiaoji cut out another piece of jade, the jewelers wanted to buy it, and asked Kong Xiaoji whether he was willing to sell. Unfortunately, Kong Xiaoji refused again, which disappointed them. More and more people came into the Kong family's store, so it quickly became crowded. The 5th raw jade material was a normal stone, but 3 pieces of jade were cut from the 6 raw jade materials chosen by Ji Yuning. It was a very impressive result, since 2 among them were at middle-high level. They were worth over 100 million yuan. When they cut the 6th one open, Kong Xiaoji was full of anticipation. Everyone waited to see the result in anticipation. Because 3 pieces of jade were cut out of 5 raw jade materials by now, they had great anticipation for the last one. Wow, Mr. Kong, it's amazing. You cut out so many pieces of jade. At this moment, an acidic male voice sounded from outside as a man in his early 30s walked inside. There was obvious jealousy on his face. Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand. I didn't choose them, one of my friends did. I just helped her cut them open, said Kong Xiaoji. Mr. Chen was the 3rd son of another major raw jade material miner in City Rui, Chen Yuhong. The Chen family had the worst reputation among the 3 major raw jade material miners. Knowing that it wasn't Kong Xiaoji who chose those raw jade materials, Chen Yuhong felt much better, but the owner was Kong Xiaoji's friend, which still made him feel uncomfortable. Oh, may I know her name? If she's so good at stone gambling, I would like to see her, said Chen Yuhong. He really wanted to meet this unbelievable person. If he could draw her over to his side, it would be great. Sorry, she isn't here. I can't introduce her to you, said Kong Xiaoji. It was true that the owner of these raw jade materials wasn't here. He wasn't lying. Moreover, he knew what Chen Yuhong was thinking. It was impossible for him to introduce such an outstanding person to his enemy. Chen Yuhong was aware that it was impossible for Kong Xiaoji to introduce such an outstanding person to him, so he thought that Kong Xiaoji was lying to him. Well, Mr. Kong, your friend must trust you very much. She's absent, but is willing to leave all the raw jade materials to you. Chen Yuhong joked. Kong Xiaoji had a good reputation, but he refused to believe that Kong Xiaoji could be so upright. So he was mockingly saying that Kong Xiaoji's friend was a little naive. Kong Xiaoji heard the mockery in Chen Yuhong's tone, but he thought Chen Yuhong had that thought because he wasn't trustworthy. We're close. Why shouldn't she trust me? I won't steal her jade. If I had that intention, I wouldn't have cut the raw jade materials in public. Mr. Chen, since you are joking about that, does that mean that you're not trustworthy? Ha ha, please don't be mad at me. I'm joking too. He was joking. Absolutely not. Therefore, Chen Yuhong was displeased. Mr. Kong, it's funny that you said that. I don't really care, but other people might believe it if you often joke about that. Mr. Chen, you did it first. I just kindly reminded you to be careful. I didn't mean to insult you. I'm sorry. Kong Xiaoji apologized. Hearing that, Chen Yuhong became even angrier, but he couldn't vent his anger on Kong Xiaoji. Right at this moment, the stonecutter shouted that there was jade in the stone. They immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at the raw jade material with one accord. No one was more excited than Kong Xiaoji. Because the outer layer of the raw jade material was covered by dust, they couldn't see the quality of the jade. After the stonecutter cleaned it, they finally saw the jade. As soon as they recognized the type of the jade, the stonecutter exclaimed, "Oh my! This is a piece of old pit glass jade." "What? It's a piece of top-level old pit glass jade? No way! It's old pit glass." In an instant, the crowd got much more excited than previously. Kong Xiaoji was stunned. When the middle-level jade was cut out, he was already amazed, but unexpectedly there was a piece of top-level old pit glass jade too. Ji Yuning was really unbelievable. Among the 6 raw jade materials, there were 4 pieces of jade, including 3 high-level ones. At this moment, he made up his mind to strike a deal with Ji Yuning. If he was alone now, he would call Ji Yuning right away. Chapter 2578, Fool Me. Chen Yuhong was more displeased and grew more jealous of Kong Xiaoji. Who was Kong Xiaoji's friend? How could she choose 6 raw jade materials out of which 4 contained jade? In addition, among the jade, 3 pieces were at high level. If that person could work with the Chen family would be at a great advantage. They wouldn't need to acquire a large number of raw jade materials to get very little jade again. Otherwise they had to waste a lot of time and energy on cutting out a large number of raw jade materials. Therefore, if a stone gambling talent could help them, they could save a lot of time and effort. Moreover, they could sell those raw jade materials that didn't contain any jade to other people and make a fortune. Given Chen Yuhong's thoughts, it was no wonder why the Chen family had a bad reputation. Actually, the person that Chen Yuhong was shocked by was shopping for raw jade materials in the Chen family's store right now. She took away all the high-level and top-level jade, leaving only the jade at low levels in the store. Kong Xiaoji saw the final result, and excused himself right after putting away the jade. He went to call Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning didn't answer his call. Instead, she directly cut it off. Before long, she sent Kong Xiaoji a message, telling him that she was busy and couldn't take the call. Because of that, Kong Xiaoji stopped calling her. He also sent her a message and told her that he had cut out 4 pieces of jade from the raw jade materials she had left him. There was a piece of low-level jade, 2 pieces of middle-high-level jade, and a piece of top-level jade. He really hoped that they could work together. Ji Yuning replied to him that they could talk about that later. Because Ji Yuning didn't agree right away, Kong Xiaoji was slightly worried. He was afraid that Ji Yuning might turn him down in the end. However, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't question Ji Yuning right now. Since Ji Yuning said they could talk about it later, he had to be patient. After leaving the Kong family's store, Chen Yuhong was in no mood to visit his family's store. He changed his plan and directly went home. When Chen Yuhong got home, he spoke to his father about Kong Xiaoji. Master Chen was shocked when he heard that someone could cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 6 raw jade materials. Although he was a stone gambling master, he couldn't do that, let alone cut out 3 pieces of jade that were at high levels. In addition, even though Master Chen could cut out several pieces of jade from over a dozen raw jade materials, it only happened a few times throughout his life. And most of the jade was at low levels. Only 1 or 2 pieces were at middle level. He could only cut out jade at high levels when there were a lot of raw jade materials. Therefore, Master Chen got jealous after hearing the shocking news. Do some research and find out who Kong Xiaoji's friend is. If it's possible, draw her over to our side. Give her the most generous offer we can afford, said Master Chen. He had the same idea as Chen Yuhong. He wanted such a strong person to work for the Chen family. No problem, Chen Yuhong answered, then sent out people to conduct the investigation at once. When Kong Xiaoji got home, he also spoke to his father about Ji Yuning. Master Kong wasn't in a good condition, and had gotten worse because of his younger brother's behavior. Although younger Master Kong was the second major shareholder with 20% shares of the Kong family's business, elder Master Kong, who had 60% shares, was the real chairman. Therefore, it was very reasonable that Senior Master Kong wanted Kong Xiaoji to take over the seat. Unfortunately, once more and more directors were against it, it couldn't continue, even though they only had just over 30% of the shares at most. Kong Xiaoji seized 60% of the shares and he had the power to force other shareholders who were against him to give back the shares, but he hadn't gotten total control of the company yet. He was afraid other directors wouldn't listen to him and would make the company suffer a greater loss, so he had to accept the conditions younger Master Kong laid down. In fact, if he was only competing with younger Master Kong, he wouldn't be afraid, although he didn't have full confidence, but younger Master Kong said that they could get a helper. There was a person who was skilled at stone gambling by younger Master Kang's side, so it put him in a very dangerous situation. Well, if your uncle was an upright person, it wouldn't be a big deal if he's in charge, but he's selfish and self-centered. So you better defeat him. You can't let him control the company, or he'll take the whole company for himself, said Elder Master Kong. Dad, I'll do my best to get Miss Gu to help us. I won't allow my uncle to rob us of the company, said Kong Xiaoji. At the same time, younger Master Kong learned that one of Kong Xiaoji's friends cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials. He was shocked and became anxious because Kong Xiaoji had such a skilled friend. He was worried because the competition would be held the day after tomorrow, and he regretted saying that they could have a helper. In fact, he planned to deny it. Therefore, younger Mr. Kong immediately called Kong Xiaoji and told him that they couldn't have a helper at the competition the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing that, Kong Xiaoji got mad. He guessed that younger Master Kong must have heard about the news that he cut out jade in his family's store. He didn't realize that he made a terrible mistake until now. He originally wanted to attract more customers to his store, so he cut the stone open publicly, but he forgot what would happen if younger Master Kong learned about it. If he had known the result, he wouldn't have cut the stones open publicly. He would have done it in private, but unfortunately it was too late. Uncle, you said that we can have a helper, but now you are denying it. What? Do you think it's fun to fool me? Kong Xiaoji asked coldly. You accepted that condition because you have a stone gambling master by your side, right? Younger Master Kong criticized. It was true that younger Mr. Kong was shameless. He was the one who said that they could have a helper, but now he changed his mind just because he found out that Kong Xiaoji had a stone gambling master by his side. In other words, he did everything to stop Kong Xiaoji from winning. It was understandable, because he aimed to steal the seat of chairman, so it was impossible that he would allow Kong Xiaoji to win. If he was willing to give Kong Xiaoji the chance to win, he wouldn't have proposed having a competition. However, it was unethical for younger Master Kong to change his mind so casually. And he was so shameless that he didn't feel guilty at all. Chapter 2579, Extremely Shameless. Uncle, can you be more shameless? You're the one who said that we can have a helper, not me. I opposed it, but you insisted. So I had to accept it. Now you know that I have a skilled helper, so you have changed your mind and want to stop me from getting help. Uncle, do you think you're the ruler and you can do whatever you want? Kong Xiaoji retorted angrily. He wasn't surprised that his uncle was so shameless. He had witnessed it many times before, but he still couldn't stand it when he saw it. Younger Master Kong always picked on him. How could you talk to me like that? Didn't your father teach you to be polite? You don't have manners at all. Younger Master Kong criticized angrily. He admitted that he was shameless and changed his mind, but he didn't feel guilty. He believed it was necessary to be shameless to get what he wanted. My father has educated me on manners and standards. He told me not to steal, scheme, and rob other people, said Kong Xiaoji. He was mocking younger Master Kong who had no standards and principles at all. In order to get what he wanted, he didn't even hesitate to rob his family. Younger Master Kong understood Kong Xiaoji's words. He was mad, but he controlled himself, because once he lost his temper, he would have a connection with the description. Even though he was that kind of person, he wouldn't allow the others to describe him like that. Whatever, you can't just let an outsider participate in this competition. Younger Master Kong was unwilling to waste more time arguing with Kong Xiaoji. He didn't want to hear any negative answers from Kong Xiaoji, so he immediately hung up on him. Filled with fury, Kong Xiaoji almost smashed his phone. He finally found someone who could help him win the game, but now younger Master Kong changed his mind. Although Kong Xiaoji was reluctant to give in, he was afraid that he was left with no choice. It was his fault that he didn't join the company earlier. If he had done that, he would have his own connections in the company. In that case, those directors wouldn't be so easily bribed by younger Master Kong and he wouldn't have so many supporters. If he really couldn't have a helper, he would still do Ji Yuning the favor. Anyway, he could make friends with her and return her favor of helping him choose raw jade materials containing jade. However, he couldn't tell Ji Yuning right away, because he hadn't made up his mind to give in yet. Therefore, he decided to talk about that when he met Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't finish shopping until 7 p.m. They weren't slow, but this jade raw material market was very large and had too many shops and stalls. It couldn't be quicker for Ji Yuning to pick up raw jade materials with jade inside. She could do that faster than pay the bill. Luckily, they didn't need to wait long when they settled the bill. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to finish shopping even if they spent 2 more hours in the store. Because Ji Yuning swiftly finished shopping for raw jade materials, everyone was surprised and discussed it, but no one interfered. After all, it was her own business. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe had changed their appearances, so they didn't attract much attention when they moved the raw jade materials. It was very normal for businessmen in this industry to move a large number of raw jade materials. Every time those raw jade materials were moved to the warehouse, Ji Yuning put them into her telepathic eye space. Although no one would go to steal them, Ji Yuning didn't want to leave raw jade materials which contained jade in the warehouse. After the last batch was moved back to the warehouse, Ji Yuning put them away in her telepathic eye space again, then went to cancel the lease of the warehouse. Ji Yuning moved the raw jade materials in, and didn't move them out, but nobody paid special attention to that, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to rent a car. After walking out of the warehouse, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe left to return the rented car before going to have a meal. When they finished eating, Ji Yuning went to collect information about the Kong family. Because she only needed to know about younger Master Kang's relationship with Elder Master Kong and his reputation, it didn't take her much time. There was information about the Kong family's business on the internet, so she easily found out that its chairman was Kong Yuanbo. Kong Yuanbo had 60% shares. The second major shareholder was Kong Yuanan, who had 20% shares, but now Kong Yuanan wanted to steal the power. That being case, it was clearly Kong Yuanan's fault. After that, Ji Yuning told Kay to help her find Kong Yuanan's address, then took Baili Zhongshe to visit him. When they arrived, they heard him talking with his son. They were talking about the competition with Kong Xiaoji, which proved that Kong Xiaoji didn't lie to her. In addition to that, Ji Yuning also learned that Kong Xiaoji wasn't allowed to turn to his friend for help after cutting out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials in his family's store. Upon hearing that, Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. Kong Yuanan was shameless, and Kong Xiaoji wasn't smart. Kong Yuanan was shameless, because he didn't keep his promise, while Kong Xiaoji wasn't smart, because he didn't even think about the result of him cutting the stones publicly. Ji Yuning didn't think about that either back then, so she didn't remind Kong Xiaoji to do it in private. However, it wasn't her business, so she didn't think much about it. If it had something to do with her, she would have thought about the consequences. Anyway, Ji Yuning didn't give up her idea of helping Kong Xiaoji. Instead, she was more willing to help him after knowing how shameless Kong Yuanan was. From Ji Yuning's perspective, she didn't need to show up with Kong Xiaoji. As long as she went there, she could be helpful. With the help of her jade eyes, she could easily know whether there was jade in the jade raw material. After verifying it, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe left. He's really shameless, Baili Zhongshe said in annoyance when they walked away. Kong Yuanan schemed to steal other people's property, but even took it for granted, which was disgusting. Right, he's indeed extremely shameless. Ji Yuning agreed. The next day, Ji Yuning called Kong Xiaoji at 10 a.m. She said that they could talk further about their cooperation. Although Kong Yuanan said they couldn't have a helper, Kong Xiaoji didn't give in. Therefore, it was necessary for him to meet Ji Yuning again. He had to make it clear to Ji Yuning. He sincerely hoped that Ji Yuning could help him, so he couldn't keep her in the dark. As a result, Kong Xiaoji and Ji Yuning made an appointment to see each other in the hotel that Ji Yuning was staying in. Chapter 2580, Trustworthy. When they met, Ji Yuning saw that Kong Xiaoji was obviously in a bad mood. She also knew the reason, but she had no intention of asking about it first. If she asked about it, he would know that she had investigated them beforehand. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to wait till Kong Xiaoji brought it up. After they met, they went to order. When they had finished ordering, they began to talk about the matter. Miss Ji Yu, do you agree to work with me? Kong Xiaoji asked. He wanted to know Ji Yuning's answer first. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu, but there is one thing I need to tell you. After I cut out the jade yesterday, my uncle learned about it. He changed his mind and now won't allow me to have a helper. I disagreed, because he can't just do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, my uncle has deep support in the company. Many shareholders support him, so I'm afraid I can't defeat him, said Kong Xiaoji resignedly. Because Ji Yuning was already aware of that, she wasn't surprised. After a pause, Kong Xiaoji continued. So, if the situation really changes at that time, I'm afraid I'll have wasted your time. But don't worry, even if we can't cooperate this time, I'll still do you the favor. After all, I sincerely hope that we can be friends. And I also need to thank you for helping me cut out the jade yesterday. Hearing that, Ji Yuning had a better impression of him, because Kong Xiaoji clearly understood gratitude. Where will you have the competition? Ji Yuning asked. Right in the store. There will be a new batch of raw jade materials arriving tomorrow morning, said Kong Xiaoji. Can people go in and watch? Ji Yuning asked. It's public in case anyone refuses to accept the result. People can go in and watch, said Kong Xiaoji. Well, if so, when you're competing, can you answer a call or read a message? Asked Ji Yuning. If it was allowed, there wouldn't be a problem. I can, said Kong Xiaoji. When he heard that question, he realized that Ji Yuning might plan to guide him through the phone, but guests were forbidden to examine the raw jade materials, so Kong Xiaoji didn't think it would work. The guests are forbidden to examine the raw jade materials. It's okay. Just keep your phone on. I'll think of a way then. I only need you to trust me, said Ji Yuning. Upon hearing that, Kong Xiaoji cheered up. Although he didn't know what idea Ji Yuning had, he trusted her, so he said, of course, you have my trust. At the moment he could only trust Ji Yuning. Even though he barely knew Ji Yuning, he had a feeling that she was trustworthy. However, there aren't any numbers on the raw jade materials this time, said Kong Xiaoji worriedly. It's not a big problem. I can take a picture of them, then leave some marks before sending it back to you. But you better delete it right after you see it. I don't want anyone else to find out, said Ji Yuning. Great, Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help. Kong Xiaoji thanked Ji Yuning. At this moment, he was finally relieved. Although he wasn't sure he could win, the situation had become much better. At least, he had a 70% probability to win. The competition hadn't begun and there was no outcome yet, but Kong Xiaoji would do Ji Yuning the favor that he had promised, whether she was able to help him or not. Therefore, after having a meal, Kong Xiaoji took Ji Yuning to the Bureau of Land and Resources. They needed to see which mountains were still available, so that they could go to have a look. Although this city was the place of production of raw jade materials, it wasn't easy to acquire a mountain. In fact, a mountain was very expensive and not many could afford it. Besides, the government asked for a full payment. There were many mountains, but not all of them contained raw jade materials. Only 1% of them had raw jade materials. Therefore, it would be a waste of money if one bought a mountain that didn't contain any raw jade materials. In addition, the mountains here were of no other use. Therefore, developers had to conduct a long-term inspection to make sure that a mountain was a good choice. In the end, most of the time, it was a gamble when they bought a mountain, because it was hard to know whether there was raw jade materials. If it was easy to know which mountain contained raw jade materials, the government wouldn't rely on selling mountains to make money. Public servants and officials weren't allowed to do business in private, and they couldn't afford it either. Therefore, even if the government found raw jade materials in a mountain, they could only ask for a higher price. Developers weren't allowed to dig a hole to see whether there was raw jade materials in the mountain, but they could make an observation from the surface, which relied on their luck. Moreover, even if there were raw jade materials in a mountain, they couldn't know how much there was. Some mountains only contained a small number of raw jade materials, so it wasn't worth buying. All in all, there were risks to buying a mountain, so not many businessmen could make a good choice. Ji Yuning, however, could easily solve the problem with her jade eyes. The deputy director of the Bureau of Land and Resources had a good relationship with Kong Xiaoji, so he treated Ji Yuning politely when they met. According to what was said, it wasn't easy to buy a mountain. One had to show his or her bank deposit, transactions, and prove that they had the ability to pay the full amount as well as to see whether the money was from a legal source. It was necessary, because the government couldn't allow criminals to use the mountains for money laundering. Ji Yuning was well prepared for that. When the deputy director mentioned the requirements, Ji Yuning immediately took out a folder with her credit record inside without any loan history. There were also the business license of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the tax registration certificate of the national tax and local tax, the organization code certificate, the bank account opening certificate and the transactions of her bank cards, etc. After reading those documents, Kong Xiaoji and the deputy director were both surprised. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning was the legal owner of an enterprise. And her company was the famous Jade Beauty Jewelry. Chapter 2581, Search for mountains containing raw jade materials. They had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry, because it was unbelievably famous right now. There were branches of Jade Beauty Jewelry in many cities of all tiers. The brand had been established for only 2 years, so it was really amazing that it could become so successful within such a short time. However, they had only heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but didn't know who owned it. They didn't bother to collect information about it either. "Oh, Miss Ji Yu, I didn't expect you to be the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry. I can't believe its boss is a young girl who isn't 20 yet. You're really impressive for making such great achievements at such a young age." Kong Xiaoji was extremely impressed by Ji Yuning. "I'm flattered, Mr. Kong," said Ji Yuning politely. No, you deserve the compliment. I've never seen anyone else who can make so many great achievements at your age. To be specific, not many can have even half of your achievements at such a young age." Kong Xiaoji understood that Ji Yuning was being modest, but he still couldn't help complimenting her, because he was really impressed. "Right, it's also my first time to see such a young achiever." The deputy director agreed. This time, Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing. They only knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry belonged to her, and didn't know that she had other companies. If they knew more about her, they would be even more shocked. "Miss Ji Yu, you have all the documents we need. As long as you make a choice, we can talk about the prices and finish the formalities. I'll give you a map with every mountain of City Rui printed on it. Mountains that are already owned are marked, but you can choose among the available ones. After you make your choices, we can finish the formalities," said the deputy director. After knowing Ji Yuning's status and abilities, he was even more polite to her, though he also did that for Kong Xiaoji. Power was always more influential than money. If the Bureau of Land and Resources was unwilling to sell mountains to her, Ji Yuning could do nothing about it, unless she turned to a more important official for help. If she could make the deal harmoniously, there would be no need to bully other people. "Thank you so much, Deputy Director." Ji Yuning thanked him. "My pleasure, Miss Ji Yu. This is our job," said the Deputy Director. If they could sell the mountains, it would be an investment, which was to their credit. Therefore, the Deputy Director didn't think he was helping Ji Yuning. Instead, it was Ji Yuning who helped him. It was a win-win. After that, the Deputy Director gave Ji Yuning the map, then Ji Yuning and the others left. If it was time for a meal, the Deputy Director would have invited them to share a meal. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe needed to look for mountains containing raw jade materials, while Kong Xiaoji needed to go deal with his own business. There were tens of thousands of mountains in City Rui. Even though Ji Yuning had jade eyes, it wasn't easy to find one with raw jade materials. Compared with other major cities, City Rui was small, but it was quite large for Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe, who needed to climb up and down mountains one after another. It might even take them a few days. On the other hand, if they had good luck, they might not need to spend much time on it. Therefore, it mainly depended on their luck. City Rui was surrounded by mountains, but Ji Yuning could only search for what she wanted from one side. After careful thinking, Ji Yuning decided to start searching from the side near Burma. Well, if we go right now, we might not be able to come back at night if we have bad luck. Will you go with me or will you go back to the hotel? Ji Yuning asked Baili Zhongshe. Although she knew that Baili Zhongshe would go with her, she still asked that question, or it might seem that she took it for granted. If Baili Zhongshe didn't want to go, she wouldn't think it was a big deal. I will go with you, said Baili Zhongshe without hesitation. She didn't want to stay at the hotel alone. It was boring. She also wasn't an ordinary girl, so she wasn't scared when she was in the remote mountains. Great, then let's go now. Ji Yuning said nothing further, and set off with Baili Zhongshe. She didn't drive, because they would directly walk into the mountains after leaving the city center. They wouldn't stay on the road all the time, so a car wasn't convenient. After walking deep into the mountains, they would move using qinggong, so they were very fast. Once Ji Yuning was in the mountains, she used her jade eyes to see the inside of those mountains. Unfortunately, she didn't see any raw jade materials. Because of Baili Zhongshui's presence, Ji Yuning still searched for raw jade materials for a while. She checked the soil first, then used her senses to feel what was under the ground. When Ji Yuning did that, Baili Zhongshe followed her, but she felt nothing special under it. Ji Yuning, can you really see whether there is jade raw material underground by feeling the soil? Baili Zhongshe asked curiously. If Ji Yuning could really do that, it would be amazing. She knew the quality of soil varied, and some was suitable for planting, while some wasn't, but she couldn't tell the difference. Not really, but it helps, said Ji Yuning. In fact, she couldn't make a judgment from doing that, and it was just an act. How about your magical senses? Baili Zhongshe asked. Not very likely. After all, my magical senses are too weak now, but we can't know the result without trying. If I can sense air from the soil, it means there are many stones. If there are many stones, there could be raw jade materials. If there is no air at all, there should only be soil, said Ji Yuning. Actually, she didn't believe a word she just said, but she couldn't tell Baili Zhongshe that she had a pair of jade eyes. Oh, Baili Zhongshe barely knew anything about it, so she believed whatever Ji Yuning told her. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe started searching from 3 p.m. After climbing over about 20 mountains in 2 hours, they found no mountains containing raw jade materials. After searching for another hour, they still found nothing. At this time, it was already 6 p.m. Therefore, they stopped for a rest, and ate some food before continuing to search for raw jade materials. As soon as they finished eating, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe continued. The sky became dark after they searched for a long time. However, Ji Yuning had good luck today. Although they had spent 5 hours walking around, they finally found a mountain with a lot of raw jade materials. Chapter 2582, Don't Fire. Ji Yuning could only see jade and several raw jade materials at the layer near the ground. After all, the mountain was large and thick. It was impossible for her to see all the raw jade materials. However, if she could see several raw jade materials containing jade near the ground, it meant there should be more jade deep down. This mountain still belonged to the government, and was available. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning decided to buy it. Let's go back now, said Ji Yuning. Since she was sure which mountain contained raw jade materials, she planned to go back. What? Should we stop right now? Did you find any jade? Baili Zhongshe was struck dumb for a second. She didn't think Ji Yuning would easily give up, so she believed that Ji Yuning must have found something. Yes, I found jade on this mountain, but we still need to gamble on whether there are enough raw jade materials, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't tell Baili Zhongshe that she could see the jade with her eyes. Great, then let's go back now. Baili Zhongshe believed whatever Ji Yuning said. Anyway, she barely knew anything about it, so she didn't bother to ask much. After that, they returned in the same way. It was 8:30 p.m. and was completely dark, but they could still see clearly. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie went back by using Qinggong again. They were dozens of kilometers away from City Rui and there were mountains along the way. It might take them hours to get back. However, they couldn't use Qinggong all the time, because it was energy-consuming. When they were out of strength, they would stop and rest for a while. They would walk a distance, then continue to rush ahead. During their second rest when they were about halfway back, they heard a gunshot. Without delay, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie stopped. Why was there a gunshot? Bai Li Zongxie asked confusedly. She didn't really need Ji Yuning's answer. After all, they were together. If she didn't know, Ji Yuning couldn't know either. She just subconsciously asked aloud. This is the border between two countries, so criminals often show up here. It's quite chaotic, so it's not surprising that there are gunshots, but we can only know the details after checking it out, Ji Yuning said. She planned to not leave right away. If there were really criminals, she had to do something since she ran into them. Otherwise the Red Flame would be assigned the task to deal with them. Sure, Bai Li Zongxie nodded. She wasn't afraid of guns and criminals, because she wasn't an ordinary girl. Ji Yuning immediately turned to look in the direction of the gunshot. She judged that it was no more than 100 meters away. The next moment, she saw a group of people running in the woods. There were 7 of them and all of them were armed. At a distance of about 20 meters from them, there were 4 people who were chasing the others. Ji Yuning couldn't see their faces clearly, but they looked familiar. Since they looked familiar, they must have met before. And since they were chasing criminals in such a situation, they must be Leng Xiaoting's comrades. Leng Xiaoting wasn't there. If Leng Xiaoting was there, Ji Yuning would be able to recognize him with a glance at his back. Upon thinking that they might be teammates of the Red Flame, Ji Yuning felt that she had to do something. Follow me, Ji Yuning said to Bai Li Zongxie. Bai Li Zongxie didn't know what Ji Yuning wanted to do, but she didn't bother to ask. No matter what Ji Yuning was going to do, she would follow her. At the beginning, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie moved lightly, because they didn't want to be discovered. Ji Yuning wasn't exactly sure that those men were Leng Xiaoting's people. She planned to see them more clearly after she got closer. The people at the front kept on running and turning around to fire at the same time. While the people at the back also didn't stop shooting. It was a pursuit. Because it was night and there was a distance between them, no one was really shot when they were running. Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie came in from the side. Although they moved lightly, they were still faster than those men. As a result, Ji Yuning quickly saw the 4 people at the back. There was paint on their faces, but Ji Yuning still recognized them. It was Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, Zhao Lang, and Ai Weishan. Since she recognized them, Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide any longer. Look, the 4 men at the back are my friends. We need to stop the people in the front. We don't need to kill them. We just need to injure them. They have guns, so we must be careful, Ji Yuning said to Bai Li Zongxie. She chose to stand out, because they were in a public fight now. There was no need to ask Xu Jinchen about the situation. She just needed to take action right away. Anyway, she wouldn't kill them. She would just catch them and hand them to Xu Jinchen. No problem. Bai Li Zongxie agreed. She had never attacked mortals before, but those men were obviously criminals. Therefore, the cultivation world wouldn't blame her for injuring them. Normally, Bai Li Zongxie didn't have many chances to fight against others, so she was looking forward to having a real fight. After hearing Ji Yuning's words, she was full of excitement. After that, they immediately moved. In a blink of the eye, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie reached in front of them. Because they moved too fast, those men were not prepared. They didn't see them until they were right in front of them. Afterwards, they were scared and surprised. They didn't expect to be stopped at this moment. However, when they found out that it was just 2 girls without weapons, they relaxed. They wouldn't hesitate to remove them from their way. Without delay, a few men pointed their guns at Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie. Unfortunately, the moment they moved, Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie attacked them. They didn't know what to do. Although they fired their guns, they failed to hit anyone. The next moment, they knocked against each other and screamed in pain. Xu Jinchen and his comrades heard that from the back, and felt it was quite strange. Did they shoot themselves by accident? They didn't know what was happening at the front, but still continued to run ahead. Right when they were only 10 meters away, they heard a familiar female voice. "Be careful. Don't fire." Upon hearing that voice, Xu Jinchen and his comrades were surprised. They recognized that voice. It was Ji Yuning, but why was Ji Yuning here? Chapter 2583, Surprise Leng Xiaoting. Most importantly, how did Ji Yuning know they were coming? Either way, they were sure that Ji Yuning was before them, and she caused those loud screams. No matter how she got to know they were here, she knew. Ji Yuning had magical powers, so it wasn't too surprising that she could do that. Therefore, they stopped shooting and immediately went ahead. When Xu Jinchen and his comrades were only 3 meters away, they finally saw what was happening over there. Ji Yuning was indeed there, along with a strange girl. By that time, they had nearly finished beating those men. Xu Jinchen and his comrades felt a little embarrassed. They had chased those criminals for a long time and only killed 3 of them, but Ji Yuning knocked down 7 as soon as she showed up. The girl who was with Ji Yuning was also very strong. They were aware of Ji Yuning's abilities, so they didn't feel self-abased. On the other hand, Ji Yuning was their idol. In fact, the criminals were more surprised than them. To their astonishment, 2 girls without any weapons could beat them to the ground so easily. Although they had already been caught by Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie, Xu Jinchen and his comrades still went ahead to help them. "What are you doing here?" Xu Jinchen asked Ji Yuning afterwards. He didn't call her name to make sure that their identities weren't exposed. "I passed by coincidentally and heard the gunshots. I saw you after observing for a while, so I took action," said Ji Yuning. Although they didn't know why Ji Yuning was there so late at night, they didn't doubt her words. "Will you go back with us?" Xiaoting went to chase their leader. "I'm sure he must have already caught him," said Xu Jinchen. Given Leng Xiaoting's abilities, he should be able to catch the criminals much quicker than them. Even though the leader was stronger than these hoodlums, he was no match for Leng Xiaoting. This time, they moved separately because this group of gangsters divided into 2 small groups and tried to escape. They noticed it quickly, so they went to catch them separately as well. Sure, since Leng Xiaoting was also here, Ji Yuning would definitely go to see him. Anyway, there was nothing for her to deal with right now. Bai Li Zongxie followed wherever Ji Yuning went. After that, Ji Yuning left with them. Because the criminals were there, Xu Jinchen and the others didn't talk with Ji Yuning. Besides, there wasn't any signal in the remote mountains, so Chen Meng couldn't contact their other comrades until they got to a place with a signal. They chased them on foot for a long time. They were already far away from their base, so they would have to walk for hours to get back. In that case, they had to call their comrades to pick them up. After walking for half an hour, they finally saw a wide road, but the car hadn't arrived yet, so they stayed in the woods for the time being. About 20 minutes later, a car came. It was a big military car which could accommodate a lot of people. There were many of them after all, so they needed a large car. Ximing was sitting in the driver's seat. When he saw Ji Yuning, he was very surprised, but he didn't ask. Xu Jinchen let Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie sit in the front passenger seat. They were 2 young girls, so they couldn't stay in the back along with a group of men. Besides, if Leng Xiaoting found out, he would surely be mad at them. Ji Yuning and Bai Li Zongxie were happy to sit separately from the men. After the car started moving, Ximing asked Ji Yuning quietly, "What are you doing here?" "I came to buy a mountain to mine raw jade materials, but I heard gunshots on my way back. After observing for a while, I saw them and decided to help," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Ximing nodded, not doubting her words. "Oh, does Xiaoting know that you met them?" "He just caught their leader when I came to pick you up," said Ximing. "Not yet, I'll surprise him." Ji Yuning smiled, looking forward to seeing Leng Xiaoting's reaction when he saw her. He'll be astonished and excited. After all, you haven't seen each other for more than half a month, said Ximing. There was no need to guess, because the answer couldn't be more obvious. Actually, it wasn't that long. Ximing had been separated from Chu Yuxin for even longer. Thinking of that, Ximing missed his girlfriend. Along the way, they said nothing further. After driving for about 50 minutes, they arrived at an abandoned house in a suburb of City Rui. There weren't many residents, so the houses were gradually abandoned. In the house were Leng Xiaoting, Zhao Weixian, and the head of the illegal gang. When the car moved closer, Leng Xiaoting sensed a cultivator and frowned slightly. Without hesitation, he walked out. After walking out, Leng Xiaoting felt that the cultivator was in their car. Was there a cultivator in the illegal gang? The cultivator wasn't at a high level, but he or she shouldn't have been caught by Xu Jinchen. Leng Xiaoting was a little confused, staring at the car. When Leng Xiaoting walked out, Ji Yuning also saw him and couldn't wait to give him a hug. The moment the car drove in front of Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning met his eyes. It was dark, but Leng Xiaoting had a very good sight and immediately recognized Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning beamed, while Leng Xiaoting was startled. Afterwards, he was astonished and showed great excitement. Ningning, what was she doing here? Leng Xiaoting didn't think that Ji Yuning came to City Rui for him, so he felt it must be a coincidence. Why did Ji Yuning come to City Rui? Leng Xiaoting quickly figured it out, because Ji Yuning had told him that she wanted to mine raw jade materials in City Rui. If he guessed correctly, she came here for jade. Once the car stopped, Leng Xiaoting walked over to open the car door for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning sat by the window, so Leng Xiaoting held her hand as soon as she got out of the car. What are you doing here? He questioned her with concern. Chapter 2584. No need to come back tonight, I came to buy a raw jade material mountain in City Rui. I found one after searching for a long time today, when I heard gunshots on my way back. After observing for a while, I saw Jinchen and your other comrades. So I joined them and helped them catch those criminals. I heard that you were also here, so I came along with them, said Ji Yuning with a smile. All right, are you tired? Have you eaten? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Ji Yuning had searched for jade for so long, so he was afraid that she might be hungry and tired. I'm not and I've eaten. Ji Yuning replied. Although they had been boyfriend and girlfriend for a long time, it was still sweet that they cared about each other. Well, at this time, Ximing coughed lightly and interrupted them. If you want to talk so sweetly, why don't you do it in private? Please don't do it in front of us. It hurts. Ximing hoped that the loving couple could think about his feelings. Leng Xiaoting rolled his eyes at him. Although he wanted to have a private conversation with Ji Yuning as well, it wasn't the right time for it. There was an important issue waiting for him to deal with, and Ji Yuning's friend was there too. He couldn't just leave a young girl with a large group of men. Even though the girl would be safe, it was rude. Wait for me for a while. I need to deal with this issue first. Then we can go to the city center together, said Leng Xiaoting. Now that they had already caught the criminals, Xu Jinchen and the others needed to bring them back to their base. It wasn't Leng Xiaoting's duty to punish those criminals. Each member of the Red Flame had the power and abilities to handle it. Sure. Ji Yuning nodded, then Leng Xiaoting went into the house. Baili Zongxie was blocked at the door by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, so she didn't get out of the car until they had walked away. After Baili Zongxie got out of the car, she said to Ji Yuning, I'll go back to the hotel when we arrive at the city center later. I think I should leave you to have some time with your fiancé. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine alone. You don't need to come back tonight. You can just call me to go to the raw jade material market tomorrow. Baili Zongxie understood that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed some private time, so she said that she wanted to be alone. Of course. Ji Yuning replied. She was indeed a little embarrassed to mention that, so she accepted Baili Zongxie's kindness since Baili Zongxie said it before her. 5 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting walked out. When he was out again, he had already cleaned the print on his face and put on a casual suit. Although Bailey Zhongshe had seen Leng Xiaoting's photos before, this was the first time that she had ever seen him in real life. To be honest, she was already amazed by Leng Xiaoting when she saw his photos. But now she found out that he was even more attractive than in his photos. Ji Yuning's fiancé was extraordinarily handsome, but Ji Yuning was stunning too, so they were a perfect couple. Even though Bailey Zhongshe was amazed, she didn't lose her manners or show much excitement. She was very honest, because it was Ji Yuning's fiancé. If it was just a stranger, she might think further after being amazed. However, Leng Xiaoting was too powerful, making Bailey Zhongshe feel slightly stressed when she saw him, so she didn't dare to look at him for long. "Hi, Miss Bailey." Leng Xiaoting greeted Bailey Zhongshe. Although he always kept a distance from other people, it didn't mean he forgot his manners. "Hi, Mr. Leng." Bailey Zhongshe immediately replied. Can you leave with us now?" Ji Yuning understood Leng Xiaoting would make the arrangements, but she was still worried. She didn't want to cause any trouble for him. "Sure, we already caught the criminals. They can deal with them," said Leng Xiaoting. He knew his duty very well. "Great." Ji Yuning was relieved. Because there were no extra cars, they could only use Qinggong to go to a place in a suburb to catch a taxi. Using Qinggong, they quickly reached a suburb of City Rui. Then they walked to the road and stopped a taxi after about 5 minutes. Without delay, they went straight to the hotel where Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe stayed. It was nearly 10 p.m. now, but it wasn't too late, so Bailey Zhongshe went into the hotel first when they arrived. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting booked a room first, then went out to have a walk. When they walked along the street hand in hand, passers-by gave them a glance once in a while. Because they were too beautiful to ignore. "Is it done? When will you leave?" Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. "Not yet, I met someone who knew me when I went to buy raw jade materials the other day. Out of jealousy, he told other people that I've cut out 3 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials in City Tang. He wanted to see me chased away, but the owner of that store, the heir of the Kong family, which is one of the 3 major jade business families in City Rui, heard us. He proposed to have a competition with me. After I defeated him, he invited me to share a meal. He wanted to make friends with me. And because I had the idea to do business here, I agreed. Then he asked me for help. He told me that his father is lying in bed sick. His uncle wants to steal his family's business through a stone gambling competition. He was afraid that he would lose. After knowing that I can cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, he had a competition with me to confirm that I'm better than him. He said that if I can help him win the competition against his uncle, he'll give me 100 million yuan, but I don't want money. I want something else, so I told him to help me acquire a mountain and the right of exploitation using his connections in the government. In order to prove my abilities, I left 6 raw jade materials to him and told him to cut them open. There were 4 pieces of jade inside. 1 is at low level, 2 at middle-high level, and 1 at top level. He didn't think much then, so he cut them open publicly. Unfortunately, his uncle learned about it and forbade him to have a helper. However, visitors can watch the game tomorrow, so I'll use my jade eyes to see which raw jade materials contain jade and I'll tell him in messages. It isn't done yet, but I think he's a good man. He directly took me to see the deputy director of the Bureau of Land and Resources today. I got the permission, so I took Bailey Zhongshe to see the mountains. After searching for hours, I finally found a mountain containing raw jade materials. Then I coincidentally met Jinchen and the others on our way back, said Ji Yuning. I'll go to help Mr. Kong with the competition tomorrow morning, and finish the formalities in the afternoon. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. How about you? Is your job done here? Asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 2585, Take a shower together. Yeah, I'll leave them to Shu Jinchen and my other comrades. I can stay with you these few days, said Leng Xiaoting. Great. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was very happy. They hadn't met for a long time, so she wanted to spend more private time with Leng Xiaoting. Oh, did your mother tell you that Master and I went to the cultivation world a few days before I came to City Rui? The Jing family forbade Uncle Jing from leaving the cultivation world when they learned that your mother isn't dead, said Ji Yuning. The Jing family no. They also forbid my uncle to leave. Leng Xiaoting got mad at once. He didn't know, because he hadn't gone back to the capital these days. Although he had a call with Jing Yunyao the day before yesterday, his mother didn't share the news with him. He thought that his mother simply didn't want to worry him. Given Leng Xiaoting's reaction, Ji Yuning realized that he didn't know yet, so she continued. We all agreed to go to the cultivation world when you come home next time. It's better to pay the Jing family back sooner than later. Otherwise Uncle Jing might be in danger. Although Tiandaozong will surely punish Jing Yarong if he dares to hurt Uncle Jing, who knows what he'll do if he loses his mind. One could never be too careful. If any accidents really happened, there was nothing they could do to save the situation. Right, we should pay the Jing family back. As soon as possible. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting became serious at once. It was time for them to deal with the Jing family. After a short while, Leng Xiaoting went back to normal. He didn't want to worry Ji Yuning and was unwilling to affect her mood. As they walked around, they passed by the food street. Leng Xiaoting suddenly remembered that Ji Yuning had a meal outside in the wilderness today, so he asked her, "Are you hungry? Why don't we go have some food?" "Why not?" Ji Yuning agreed. Although she wasn't very hungry, she was worried that Leng Xiaoting might not be able to really fill his stomach when he carried out a task. After that, they went to have night snacks in a restaurant. However, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Right after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the restaurant after they finished eating, they ran into Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming was with the same friends he went out with last time. Chen Weiming was injured by Ji Yuning a few days ago. After recovering at home, he was feeling much better. He couldn't stand being alone for too long, so he asked his friends to go have fun together. They had just walked out of a bar, before they came to have night snacks at that restaurant. When Chen Weiming and his friends saw Ji Yuning, they were surprised and mad, but he didn't dare to do anything, because Ji Yuning was much stronger than him. Do you know them? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. Although he asked that question, he already knew the answer. Besides, they couldn't have a good relationship. We had conflict and a fight a few days ago, said Ji Yuning, looking at Chen Weiming with a vague smile. Did your hand hurt? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Chen Weiming and his friends were annoyed once they heard Leng Xiaoting's words. He was too protective. The girl injured them, but he only cared about whether the girl got hurt. It seemed that he didn't care whether the girl had messed with someone she shouldn't annoy. What do you mean? Chen Weiming angrily questioned. I mean what I said Leng Xiaoting coldly. At the same time, he gave them a cold glare, scaring all of them. Jesus, his glance was scary. Chen Weiming originally wanted to find Ji Yuning and get revenge. However, now that he met her he didn't dare to do anything. None of them could defeat Ji Yuning. Therefore, none of them did anything. Since they did nothing, Ji Yuning wouldn't do anything either. She dragged Leng Xiaoting away, leaving them behind. Chen Weiming was reluctant to see her leave, but when he tried to stop her, Leng Xiaoting gave him a glare. Chen Weiming was scared once again. He didn't dare to say anything until Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were far away. Let's go and see. I'll surely pay you back. He chose to be wise after the fact, while the others said nothing. After leaving the food street, it was nearly 12 a.m., so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting directly went back to the hotel. As soon as they were back in the hotel, Leng Xiaoting pressed Ji Yuning against the wall of the entryway. Did you miss me? He stared straight at her. Of course. Ji Yuning directly hugged Leng Xiaoting's waist and beamed at him. Leng Xiaoting could never say no to Ji Yuning, so he got aroused from Ji Yuning's seduction. However, he had been busy carrying out a task these days, so he hadn't had a shower in a few days. He was a little dirty and smelly, so he did nothing to Ji Yuning. Let's go to have a shower. He held Ji Yuning's hand, walking to the washroom. Why did you pull me over? Although they had taken a shower together before, it didn't happen often, so Ji Yuning felt slightly uneasy. Let's shower together, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't feel uneasy at all. Although Ji Yuning felt embarrassed, she didn't refuse. After they walked into the washroom, they undressed. First, shortly after there was the sound of water flowing along with their moans of pleasure. They stayed in the washroom for a whole hour. When they walked out, Leng Xiaoting carried Ji Yuning in his arms, both of them completely naked. As soon as they were out, they went to have sex again. They didn't sleep until they were both exhausted. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't go out for breakfast. They called for morning service. After having breakfast, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to stay in the room, while she went to see Baili Xianxia. They disguised themselves as the same boss and secretary this time. Because Ji Yuning had cut out jade at the jade raw material market with her own look last time, many people could recognize her. If Kong Xiaoji's uncle heard about it, she would be targeted. By then, it would be impossible for her to help Kong Xiaoji. After Ji Yuning put on a mature look, Leng Xiaoting was impressed. In fact, she was even more attractive to him now. Chapter 2586, How Many People Support You? Being stared at by Leng Xiaoting like that, Ji Yuning immediately understood what he was thinking. She gave him a loving glare, but only ended up appearing more seductive to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you trying to seduce me?" "I'm not." Ji Yuning glared at him again, then ignored him and directly walked out. Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile. Ji Yuning wasn't deliberately seducing him, but he still got aroused every time he saw her. Ji Yuning went to Baili Xiangshui's room. After helping Baili Xiangshui with the disguise, she walked out and called Leng Xiaoting. Then Leng Xiaoting came out too. After that, they rented a car from the hotel and set out together. When they arrived at the raw jade material market, it was 9:30 a.m., and it only took 20 minutes to get to the Kong family's store. Although Kong Xiaoji and Kong Yuanan didn't advertise their competition, many people still heard about it. And once a few people knew about it, it soon spread abroad. In addition, even if they didn't know it, now that Kong Xiaoji, Kong Yuanan, and the other shareholders of the Kong family's business were all present, they should realize there was going to be a drama. As a result, the Kong family's store was full of people. Kong Xiaoji and Kong Yuanan had arrived 10 minutes earlier. Kong Xiaoji disagreed about not having a helper, but Kong Yuanan was the rule maker. Moreover, it was a competition between the two of them, so there was no reason for outsiders to interfere. Therefore, Kong Xiaoji might not get support. It was Kong Yuanan who said that they could have a helper, but now he regretted it. It was his fault that he had no principles, but Kong Yuanan didn't care at all. During these few days, Kong Yuanan was collecting information about Kong Xiaoji's friend who are skilled at stone gambling. Although he hadn't come to a conclusion yet, he found Ji Yuning. He learned that Ji Yuning cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials and defeated Kong Xiaoji in a match. Although Kong Xiaoji's friend had cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials and there was a big difference, they might be the same person. Perhaps Ji Yuning didn't want to show her real abilities in public, so she hid and secretly chose many raw jade materials for Kong Xiaoji. However, that was just Kong Yuanan's guess and analysis. Whether they were the same person or not, Ji Yuning was impressive. If it was possible, Kong Yuanan hoped that she could work for him. It would be better if they were really the same person, and it would be the best if he could draw the person to his side. However, if she chose to side with Kong Xiaoji, he would destroy her. Although Ji Yuning had no grudges against him, he couldn't stand it if she helped Kong Xiaoji. Kong Yuanan was a ruthless man who would do everything to achieve his goals. After that, Kong Yuanan's people found out where Ji Yuning was staying, but weren't able to meet her. Ji Yuning wasn't in the hotel yesterday, and it was very late when she was back. The man couldn't watch her all day long, because he needed to sleep as well. That morning, although Kong Yuanan's man was still waiting in the hall, Ji Yuning and Baili Xianxia had already disguised themselves as other people, so the man failed to recognize them. In addition to Kong Yuanan, the Chen family was also collecting information about Kong Xiaoji's friend who was so good at stone gambling. The Chen family had the same guess as Kong Yuanan and believed it could be Ji Yuning, so they sent people to stay outside the hotel too, but didn't see her. As a result, Ji Yuning didn't know that she was being targeted. After Kong Xiaoji met Kong Yuanan, both of them looked very hostile. They came with the shareholders who supported them, so there were no strangers. Kong Xiaoji's older brother was a senior official in City Rui, but it wasn't appropriate for his older brother to appear, so he didn't come. At the beginning, Kong Xiaoji's older brother was worried about him, but Kong Xiaoji said that someone would help him secretly, so he felt more relieved. Sometimes, it was hard to judge who was right and who was wrong in a family. Although Kong Yuanan didn't keep his word, it was difficult to manage a large company and Kong Xiaoji's older brother didn't know what to do. After all, even if Kong Yuanan controlled the Kong family's business, Kong Xiaoji still had 60% shares, so they had to be careful. If the Kong family's business was ruined, they would lose everything. After Kong Yuanan came, he didn't see any people he was suspicious of, so he knew that Kong Xiaoji had given in. Nephew Xiaoji, didn't you say you wouldn't yield? You still gave in. I told you that you're no match for me. If you're not dumb, admit your failure right now. Don't humiliate yourself. Kong Yuanan's voice wasn't loud, so only Kong Xiaoji and the people who were near them could hear him. The competition hasn't begun yet. Why do you think you'll lose? You stole my business. How could you be so shameless? Kong Xiaoji mocked. He did his best to control his emotions, but he was still angered by Kong Yuanan's shamelessness. How could you say that? How did I steal your business? We're both members of the Kong family. And I did it for the future of the Kong family's business. I've stayed in the company for 20 years, while you've only worked for several years. Do you really think that you can compete with me? Said Kong Yuanan in a flat voice. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji became even angrier. I know you're better than me in terms of experience and abilities, but I have 60% shares. So I should be in charge of the Kong family's business, said Kong Xiaoji in annoyance. He admitted that he was worse than Kong Yuanan in experience and abilities. After all, Kong Yuanan joined the industry 20 years earlier than him, but he was still the largest shareholder of the Kong family's business, so he should be in charge. The problem is how many people support you. Even though you have 60% shares, I can still compete against you for the seat of the chairman as long as over half of the shareholders side with me, said Kong Yuanan mockingly. If he didn't have much support, he wouldn't dare to compete with Kong Xiaoji. His words were the truth, so Kong Xiaoji instantly became furious, but he didn't know what to say. Chapter 2587. You can't deny it if you fail. Well, let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. If you lose today, you must accept the result. We've signed an agreement. The shareholders' signatures are on it as well. Kong Xiaoji was unwilling to waste time arguing with Kong Yuanan. After the result of their competition was out today, he wouldn't be so arrogant any longer. Kong Xiaoji understood that Kong Yuanan might refuse to do what he had promised if he lost, but Kong Xiaoji wouldn't allow it to happen. If it really happened, he would ask the shareholders to return the shares to him. Although it was difficult, he wouldn't let them continue to act against him. Stop bragging. Say that to me after you win, said Kong Yuanan. He didn't think Kong Xiaoji could defeat him. Actually, Kong Yuanan was worried, because the probability of him winning the game wasn't 100%, but it should be at least 60%. Kong Yuanan believed that it wouldn't be hard for him to defeat Kong Xiaoji, because he joined the industry much earlier than Kong Xiaoji. He had also cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials before. Sometimes, he could even cut out 3 pieces of jade. Although the jade usually weren't at high levels, Kong Xiaoji didn't have that record. Therefore, Kong Yuanan was very confident. Kong Xiaoji warned him not to deny their agreement after he lost, but Kong Yuanan didn't think he would lose. He didn't bother to think of the consequences if he lost. Even if he really lost the game, he could give in for the time being and let Kong Xiaoji take over the position, because it wouldn't damage his reputation. However, whether he could sit on the seat steadily depended on Kong Xiaoji's abilities. Kong Yuanan definitely wouldn't allow him to seize control easily. Even if he yielded, it wouldn't last. If both of them couldn't cut out jade, the competition wouldn't end until there was jade cut out, so it wouldn't be a draw. Kong Xiaoji stopped arguing with Kong Yuanan, in case he lost control of his emotions. After all, the Chen family and the Meng family were both here. He couldn't make himself a joke in front of them. Honestly, it was already a joke that he had a competition against Kong Yuanan, but he couldn't make himself a joke. The Meng family was also one of the 3 major jade developers. They owned Yutian Jade Mining Company, which had cooperation with Jing Jining. The representative of the Chen family was Master Chen's eldest son, while the representative from the Meng family was Master Meng's 3rd son. Both Master Chen and Master Meng were still very healthy, so they were still the patriarchs of their families. Master Chen's eldest son and Master Meng's 3rd son were the heirs of their families. For now, both of them were general managers in their families' companies. They just received the news from the Kong family, so they rushed over in a hurry. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 10 a.m. Although they were the Kong family's competitors, the Meng family had never bothered to attack them maliciously or scheme against them. As for what was happening in the Kong family, the Meng family agreed that it was Kong Yuanan's fault, but it wasn't their business. They just needed to watch the drama. On the other hand, the members of the Chen family were self-centered. Therefore, none of them thought that Kong Yuanan's behavior was wrong. After all, legitimacy belonged to the victor. However, if they were Kong Shaoji, they wouldn't allow Kong Yuanan to do it. It was a double standard. The game was about to begin, but Ji Yuning was still absent. Kong Shaoji glanced outside once in a while to see whether she would come. Actually, Ji Yuning was already in the hall at this moment, but she disguised herself as another person, so Kong Shaoji failed to recognize her. Once Ji Yuning came, she saw a large pile of raw jade materials in the hall without any marks. There should be over 100 of them. And they were going to cut those raw jade materials open today. Therefore, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look into them. Among the pile of raw jade materials, there was a piece of top-level jade, 2 middle-high level, 2 middle-level, and 3 or 4 low-level jade. Ji Yuning took out her phone at once and secretly took a few photos. She edited the photos and marked a red spot on 5 raw jade materials. Among the 5 raw jade materials, there were 3 pieces of jade, including 1 top-level and 2 middle-high level jades. Ji Yuning only told Kong Shaoji where the 3 pieces of jade were. If she gave him all the raw jade materials containing jade, it would be too strange. After Kong Shaoji got the 3 pieces of jade, it was impossible for Kong Yuanan to win even if he could find the other 5 pieces of jade. They competed over the value instead of the number of jade. Even with only 1 piece of top-level jade and a piece of middle-high level jade, Kong Shaoji would surely win. When Kong Shaoji felt his phone vibrate, he took it out and had a look. He was surprised once he saw Ji Yuning's message attached with a photo. Without delay, he opened it. After seeing the photo with the marked raw jade materials in it, Kong Shaoji was relieved. He did his best and remembered the shapes and positions of those raw jade materials. Kong Shaoji had a good memory. Although he didn't have a photographic memory, he could remember those marked raw jade materials after paying close attention to them for a while. Ji Yuning took a very clear photo. Although he couldn't see the patterns on those raw jade materials, he could see their shapes. In addition, there were all kinds of sizes and shapes of raw jade materials, so it wasn't difficult to tell the difference. Kong Shaoji remembered the positions, sizes, and shapes of those 5 raw jade materials, then replied to Ji Yuning and thanked her before deleting her message. Because the game hadn't begun yet, it was normal for Kong Shaoji to check his phone. Therefore, when Kong Yuanan saw Kong Shaoji looking at his phone, he didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, no one he knew went to observe the pile of raw jade materials, so he didn't think that Kong Shaoji would be cheating. Although Kong Shaoji didn't know whether Ji Yuning was present and how she chose the 5 raw jade materials without touching and observing the pile of raw jade materials, he could only trust her. It was only 5 minutes away from 10 a.m., so Kong Yuanan stood up. Facing the other people, he said, "Everyone, the chairman of the Kong family's business isn't in a good condition, so he can't continue to manage the company. However, such a large business group can't work well without a leader. After the board of directors had a meeting, we agreed to hold a competition between me and my nephew, Kong Shaoji. Whoever wins can take over the position and become the new chairman. Today all of you will witness it." Perhaps some of you think that I shouldn't compete against my nephew. After all, my nephew holds 60% of the shares. He undoubtedly ought to be the leader, but please don't misunderstand it. I'm not deliberately competing against my nephew to become the new chairman. It's a decision made by the board of directors. Chapter 2588, Who will win? After all, a large business group needs a capable leader to lead it to a better future. I've worked in the Kong family's business for 20 years. My nephew just joined us a few years ago. I don't think he's able to do the job. If he's the new chairman, I'm afraid our company will lose its advantage over time. Therefore, the board of directors decided to hold a competition between me and Xiaoji. Whoever wins will be the new leader of the Kong family's business. If I lose, I'll still assist Xiaoji with the management of the company. After all, we're a family, said Kong Yuanan. He seemed to be very fair, as if he wanted to do everything for the sake of the company. Kong Yuanan kept a good image when he was outside. At least, he knew how to protect his face, so not many people knew what kind of person he really was. Only people who were familiar with him knew his true color. Therefore, they felt it was ridiculous, but it wouldn't change anything. Nobody didn't disguise themselves nowadays, so nobody bothered to deny Kong Yuanan's words. Only Kong Xiaoji felt it was extremely funny. However, Kong Xiaoji couldn't argue with Kong Yuanan right now, because it would embarrass Kong Yuanan and the Kong family. For the sake of the Kong family, he had to tolerate it. My uncle is right. Although I lack experience, as the heir of the Kong family's business, I'll do my best to lead the company to a better future. I don't want to disappoint any of you and my father as well. So I accept the challenge this time, said Kong Xiaoji. Hearing that, Kong Yuanan gave Kong Xiaoji a glance, then continued. Great, Xiaoji. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance. Staring at Kong Yuanan, Kong Xiaoji put on a vague smile. Uncle, just do whatever you can. I'll do my best too. It depends on our own abilities to win. It's almost time. Let's begin now. Great, each of us can choose 5 raw jade materials within an hour. Kong Yuanan answered. Afterwards, they walked to the pile of raw jade materials and began to choose. Comparatively, an hour was a very short time to choose 5 raw jade materials, and many people could only choose 1 or 2 within the same time. In order to make the competition difficult and to not keep other people waiting, they only had an hour. After Kong Xiaoji and Kong Yuanan went to choose raw jade materials, the crowd started to talk about it. Which one of them will win? I think Kong Yuanan will win. After all, he has dozens of years of experience. I agree, but I hope Kong Xiaoji will win. He's the Kong family's heir. If he can take over the position, it will seem more natural and reasonable. And I have a feeling that Kong Yuanan isn't a good man. Right. Kong Xiaoji has 60% shares, so this competition isn't necessary at all. Obviously, Kong Yuanan wants to steal the position. The situation in a super-rich family is much more complicated than we think. Yeah, I have sympathy for Kong Xiaoji. It's his position, but now his uncle wants to steal it from him. No one would accept that. Although Kong Yuanan made a speech of justice, no one was dumb. If he was really a good man, he wouldn't ask for a competition to decide which one of them would be the new leader. If they really had a good relationship, Kong Yuanan should assist Kong Xiaoji even though Kong Xiaoji lacked experience. Therefore, most people shared the understanding that Kong Yuanan was very ambitious. Upon hearing their discussion, Kong Yuanan was angry, but he had to curb his anger because he needed to keep his positive image. Besides, they were in a competition now. He didn't want to cause trouble. As a result, he had to tolerate it. However, how could they judge him like that? Kong Yuanan didn't think it was wrong that he wanted to compete against Kong Xiaoji for the position of chairman of the Kong family's business. He wanted it, and he would get it by hook or crook. Although Kong Xiaoji remembered the marked raw jade materials Ji Yuning chose for him, he couldn't pick them up right away. Or it would arouse suspicion. Accordingly, he made his choices slowly, but he was afraid that Kong Yuanan would accidentally pick up the raw jade materials Ji Yuning chose for him, so he glanced at Kong Yuanan once in a while. After 7 minutes, Kang Yuanan chose a raw jade material, and Kang Xiaoji made his first choice too. It was the raw jade material containing the top-level jade. In fact, Ji Yuning was also nervous, watching from the side. She didn't want Kang Yuanan to pick up the raw jade materials which she chose for Kang Xiaoji either. When Kang Xiaoji successfully picked up the raw jade material containing the top-level jade inside, she felt greatly relieved. Half an hour later, both Kang Xiaoji and Kang Yuanan had 3 raw jade materials. Among Kang Xiaoji's 3 raw jade materials, 2 contained jade, and 1 was a normal stone. Kang Yuanan only had a raw jade material with low-level jade, while the other 2 were normal stones. Kang Yuanan was skilled at stone gambling, but it really relied on one's luck to cut out jade. It was hard to tell whether there was jade from the outer layer of a raw jade material. When they went to choose the 4th raw jade material, Kang Yuanan accidentally picked up one marked by Ji Yuning. Seeing that, Kang Xiaoji became nervous. Although he didn't know whether there was jade in it, he believed it was highly likely because it was Ji Yuning's choice. Kang Xiaoji didn't know, but Ji Yuning was aware that there was no jade in the raw jade material picked by Kang Yuanan. Kang Xiaoji was upset, but didn't think he would lose just because of that. So he continued to choose raw jade materials. In case Kang Yuanan took the last marked raw jade material, Kang Xiaoji swiftly went to get it. As for the last one, Kang Xiaoji made the choice by himself. With good luck, he chose a raw jade material containing low-level jade inside. In the end, among the 5 raw jade materials Kang Xiaoji chose, there were 4 pieces of jade. Kang Yuanan's last raw jade material also contained middle-level jade. Therefore, Ji Yuning already saw the result of the game, but the rest of the people had no idea yet. Although Kang Xiaoji trusted Ji Yuning, he was afraid that Kang Yuanan might have better luck than him today. As a result, he was anxious before the result came out. Chapter 2589, Hope that Kang Xiaoji would win. Kang Yuanan was also nervous. He didn't want Kang Xiaoji to be luckier than him either. Alright, there are only 5 minutes left now. I've made my choices. How about you, my nephew? If you're done, let's go cut these stones. If not, you can continue. Kang Yuanan asked that question when Kang Xiaoji picked up his 5th raw jade material. He simply wanted to show that he was quicker than Kang Xiaoji. Sure, we can cut the stones now, said Kang Xiaoji. After that, they went to 2 stone cutters and took out the 1st raw jade material. There was low-level jade in Kang Xiaoji's first one, while middle-level jade was in Kang Yuanan's raw jade material. The stone cutting immediately began and the machine worked loudly. Before long, the outer layer of their raw jade materials was removed, but there was no jade shown. Without delay, the stone cutters cut open the 2nd layer. When the 2nd layer was removed, jade showed from Kang Yuanan's raw jade material, and it was at middle level. Everyone was surprised at once. There was jade in his very first raw jade material, and it was at middle level, which was cheerful news. Kang Xiaoji's raw jade material still showed nothing. At this moment, Kang Yuanan smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, ha ha, I can't believe I have such good luck today. There is jade in my first raw jade material and it's even at middle level. Although there was jade in Kang Yuanan's first raw jade material, it didn't mean he could make a fortune from it. Even though this piece of jade was valuable, it didn't mean he could cut out jade from the other raw jade materials as well. However, he was at an advantage over Kang Xiaoji right now. Kang Xiaoji had the same idea, so he was a little unhappy. He chose this raw jade material by himself, so he didn't have much hope, but he had great anticipation for the ones chosen by Ji Yuning. Therefore, even though Kang Yuanan cut out jade before him, he wasn't totally disappointed. Perhaps he couldn't cut out more jade. It wasn't Kang Xiaoji's fault that he had such a malicious thought, because Kang Yuanan was very unkind to him. As a result, Kang Xiaoji naturally cursed Kang Yuanan and hoped that he couldn't cut out more jade. At the same time, Kang Xiaoji hoped that he could cut out jade. He didn't want much jade, but it should be enough to defeat Kang Yuanan. Even if he cut out jade, it wasn't his own efforts, it was Ji Yuning's, but Kang Xiaoji didn't care about the method he used. He only wanted to win. Don't be upset, my nephew. Perhaps there will be jade shown after the next cut. Kong Yuanan comforted Kong Xiaoji, but he was just showing off. He definitely didn't want or believe that there was jade in Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material. Unfortunately, just as Kong Yuanan finished speaking, the stonecutter who was cutting Kong Xiaoji's stone shouted, "There is jade." Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji was cheered up and immediately went forward to see whether it was true and what type the jade was. Kong Yuanan, however, was disappointed. What? There was jade in Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material. Without hesitation, Kong Yuanan walked over to see its type. The onlookers were shocked and full of anticipation too. After the stonecutter cleaned the dirt on the surface, they saw the quality of the jade. Knowing that it was just low-level jade, Kong Yuanan was relieved, but he still felt uncomfortable, because he had hoped that Kong Xiaoji couldn't cut out any jade. Kong Xiaoji was slightly disappointed at first, but this raw jade material was chosen by himself. He didn't expect to cut out jade from it, so it was a surprise. Therefore, Kong Xiaoji was a little disappointed, but wasn't too affected. Well, you have good luck. There is also jade in your first raw jade material, although it's of worse quality, said Kong Yuanan. He was laughing at Kong Xiaoji after he cut out a piece of middle-level jade. It's just the beginning. Perhaps there is better jade in my other raw jade materials, said Kong Xiaoji. Really? Kong Yuanan sneered, saying nothing further. Even though he didn't believe it, he was still slightly worried. Both Kong Yuanan and Kong Xiaoji's first jade was very large, so it took a long while to fully cut them out. When they took out the second raw jade material, Kong Xiaoji took one with middle-high level jade, while Kong Yuanan picked the normal stone which had been marked by Ji Yuning. After the first cut, jade showed from Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material. Kong Xiaoji's face was lit up at once, but Kong Yuanan was displeased. How could Kong Xiaoji cut out jade again? Everyone was surprised by his unbelievably good luck. Kong Xiaoji and Kong Yuanan walked closer, and so did the onlookers. They wanted to see the quality and type of the jade. As soon as Kong Xiaoji saw that it was a piece of middle-high level jade, he was excited, but Kong Yuanan was shocked and couldn't accept it. No, it was impossible. How could Kong Xiaoji cut out middle-high level jade? Jesus, it's middle-high level jade. Right, Kong Xiaoji really has good luck today. I do hope he can win, so I'm happy for him. Many people supported Kong Xiaoji, because he had a better reputation than Kong Yuanan. Hearing their discussion, Kong Yuanan almost lost his temper, but his reason stopped him. At this moment, Kong Yuanan's second raw jade material was also cut open, but there was no jade inside. Kong Yuanan understood that his second raw jade material was a complete stone, so he focused on Kong Xiaoji's raw jade material which already showed jade. He hoped that it was just a thin layer. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The jade in Kong Xiaoji's second raw jade material was very valuable, while his was a waste. After that, Kong Xiaoji cut out his second jade slowly, while Kong Yuanan turned to his third raw jade material. There was jade in his third one, but it was at a low level, which was hard for him to accept. A while later, Kong Xiaoji's second jade was fully cut out. When Kong Yuanan began to cut his fourth raw jade material, Kong Xiaoji started to cut his third one. This time, both of their raw jade materials were complete stones. Kong Yuanan was even angrier, but Kong Xiaoji felt relieved, because he was surely going to win even if the rest of their raw jade materials was wasted. The other people had the same opinion, so they began to talk about it. Chapter 2590, Nothing to be proud of. I think Kong Xiaoji is going to win this time. Although he's at an advantage, the game isn't over yet. Kong Yuanan might change the situation. I don't think it's possible. Shut up. Kong Yuanan couldn't stand it and directly snapped at them. How could they say that he was going to lose? Didn't he still have his last raw jade material? If he cut out a piece of jade which was more valuable than Kong Xiaoji's and Kong Xiaoji failed to cut out another piece of jade, he would win. After Kong Yuanan snapped at them, he realized that he just lost his manners, but he didn't bother to apologize. He simply said nothing further, because he was furious now. After being snapped at by Kong Yuanan, the other people stopped discussing them. After all, they were ordinary people, and didn't dare to go against Kong Yuanan. Kong Xiaoji said nothing either, but he gloated over Kong Yuanan's bad luck. The ruder Kong Yuanan was, the more people would know his true color. Afterwards, Kong Yuanan began to cut his 5th raw jade material, while Kong Xiaoji cut his 4th one. The 2 raw jade materials were cut almost at the same time. Kong Yuanan's raw jade material was still a stone, while jade was shown in Kong Xiaoji's. Hearing that, the crowd was surprised once more, because this was the 3rd raw jade material that contained jade. Kong Xiaoji was undoubtedly excited. He wasn't disappointed, and Ji Yuning was really good at stone gambling. There were 2 pieces of jade among 3 raw jade materials. Kong Yuanan, however, became even angrier. He even stiffened and trembled a little. It was hard for him to accept this result. When did Kong Xiaoji become so good at stone gambling? He cut out 3 pieces of jade from 4 raw jade materials. Although the jade wasn't fully cut out yet, and could just be a thin layer, it was highly likely for there to be jade inside. On the other hand, his own raw jade material was still a stone. Whether Kong Xiaoji could cut out another piece of jade or not, as long as there was no jade in his raw jade material, Kong Xiaoji was going to win. No, it couldn't happen, no. It seems Kong Xiaoji is going to win. The crowd began to talk about it again. Kong Yuanan wanted to snap at them, but his reason stopped him. He couldn't lose his manners, since it would only damage his reputation. As for their family's opponents, Mr. Meng and Mr. Chen, Mr. Meng was only surprised, while Mr. Chen was jealous of Kong Xiaoji. How could Kong Xiaoji be so lucky? He cut out 3 pieces of high-quality jade from only 5 raw jade materials. All of a sudden, Mr. Chen doubted whether Kong Xiaoji's friend who chose 6 raw jade materials with 4 pieces of jade inside was actually him. It was not only Mr. Chen, since Mr. Meng, Kong Yuanan and some shareholders had the same idea. After the second cut, Kong Xiaoji's jade showed good quality, while Kong Yuanan's raw jade material was still a stone. At this moment, Kong Yuanan was in despair. No way, it's impossible, impossible. Kong Yuanan mumbled. Although his voice wasn't loud, several people near him still heard it, including Kong Xiaoji and a few shareholders who supported him. How is it impossible? We all witnessed it, said a shareholder mockingly. He always wanted to argue with Kong Yuanan, but had to behave himself. Right, Chairman Tang, do you plan to deny the outcome? Said another shareholder, showing obvious mockery. It can't be clearer, and we're all watching it. It's useless even if you try to deny it. While most of the shareholders sided with Kong Yuanan, they still chose to support Kong Xiaoji. They were loyal to Kong Yuanbo, so they naturally decided to support Kong Xiaoji when Kong Yuanbo wanted him to take over the Kong family's business. No matter what, Kong Xiaoji was the heir of the Kong family's business. Even if Kong Yuanan stole the control of the Kong family's business, he would only be the president. The chairman was still Kong Xiaoji, though he would have no power. Kong Xiaoji was a capable leader, so he would grab the control back sooner or later even if Kong Yuanan stole it away now. You all shut up. Kong Yuanan felt that they were making fun of him, so he angrily shouted at them. Uncle, don't be so mad. I don't want them to think that you can't accept failure, said Kong Xiaoji. He didn't seem to be gloating over his uncle's bad luck on the surface, but he was in his heart. At the same time, he felt lucky that he met Ji Yuning, or he might be the loser today. Hearing that, Kong Yuanan turned to stare at Kong Xiaoji. He said with his teeth clenched, "Are you very satisfied and proud now? If I win today, I'll surely be very happy, but I won't be proud of it, because it's not a big deal. After all, the Kong family's business has been given to me by my father. I have 60% of the shares, so I ought to be in charge of it. The shareholders have doubts about my abilities. They're worried that I can't lead the company to a better future. I completely understand their worries, so I agreed to have the competition today. If I lost, I would disappoint my father, and I honestly couldn't face him again," said Kong Xiaoji. Although he and Kong Yuanan had already become enemies in private, Kong Xiaoji still had to be polite to Kong Yuanan in public. However, he wouldn't grin and bear it. Although he was unwilling to embarrass the Kong family by letting outsiders know about their family's inner conflicts, sometimes outsiders could still know without him saying it aloud. Therefore, he had to be smart and learn how to defend himself like what he just did. The crowd immediately understood his meaning, and had a bad impression of Kong Yuanan. One without a good reputation couldn't lead a company well, because he would lose partners. Therefore, the Chen family's business wasn't as successful as the Meng family and the Kong family's business. If they didn't have connections in the government, they would have already been replaced. Even though the Meng family, the Kong family, and the Chen family were the three major raw jade material developers in City Rui, there were many other smaller raw jade material developers in this city. Some raw jade material developers had better sales than the Chen family, but lacked influence, so they couldn't replace the Chen family. Chapter 2591, Kong Xiaoji wins at the beginning. Many people thought it was an unfair game, and were suspicious that Kong Yuanan might want to steal the Kong family's business. Now after hearing Kong Xiaoji's explanation, they were sure of it and turned to give Kong Yuanan an accusatory look. What do you mean? Are you implying that I want to steal the power? Although you have the most shares in the Kong family's business, I only have slightly fewer shares than you. The Kong family's business matters to me as well. Is it wrong that I care about its future? Don't make it seem as if I'm scheming against the Kong family's business. I won't take the blame, said Kong Yuanan angrily. He wouldn't bother to hide his ambition in front of Kong Xiaoji, but he must be careful in public. I didn't say that. Uncle, please don't think too much, said Kong Xiaoji. Even though he implied that, he wouldn't admit it. All right, we haven't finished yet. Let's continue to cut the raw jade materials. While they were arguing, Kong Yuanan's raw jade materials were all cut open, and it was discovered that his last one was a normal stone. Because Kong Xiaoji cut out another piece of jade, the game was finally over. The result couldn't be clearer, so Kong Yuanan felt that Kong Xiaoji was making fun of him. He didn't think too much about that. It was Kong Xiaoji who implied that he was trying to steal the Kong family's business. Anyway, Kong Yuanan didn't argue again, or other people would believe that he was really guilty. Therefore, Kong Yuanan only gave Kong Xiaoji a glare. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to tear Kong Xiaoji to pieces. Although he had thought about the result and he would accept the result for the time being if he lost, it was hard for him to face the failure right now. Xiaoji, you're really lucky today. I heard one of your friends has also chosen 6 raw jade materials in your store the day before yesterday, and there were 4 pieces of jade among them. After watching the game, I bet the friend is you, right? At this moment, Mr. Chen said seriously and joked about it. However, he believed that the person who cut out the 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials had to be Kong Xiaoji. Some people didn't realize that, but they soon understood what Mr. Chen was talking about. In that case, Kong Xiaoji was much better at stone gambling than they thought. Kong Xiaoji was a little panicked, because it was actually Ji Yuning's effort, but he couldn't show it on his face at this moment. Are you the one who cut out the 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials that day? Asked Kong Yuanan. If it was really Kong Xiaoji had to be very skilled at hiding himself. Kong Yuanan always believed that Kong Xiaoji was no match for him. However, it turned out that Kong Xiaoji could cut out so many pieces of high-quality jade. No wonder Kong Xiaoji disagreed to having a helper at the very beginning, and gave in when Kong Yuanan said that neither of them could have a helper. Kong Xiaoji could cut out jade by himself. Kong Yuanan had that idea, because he was blaming Kong Xiaoji. Though that was unreasonable since Kong Xiaoji did nothing wrong. He was completely innocent. I didn't cut out the jade that day. And my friend helped me with my choices today, said Kong Xiaoji. He couldn't directly tell them that it was another person who chose the raw jade materials today, but he had to make it clear to feel better. Hearing that, the crowd believed that his friend must have taught him some knowledge about stone gambling, not that they picked the raw jade materials for him. Everyone watched Kong Xiaoji pick the raw jade materials, no one touched him and he didn't have any abnormal behavior. Therefore, even though he said that he learned some skills from his friend, people only believed that he was being modest. He still needed to rely on himself to make the choices. Kong Yuanan focused on Kong Xiaoji's face, trying to see whether he was lying. However, when Kong Xiaoji gave that explanation, he seemed very honest. Kong Yuanan couldn't tell whether he was lying. Either way, Kong Yuanan still refused to believe it. He was convinced that Kong Xiaoji didn't cheat today, but he didn't believe the so-called friend wasn't him. Nevertheless, it was meaningless. It wouldn't do him any good even if he conducted an investigation about it. It was not only Kong Yuanan, some onlookers also didn't believe it. After Kong Xiaoji's jade was cut out, he had to cut his last raw jade material. Although the result was already out and it didn't matter whether there was more jade in his last raw jade material, it was necessary to finish the game. After the very first cut, jade showed again, amazing the crowd. After the second cut, it showed that it was jade of good quality. All in all, Kong Xiaoji cut out 4 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials. That had never happened before. Therefore, everyone began to admire Kong Xiaoji, but only Kong Xiaoji knew how panicked he was right now. Fine. Kong Yuanan was furious. He couldn't stay there any longer, so he snorted and walked away. Those directors who supported Kong Yuanan were ready to leave with him. Because the result was already out, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. After all, they couldn't deny the result. 2 directors hesitated to stay or leave. In fact, the directors who supported Kong Yuanan were very satisfied with his performance, but they wouldn't give up and turn to side with Kong Xiaoji right away. The other 2 directors, however, had the thought of changing sides. Anyway, they were forced to side with Kong Yuanan through coercion and bribery before the game. Anyway, they couldn't do that right now, because Kong Xiaoji might not need them. What was worse, Kong Xiaoji might harbor grudges against them since they supported Kong Yuanan against him. Therefore, they decided to have a private talk with Kong Xiaoji afterwards to see his attitude. When Kong Yuanan was walking out, Kong Xiaoji immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, Uncle Yuanan." There were many people watching them, so Kong Yuanan couldn't embarrass Kong Xiaoji. He stopped and replied in a displeased tone. "What? Since I won, the bet was that you and the other directors should admit that I'm the new chairman of the Kong family's business, right?" asked Kong Xiaoji. Chapter 2592. Completely different. Hearing that question, Kong Yuanan felt humiliated, because Kong Xiaoji didn't trust him. Although he indeed had the intention of denying the result, he still felt embarrassed that Kong Xiaoji spoke about that in public. Of course, no matter how reluctant Kong Yuanan was, he had to admit it right now, or it might cause himself trouble. However, he wouldn't accept the failure. "Great, we'll have a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you all will be present," said Kong Xiaoji, putting pressure on them. He had to be strong enough to stop them from bullying him. Kong Xiaoji wasn't weak, so Kong Yuanan and the other shareholders understood that he wasn't easy to bully. However, Kong Yuanan still didn't think he was important enough. "We will," said Kong Yuanan. Other shareholders immediately chimed in. It was a public place, so they had to appear respectful. "Chairman Tang, is there anything else we need to know? If not, I think we need to leave first," said Kong Yuanan on purpose. "Nothing else," said Kong Xiaoji, then he watched them leave. Kong Xiaoji won, so his supporters were extremely happy. It was hard for them not to show their excitement. It was just the beginning. After he won, and his future would only be harder, because all of them knew that Kong Yuanan wouldn't stop making things difficult for him. Ji Yuning understood that just winning the game today couldn't completely solve the problem for Kong Xiaoji. She had to help him solve the underlying problem as well. She had to first help Kong Yuanbo recover, so that he could continue to manage the company till Kong Xiaoji had the ability to be in charge of it. They couldn't give Kong Yuanan another chance to steal the business. Ji Yuning decided to help Kong Yuanbo recover, but not for free. After Kong Yuanan left, Mr. Chen and Mr. Meng also walked away. The crowd dispersed too. Without delay, Kong Xiaoji ran to the backyard to call Ji Yuning. Once her phone rang, Ji Yuning picked it up. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu, where are you now?" asked Kong Xiaoji. "I'm right here," said Ji Yuning. "What?" Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji was startled. He guessed that Ji Yuning might be present, otherwise she wouldn't be able to take a photo of the pile of raw jade materials, but he didn't see her. "Why can't I see you?" he asked. "I put on makeup and look different now, so you failed to recognize me," said Ji Yuning. Upon hearing that, Kang Xiaoji figured out why Ji Yuning changed her appearance. Why didn't he think of that before? When Ji Yuning had the competition with him the day before yesterday and cut out 2 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials, she should have been targeted. Although it wasn't the most surprising result, it was still quite rare. If it only happened once, it might just be luck, but Ji Yuning had also cut out 3 pieces of jade from 5 raw jade materials in City Tang last time. And that was only what he knew about. There should be more he didn't know about her. After all, Ji Yuning started up her business by stone gambling. Kang Xiaoji didn't collect much information about Ji Yuning, because he didn't know many of her achievements. "Miss Ji Yu, since you're here, I bet you haven't eaten yet, right? I can leave now. Why don't we go have a meal together?" said Kang Xiaoji. Ji Yuning had done him a big favor, and he didn't think what he had done for her was enough to return her kindness. However, he didn't know how to do that, so he could only buy her a meal to show his gratitude. "Great, there are 3 of us now. 2 girls and a man. We are all in black suits," said Ji Yuning. 2 girls and a man in black suits. Hearing that, Kang Xiaoji immediately remembered them. He just saw them, but didn't recognize Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe looked completely different after disguising themselves. "Great, see you then," said Kang Xiaoji. He hung up and walked out of the backyard. Back in the hall, he glanced around and saw Ji Yuning at once. The next moment, he walked towards her. Even though he walked closer, Kang Xiaoji still thought that this girl before him was different from Ji Yuning. After observing the girl for a while longer, he slightly believed that she was Ji Yuning. Actually, he was unfamiliar with Ji Yuning. If they were more familiar, it would be much easier for him to recognize her. "Miss Ji Yu, you look completely different now. I just saw you, but I didn't recognize you. If you didn't tell me, I would hardly notice you," Kang Xiaoji joked. At the same time, he was amazed by the effect of makeup. "That's exactly what I want. If you could easily recognize me, it would be troublesome," said Ji Yuning with a smile. Then she introduced Kang Xiaoji to Leng Xiaoting. "Oh, this is my fiancé. His surname is Leng." Kang Xiaoji greeted Leng Xiaoting right away. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng." He was stunned by the outstanding appearance of Ji Yuning's fiancé. Her fiancé had to be born in a powerful family, given his natural air of nobility. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Kang," Leng Xiaoting replied. Although Leng Xiaoting looked cold, Mr. Kang didn't think he was disdainful because he could see that Leng Xiaoting was used to keeping his distance from other people. After that, they walked out, leaving the jade to the manager of the store. The manager was Kang Yuanbo's henchman, so he was trustworthy. Shortly after they left the store, Ji Yuning felt that someone was following them. To be specific, she felt that Kang Xiaoji was the target. It was true that the person came to follow Kang Xiaoji, and the person was sent by Kang Yuanan. Ji Yuning didn't bother to tell Kang Xiaoji yet. It wasn't a big deal that the person followed them. Anyway, he couldn't hear them. It was nearly 2 p.m., so they didn't walk far, instead they went to a restaurant out of the raw jade material market. It was the best restaurant nearby, and they ordered a private room. The person followed them to the restaurant. After they walked into the private room, he couldn't see or hear them, so he went back to the hall downstairs. If he wandered outside their private room, he would get in trouble if he was exposed. He decided to continue to follow them after they left. Chapter 2593, Solve the underlying problem in the private room. They finished giving their order. After the waiter left, Kang Xiaoji thanked Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help today. If it hadn't been for you, it would have been impossible for me to win. If I lost, it would be serious trouble. No need to thank me, Mr. Kang. It was a deal. I'm not just helping you," said Ji Yuning. Although it was a small favor that Kang Xiaoji did for her by helping her deal with the Bureau of Land and Resources, it was Ji Yuning's idea, so she thought it was fair. Miss Gu, I'll never forget what you've done for me. Whatever you need in the future, feel free to let me know, said Kong Xiaoji. After that, he stopped thanking her, otherwise it would be uncomfortable. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't bother to talk about it further. She was going to start a business in City Rui after all, so she would need the Kong family one day. However, at the moment the Kong family was in a dangerous situation. Although you won today, I don't think your uncle will give up. You must be careful. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji was a little embarrassed. It was true that Kong Yuanan wouldn't stop making things difficult for him even though he won today. Even after he became the new chairman, his uncle would continue to cause him trouble. So I think the best solution is to solve the underlying problem, said Ji Yuning. Solve the underlying problem? How? Asked Kong Xiaoji. He didn't fully understand Ji Yuning's meaning. They don't listen to you, but they'll obey your father, so I think you should bring your father back to the company, said Ji Yuning. Kong Xiaoji frowned. My father is in a bad condition now. He can barely take care of himself, let alone work. If his father weren't seriously sick, Kong Yuanan wouldn't have dared to steal his seat. Would you please tell me what your father's illness is? Asked Ji Yuning. No matter what the illness was, she could treat it, but she still needed to ask about it first. Speaking of Kong Yuanbo's illness, Kong Xiaoji gave a heavy sign and looked upset at once. My father is suffering from coronary heart disease, which is quite serious. Although he's been receiving treatment, he isn't getting better, that's why my second uncle wants to steal power. Would you believe me if I tell you I can heal him? Said Ji Yuning seriously. What? Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji was shocked. He could barely believe it. Ji Yuning could heal his father. Really, it was not Kong Xiaoji's fault that he didn't believe it. After all, the disease couldn't really be cured and his father didn't get better even after being treated for so long. That's why he had lost hope. Ji Yuning didn't rush to explain it and waited for Kong Xiaoji's reply. Miss Ji Yu, do you mean that you can heal my father? Really? Asked Kong Xiaoji. He was full of excitement and anticipation, so his voice trembled a little. Yeah, why would I lie to you? Said Ji Yuning. Well, if it's possible, please treat my father. No matter how much it costs, I can pay you. Kong Xiaoji couldn't believe it, but he thought that his family could only give it a try. My medicine is indeed a little expensive, but you can totally afford it. It's far less than 100 million yuan, but I'll still ask you for the medical fee, said Ji Yuning. Then she took out a porcelain bottle with 3 power crystals inside. There are 3 pills. Each costs 1,000,000 yuan. Take a pill every 3 days. After taking all 3 pills, your father should be mostly recovered. With careful care for a few days, I think he will be much better. I can't promise that he'll make a full recovery, but I'm sure he won't be as sick again. He will be able to live a normal life in the future. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Kong Xiaoji was stunned. He wasn't amazed by the price of the pill, he was just shocked by its effect. It was unbelievable that the pill could heal his father's coronary heart disease. No matter what, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if it was useless, he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't harm his father. Miss Ji Yu, to be honest, it's very unbelievable for me. I can't accept or believe it yet, but I want to give it a try, said Kong Xiaoji. He didn't hide his worries. I know it's too amazing, making it hard to believe, but if you have courage, you can try it right now. However, you will also need to pay for an extra pill, said Ji Yuning. Try it now. How? I'm not sick, said Kong Xiaoji. Are there any scars on your body? Asked Ji Yuning. I do have a scar. I went to a raw jade material mountain a few years ago, and I fell down it in an accident. There was a long cut on my shoulder. Now it's an obvious scar, said Kong Xiaoji. You can directly take this pill or apply it to your scar. It's very effective in both ways, said Ji Yuning. Then she took out another porcelain bottle. There was only 1 power crystal in it. There is a pill inside. Add some water and you can apply it to your scar. If you're willing to give it a try, you can try it now. No problem, I'll try it now. Kong Xiaoji didn't hesitate to have a try. If he directly gave the medicine to his father, he might be worried, but he wouldn't hesitate to personally try it now. When Kong Xiaoji agreed, Ji Yuning poured some water into the bottle before handing it to him. Try it. Apply the medicine to your scar. Thanks, said Kong Xiaoji and took the bottle Ji Yuning handed to him. Then he walked to the washroom. Although the scar was only on his shoulder, Kong Xiaoji still avoided them. It showed his respect for them. In the washroom, Kong Xiaoji took off his coat and pulled off the clothing on his right shoulder. There was a finger-long, wide scar, which he immediately applied some medicine liquid to. Once the medicine touched his skin, he felt a sudden coldness which went straight into his body. Kong Xiaoji didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that it wouldn't come into effect so quickly, so he walked out right after he finished. Afterwards, the dishes were placed on the table and they began to enjoy the meal. While they were having a meal, Mr. Meng and Mr. Chen went back to their own homes and spoke to their fathers about what happened today. Chapter 2594, It's unbelievably effective. Normally, kids inherited character from their parents. Although not every child would be as good as their parents, the members of the Meng family had a good reputation. Just like the Tang family, the members of the Tang family were kind and easygoing. They could be very nice, but they could also be aggressive when necessary. The Meng family were surprised by the news that Kong Xiaoji cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials, but they didn't think too much about that. They wouldn't get jealous just because Kong Xiaoji was better than them. They had their own ambition, but they wouldn't compete unfairly. They would rely on themselves to fight for a bright future. The Chen family, on the other hand, had a bad reputation. After Master Chen learned that Kong Xiaoji cut out 4 pieces of jade from only 5 raw jade materials, he was surprised, jealous, and even angry, as if it was Kong Xiaoji's fault. I didn't expect him to be so good. He easily cut out 4 pieces of jade from just 5 raw jade materials. I'm afraid the so-called friend who cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials at his store the other day is him. That was the first idea that appeared in Master Chen's mind. I asked him about it, but he didn't admit it. Replied Master Chen's eldest son. He obviously wouldn't admit it. If he did, it would mean that he lied to everyone, said Master Chen. Anyway, it was just their guess. They would never know the truth. After having the meal, Ji Yuning told Kong Xiaoji to check his scar to see whether there was any change. Although Kong Xiaoji didn't think it would be that effective, he listened to Ji Yuning and went to the washroom to check on his scar. However, after a glance, he was amazed, because the scar had obviously faded. Only slightly more than half an hour had passed. This medicine was unbelievably effective. Miss Ji Yu, it's unbelievable. Only half an hour has passed, but the scar has obviously faded, said Kong Xiaoji in surprise. At this moment, Kong Xiaoji was more convinced about the effect of this medicine. Even though he still had some worries, he wouldn't hesitate to accept Ji Yuning's advice. Now he only needed to persuade his father to take this medicine. Continue to apply the medicine to your scar once a day till it's finished. How fast you can recover depends on the severity of the scar. If it's not serious, it should be gone in a few days. If it's serious, there might be a faint scar left, but no one will be able to see it unless they pay special attention to it, said Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, is this medicine on the market yet? Asked Kong Xiaoji. Given its unbelievable effect, it would cause a sensation around the country as soon as it was for sale. Not yet, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji felt it was a shame. It has an unbelievable effect. If it's put up for sale, you can undoubtedly make a fortune. I know, but precisely because of that, I can't put it up for sale and let more people know about it. Once it's for sale, there might be too many people who want to own it. I might be targeted. I can make a lot of money, but I don't think money is that important now, said Ji Yuning. Kong Xiaoji didn't realize that until now. He just thought about making money earlier, and completely ignored the threats. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I didn't think about it carefully. I just thought about how much money this medicine can bring to you. I didn't think of the harm it might cause, said Kong Xiaoji with slight embarrassment. It's fine. When you have enough experience in business, you'll think of the harm and good together, said Ji Yuning to comfort him. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji felt embarrassed again. He was almost 35 years old, but he somehow lacked experience compared to a 19-year-old girl. It was his issue, but it sounded a little strange when a 19-year-old girl said that to him. Anyway, he wasn't annoyed at Ji Yuning because of that. This medicine has great effects, and can cure nearly all kinds of diseases. So it's very expensive. I need 100 million yuan for each pill. Only rich people can afford it. And the amount of the medicine is limited. I might not have enough to satisfy everyone's needs. Therefore, even if there was no harm, I still can't sell a lot of it. I'll just help people I'm willing to help and trust. I don't want too many people to know about the existence of this medicine, said Ji Yuning. Kang Xiaoji felt touched. He knew that he didn't deserve Ji Yuning's trust, because they had only met each other several days ago. In other words, he believed that Ji Yuning just wanted to help him. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. Kang Xiaoji thanked her again. Although it cost a lot of money, he couldn't get it if Ji Yuning was unwilling to sell it to him. Oh, medicines produced by my pharmaceutical company also contain this ingredient. They're also very effective for minor illnesses, like colds. Normally, people need to take medicines for a few days to get better, but with the medicine produced by my company, you can make a full recovery the next day, said Ji Yuning. Really? Miss Ji Yu, you also have a pharmaceutical company. What's its name? Kang Xiaoji asked at once. Although he was surprised that Ji Yuning owned a pharmaceutical company too, he didn't think it was strange since she had such unbelievably effective medicine. Kulain. It doesn't have a direct sale store in City Rui yet, but I think Kulain medicines are in other pharmacies, said Ji Yuning. Although she didn't join the expansion, she read reports about it, so she knew it. Kulain. Kang Xiaoji was astonished, because he had heard about Kulain before. I know about it. There isn't a direct sale store for Kulain in City Rui yet, but Kulain is on the shelves of all the other major pharmacies. I've never used Kulain before, but many people in my circle have. It has a great reputation. I didn't know it was owned by you. Miss Ji Yu, you're really impressive. While Ji Yuning was talking with Kang Xiaoji, Leng Xiaoting and Baili Zongshe quietly sat there and watched them. They couldn't and wouldn't interrupt their conversation. After all, they were talking about business, not just chatting casually. Oh, I've already chosen a mountain. We can finish the formalities right away, said Ji Yuning. What? You're so fast. Kang Xiaoji was shocked. How could it be so quick? Chapter 2595, Is Ji Yuning trustworthy? Yeah, I relied on my senses to make the choice. Anyway, we can't dig a hole and check the inside beforehand, right? Said Ji Yuning. I know, but you're too fast. I don't think you are taking it seriously enough. Are you sure you're done? Kang Xiaoji asked with doubts. He hoped that Ji Yuning could be more serious, because a single mountain cost dozens of millions of yuan. I'm sure, said Ji Yuning with certainty. Great, if so, let's go right now. Since Ji Yuning was sure of it, there was nothing else he could say. Although he couldn't accept it, it was Ji Yuning's business. He couldn't interfere. What if there were really raw jade materials in the mountain? Afterwards, they left the restaurant and went to the parking lot, then drove to the Bureau of Land and Resources. When Ji Yuning and the others left, the person who followed them was still there. So when they left in a car, he drove after them. Ji Yuning felt that it was better to remind Kang Xiaoji about it, but Kang Xiaoji drove his own car while Ji Yuning and the others sat in the car they rented from the hotel. As a result, she could only talk to Kang Xiaoji about it after they arrived. Once they reached the Bureau of Land and Resources and got out of their cars, Ji Yuning said to Kang Xiaoji, Mr. Kang, I'm afraid you must be careful these days, because someone's been following you the entire time. Hearing that, Kang Xiaoji was scared. Someone was following him. The next moment, he calmed down and guessed that the person who followed him must have something to do with Kang Yuanan. After all, Kang Yuanan lost and felt uncomfortable. It was understandable that he was suspicious of Kang Xiaoji, so he sent a man to follow Kang Xiaoji. I will. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu. Kang Xiaoji thanked Ji Yuning at once. He felt even more grateful to her, because Ji Yuning had helped him a lot. He was very lucky to have met Ji Yuning. After that, they went to the Bureau of Land and Resources and met the deputy director. The deputy director was also very surprised that Ji Yuning had already chosen a mountain. He also felt she didn't take it seriously enough. However, since Ji Yuning wanted to buy that mountain, he wouldn't stop her. What if there were raw jade materials inside? He would ruin her business if he stopped her from buying it. Therefore, the deputy director immediately helped Ji Yuning complete the formalities. With the help of the deputy director, within an hour, Ji Yuning finished all the formalities and the mountain she chose belonged to her. However, the mountain was far from the main road, so they needed to build a road before they started digging out the raw jade materials. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning didn't need to deal with that by herself, because Zheng Peng would handle it. After leaving the Bureau of Land and Resources, Kang Xiaoji said goodbye to Ji Yuning and the others. He couldn't wait to let his father take the medicine. Ji Yuning called Zheng Peng right away and told him that she was in City Rui. If he had time, he should come here as soon as possible. Zheng Peng was busy with something right now, but it wasn't important compared to what Ji Yuning wanted him to do, so he brought his people over without delay. The distance between City Tang and City Rui was about 200 kilometers, so it took a bit more than 2 hours to arrive, which wasn't too long. Zheng Peng wasn't sure whether there were raw jade materials in the mountain Ji Yuning just acquired, but he had great hopes, because it was Ji Yuning's choice. All in all, he trusted Ji Yuning. Kang Xiaoji shared the good news with his father after he defeated Kang Yuanan, so his family was aware of the result of their competition. Although it was just the beginning of their game, at least he won in the first step, so his family felt happy for him. Madame Kang and Kang Xiaoji's wife didn't know that he had Ji Yuning's help, so they asked him for details once he got home. However, Kang Xiaoji didn't have time to tell them the whole story, because he wanted to see his father first. As soon as Kang Xiaoji saw his father, he said, "Dad, I got a special medicine from Ji Yuning. She said it can cure nearly all kinds of diseases, including your illness. Even though you can't necessarily make a full recovery, you can get much better. You'll be able to live a normal life." I was surprised when she told me that, and couldn't believe it. So I tried it and it's indeed effective. As he said that, he showed the scar on his shoulder. "See, I just applied some of the medicine to this scar. After 2 hours, it has faded a lot. It's enough to prove the unbelievable effect of this medicine. However, I still have some doubts, so I wanted to ask you whether you're willing to have a try." "What? There is such an unbelievable medicine?" Master Kong was amazed and couldn't believe it either. However, the scar on his son's shoulder had indeed faded a lot, which was enough to prove the effect of this medicine. What? Medicine could cure nearly all kinds of diseases? He would be lying if he said that he wasn't doubtful, but he still wanted to give it a try, because he was reluctant to lay sick in bed all day long. If he tried it, perhaps he could get better. "Is the girl called Ji Yuning trustworthy?" asked Master Kong. He had never met Ji Yuning before, so he didn't know what kind of person she was. "Well, we can't fully trust her, because I've just met her, but she helped me defeat Uncle Yuanan. And among the 4 raw jade materials containing jade, 3 were chosen by her. She isn't only the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she is also the owner of Kalain. Kalain is so famous that everyone has heard of it. The medicines produced by Kalain have great effects, so I think father, you can give it a try since I also tried it," said Kang Xiaoji. "She's also the owner of Kalain." Master Kong was shocked. Kalain was famous for its effective medicines, and he had heard of it too. "Are you sure?" asked Master Kong again. "She told me that," said Kang Xiaoji. At the beginning, he believed it, but now he doubted it after his father asked him that question. "Check it out on the internet," said Master Kong. He wanted to make sure of Ji Yuning's identity so that he could be more relieved. If Ji Yuning was really the owner of Kalain, her words would be convincing. Even if this medicine couldn't cure his illness, it wouldn't be harmful. Chapter 2596, totally convinced whether it could cure his disease or not, as long as it wasn't harmful, he would give it a try. "Sure." Kang Xiaoji nodded, then took out his phone to search for the official website of Kalain. There was basic information about the owner and senior management of the company on its official website. Kong Xiaoji read the page of senior management and saw Ji Yuning's name along with other information about her on it. When he read the information about Ji Yuning, he was stunned and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. What's wrong? Seeing that, Master Kong asked anxiously. At the same time, he wondered whether Ji Yuning wasn't the owner of Kalane after all. Master Kong wasn't doubting Ji Yuning. After all, she just helped Kong Xiaoji defeat Kong Yuanan, so she shouldn't be hostile to the Kong family, but if Ji Yuning was really the owner of Kalane, Kong Xiaoji shouldn't be stunned. Ji Yuning just told him she was the owner of Kalane, right? Hearing Master Kang's words, Kong Xiaoji came back to his senses, but he still looked shocked. Ji Yuning is the owner of Kalane, but she's also the chairman of the Shengning organization, what? Master Kong was amazed too. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to be the chairman of the Shengning organization as well. Although they didn't know much about the Shengning organization, they had heard of it. Within slightly more than a year, the Shengning organization had become a major business group in many industries. It was a miracle. However, because it was an enterprise in the capital and they were far away, they didn't know much about it. They had no idea who founded the Shengning organization. To their surprise, the builder of the Shengning organization was a girl who was only about 19 years old. In other words, Ji Yuning started it up when she was only 18. Did you read it correctly? Master Kang's voice was trembling in shock. He asked not because he thought Kong Xiaoji was lying to him, but because it was too shocking. Yes, I did. Her name is on the website. There is also her photo. It can't be wrong. Kong Xiaoji couldn't digest the news right now, but he wouldn't doubt it because he had met Ji Yuning. Get more information about her on the internet, said Master Kong. Of course, said Kong Xiaoji, then he searched for more information about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, as it was shown on the website, was the founder of the Shengning organization and its subsidiaries. Below were her other achievements. After reading the list of her achievements, Kong Xiaoji took a deep breath in shock. Ji Yuning was much more outstanding than he thought. Given her background, it was impossible for her to want to harm his family. What does it say? Master Kong asked in a hurry. Kong Xiaoji opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he directly gave his phone to Master Kong. There are too many of her achievements. I can't explain all of them to you. Read it by yourself. Master Kong then read it for himself, and was astonished after reading Ji Yuning's achievements. After a long while, Master Kong finally digested the information about Ji Yuning. Wow, she's such a talent. I've never seen someone like this before. Right. Kong Xiaoji agreed. Maintain your relationship with Ji Yuning. It'll only do us good, said Master Kong. He didn't intend to get anything from Ji Yuning, but as a businessman, it was necessary for him to build his connections. I know, said Kong Xiaoji. Even if Ji Yuning wasn't the founder of the Shengning organization, he had already decided to keep their friendship after Ji Yuning helped him. Yes, he saw Ji Yuning as his friend, not just for benefits. Give me the medicine right now. After reading the information about her, I'm convinced, said Master Kong. Although he didn't fully believe that this medicine could cure his illness, he believed it wouldn't be harmful. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji immediately took out the medicine and helped Master Kong take a pill. After that, he put the 2 other pills into the drawer of the bedside table. He reminded Master Kong to take a pill every 3 days. Because Kong Xiaoji was going to be busy these next few days, he might not have time to watch Master Kong take the medicine, so he could only remind his father beforehand. The moment Master Kong took a power crystal, he felt the change of his body. Although it wasn't immediate, Master Kong still felt the change. It's indeed amazing. I just took it and yet I can already feel that my body is changing. I think I'm feeling more energetic again, said Master Kong in amazement. Even though Kong Xiaoji already told him how effective this medicine was, he could only feel it after experiencing it himself. Kong Xiaoji was happy for his father. That's wonderful. Let's see its effect after a few days. If it's so effective, can you buy more from Ji Yuning? Your mother hasn't been feeling well these days either, said Master Kong. I'll need to ask, but this medicine is very rare, so I might not be able to get many, said Kong Xiaoji. I understand. Buy as many as you can. Don't make things difficult for her, said Master Kong. Actually, given Ji Yuning's background, he didn't dare to cause her trouble. However, everyone wanted to be healthy, so they would buy the medicine as long as Ji Yuning was willing to sell it to them. Of course, said Kong Xiaoji. He knew what he should do. After that, Kong Xiaoji left his father and went back to his study. Sitting in front of the desk, he was still digesting what he learned about Ji Yuning today. He now admired Ji Yuning more than ever. However, although he learned about her background, he didn't contact her right away. As for the medicine, he could only give Ji Yuning a call later to invite her out for a meal. He would ask to buy the medicine during the meal. 2.5 hours after Ji Yuning called Zheng Peng, along with a team of 7 people, arrived at the appointed hotel to meet Ji Yuning. Chapter 2597. Return your kindness. It was time for dinner, so Ji Yuning finished ordering before Zheng Peng and the others arrived. It was late, so they could immediately eat once they arrived. After they walked in, Ji Yuning also gave them the menu and told them to order whatever they liked. None of them ordered more dishes, because Ji Yuning had ordered enough food. If they ordered more, it would be a waste if they couldn't finish the dishes. In addition, what Ji Yuning had ordered was also their favorite. They were aware that Ji Yuning just acquired a mountain here and needed to mine raw jade materials, but they didn't know that it had been done within a few hours, so they weren't too surprised. They were looking forward to seeing whether there was really raw jade materials. Anyway, they weren't in a rush to dig out the raw jade materials right away, because the raw jade material mountains in City Tang were enough for them to mine for over 2 years. However, they wouldn't wait till those raw jade material mountains in City Tang were completely mined. Instead, they would mine them at the same time. After all, there were more potential customers in City Rui than in City Tang. Ji Yuning would establish a branch in City Rui. The team left in City Rui would manage the exploitation and sales, so it wouldn't affect those in City Tang. The general manager would still be Zheng Peng. Zheng Peng needed to manage the 2 companies in 2 cities at the same time. Luckily, City Tang wasn't too far from City Rui, so it was convenient for him to travel back and forth. Ji Yuning planned to finish building a branch in City Rui during the first half year. It was currently at the end of February, so for the first half of the year, there were only 3 months left. 3 months weren't short, but Zheng Peng couldn't wait to start mining the mountain, because he wanted to know whether there were raw jade materials. They first needed to mine the mountain to make sure that there were raw jade materials before building a branch office. It would be meaningless if there was no raw jade materials after they built the branch. Ji Yuning was sure that there were raw jade materials, but she couldn't tell them since it might arouse their suspicions. Therefore, they had to do it step by step. They needed to do a lot to build a branch. For example, they had to buy a piece of land to build a warehouse, or rent one for the time being. They also lacked an office building and a store to sell the raw jade materials. If they could buy everything mentioned, Ji Yuning didn't want to rent, since it could save a lot of trouble if they owned the buildings. Therefore, Zheng Peng decided to finish the preparations within a week, then start mining. After the raw jade materials were mined out, they would build a road for transportation. Ji Yuning understood Zheng Peng's abilities very well, so there was nothing for her to be worried about. However, no matter how capable Zheng Peng was, he was just an ordinary man and they were new to City Rui. After they mined the raw jade materials, some people might get jealous and want to scheme against them. Therefore, Ji Yuning planned to send over several excellent security guards to protect them in case they were attacked. Ji Yuning honestly spoke to Zheng Peng about these issues and Zheng Peng agreed. "Oh, I have a good relationship with the heir of the Kong family. I'll introduce you to him. You can try to maintain a good relationship with him. If you need any help, you can try to get things done through his connections in the government. And if he needs help, you can try to help him if you are able to. If you can't, just let me know," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," said Zheng Peng. He wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning had a relationship with the Kong family, because there were many important figures in her social circles. The Kong family weren't even the most influential. Anyway, the Kong family had a high status in the jade industry. After all, it was a major jade mining company in City Rui. Zheng Peng had heard of the Kong family before. Actually, he was familiar with all the famous raw jade material businessmen. He was involved in this industry, so he naturally had to know a lot about it. Kong Xiaoji's name wasn't strange to Zheng Peng, but they hadn't met before because Kong Xiaoji was only learning to take over his family's business these past few years. Zheng Peng had met Master Kong before, but due to the huge gap between their social status, they had never spoken. After the meal, Ji Yuning and the others went to have a rest in their own rooms. Zheng Peng and his team stayed in the hotel temporarily, but after the preparations were done, they would build a house at the foot of the mountain that they were going to mine. Ji Yuning would take them to see the mountain the next morning before meeting Kong Xiaoji in the afternoon. She planned to see him the next afternoon, but Kong Xiaoji called her at 8 p.m. that night. He asked her whether she was free tomorrow since he wanted to see her. In that case, Ji Yuning directly told him that she had actually planned to invite him for a meal tomorrow morning. She wanted to introduce the manager of this project to him. If the manager needed any help, the manager would turn to him for it. Hearing that, Kong Xiaoji agreed at once. He felt honored that he could be helpful. He wasn't trying to ride on Ji Yuning's coattails, he just wanted to return her kindness. Although the Kong family's business wasn't as successful as the Shengning organization and Kong Xiaoji admired Ji Yuning very much, there was no need for him to fawn on her. Ji Yuning had helped him, so he was willing to help her too. Because the colorful raw jade material mining company wasn't controlled by the Shengning organization yet and Ji Yuning didn't mention names of the company and Zheng Peng, Kong Xiaoji was unaware that she owned them as well. As long as Ji Yuning was alone with Leng Xiaoting, they would kiss and hug each other the entire time. This led to them getting aroused and have passionate sex till they were exhausted. "Will it delay your work if you spend so much time with me?" Ji Yuning asked in case she delayed Leng Xiaoting's work. "Not at all. If there is anything important, I'll go deal with it. However, I can't go to the cultivation world right after I finish my work this time. I need to return to the base first before we go to the cultivation world together," said Leng Xiaoting. "Sure, although we need to deal with the Jing family as soon as possible, we must get everything done here first. I don't want any accidents to happen," said Ji Yuning. It was important to take revenge, but their work was more important. After all, they could finish taking revenge right away, but they needed to do their jobs for a longer time. Jing Jining was still being kept in the cultivation world at the moment. Jing Yarong didn't bother him, so he lived a relaxing life. He enjoyed himself all day long in addition to cultivation. What irritated Jing Yarong was that he couldn't find Jing Yunyo or Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 2598. Someone is following you. Jing Yarong understood that Jing Yunyo would come back to the cultivation world sooner or later, and he had to face it. He was anxious mostly because Jing Yunyo had Shangguan Yang's support. He believed that Shangguan Yang would help if Jing Yunyo wanted to get revenge. Although he thought that Jing Yunyo shouldn't do that, he knew that she was determined. "Father, why don't we just threaten them with her son? If Jing Yunyo dares to harm the Jing family, we'll hurt her son. Given the current situation, I don't think there is anything for us to care about," said Jing Yunyan when they were having dinner. "I agree," said Jing Yunfei. Jing Yarong had that idea as well. After all, Leng Xiaoting was just a mortal. It couldn't be easier for them to injure him. However, they couldn't find Jing Yunyo or Leng Xiaoting. So how should they make the threat? "We'll see what we can do after we find Jing Yunyo," said Jing Yarong. However, the man who was sent by Jing Yarong failed to find Jing Yunyo, but he coincidentally met Miao Jingjing that afternoon. Because he was familiar with Miao Jingjing, he quickly recognized her. Since he recognized Miao Jingjing, he was surprised that she seemed to be a new cultivator now. After all, she was in the heartbeat stage 10 years ago. Even if she didn't make any progress during the past 10 years, she shouldn't have regressed either. Therefore, the man wondered whether she was really Miao Jingjing. She might just look like Miao Jingjing. Anyway, he hadn't seen her for 10 years, so he didn't remember her face clearly. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he was curious about it. If she was really Miao Jingjing, what had Miao Jingjing been through? Therefore, the man started to follow Miao Jingjing. After all, he couldn't find Jing Yunyo or Leng Xiaoting. Miao Jingjing was a new cultivator, so she didn't know that someone was following her. Senior Mrs. Shu and Junior Mrs. Shu asked Jing Yunyo to go shopping with them today, so Jing Yunyo invited Miao Jingjing to join them. Jing Yunyo didn't come with Miao Jingjing, she came directly from the Siheiwan, while Miao Jingjing came from the flower market. About 10 minutes ago, Jing Yunyo and Senior Mrs. Shu arrived. Miao Jingjing was farther away, so she didn't show up until 10 minutes later. Once she showed up, she was targeted. At this moment, Jing Yunyo and the others were shopping on the second floor. As soon as Miao Jingjing walked into the first floor, Jing Yunyo sensed her, but after a short while, she sensed another cultivator. The other cultivator wasn't weak at all and should be in the golden core stage, but the other cultivator obviously didn't come with Miao Jingjing, so it couldn't be Zhang Liluo or Si Jin. Moreover, both Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were at work. It was impossible to be either of them. So who could it be? Suddenly, Jing Yunyo realized that it could be someone sent by the Jing family. After finding out that she was still alive, Jing Yarong would undoubtedly send people to find her. Anyway, it was just Jing Yunyo's guess since it could just be another cultivator. However, why did the cultivator follow Miao Jingjing? Did the cultivator have a grudge against her or was there another reason? Either way, the cultivator was a stranger, and Jing Yunyo was unwilling to see him or her. Without delay, she called Miao Jingjing. Once Miao Jingjing answered the call, Jing Yunyo asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yeah." Miao Jingjing was confused. "Someone is following you. I think he or she should be in the golden core stage. He or she might have been sent by the Jing family. I'm not sure yet, but I don't want to see the person. Go have coffee somewhere. Let me see how to get the person to leave," said Jing Yunyo. "Sure," said Miao Jingjing. She said nothing further, in case the person who followed her behind heard their conversation. After answering Jing Yunyo's call, she also guessed that the person might have been sent over by the Jing family. Because she didn't notice it and almost let the person find Jing Yunyo, she felt a little guilty. However, she was at a low level, so there was nothing she could have done about it. Afterwards, Miao Jingjing listened to Jing Yunyo. She went to a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. The man who followed Miao Jingjing didn't go to the cafe, but stood outside and watched her from the dark. Senior Mrs. Shu and Junior Mrs. Shu asked Jing Yunyo when Miao Jingjing was still absent, "Why is Jingjing so late? She should have arrived earlier. Is there a traffic jam?" Senior Mrs. Shu and Junior Mrs. Shu didn't hear Jing Yunyo's conversation with Miao Jingjing on the phone. After all, they talked about the cultivator, so Jing Yunyo had to avoid them. "I suppose. It's fine. Let's go shopping first," said Jing Yunyo. Miao Jingjing waited for half an hour till Jing Yunyo couldn't feel the cultivator anymore. Then Jing Yunyo gave her a call again and told her to come over. At this moment, the man who followed Miao Jingjing had walked away, because he suddenly realized that it was meaningless. Miao Jingjing was just sitting in the cafe and drinking coffee alone. She did nothing. In case Jing Yarong learned about his meaningless behavior, he left. Actually, he had been very close to Jing Yunyo, but Jing Yunyo found him before he noticed her. In fact, Jing Yarong had thought about that before, because Jing Yunyo was at a higher level than the man, but he still sent the man. This time, the man's main target was Leng Xiaoting. During these days, he basically waited and stayed outside the Leng family's house and Leng Xiaoting's base all day long. After he came back from Leng Xiaoting's base, he saw Miao Jingjing. Because Leng Xiaoting wasn't in the base or the Leng family's house, the man failed to see him. In fact, even if Leng Xiaoting was there, he still wouldn't be able to meet him. Given Leng Xiaoting's abilities, he would discover him long before he noticed Leng Xiaoting. In the morning, Ji Yuning and the others had breakfast before going to the Raw Jade Material Mountain with a rented car from the hotel. Because the Raw Jade Material Mountain was 3 kilometers away from the main road, they could only stop the car by the roadside and walk over. 3 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so they soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. This mountain was very large. If there were a lot of raw jade materials, it might take them 5 years to get those raw jade materials out. However, Ji Yuning only saw a shallow layer, and didn't know what was deeper inside. Chapter 2599. Get paid without doing anything. Before they dug out raw jade materials, this mountain was no different from other mountains in the eyes of Zheng Peng and the others. However, this mountain was Ji Yuning's choice, so they had great expectations. "Boss, I think we can start mining after we're prepared," Zheng Peng said to Ji Yuning. Although he was in charge of this project, he felt it was necessary to let Ji Yuning know his plan, since he was very respectful of her. "Sure, you can make the decisions about this," said Ji Yuning. The colorful raw jade material mining company was a large company, so they didn't lack staff. Within a few days, they could be prepared and start mining. They didn't do it today, because they needed to choose a good date and hold worship before digging into the mountain. They were going to worship the god of mountains, showing their respect to the god. The god of mountains decided people's life and death. If he was pleased, he could ensure a bumper harvest and the prosperity of a family. Therefore, if they planned to dig around, they had to worship the god of mountains first. Therefore, they couldn't start mining right away, though it wasn't actually difficult to choose a good date. Because they came over this time just to become familiar with the roads and mountains, they left after seeing it. At that moment, a shareholders' meeting was going on in the Kong family's business. Without surprise, Kong Yuanan refused to give up. He just agreed to accept the fact that Kong Xiaoji would be the new chairman yesterday, but today he began to make things difficult for Kong Xiaoji. Although he seemed to be educating Kong Xiaoji in the tone of a senior, everyone knew that he was deliberately causing Kong Xiaoji trouble. Kong Xiaoji had worked in the company and learned from his father for years, but he normally dealt with minor issues. He had never managed important things, so he lacked experience. Facing the trouble caused by Kong Yuanan, he was a little cornered. Luckily, the directors who supported him were helpful. Director Tang, Chairman Tang just took the seat. "Why did you bombard him with a lot of difficult hypothetical questions?" "It's not happening yet. There is no need to solve the problem," said Director A, supporting Kong Xiaoji. "Why did you say that? Although it's hypothetical, it might happen in the future and we must be prepared for it. No one knows what will happen in the future. As the chairman, he must be well prepared. Even though it's not happening yet, we must think of strategies to deal with any problems that might lie ahead of us." Kong Yuanan argued. The man he sent to follow Kong Xiaoji came back and reported the situation to him yesterday, but there was nothing abnormal. However, Kong Yuanan still told him to keep following and spying on Kong Xiaoji. "Director Tang, I understand that you're reluctant to accept your failure, but don't you think you're being shameless when you won't stop causing unnecessary trouble? Your words make sense, but Chairman Tang just took over the position. You're forcing someone who doesn't drive to drive a car. Do you think it's possible? Doesn't he need time to learn? Can you fly a plane? Do you dare to do that?" Director B retorted. After being criticized by Director B, who also supported Kong Xiaoji, Kong Yuanan got mad. "Director Tang, can you solve the hypothetical problem you just brought up?" said Kong Xiaoji in a flat voice, looking at Kong Yuanan. He was also angered by Kong Yuanan, but he soon calmed down because he had to control his emotions. Otherwise, Kong Yuanan and the other directors might laugh at him. "Of course," said Kong Yuanan. He felt proud of himself and believed that Kong Xiaoji was no match for him. "Director Tang, since you can solve the hypothetical problem, you should know that you're also a member of our company. It's also your responsibility to lead the company to a better future. Whenever there is a problem, we should solve it together. If you leave everything to the chairman, why do I need you all in this room? Do you think you can get paid without doing anything?" said Kong Xiaoji, becoming serious. Kong Yuanan was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Instantly, he got even angrier at Kong Xiaoji for embarrassing him publicly. Honestly, it was him who embarrassed Kong Xiaoji first. He was making things difficult for Kong Xiaoji, so why should Kong Xiaoji care about his feelings? Just because he was selfish and self-centered. It was impossible. Right, even if there is really a problem, we should solve it together. We can't leave it to the chairman. Director Tang, are you trying to get paid without doing anything? Director A immediately chimed in. When he heard Kong Xiaoji's argument, he was very pleased. Nonsense, did I say I'll get paid without doing anything? Didn't I work at all? Kong Yuanan angrily argued. You didn't say that, but you made us feel like that, said Director C, who also supported Kong Xiaoji. In fact, the directors who supported Kong Yuanan also helped him find fault with Kong Xiaoji at the beginning, but they gradually became quiet, because they didn't know what they could say now. They were Kong Yuanan's supporters, but they weren't that shameless. Kong Yuanan was furious. All right, just as Director Wu said, a person who hasn't learned how to drive can't drive a car steadily. He needed to learn the skills, and I had the same experience when I just became a director. I needed to learn how to manage. You have to give me a chance and time. If any of you dislike me, you can give back your shares. I'm totally fine with that, said Kong Xiaoji. Those shareholders had been through a lot with the Kong family's business, so it seemed as if he wanted to kick them to the curb when they had outlived their usefulness. However, they had benefited a lot from the development of the Kong family's business. In addition, they had many connections, and the Kong family's business relied on them to strike deals. Therefore, when they supported Kong Yuanan against him, he didn't directly ask them to leave the company. After all, if they left, the Kong family's business would suffer a loss. Chapter 2600, Kick Them Out. The Kong family had never treated them unfairly, but they grew ambitious and even had the idea of stealing the power. Although the company had no power to force shareholders to return their shares, if they didn't want to stay, they could leave. In other words, if they chose to stay, they had to work for the benefits of the company. However, if they dared to do anything to harm the company, they would be put in jail. Once Kong Xiaoji said that aloud, the several directors who supported Kong Yuanan didn't dare to say another word. The company had no power to force them to return their shares, but they had to know where to stop after Kong Xiaoji made it clear. It was impossible for them to return the shares, because the Kong family's business was developing very well and was extremely profitable. They were offered a generous dividend. They weren't dumb, so they wouldn't be willing to give back their shares. Kong Yuanan, however, was angered by Kong Xiaoji's words. He abruptly stood up from the chair and glared at Kong Xiaoji. Kong Xiaoji, what did you say? All of us have worked for the Kong family's business for over a dozen years. We've done a lot for it. How could you tell us to return our shares? Do you want to kick us out after making full use of us? I don't think you have the power to do that. Kong Yuanan angrily criticized. Upon hearing that, the shareholders who supported him and stayed quiet for a while now joined the argument again. Right, we've worked for the Kong family's business for over a dozen years. We've done a lot and sacrificed for it. We've done nothing wrong. How could you ask us to give back our shares? Right, you simply want to kick us out. Enough. Kong Xiaoji snapped at them and looked extremely mad. Did I force you to return your shares? I just said if you don't want to stay here, you can leave. Don't misunderstand me. I have no power to force you to give back your shares, but if you dare to harm the company, I'm afraid you need to do more than just return your shares. Don't argue with me over this. We all know some unpleasant things have happened. And it might happen in private. If I have to investigate it, it might cause great damage. The unpleasant things weren't harmful to the Kong family's business, but it was to colleagues. To be frank, they schemed against each other for credit. Because it didn't cause a great loss, nobody was blamed for it. Besides, some of them even asked for reimbursement when they actually traveled with their families. It wasn't really unacceptable, so the company didn't bother to blame them. The company simply stopped them from doing it again. However, although it wasn't completely unacceptable, it wasn't right. And the amount of the public money they had been reimbursed was large enough to be sued for. Hearing that, two shareholders among Kong Yuanan's supporters panicked a little. They didn't dare to meet Kong Xiaoji's eyes at this moment. Both of them had done the previously mentioned unpleasant things. Kong Yuanan had done the same things, so he didn't know what to do when Kong Xiaoji brought it up. All in all, after the first round, Kong Xiaoji was at an advantage. Back in his office after the meeting was over, Kang Yuanan smashed a cup which was on the table to the ground, but there was a thick carpet, so it didn't make a loud sound. If other people heard it, he might become a joke. Precisely because of that, Kang Yuanan only dared to smash a cup to vent his anger. It seems that I took Kang Xiaoji too lightly. He surprisingly won this time, said Kang Yuanan through his teeth. He still didn't think that Kang Xiaoji was a strong competitor, but he subconsciously stayed on the alert for him. Once the news that Kang Xiaoji cut out 4 pieces of jade from 6 raw jade materials went abroad, the Kang family's business attracted more clients. It was also a threat to Kang Yuanan, but he was too arrogant to admit it. However, only Kang Yuanbo and Kang Xiaoji's older brother were aware that it was actually Ning who helped Kang Xiaoji win the competition. After the result of the game came out, Kang Xiaoji quickly gained a lot of fame in the industry. However, most of the people believed that he just had good luck, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion even if he couldn't make that achievement again. After all, no one could have good luck every time. Even famous stone gambling experts couldn't cut out jade every time. They became famous only because they had made records of cutting out many pieces of jade once or twice before. It was hard for them to cut out jade again in the future. Back in the city center, it was time for lunch, so Ji Yuning and the others went to have a meal. Because they were going to have a meal with Kang Xiaoji that evening, they went to have a rest after lunch. Zheng Peng and the others gathered in a room to talk about the mining this time. Back in the room, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting, "Let's book plane tickets now. We should leave tomorrow after introducing Uncle Zheng to Kang Xiaoji." "Great, in the morning or afternoon?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "In the morning. The flight will last for hours," said Ji Yuning. "No problem," said Leng Xiaoting. Then he took out his phone and got ready to book the plane tickets. Suddenly, Ji Yuning said, "Why don't you use my phone? Zhang Shui's information is on my phone, so you don't need to input it." Saying that, Ji Yuning handed her phone to Leng Xiaoting. Although Ji Yuning could do it on her own, she didn't want to move at all right now and wanted to rely on Leng Xiaoting for a while. Therefore, after giving her phone to Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning sank onto the sofa seemingly exhausted. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting asked with concern, "Are you really tired?" "Not really, I'm just full. I don't want to move," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved, then he began to book the plane tickets. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had a nap for about an hour. They did nothing else. After they woke up, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to stay by himself for a while she went to see Baili Zongxie. She couldn't leave Baili Zongxie alone the entire time. At this time, Baili Zongxie had just woken up from her nap as well. Actually, even if Ji Yuning didn't come to see her, she wouldn't be bored being alone. Chapter 2601, Are you sure you have time? Before meeting Ji Yuning and the others, she was always alone, and she barely had friends in the cultivation world, so she was very used to it. And after all, now she could chat with Song Miaoge and the others in the WeChat group. She could also play mobile games, so it wouldn't be boring. When Baili Zongxie and Ji Yuning came to City Rui, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai knew, but they didn't know why. They just thought that they came for the stone gambling. After finding out that Baili Zongxie and Ji Yuning were in City Rui, they were very unhappy, because Ji Yuning didn't ask them to come with. However, after Ji Yuning asked them a question, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai gave up on going with. Ji Yuning asked, "I came to City Rui this time and won't leave for at least 4 days. I came for business so I have no time to tour around. Are you sure you can ask for leave? Do you think your families will allow you to go out? City Rui is near Burma so it's a bit chaotic." Although it wasn't a big deal if they took 4 days off, their families wouldn't allow them to go out, so they had to stay home. Baili Zongyang was also aware that Baili Zongxie and Ji Yuning were in City Rui. However, he said nothing about it since he wasn't worried about Baili Zongxue's safety. Baili Zongxie was strong and Ji Yuning was a kung fu master, so they should be fine together. After Ji Yuning cut out jade, Baili Zongxie shared the news with Baili Zongyang, including the fact that Ji Yuning had chosen over a dozen raw jade materials for her. Bailey Zongyang was very surprised. Although he knew that Ji Yuning built up her business by stone gambling and that she was very skilled at it, he was still amazed by her abilities. Bailey Zongyang believed that among the dozen raw jade materials Ji Yuning chose for Bailey Zongxie, there had to be jade. Anyway, they would only know the exact number after Bailey Zongxie got back and cut out those stones. The Bailey family owned a jewelry company and had their own raw jade material purchase teams, so they had a stone cutting machine. Therefore, Bailey Zongxie planned to cut out her stones at their home. Ji Yuning went to Bailey Zongxue's room and asked her whether she wanted to take a walk. Bailey Zongxie definitely wanted to go for a walk. After all, City Rui was a resort city with many tourist attractions. And they had traveled a long distance, so they had to seize this opportunity and take a tour around. However, Bailey Zongxie was worried that it might delay Ji Yuning's business. "Are you sure you have time? If you're not free there is no need to clear your schedule for me," said Bailey Zongxie. She was very considerate. "I have time. It's all done now," said Ji Yuning. "Great, then let's go have a walk around," said Bailey Zongxie, immediately going to pack. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting became their chauffeur and drove them around the famous tourist attractions in City Rui. It was just 3 p.m., and the dinner was at 6 p.m., so they still had enough time to enjoy themselves. City Rui wasn't large, but the tourist attractions were far away. Because Leng Xiaoting was with them, Bailey Zongxie felt a little nervous. He had a natural air of power, even though he didn't mean to put any pressure on her. It was their first meeting, and they weren't familiar at all. Anyway, it was Ji Yuning's fiancé, so she didn't bother to get familiar with him. She just needed to know who he was. They had an appointment for a meal at 6 p.m., so they went back to the hotel after walking around until 5 p.m. By the time they were back in the hotel, it was 5:30 p.m. They decided to eat in the hotel where they stayed. After they were in the hotel, they called Zheng Peng. At this moment, Zheng Peng and the others had already left their rooms and were on their way to the private room for the meal. Although it wasn't 6 p.m. yet, they should be slightly earlier, otherwise they would seem rude. After all, they invited Kong Xiaoji to have a meal. Kong Xiaoji arrived at 5:40 p.m. so that they would have to wait for him for too long. By the time Kong Xiaoji arrived, Ji Yuning and the others had only waited for 5 minutes. Once Kong Xiaoji walked in, Ji Yuning stood up to welcome him. The others didn't need to stand up. Before Kong Xiaoji arrived, Ji Yuning had told them that there was no need to do that. To be frank, they weren't familiar with Kong Xiaoji, so it wasn't necessary for them to welcome him by standing up. Moreover, Kong Xiaoji wasn't an important figure, so they didn't need to be so respectful. "Miss Ji Yu, sorry to keep you waiting," said Kong Xiaoji. Although he wasn't late, it was necessary courtesy. "Not at all. We just arrived. It isn't 6 p.m. yet," said Ji Yuning. After that, she said, "Please have a seat, Mr. Kong." "Sure." Kong Xiaoji went to sit down at once. Before Ji Yuning even made an introduction, he saw Zheng Peng and was surprised. Although this was his first meeting with Zheng Peng, he had seen Zheng Peng's picture before. Because they were peers, they needed to learn the basic information about the other. However, because this was his first meeting with Zheng Peng in reality, Kong Xiaoji wasn't sure, so he waited for Ji Yuning's introduction. If the man was really Zheng Peng, then Zheng Peng must be Ji Yuning's subordinate. In other words, the owner of the raw jade material mining company managed by Zheng Peng was actually Ji Yuning. Thinking of that, Kong Xiaoji was shocked, but he wasn't sure of it yet. Ji Yuning and Zheng Peng saw it from Kong Xiaoji's reaction, but weren't surprised. As mentioned, peers needed to learn basic information about each other, so it wasn't strange that Kong Xiaoji knew Zheng Peng. "Mr. Kong, let me introduce you, this is the general manager of the colorful raw jade material mining company, Zheng Peng," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that and finding out that the man was really Zheng Peng, Kong Xiaoji was more surprised. In that case, Ji Yuning was really the real boss of the colorful raw jade material mining company. Although Kong Xiaoji was astonished, he didn't lose his manners. He immediately stood up and greeted Zheng Peng. "Nice to meet you, Manager Zheng. I just wondered whether it was you when we met, but I wasn't sure. Zheng Peng also stood up at the same time and shook hands with Kong Xiaoji. Honored to meet you, Chairman Tang. Kong Xiaoji was already the chairman of the Kong family's business, so Zheng Peng directly called him Chairman Tang. Don't say that. It's my honor to meet you, Manager Zheng, said Kong Xiaoji. He wasn't just being courteous, because he knew that Zheng Peng was a very capable manager. Chapter 2602, It's really amazing. After exchanging greetings, Zheng Peng introduced his team to Kong Xiaoji. They greeted each other as well, then sat down. Afterwards, Kong Xiaoji turned to look at Ji Yuning and asked, Miss Ji Yu, are you the owner of the colorful raw jade material mining company? Although Kong Xiaoji felt it was very likely, he still wanted to make sure. He could be wrong, and they might just be business partners. Therefore, he needed to ask. Hearing the answer, Kong Xiaoji was shocked again. In that case, the Wang family's downfall must have something to do with Ji Yuning. He had no sympathy for the Wang family's misfortune. After all, they deserved it. Therefore, whether or not it had something to do with Ji Yuning, Kong Xiaoji wouldn't bring it up. Miss Ji Yu, you're indeed full of surprises. Kong Xiaoji said in surprise, oh, I just read information about you on the internet yesterday. I didn't expect you to be the chairman of the Shengning organization. You look so young. You must be a talented business genius, for you to establish such a successful business group at such a young age. Thank you so much for your compliment, Mr. Kong. Ji Yuning thanked him. She didn't care whether he had learned about her on purpose or by accident. In fact, it wouldn't be right if Kong Xiaoji knew nothing about her. After all, they just made a big deal. At this moment, a waiter came in with the menu, so they stopped chatting. After ordering and the waiter went out, they continued to chat. Mr. Kong, I'll be leaving tomorrow, but Manager Zheng will be in charge of everything here. If he encounters any trouble, please help him, said Ji Yuning. Although the Kong family was in a mess now, their influence wasn't affected, so their connections were still helpful. Moreover, within a week, Kong Yuanbo would recover and their internal issues would be solved. Don't worry, Miss Ji Yu, I'm happy to help Manager Zheng if he runs into any trouble. Even if there isn't any trouble, we can stay in touch. We can be friends, said Kong Xiaoji. He had already made up his mind to maintain a good relationship with Ji Yuning, so he accepted whatever conditions she laid down. After all, it wasn't difficult. Only when they helped each other could their relationship last for a long time. If he didn't return her kindness, their relationship wouldn't last. Great, Chairman Tang, please don't feel bothered, said Zheng Peng. Of course I won't. Why don't we exchange numbers? Said Kong Xiaoji. Afterwards, they exchanged their phone numbers. Even though it was Kong Xiaoji's first meeting with Zheng Peng, they were peers, so they shared many things in common. As peers they were competitors, but there were many people involved in the same industry. They couldn't be enemies just because they worked in the same industry. It was mainly up to how they got along with each other. Peers might not just be competitors, they could also be partners. After the meal, they dispersed instead of adjourning to another place. However, before they separated, Kong Xiaoji said to Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private conversation? I might need your help for something. Because there were too many people around the table earlier, it wasn't convenient for him to speak to her about it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning followed Kong Xiaoji to the side without anyone around them. Kong Xiaoji said, my father is much better after taking your medicine, Miss Ji Yu. He can now breathe normally. The medicine is really amazing. When Kong Xiaoji came to see Ji Yuning, he had called Kong Yuanbo and asked about his condition. Although he was convinced by Ji Yuning, he was still surprised after hearing about Kong Yuanbo's condition. Great, he'll be even better after a few more days, said Ji Yuning. Kong Xiaoji believed her, so he was full of anticipation. Oh, Miss Ji Yu, can you sell more pills to me? My mother isn't feeling well these days, her body is acting up, said Kong Xiaoji. When he spoke, he felt a little embarrassed, because he knew that this medicine was rare. He didn't want to make it difficult for Ji Yuning. However, for the sake of his mother, he had to make the request. There was nothing more important than his family's health. Of course, but the number is limited, so I can't give you a lot. I can only give you 6 pills. Ji Yuning agreed to his request, but she couldn't sell him many. Even though she had a lot, she had to control the quantity so that it would stay precious. 6 pills are a lot. Thank you very much, Miss Ji Yu. Kong Xiaoji was very happy to know that Ji Yuning was willing to give him more pills. Given its unbelievable effect, 6 pills were enough. After that, Ji Yuning took out 2 porcelain bottles with 3 power crystals in each, then handed them to Kong Xiaoji. Ji Yuning carried her backpack everywhere, even though she just went downstairs for a meal, because she might need something from her telepathic eye space anytime. She couldn't take them out without a cover. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. I'll transfer the money to you in a while. Kong Xiaoji took the medicine, thanking Ji Yuning again. You're welcome. No need to take this medicine if you only have minor diseases, like a cold. Just take the medicines produced by Kulain. Take this pill according to the severity of your illness. If you take too many, it might become harmful instead. Tell your mother to take a pill first. After 3 days, check her condition. If she's better, no need to take another pill. It'll be too much. However, you can buy some nutritious tonics produced by Kulain. Although they aren't as effective as this pill, it has great effects too. After taking them for a week or 2, she should be fine, said Ji Yuning. All right, I understand, thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu, said Kong Xiaoji. After that, they dispersed and Kong Xiaoji left as well. Because they had just finished a meal, Ji Yuning didn't want to have a nap right away, so they went to have a walk instead. She wanted to ask Baili Zhongshe out, but Baili Zhongshe didn't want to be the third wheel. She told Ji Yuning to go have a walk with Leng Xiaoting, while she would go back to her room and continue to play games. Actually, it was fine to be the third wheel, but she didn't want to ruin their date. In that case, Ji Yuning didn't insist. Because she went out with Kong Xiaoji, the man who was following Kong Xiaoji saw them. Chapter 2603, Why? It was not only the man who was sent by Kong Yuanan to follow Kong Xiaoji, the person sent over by the Chen family to watch Ji Yuning also finally saw them. He had waited here for so long, but didn't see Ji Yuning at all till now. Actually, he had let his mind wander. After all, Ji Yuning had come in and gone out of here many times today. However, he saw Kong Xiaoji as well, so he didn't go out right away. After they came out, Kong Xiaoji said goodbye to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, then left in a car. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, went for a walk. At this moment, a man suddenly walked towards them and stood in their way. Another man also walked towards them, but he paused when he noticed that someone else had also done that before him. The man who came to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting first was the person sent by the Chen family to watch Ji Yuning. The second man called Kong Yuanan then and asked him whether to continue to follow Kong Xiaoji. He was delayed by a few moments, so the person sent by the Chen family took action before him. Although Ji Yuning didn't know the man, she easily figured out the situation. She must have been targeted and it had to have something to do with the jade she cut out. Miss Ji Yu, nice to see you. I'm Master Chen's subordinate. Our master hopes to share a cup of tea with you. Please do us the honor, said the man politely, because he didn't want to anger Ji Yuning, giving her a reason to turn him down. However, no matter what attitude he had, Ji Yuning wouldn't accept the invitation. I'm sorry, I don't know Master Chen. I don't think we should drink tea together, said Ji Yuning. She didn't want to pay more attention to the man in front of her, so she pulled Leng Xiaoting and started walking away. Seeing that, the man immediately stopped them again. In an instant, Leng Xiaoting got angry and coldly said to the man, "Move away." The man was scared by Leng Xiaoting's glance, and felt pressured. Subconsciously, he wanted to give up. However, it was Master Chen's order, so the man had to continue. Miss Ji Yu, it's an order. Please don't push me into a corner. It's an order. Why should I care about you? What right do you have to force me to go with you? What power does Master Chen have? Said Ji Yuning coldly. She obviously knew who Master Chen was, and knew that the Chen family was one of the 3 major raw jade material mining businessmen. The man didn't know what to say. Although he wasn't aware of Ji Yuning's background, she was too aggressive. Didn't she know the Chen family's status? Thinking of that, the man said, Miss Ji Yu, have you heard of the Chen family? I have no interest. If you won't leave, don't blame me for being rude, said Ji Yuning coldly. The Chen family is, Before the man could finish, Leng Xiaoting gave him a kick. He was too annoying. The man was kicked far away, but wasn't seriously injured. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting pulled Ji Yuning and walked away. The man was furious, but he was unwilling to suffer another kick, so he didn't dare to stop them. Seeing that, the man sent by Kong Yuanan hesitated to go forward, because he recognized the man who was kicked by Leng Xiaoting. The man was sent by the Chen family, so they must have the same purpose. Unfortunately, the man was turned down, but refused to leave, so he was kicked. However, if he gave up just because of that, Kong Yuanan would blame him, so he summoned up his courage to invite Ji Yuning to meet Kong Yuanan after thinking for a while. Because he didn't want to be seen by the man who was sent by the Chen family, he decided to follow Ji Yuning first. After they walked away, he would catch up. In fact, Ji Yuning had already noticed the man sent by Kong Yuanan and she knew that he had the same purpose as the man sent by the Chen family. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did nothing. They would see what to do after the man appeared. After they walked a distance from the restaurant, they were out of the sight of the man sent by the Chen family. The second man who followed Ji Yuning immediately ran up and stopped before them. What? Do you have the same purpose as the previous man? Ji Yuning asked before he could say anything. The man was struck dumb for a moment. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning knew what he wanted to do. I don't know what his purpose is, but I came to see you for a reason, Miss Ji Yu. He didn't know. He was lying. He just wanted to make himself look innocent. However, would Ji Yuning believe it? Definitely not. Therefore, Ji Yuning interrupted. No matter who wants to see me, I won't go. No need to waste your time. Why? Asked the man. No reason. I just don't want to go see a stranger. What right does the person have? You can't force me to do anything. Ji Yuning sneered. She was reluctant to waste more time on this man, so she directly warned. Move away, or you'll suffer the same thing as the other man. The man was a bit angry after being threatened by Ji Yuning, but he had just witnessed what Leng Xiaoting did. He knew how strong Leng Xiaoting was, so he didn't dare to stop them. As a result, after hearing Ji Yuning's reply, he had to let them go. At the same time, the man was unwilling to offend Ji Yuning, in case she vented her anger on Kong Yuanan and he would have to carry the blame in the end. Accordingly, he curbed his anger and apologized. I'm sorry. After that, the man walked away. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't affected by them and continued to walk around. The man sent by the Chen family felt better after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had gone for several minutes. He called Master Chen at once and reported everything to him. Master Chen was furious. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so arrogant to even refuse to see him. She had also injured his man. It was unacceptable. The man sent by Kong Yuanan also reported the result to him. He told Kong Yuanan that the man sent by the Chen family was kicked after stopping Ji Yuning, and he was also threatened, so he didn't dare to continue following them. Kong Yuanan was also angered by Ji Yuning's arrogance, but he felt slightly relieved when he heard that the man sent by the Chen family was treated the same way. He didn't know how to deal with Ji Yuning right now, so he had to give up. Chapter 2604, I won't tell anyone. At the same time, Kong Xiaoji rushed back home in great excitement and told Kong Yuanbo that he got the medicine. He also told his father about Ji Yuning's advice. They would definitely listen to her. When Kong Xiaoji gave his mother the medicine, he told her that he bought it from a pharmacy. It was produced by Kulain and had great effects. Madame Kong had trust in Kulain, so she didn't doubt her son's words. She didn't bother to ask about it either, and directly took it. Only a few minutes later, Madame Kong felt obvious changes in her body. She was filled with energy again and felt less pain. She was amazed by the effects of this medicine. Xiaoji, its effects started so fast. I just took it several minutes ago, and my pain is already much better. Even though Kong Xiaoji was aware of the great effects of this medicine, he was still thrilled when he heard his mother's reply. That's wonderful. I think you'll be much better over time. What medicine is this? It's so unbelievable, asked Madame Kong. She felt she should store more of it. Kong Xiaoji understood what his mother wanted, but this medicine was too rare. They couldn't get as many as they wanted, so he explained. I met the boss of Culane by coincidence. She kindly gave me some. This medicine isn't actually on sale. Oh, okay. Hearing that, Madame Kong was slightly disappointed, but since it wasn't on the market, she couldn't buy it. How many did you get from the boss of Culane? Madame Kong asked. She didn't know that her husband had also taken this medicine, so she was still worried about his body. She wanted to know whether this medicine was useful for her husband as well. Even if it wasn't of much use, it was good if it was helpful. I have 9 in all, said Kong Xiaoji. Can your father use it? Asked Madame Kong. Although she knew there wasn't such effective medicine in this world and this pill couldn't cure all diseases, she hoped that it could control the illness. It would be even better if this medicine could stop her husband's illness from getting worse. Didn't you notice that Dad's much better today? Kong Xiaoji smiled. Hearing that, Madame Kong was surprised. She had noticed that Kong Yuanbo was better today, but she didn't know why. She only thought that he wasn't as uncomfortable. After all, Kong Yuanbo wasn't so weak every day. He might be fine for a day or two, so she didn't think much about it. However, after hearing Kong Xiaoji's words, she wondered whether her husband got better because of the same medicine. Did your father take this medicine as well? Asked Madame Kong. Right, so he's much better already, said Kong Xiaoji. At this moment, it wasn't appropriate to tell Madame Kong that Master Kong would be much better than before. She might not believe it because Master Kang's illness couldn't be completely cured. He could only stop it from getting worse by taking medicines. Master Kong could definitely be better, but how much better he could be depended on his own physical condition. And even though he could become better, he couldn't make a full recovery. He could only take care of himself, but he still needed a lot of rest and to stay calm. Otherwise the illness could easily become worse. After taking Ji Yuning's power crystals, he was able to stabilize his condition. Hearing Kong Xiaoji's answer, Madame Kong was excited. She didn't ask how this medicine could make it happen. She was simply happy that it was useful. Do you mean that this medicine can control your father's illness and even help him get better? Madame Kong asked cautiously, looking at Kong Xiaoji in anticipation. She was afraid that she would hear a negative answer. Right, although it can't completely cure the illness. Father can get a lot better, said Kong Xiaoji. He believed that Ji Yuning's medicine could cure his father's illness, but he didn't think the illness could be totally cured. Anyway, as long as his father was much better, he would be satisfied with its effect. If it was possible, he still hoped that the illness could be completely cured. It's unbelievable that your father can get better. I didn't expect that this medicine could cure your father's illness. Even the hospital couldn't do anything about it. Madame Kong didn't expect much. She only hoped that Kong Yuanbo could get better and live for a few more years. It would be best if her husband could make a full recovery, but she knew it was really difficult to completely cure this illness. Therefore, it was already good news that he could get better and live longer. Mom, don't tell anyone else about this medicine. If other people know about it, it'll cause trouble for the owner of Culane. Kong Xiaoji reminded his mother. Sure, I know. I won't tell other people. Madame Kong made a promise at once. Ji Yuning had helped them, so they should be grateful and wouldn't cause trouble for her. The next day, Ji Yuning and the others needed to take a flight back to the capital at 10:20 a.m., so they checked out at 8:30 a.m. in the morning after having breakfast. These days, Kong Yuanbo was getting better and better. This morning, he could even directly get out of the bed and walk. He didn't lack energy anymore, so the Kong family felt very happy for him. However, before Kong Yuanbo was completely better, they couldn't let more people know about it. After Kong Xiaoji argued against Kong Yuanan and the shareholders who supported him, they had become much quieter, but Kong Yuanan and his supporters always paid special attention to Kong Xiaoji, trying to get something on him so that they could make things difficult for him. The two shareholders who were forced to support Kong Yuanan subconsciously kept a distance from them, but Kong Yuanan didn't notice it yet. The flight Ji Yuning and the others were in took off punctuality, and they had lunch in the plane. By the time they arrived at the airport of the capital, it was already 2:30 p.m. So after they left the airport, went to get their car, and drove back to the city center, it was nearly 4 p.m. They sent Baili Zhongshe back to Century City first, then went to the Siheiwan. Ji Yuning directly drove Baili Zhongshe to her home and took her raw jade materials out of the telepathic eye space before leaving. Because Baili Zhongshe knew that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with something else, she didn't ask them to stay at her home for a meal. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the capital, they let Jing Yuniao know, so they decided to dine at the Siheiwan that night. Chapter 2605. Let's see what they want to do after getting out of the plane. Baili Zhongshe called Baili Zongyang. Although Baili Zongyang couldn't wait to see those raw jade materials, he was busy and couldn't come back immediately. Baili Zongyang wasn't back until Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had been gone for 20 minutes. Once Baili Zongyang was back, he asked Baili Zhongshe to show him the raw jade materials. Even though he didn't know much about stone gambling, he still wanted to have a look. After that, Baili Zhongshe brought Baili Zongyang to a room and they saw the pile of raw jade materials. Zongyang, when can we cut open all of these raw jade materials? Given Ji Yuning's abilities, I think there is jade in at least half of them, said Baili Zhongshe. She couldn't wait to cut them open. How about tomorrow? It's late now, said Baili Zongyang. Although he wanted to cut them open right away to see how much jade was inside, the staff were off work now. There was no reason to call the staff back to work just because they wanted to see how much jade there was. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back in the Siheiwan, it was nearly 6 p.m. It was time for dinner, so everyone was present. After Miao Jingjing was followed that day, she didn't go out alone again. She would only go out with Jing Yuniao, in case the man found their residence by following her. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't want to be bothered. While they were chatting, Leng Xiaoting said he was already aware that Jing Jining was being kept in the cultivation world by Jing Yarong. However, after he came back this time, he needed to go back to their military base before visiting the cultivation world with them. Leng Xiaoting wasn't sure how long he would stay in the military base. If there were no sudden tasks, he might spend about 3 days there, but if there were sudden tasks, he couldn't be sure. Although there wouldn't be tasks every day, sometimes he had to carry out tasks for days on end. Anyway, he wouldn't know when there would be tasks until he was assigned one. Leng Xiaoting planned to go back to the military base the following afternoon, since in the morning, he needed to go back to the Leng family's house. As long as he was in the capital, he would go back to the Leng family's house if he didn't need to rush back to the military base. He needed to visit Master Leng. When Leng Xiaoting was absent, Jing Yuniao would go to see Master Leng once in a while. Master Leng was in a good condition, but he was old. He needed his family to spend more time with him, especially Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting. He didn't love them more than his other family members, but they had a special job, especially Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had to do dangerous tasks all the time. His life was always in danger, which made Master Leng anxious. However, that was Leng Xiaoting's job. He couldn't stop him, so he could only hope that Leng Xiaoting would come back home more often. He wouldn't feel relieved until he saw that Leng Xiaoting was fine. Ever since Jing Yuniao joined the Red Flame, he began to worry about both of them. Although they were cultivators and it wasn't likely for them to be killed, Master Leng cared about them, so he was worried. Coincidentally, whenever Jing Yuniao went back to the Jing family's house, the man sent by Jing Yarong left for a while. Therefore, he failed to see Jing Yuniao, and Jing Yuniao had no idea that someone was trying to find her and the Leng family. At 10 a.m. the next day, Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yuniao, and Ji Yuning went to the Leng family's house together. Before they set off, they called Master Leng, who was full of excitement. However, when their car was 100 meters away from the gate of the Leng family's house, Jing Yuniao, Ji Yuning, and Leng Xiaoting sensed a cultivator not far from them. Leng Xiaoting immediately stopped the car at the side of the road, and they looked serious at the same time. I think Jing Yarong should have found out about the Leng family. This was Jing Yunyao's first thought because only Jing Yarong's people could find her and the Leng family so quickly. Since they already know, I think we should show up to see what they want, said Leng Xiaoting. Given the current situation, he was unwilling to avoid them. Great. Jing Yunyao agreed. Although Ji Yuning said nothing, she also agreed to show up right now. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting started the car again, driving to the Leng family's house. Because the cultivator was at a lower level than Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao, he didn't sense them until they were near. He was surprised when he sensed two cultivators approaching. He couldn't find out their exact levels due to his low level, but he clearly knew that they were stronger than him. Since they were stronger than him, they must have already found him. Nevertheless, he didn't run away, or he might appear guilty. It wasn't strange that cultivators met each other by chance in the mortal world. Accordingly, the cultivator walked to the side of the road and pretended that he was just a pedestrian. At the same time, he was guessing the identities of the two high-level cultivators. This was the Leng family's house, so he thought that one of them should be Jing Yunyao, but who was the other one? Because he hadn't seen them yet, he couldn't know. However, he would know before long. When the car reached the gate of the Leng family's house, Leng Xiaoting stopped, then got out along with Jing Yunyao. The cultivator was only about 10 meters away from them. Because the cultivator had read information containing photos of Leng Xiaoting, he recognized Leng Xiaoting at a glance. He recognized Jing Yunyao as well. Actually, before Jing Yunyao disappeared, he had never seen her, but he recognized her by her photos. He wasn't surprised to see Jing Yunyao, because he just guessed that it might be her, but he was astonished to meet Leng Xiaoting. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting was also a cultivator and that he was at a high level. Jing Yunyao was a cultivator, so it was possible that Leng Xiaoting inherited cultivator blood from his mother, but normally it wouldn't happen when a cultivator had a kid with a mortal. Therefore, it was still very shocking. In that case, it was possible that Leng Xiaoting avoided him before he could find him. In other words, he could have already been exposed. Thinking of that, the cultivator had a premonition. To make things worse, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting got out of their car outside the gate of the Leng family's house, and were walking towards him. Chapter 2606, I'll make him regret it would they hurt him. Either way, he couldn't turn around and run away right now. There were two cultivators who were at higher levels than him, so he would be caught as soon as he wanted to escape. Besides, if he ran away, it meant there was something wrong with him. By then, it would be impossible for him to leave, and it would cause a more serious result. Therefore, the man had to continue to walk normally. He only hoped that they wouldn't hurt him. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao actually had no intention of hurting him. They simply wanted to ask him what he was doing here and warn him to stay away from the Leng family. The next moment, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao appeared in front of the man and directly stood in his way. "What's wrong?" the man asked, acting confused. "What's wrong? What are you doing outside my home?" Leng Xiaoting squinted at him and asked coldly. Under pressure from Leng Xiaoting, the man felt stressed out. "I did nothing. I was just walking by." Even though the man denied it, he understood that they wouldn't believe him. After all, they weren't dumb and had already noticed him. They might have watched him for a long while. "Do you think we'd believe that?" asked Leng Xiaoting. He obviously didn't believe a word the man just said. Believe it or not, the man didn't know what else he could say. After all, he had indeed come here for a purpose. "Tell me, who sent you?" Leng Xiaoting didn't want to waste more time on this man, so he asked straightforwardly. Although they thought that this man was sent by Jing Yarong, they weren't too sure of it. Perhaps the man was sent here by someone else. It was just most likely to be Jing Yarong. "I told you I was just walking by." The man kept on denying it. He pretended to be mad as if he was innocent. "Do you think you can survive by denying it? Do you think that we just noticed you?" Jing Yunyao said. They had to admit that they had already found him. Given his level, he should be the man who followed Miao Jingjing the other day. Hearing that, the man was struck dumb and didn't know what to say, because it was obvious that he was already exposed. What do you want? Asked the man. When he said that, he actually admitted that he came with a purpose. We should ask you that question. What do you want? What does the person behind you want? Said Jing Yuniao. You're at higher levels than me. What can I do to you? Said the man. He dodged Jing Yuniao's question. Stop playing dumb with us. It was Jing Yarong, right? Said Jing Yuniao. She wasn't asking him, because she was very sure of it. Hearing that, the man looked surprised. How could they know everything? Seeing the surprise flash on the man's face, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao were completely sure that it was Jing Yarong. The man subconsciously wanted to deny it, but Jing Yuniao interrupted him first. Even if you want to deny it, it's useless, because your reaction has already betrayed you. Hearing that, the man was embarrassed. Knowing that it was meaningless no matter how he denied it, he decided to admit it. I did nothing. If you dare to hurt me, Tiandaozong will punish you. Do you think we'll be afraid? We have no intention of hurting you today. After all, it's in front of our home, but you better not anger us, or I might lose control. Jing Yuniao was a bit angry. She disliked threats. If the man had any abilities, he could do it on his own. Hearing Jing Yuniao's words, the man didn't know what to say. After all, they had Shangguan Yang's support, so he didn't dare to become their enemy. I can let you go today, but you won't have a second chance. Oh, tell Jing Yarong, no matter what he wants to do it to us. If he dares to hurt any other member of the Leng family, I'll make him regret it. Once she finished, Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting turned around and walked away. They easily let the man go simply because he had done nothing to harm them yet. Jing Yarong also wouldn't hurt the Leng family, because he was afraid of Tiandaozong and Shangguan Yang. However, it wasn't impossible that he would do something to harm the Leng family, or he wouldn't have sent a man to watch and wait outside. Jing Yarong sent a man to wait and watch outside the Leng family, because he had found out about Jing Yuniao's relationship with the Leng family. And he also knew that Jing Yuniao had reached a higher level. She would return to the cultivation world and get revenge on him. Therefore, he could only use the Leng family to threaten her. If she dared to pay him back, he would harm the Leng family. After all, if Jing Yuniao was determined to pay him back, there was nothing for Jing Yarong to be worried about. As a result, Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting were worried, but they wouldn't give in just because of that. They would only be more careful. When they went to the cultivation world, they would leave Zhang Liluo and Si Jin to guard the Leng family. After they were done, she would stay in the Leng family's house for a longer time. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao went back to their car, and Leng Xiaoting drove it into the Leng family's house. The man immediately left after Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao's car drove into the large yard. He didn't want to be caught again, although they had made it clear that they wouldn't hurt him. He had to rush back to report it to his master. Back in the Jing family's house, the man found Jing Yarong and said, "Master, I met Jing Yuniao and her son, Leng Xiaoting. Her son isn't immortal, he's a cultivator." Hearing that, Jing Yarong exclaimed before the man could finish. What? Jing Yuniao's son is a cultivator? Yes, and his level is even higher than mine. He's either at the peak of the golden core stage, or the beginning of the Yuanying period, said the man. What? His level is higher than yours? Jing Yarong was more surprised. The man was already in the primary stage of the golden core stage, but Leng Xiaoting was at a higher level than him. In that case, Leng Xiaoting should be at the peak of the golden core stage, or the beginning of the Yuanying period. It was impossible. Jing Yarong couldn't believe it. Jing Yuniao was already in the Yuanying period, which alerted him, but now even her son, "They saw me, and told me to tell you if you dare, do whatever you want to them, but if you hurt any other member of the Leng family, they'll make you regret it." The man felt stressed when he passed on that information to Jing Yarong, because Jing Yarong would surely be furious. He was afraid that he would be blamed. Chapter 2607. Qing Feng is Leng Xiaoting without surprise. After hearing the man's report, Jing Yarong felt greatly humiliated and hit the desktop heavily. The man was scared and shuddered. What a jerk. How dare he threaten me? Jing Yarong was really selfish. He wouldn't allow other people to harm him, but he did anything to harm other people he disliked. Even his subordinate felt he was ruthless and self-centered, but he still had no intention of betraying Jing Yarong. After all, Jing Yarong had saved him. Although Jing Yarong was really mad, he started getting worried after knowing that Leng Xiaoting was also a high-level cultivator. Suddenly, he had no idea how to deal with Jing Yuniao, let alone Leng Xiaoting. "You can leave now. No need to follow them again," said Jing Yarong. It was meaningless even if the man found them now, because he could do nothing to them. Did he have to do it on his own? If he met either of them, he wouldn't take it seriously, but if he met both of them, he might not be a match for them. After all, he couldn't be sure whether Leng Xiaoting was at the peak of the Golden Core stage or at the Yuanying period. "Sure," said the man and stepped out. He was relieved when Jing Yarong said that he could stop following them, because they could notice him before he saw them. If they didn't show up today, it would still be difficult for him to find them. After the subordinate left, Jing Yarong sank into a chair, feeling helpless. Suddenly, an important thing dawned on him. Leng Xiaoting was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and Sheng Guanyang's male disciple was also in the same stage. Jing Yuniao had a close relationship with Sheng Guanyang and had gone out with Qing Feng and Qing He. Was it possible that Leng Xiaoting was Sheng Guanyang's disciple, Qing Feng? Thinking of that, Jing Yarong suddenly believed that Qing Feng and Leng Xiaoting were the same person. Although they had different appearances, Sheng Guanyang could easily help them change their appearances. Instantly, Jing Yarong became even more upset. Jing Jining didn't know that Jing Yarong's man had already met Jing Yuniao, so he was sunbathing in the yard. Although this was the boundary, it had the same weather as the mortal world. So because it was early March, the sun was gradually becoming warm. Even if it wasn't warm, as a cultivator, he wouldn't feel cold. However, he still needed sunshine. Jing Jining was aware that Jing Yarong had sent a man to collect information about Jing Yuniao. He didn't know the details, but he wasn't worried at all. Even if they found Jing Yuniao, only they would suffer injuries. He wasn't worried about when Jing Yuniao and the others would come to the cultivation world either. As for his business, his people could manage it well. If his business couldn't stay afloat because he was absent, he would accept the result. Jing Yanhua's family and Jing Yarong's family were basically enemies now. Although Jing Yanhua and his wife would still exchange greetings with Jing Yarong when they met, they were a little cold. After all, Jing Yarong was the Jing family's patriarch. If they didn't greet him, Jing Yarong might cause them trouble. Right after Jing Yanhua entered the yard, he saw Jing Jining sunbathing on a rocking chair. He walked to him and said, "You can't go out. I wonder what Yuniao and the others are doing now." Although he knew Jing Yarong was no match for Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting, he was still worried about them. "Relax, they'll be fine. Even if there is any trouble, Yuniao and the others won't be in it," said Jing Jining calmly. "Right. Oh, how about your business then? You've been absent for so long," asked Jing Yanhua. He was a bit worried about Jing Jining's business. "It's fine. No need to be worried. Even if there is a problem, let it be. I can't do anything right now," said Jing Jining. He was very positive, because he was fine with being kept in the cultivation world for Jing Yuniao. It was a weekday, so Master Leng was left alone in the Leng family's house, while the other members were gone for work. Ji Yuning and the others finished lunch and stayed with Master Leng till 2 p.m., then they left, because Leng Xiaoting needed to go back to the military base. Master Leng didn't want them to leave, but he knew that they were all busy, so he didn't keep them. At 9 a.m. that morning, Baili Zongyang arranged for a car to take the raw jade materials to a factory to be cut. Baili Zongshe wanted to see whether there was jade inside and what types the jade would be, so she didn't go to school. Ji Yuning had chosen 18 raw jade materials for Baili Zongshe. Among them, 12 of them contained high-quality jade. There were 3 pieces of high-level jade, 5 pieces of middle-high-level jade, 3 pieces of middle-level jade, and a piece of low-level jade. Both Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe were amazed by that result, but they were aware of the reason why Ji Yuning was so skilled at stone gambling, so they were able to digest this shocking news. The stone cutter, on the other hand, was totally stunned. He had never cut out so many pieces of jade before. It was too unbelievable to be true. He was curious how Baili Zongyang got these raw jade materials, but he knew that he shouldn't ask. The stonecutter had done a lot by cutting out so many pieces of raw jade materials at a time, so Baili Zongyang gave him a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. After that, he called Ji Yuning and thanked her. Although Baili Zongxie paid for these raw jade materials, it was Ji Yuning who chose them for her. And these pieces of jade were worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Most importantly, they were helpful for their cultivation. When Ji Yuning received Baili Zongyang's call, she had just left the Leng family's house for a short time. Baili Zongyang thanked and complimented her, and Ji Yuning accepted his kindness. Baili Zongyang invited Ji Yuning out for a meal, but Ji Yuning declined because she didn't think it was necessary. However, if Baili Zongxie wanted to buy her a meal at school, she would accept her invitation. In that case, Baili Zongyang didn't insist. He told Baili Zongxie to invite Ji Yuning for a meal after she went back to school. A meal wasn't enough to return Ji Yuning's kindness, but they had to show their gratitude. After Leng Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao back to the Sihewan, he spoke with Sheng Guanyang for a while, then left. Ji Yuning also left with Leng Xiaoting, but she needed to go to her company, so Leng Xiaoting drove her to the headquarters of the Shengning organization before he left. Chapter 2608, Didn't do that on purpose. Ji Yuning stayed in her company till 6 p.m., then went back to school. She had nothing to deal with these days, so she should go to class. It wouldn't be right if she was absent for too long. Because it was peak time in the evening, there was a lot of traffic on the road. Therefore Ji Yuning didn't drive and took the subway instead. When she was waiting at the subway station, she saw a couple having a violent argument nearby. The boy was pushing and pulling the girl. Ji Yuning frowned. She hated men who were violent to women the most, but she had no intention of getting involved. After all, they were a couple, while she was a stranger. Although the boy was a little violent, he didn't really beat the girl. If he beat the girl, she would go ahead and stop him. However, when the subway moved into the station, the boy suddenly pushed the girl down onto the rails. That scene scared everyone, because the girl could be run over by the subway. The boy who pushed the girl onto the rails was frightened as well. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. He didn't do that on purpose. It was just an accident. When he lost control of himself, it was a deliberate movement. He was simply scared by his own behavior and regretted doing it, so he argued that he didn't do it on purpose. Because it was too dangerous, no one got down to save the girl. They might be hurt if they tried to rescue the girl. Nobody was willing to sacrifice themselves for a stranger. It wasn't wrong, but Ji Yuning immediately ran over and jumped down to save the girl. Seeing that, everyone was scared again. Although Ji Yuning was brave, it was too impulsive. She might not be able to rescue the girl and might even get herself killed. Besides, she was a girl. Was she strong enough to save the girl? Just as they felt sorry for her, Ji Yuning quickly carried the girl on her back and placed her on the ground. The next moment, she climbed up as well. Ji Yuning was very fast. Before everyone even came back to his or her senses, she was already back where she had been and the subway was still 7 meters away. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. This girl was really amazing. The driver of the subway was astonished and relieved. If the girl hadn't been rescued, he might have killed her. Although he was innocent, he would still feel bad if a girl died under the subway he drove. Afterwards, the crowd burst into applause, complimenting Ji Yuning. Jesus, this girl is so amazing. She rescued the girl within such a short time. Right, this girl must have practiced kung fu. She's really impressive. She's pretty and brave. Everyone was complimenting Ji Yuning. You're safe now. Ji Yuning squatted and helped the girl get back to her feet. She also secretly put some magical power into the girl's body. When Ji Yuning went to save the girl, she saw the girl's face and recognized her. She was a schoolmate in high school when she studied in City F, but they had never spoken to each other. She didn't know her name. Luckily, Ji Yuning had a photographic memory, so she still remembered the girl. After hearing Ji Yuning's voice, the girl came back to her senses. She turned to look at Ji Yuning and said in surprise, Ji Yuning. She didn't expect to see Ji Yuning here, and Ji Yuning even had rescued her. Ji Yuning was very famous in their school, so the girl had definitely heard of her. She also knew that Ji Yuning was the chairman of the Shengning organization. At this moment, the boy who pushed the girl onto the rails rushed over. He wanted to see whether the girl was fine. "Chi, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't do that on purpose. Please forgive me." The boy apologized to the girl mostly because he was afraid that he would be caught for intentionally trying to kill her. When the boy ran to the girl subconsciously hid behind Ji Yuning. She was frightened by the boy. Right at this moment, staff from nearby also ran up to ask about the girl's condition. The subway stopped and other people went to get on it. Ji Yuning, instead, stayed there for a while longer. She was still holding the girl, so she couldn't leave her right now. Anyway, the next subway would arrive in 5 minutes. A staff member asked them what happened, and Ji Yuning briefly explained the situation. She said she saw them arguing and saw that the boy had pushed the girl a few times. When the subway came into the station, he directly pushed the girl onto the rails. After knowing the situation, 2 male staff members controlled the boy together. The boy struggled, but could not get rid of the 2 men. "Let me go. Let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to," shouted the boy. He didn't do it on purpose. Nevertheless, he had caused it. He had to pay for what he had done. "Whether you did it on purpose or not, let's go to the police station," said a staff member. They couldn't let the boy go, otherwise they would have to carry the responsibility. Upon hearing that, the boy was scared. He didn't want to go to the police station because he knew that he might be put in jail. If he was put in jail, his life would be ruined. Therefore, he immediately said to the girl, "Chi, tell them I didn't do it on purpose. You don't blame me. Tell them to let me go, all right." He had almost killed her. How could he stop her from blaming him and even tell her to let him go? He was extremely shameless. Hearing his words, the girl was hurt deeply. Whether he did it on purpose or not, he had pushed her down. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, the girl could have been killed. Therefore, the girl chose to be silent at this time. She loved him, but she just found out that he was flirting with another girl. She hadn't had the intention of breaking up with him, but now she was completely heartbroken. Afterwards, the boy was taken away, so was the girl. Because the girl was the victim, she needed to go to the police station as well. Before she left, she thanked Ji Yuning for saving her life. She didn't know how to return Ji Yuning's kindness, so she could only give Ji Yuning a deep bow and say thanks to her. After they left, the next subway came and Ji Yuning took it. When Ji Yuning arrived at school, it was about 7:30 p.m. The evening class had already begun, but Ji Yuning didn't plan to go to the class right now. She instead went to have dinner first before going to class. Chapter 2609. I got a big prize. Ji Yuning had already asked for leave, so it didn't matter whether she went to class. In addition, students could choose to go to the evening class or not. Therefore, although it was evening class, there were still many students wandering outside. After having dinner, Ji Yuning went straight to the dormitory. In their dorm room was Song Miaoge, who didn't go to the evening class either. Instead, she was sleeping. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Song Miaoge immediately turned to look at it. When she saw Ji Yuning, she greeted her. "Hi, Ji Yuning, you're back." Ji Yuning saw Song Miaoge's haggard appearance and also smelt blood, so she immediately understood that Song Miaoge wasn't sick, but was having dysmenorrhea. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Although Ji Yuning knew, she still pretended that she knew nothing. "Right, my period just came. I'm having really bad cramps," said Song Miaoge, feeling like crying. She seldom suffered from dysmenorrhea, but this time it was extremely painful. "Why didn't you call Xianxia or Zikai to help you buy some Kulain medicines to cure dysmenorrhea?" said Ji Yuning. They had a close relationship now, so it wasn't a big thing for her friends to go out and help her buy medicines. Moreover, there was a pharmacy in their school, so they could buy Kulain medicines. After all, Kulain medicines were very effective and it was owned by Ji Yuning, so the medicines were available in their school. It was not only in the capital university, Culane medicines were also available in many other universities. It wasn't serious at the beginning, so I felt like I could tolerate it, but it got worse afterwards. Xianxia and Zikai left for classes, so I didn't want to bother them. I decided to call them if it's still painful after the evening class is over, said Song Miaoge. Ji Yuning said nothing. She walked over and poured a glass of water, then put a little magical power liquid into it before handing it to Song Miaoge. Have some water. You'll feel much better. Although Song Miaoge didn't see Ji Yuning pour magical power liquid into the water, she knew that her special medicine must be in it. Thanks. Song Miaoge thanked her. Without delay, she took the glass and finished it. Before long, she felt much better and gradually regained her energy. Buy a box of dysmenorrhea medicine, in case it happens again, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Song Miaoge. She indeed needed to buy a box of dysmenorrhea medicine, or she might suffer the same pain again if her roommates were absent. After that, Ji Yuning told Song Miaoge to have a good rest, while she went to wash her bedding. She hadn't slept in the dorm room for a long time, so she had to wash the bedding. Luckily there was a washing machine in their dorm room, so she didn't need to wash the bedding with her hands. When the evening class was over, Baili Zongxie and Zhang Zikai came back. However, they weren't surprised to see Ji Yuning because Song Miaoge already shared the news with them in their WeChat group earlier. They went to the evening class, but would still play on the phone once in a while. As soon as they were back in the dormitory, Baili Zongxie said, "Why don't we have a meal together tomorrow at noon? You can order whatever you want." Baili Zongxie mainly wanted to invite Ji Yuning to have a meal together, but they were in school now, so she asked Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai out as well. "Why do you want to invite us to have a meal? Did you get a prize or something?" Song Miaoge joked. "Yes, I won a big prize," said Baili Zongxie. She had cut out so many pieces of jade, which were worth hundreds of millions of yuan. "Really? What is it? How much did you get?" asked Zhang Zikai in great excitement. "Tell us," said Song Miaoge as well. "I just went to City Rui with Ji Yuning for stone gambling. Ji Yuning chose some raw jade materials for me, so I need to thank her by buying her a meal. And you just have good luck today," said Baili Zongxie. She wasn't worried that they might be mad. Their friendship wasn't so fragile and they always argued with each other. In addition, Baili Zongxie was just joking. She didn't really mean it, so there was nothing to be mad at. "You cut out jade? No way. I should have gone with you. It sounds exciting." Song Miaoge got excited at once and directly ignored what Baili Zongxie said at the end. "Me too. What a shame." Zhang Zikai felt she should have gone as well. She wasn't greedy, but she loved jade. "Ji Yuning, if you go next time, can you take us?" "Don't worry, we won't bother your work. If you have time, you can take us out for a tour. If not, you can focus on your work." Song Miaoge begged Ji Yuning. "Please," said Zhang Zikai. "Fine, if I go there next time, I'll tell you, but I don't know when it will be. So please don't think about it all the time," said Ji Yuning. If she just went to have a look, she would take them with her, but if she went to deal with mutants or monsters, she couldn't take them. Of course, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai agreed. They wouldn't make it difficult for Ji Yuning. After that, they didn't continue to ask about the type and value of the jade. They began to discuss what they should eat tomorrow. At this moment, Song Miaoge's stomach wasn't painful at all, but she was fully focused on food, so she didn't even notice it. The next day, Ji Yuning and her friends went to a restaurant outside their school at noon. Since Baili Zongxie was going to buy them a meal, they decided not to eat in their school. In the following days, Jing Yunyo went for a walk around the Leng family's house once in a while to see whether there was a cultivator. Although Jing Yarong wouldn't hurt the Leng family before Jing Yunyo paid him back, Jing Yunyo was still worried, so she went there sometimes. Actually, if Jing Yarong really wanted to harm the Leng family, Jing Yunyo couldn't stop him, unless she stayed in the Leng family's house all the time. After all, if Jing Yarong wanted to do anything to the Leng family, he would avoid Jing Yunyo. Before Jing Yunyo got revenge against Jing Yarong indeed didn't have the intention of hurting the Leng family. He sent a person to wait and watch outside the Leng family's house because of Leng Xiaoting. However, to his surprise, Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator and was even at a high level. Although it had been 2 days after he heard the news, Jing Yarong still couldn't accept it. Nobody would stay calm after knowing that they had another strong enemy. Chapter 2610, Senior Mrs. Jing's scheme. Now Jing Yarong was thrown into passivity. He didn't know when Jing Yunyo and Leng Xiaoting would come to the cultivation world. And if they tried to get revenge, would Shengguanyang help them? If Shengguanyang didn't get involved, he might not be too worried. After all, there were 3 cultivation masters who were in the Yuanying period in his family, so they should be able to deal with Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo who were at the same level. However, if Shengguanyang was involved, they might lose right after it began. That was just Jing Yarong's thought, since he was actually unaware of Jing Yunyo's real level. Jing Yarong felt cornered by Jing Yunyo and Tiandaozong. He couldn't deal with either of them properly, so he was left in a difficult situation. He had to seek a way out of the dilemma, but he couldn't think of a good idea. Because of that, Jing Yarong was extremely irritated these days, and easily lost his temper. At the beginning, he was unwilling to tell Senior Mrs. Jing and Jing Yunyan, because it was embarrassing, but in the end, he still shared the bad news with them. After knowing that Jing Yunyo's son, Leng Xiaoting, was Qing Feng, Jing Yunyan and the others were surprised. Jing Yunyan was especially angry because he had a grudge against Qing Feng from the Kung Fu competition last time. If he could have defeated Qing Feng, he would have already taken revenge. Unexpectedly, the man turned out to be Jing Yunyo's son. Besides, the Jing family was cornered now, which filled them with displeasure. Jing Yunyan couldn't wait to use the Leng family to threaten Jing Yunyo, but Jing Yunfei prevented him. Because the Leng family were mortals, they would be punished by Tiandaozong if they really dared to hurt them. Jing Yunyo would pay them back too. So we're going to wait till Jing Yunyo and her son get revenge. Jing Yunyan said angrily. I don't know what to do either. Leave it to father. If you take action without us knowing it, you'll only make it worse, said Jing Yunfei resignedly. He didn't want to wait till Jing Yunyo came to get revenge, but he honestly had no idea how to deal with it. Jing Yunyo could easily injure him since he was no match for her. There was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he could only leave it to Jing Yarong. However, unfortunately, their father didn't have a good idea either. Thinking of that, Jing Yunyan said nothing. If their father heard his thoughts he might be mad at him. Jing Yarong couldn't think of a good way, but his wife had an idea. When it was late and quiet, she said it aloud. Yarong, I have an idea, but I don't know whether it'll work, said Senior Mrs. Jing. What is it? Jing Yarong asked at once. Whether it will work or not, tell me. Since we can't take action right away, we can let someone else do it for us, said Senior Mrs. Jing. They're masters. We can't defeat them. Do you think anyone would dare to do that for us? Jing Yarong was disappointed. He felt his wife wasn't smart. Not someone in the cultivation world, said Senior Mrs. Jing. Upon hearing that, Jing Yarong interrupted her before she could finish. Do you think the mortals can do that? Do you think they can deal with Jing Yunyo? Senior Mrs. Jing was displeased that Jing Yarong interrupted and disdained her. She wanted to lose her temper, but still curbed her anger. Please allow me to finish. Jing Yarong understood that he was being a little impulsive, so he forced himself to be patient for a while. There aren't only mortals in the mortal world. There are also evil cultivators, monsters, and ghosts. They aren't afraid of Tiandaozong, said Senior Mrs. Jing. Jing Yarong's eyes lit up at once, but he didn't think it was a good idea. Where can we find them? Although there were evil cultivators, monsters, and ghosts in the mortals world, it wasn't easy to meet them. I can be honest with you, but please don't blame me, said Senior Mrs. Jing with worries. Hearing that, Jing Yarong realized that his wife had kept some secrets from him, so he was a bit mad. However, he still had control of himself and let her continue. As long as you didn't cheat on me, I can stand it. Ridiculous. It's impossible that I would cheat on you. Senior Mrs. Jing denied it at once, then added. I rescued a cultivator before. He's an evil cultivator who is at a very high level. Actually, when I met him, he wasn't an evil cultivator yet. I didn't know it until I met him again by chance. Because he owes me a favor, he promised to help me if I need him in the future. However, he always cultivates in remote mountains, so I can't get through to him if I don't have good luck. I stayed away from him because he's an evil cultivator, but now the Jing family is under threat, so I think we might need him. Senior Mrs. Jing really didn't want Jing Yunyao to ruin their life, so she had to bring it up. However, it wasn't as simple as she said. Why didn't you tell me? Jing Yarong was a little unhappy. Why did he not know about it? Because he's an evil cultivator. I didn't want to have any relationships with him. I forgot about it afterwards, so I didn't tell you. Senior Mrs. Jing explained. Hearing that, Jing Yarong didn't think much, but since his wife knew such a strong evil cultivator, he had to make full use of it. Great, bring him over right now. Tell him to kill Jing Yunyao. Once it's done, he'll be rewarded, said Jing Yarong. He didn't care about a cultivator's responsibilities now. He only wanted to live a stable life. Sure, I'll go out when it's dark outside, but I don't know when I'll be able to find him. I might need to stay out for a while, said Senior Mrs. Jing. Fine. Jing Yarong nodded. You must be careful outside. Avoid meeting Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting. Of course, said Senior Mrs. Jing with a serious expression. Chapter 2611. I gave a chance after that, when it was completely dark outside, Senior Mrs. Jing disguised herself and sneaked out of the cultivation world. No one knew except for Jing Yarong. Senior Mrs. Jing seldom went to the mortal world, but she had been there before, so the capital wasn't strange to her. Senior Mrs. Jing didn't use Qinggong to reach the capital. After all, there was a long distance, and it was strength-consuming, so she took a taxi. Because she didn't want to pass by the populated areas under the foot of the Qinling Mountain, she went to another road. After walking for a while, she finally saw a taxi. She took it and went straight to the capital. Senior Mrs. Jing was very pretty. Although she had lived over 70 years, she still looked about 40 years old and was attractive. After all, Senior Mrs. Jing was a cultivator. Even though her level wasn't very high, she could still keep her young and beautiful appearance. As a result, she was targeted by the taxi driver once she was in the car. Senior Mrs. Jing was a cultivator, so she quickly noticed it, but she said nothing. As long as the driver didn't hurt her, she wouldn't bother to injure him. Although she wasn't a kind person, it was a rule in the cultivation world, so she had to obey it. Madam, it's so late now. Why are you going to the capital? Do you live in the capital? Asked the driver. He tried to strike up a conversation with Senior Mrs. Jing. I live in the capital. Senior Mrs. Jing was reluctant to talk with the man, but she felt that she needed to give a perfunctory answer after thinking for a while. It's completely dark outside. Aren't you afraid of going out alone? Asked the driver. At the same time, he glanced at Senior Mrs. Jing in the rearview mirror. He appeared very malicious. Why? Senior Mrs. Jing sneered. If she ran into evil cultivators, monsters, or ghosts which were at higher levels than her, she might be afraid, but she wasn't afraid of mortals. She was only worried that she might kill the mortal by accident and might be punished by Tiandaozong. In fact, they were afraid of Tiandaozong, but Tiandaozong wouldn't know everything they did. If Tiandaozong knew all their bad deeds, she wouldn't have lived a good life for so long. There might be bad people, said the driver. I've only met you now. So does that mean that you're a bad person? Senior Mrs. Jing asked. Of course not. The driver denied it at once. He denied it because he didn't want Senior Mrs. Jing to be suspicious of him. He would wait till he had a chance to take action. After that, the driver said nothing further, and Senior Mrs. Jing could finally enjoy the silence. From Qinling Mountain to the capital there were only broad main roads, so there were only a few forks in the middle. When they reached a fork, the taxi driver immediately drove onto a narrow road. Seeing that, Senior Mrs. Jing became angry. This mortal really planned to hurt her. Hey, where are you going? I don't think this is the way to the capital, said Senior Mrs. Jing coldly. Hearing that, the taxi driver was startled. To his surprise, this woman knew the route, but he didn't get nervous. Instead, he lied with a serious expression. This is a shortcut. I don't need to take a shortcut. Let's go on the main road, said Senior Mrs. Jing. She gave the taxi driver a chance to stop. However, the taxi driver didn't stop. On the contrary, he continued to drive ahead. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Asked Senior Mrs. Jing, putting pressure on the taxi driver. The taxi driver was suddenly scared. This woman didn't seem weak at all. However, it was just a woman. He didn't think she could do anything. You have no idea how dangerous it is. If you continue, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Senior Mrs. Jing said. The next moment, she took out a rope and wrapped it around the driver's neck. The taxi driver was frightened and slammed on the brakes. He didn't expect this woman to carry a rope with her and that she really dared to hurt him. Without delay, the taxi driver tried to pull the rope off his neck, but the rope only got tighter and tighter as he struggled. He was scared and didn't dare to move again, in case he was strangled to death. What do you want to do? The taxi driver asked in horror. Because his throat was wrapped in the rope, his voice was hoarse. What do I want to do? What do you want to do? I know the answer, and I actually gave you a chance, but you didn't stop the car. Senior Mrs. Jing sneered. She felt quite upset. This was her first time in the mortal world, yet she encountered such an incident. Mortals were indeed disgusting and useless. It's a misunderstanding. I'll return to the main road right now. Scared by the aggressive expression on Senior Mrs. Jing's face, the taxi driver gave in at once. Great. Senior Mrs. Jing let the taxi driver go. She wasn't afraid that he was lying, because a mortal could never hurt her. Don't play any tricks again. You won't receive mercy again, she warned. Of course, said the taxi driver. Afterwards, the taxi driver indeed became quiet. He drove Senior Mrs. Jing to a 5-star hotel in the city center of the capital. Senior Mrs. Jing gave the taxi driver 200 yuan before getting out of the car. At the beginning, the taxi driver didn't dare to take the money, but he earned it after all, so he still took it. Once Senior Mrs. Jing got out of the car, the taxi driver started it again and swiftly left. He was really frightened. Because it was early in the morning, Senior Mrs. Jing directly booked a room and got ready to sleep. Back in the room, Senior Mrs. Jing called the evil cultivator before she went to bed, but she failed to get through to him. Obviously the evil cultivator couldn't be reached immediately. Then Senior Mrs. Jing stopped. Instead, she sent the man a message and told him to reply to her once he read it. The next day was Saturday, so Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao visited the Leng family. All the members were at home because it was a weekend. When Zhang Shuyuan saw Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning, she appeared a little uneasy, since she had already heard that Master Leng would let Leng Xiaoming take over the Leng family. She never liked Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting, because they were too outstanding, but Master Leng still decided to leave the Leng family's properties to Leng Xiaoming. Now that Jing Yuniao had saved her life and Leng Xiaoting gave the heir position to Leng Xiaoming, it made her feel a little guilty. Zhang Shuyuan changed her opinion about them, but she still couldn't change her way of talking to Jing Yuniao on the surface. After all, she cared too much about her face. Chapter 2612, Master Zhang is in danger. Jing Yuniao and the others noticed that. Actually, they didn't hate Zhang Shuyuan. If Jing Yuniao hated her, she wouldn't have reminded Leng Yuanchen that Jing Yuniao wasn't in a good condition. She wouldn't have tolerated Zhang Shuyuan for so long for the sake of Master Leng. She could have taught Zhang Shuyuan a lesson long ago. Even though she didn't hate Zhang Shuyuan, it wasn't easy for her to like Zhang Shuyuan, and she was reluctant to form a good relationship with Zhang Shuyuan. It was her idea to maintain harmony on the surface because she didn't want Master Leng to feel bad. Master Leng was physically better now, but he was old. He preferred to have a harmonious family. Compared with Zhang Shuyuan, Jing Yuniao disliked Leng Xiaojia a lot more, even hating her. No matter how Zhang Shuyuan picked on her and Leng Xiaoting, she was only being mean to them. However, Leng Xiaojia directly paid a killer to kill Ji Yuning. Even though Leng Xiaojia had only targeted Ji Yuning was her daughter-in-law and she was very protective of Ji Yuning. Besides, back then, Master Leng Xiaoting, Leng Yuanzhen and his wife were also present. What if other people were injured? Although all of them were fine in the end, Leng Xiaojia's actions were illegal. Also, for Master Leng's sake, Ji Yuning only taught her a lesson, instead of having her put in jail. If Leng Xiaojia was arrested she would be sentenced to many years in jail. Whereas, if she was injured by Ji Yuning, she could make a full recovery in about half a year. Ji Yuning had lunch with Jing Yunyao, but she didn't rush to leave. Instead, she stayed in the living room and chatted with them for a while. This time, Zhang Shuyuan didn't go upstairs by herself. She sat together with everyone else, but she said nothing, since she didn't know what to say. When it was almost 2 p.m., Zhang Shuyuan's phone rang, so she walked aside to answer it. Before long, she exclaimed, "What? Dad's in danger." Hearing that, everyone stopped talking and turned to look at Zhang Shuyuan. Master Zhang was in danger. Master Leng and the others were worried, but Zhang Shuyuan was on the phone. They couldn't interrupt her, so they decided to wait till she finished. "Sure, I'll be right there," Zhang Shuyuan replied, then immediately hung up. "What happened to your father?" Once Zhang Shuyuan hung up, Master Leng asked in a hurry. "My mom said that my dad fainted all of a sudden. It should be a case of cerebral infarction 1, also called a stroke. It occurs due to obstruction of blood to the brain, because my dad didn't make a full recovery from the last time. He's on the way to the hospital now," said Zhang Shuyuan anxiously. "I'll go with you," said Master Leng, then he stood up at once. After all, they had an alliance, so Master Leng should visit Master Zhang. "Dad, Ningning and I will go with you." "I don't think you should go alone," said Jing Yunyao. Actually, she wasn't worried about Master Leng. She simply had the intention to save Master Zhang. Although Zhang Shuyuan wasn't pleasant, Master Zhang was a good man. In fact, even though she wanted to save Master Zhang, she couldn't do much about it. So Ji Yuning would do it. She also thought of this because Ji Yuning signaled to her. Ji Yuning felt that Master Zhang had a family relationship with Master Leng, so she wanted to help him since Master Leng looked so nervous. She didn't want Master Leng to be sad. Master Leng wanted to turn them down, but he suddenly thought of something, so he changed his mind. "Great. Let me get Yuanchen." Zhang Shuyuan didn't mind Jing Yunyao and Ji Yuning going with them. She hurriedly rushed upstairs since Leng Yuanchen had gone back to his study because needed to deal with some documents. Once Zhang Shuyuan was away, Master Leng turned to ask Ji Yuning, "Ningning, can your medicine save Master Zhang?" "Master Leng, don't worry. As long as Master Zhang hasn't breathed his last breath I'll do my best," said Ji Yuning. At the beginning, Ji Yuning only felt that Master Zhang had a family relationship with Master Leng, but now she felt she had to save Master Zhang after hearing Master Leng's question. Great, thank you so much, Ningning." Master Leng was very grateful. Even if Ji Yuning wasn't going to save him, Master Zhang was important to the Leng family. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Master Zhang. He was old, so it was heartbreaking for him to see familiar people get sick and die. If it was possible for Ji Yuning to save Master Zhang, he would hope that she could. "Master Leng, I'm afraid that they won't believe me, and will refuse to take my medicine. Can you keep the medicine and present it later?" said Ji Yuning. After all, it had happened many times before, and she was annoyed at being questioned again and again. If it was possible, it was better for Master Leng to mention it. She was a young girl, while Master Leng was widely respected. Other people would surely choose to trust Master Leng instead of her. They also had a close relationship with Master Leng, not her. Why would they trust her? Sure, Master Leng agreed. He understood that the situation Ji Yuning just described could happen, so he would deal with it. Even if the Zhang family doubted him as well, they would yield for the sake of his face. As long as Master Zhang got better, no one would blame him. Therefore, Ji Yuning took out a bottle containing 3 power crystals and handed it to Master Leng. Master Leng then took it. "After I check Master Yang's condition, I'll tell you how many pills he needs to take," said Ji Yuning. If Master Zhang was seriously sick, a single pill would not be enough, because the medicine couldn't come to effect. If Master Zhang wasn't seriously sick, a single pill would be enough. "Of course," said Master Leng. Before long, Leng Yuanqin rushed downstairs with Zhang Shuyuan. Because Leng Xiaojia wasn't home, she didn't go with them. "You two can stay home," Master Leng said to Leng Yuanzhan and Leng Yuanzhan's wife. He wouldn't make them go with him, because it wasn't necessary. Although Zhang Shuyuan's father had a family relationship with the Leng family, he wasn't close to Leng Yuanzhan and Yu Yin, so they didn't need to visit him. After all, Master Zhang wasn't dying, and it would be too serious if they also went with. "Sure," said Leng Yuanzhan and Yu Yin. After that, Master Leng and the others set off. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao shared a car with Master Leng, so there wasn't enough room for bodyguards. The chauffeur was driving the car. Jing Yuniao sat in the front passenger's seat, while Ji Yuning and Master Leng sat in the back. Chapter 2613, The Evil Cultivator Calls Back. However, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao were with him, so he didn't actually need security guards. Either of them could fight dozens of security guards. In Leng Yuanqin's car, in addition to the chauffeur, there was also a security guard sitting in the front passenger seat. Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan were in the rear. It wasn't rush hour, so they had a smooth ride along the way apart from spending some time at the traffic lights. About 20 minutes later, they reached the hospital where Master Zhang stayed. Master Zhang was sent to the hospital 10 minutes ago and he had received a medical checkup. It was indeed a case of cerebral infarction and it was getting serious. He needed an operation at once, but the doctor told his family not to have much hope. It was very dangerous and he might not be able to survive. Hearing that, the Zhang family was extremely sad, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only rely on the doctor to do his best. After that, Ji Yuning secretly told Master Leng to help Master Zhang take 2 pills right away. In that case, the medicine would come into greater effect and Master Zhang could get better before the operation. That way the operation could also be less dangerous. Because the operation had to be carried out as soon as possible, there wasn't much time for Master Zhang to recover. And there were too many people around, so Ji Yuning couldn't directly put her magical power into Master Yang's body. It would cause unnecessary trouble. Without delay, Master Leng walked to Madame Zhang and said, "Mrs. Zhang, I have a medicine that can stop the illness from getting worse and make the operation less dangerous. Are you willing to trust me? If you trust me, I can help Mr. Zhang take it. If not, I won't force you. Didn't you ask me about how I got healthier so suddenly? I told you it's a nutritional supplement, but that's not all I'm taking. I am also taking this unbelievably effective medicine. It's just very rare and there isn't much of it, so I'm reluctant to take it out unless there is a serious illness. I'm saying I'm mean. I just want you to believe me." Although Master Leng wanted to help them, he wouldn't force them to take this medicine. He needed to ask about Master Yang's opinion. If Master Yang's family were unwilling to use this medicine, he might have to take the blame if any accidents happened. Hearing that, the Zhang family were surprised and doubtful. They weren't suspicious of Master Leng, but doubted whether this medicine could really be so effective. A single pill could help Master Leng become healthier. And it could also stop Master Yang's illness from getting worse. It could even make the operation less dangerous. It sounded unbelievable. Anyway, even though they doubted whether this medicine was helpful for Master Zhang, they didn't think that Master Leng would harm Master Zhang. Besides, the doctor said that Master Zhang might not survive this time, so it might be their last chance. As a result, they could only try it. Perhaps Master Zhang could get better after taking this medicine. "Mr. Leng, I trust you," said Madame Zhang with determination. Even though she had doubts, she wouldn't show it. After all, Master Leng was just being kind. Madame Zhang had a very important position in the Zhang family, so nobody said anything after she made the decision. In fact, they had the same idea as her and all chose to believe Master Leng. After that, Master Leng helped Master Zhang take 2 of the power crystals. The attending physician didn't dare to stop him because of his status. In addition, Master Yang's family agreed to use the medicine, so he couldn't say anything. Therefore, after Master Leng helped Master Zhang take the 2 power crystals, Master Zhang was pushed into the operation room. A group of people waited outside anxiously. At the beginning, the attending physician didn't believe in the effect of this medicine. He only believed that Master Leng wouldn't hurt other people. However, when they did the operation, they found out Master Zhang was in a stable condition and that nothing wrong showed on the ECG. Given Master Yang's condition, the attending physician had to believe that it was the effect of Master Leng's medicine. Either way, Master Zhang survived for the time being. 3 hours later, the operation was finally over and it was very successful. Master Zhang seemed fine, and his life was out of danger. When the other people heard that Master Zhang survived, they were greatly relieved. The attending physician said it was surprising that the operation was so successful, and that Master Yang's condition stayed stable during the operation. It was the first time that they had ever seen such a situation. Upon hearing that, the Zhang family realized that it might have something to do with Master Leng's medicine, so they thanked the doctor at once. The attending physician wasn't sure, but thought it was highly possible. He had done that kind of operation many times before, but only Master Zhang had a different result. Therefore he believed that it must be the effect of Master Leng's medicine, and he admitted that Master Leng's medicine helped. The Zhang family also thanked Master Leng. Since Master Yang's operation was over and his life was out of danger, Master Leng and the others left. However, because Master Zhang was Zhang Shuyuan's father and Leng Yuanqian's father-in-law, they wanted to stay for a while longer. When Ji Yuning and the others left, Zhang Shuyuan watched Ji Yuning's back with mixed emotions. Although it was Master Leng who gave her father the medicine, she knew that it was Ji Yuning's advice. She knew Ji Yuning had an unbelievably effective medicine, but she didn't expect it to cure serious diseases. Now it appeared that Ji Yuning's magical pill saved her father. Therefore, Zhang Shuyuan felt grateful to Ji Yuning, but it was still hard for her to thank her. In the mortal world, Senior Mrs. Jing spent most of her time in the hotel. She went out sometimes, but only stayed close because she didn't want to meet Jing Yunyao. She had tormented Jing Yunyao before, so Jing Yunyao would undoubtedly pay her back if they met. Actually, she took the risk and came out to find the evil cultivator just because she might have a bad result if Jing Yunyao got revenge against the Jing family. She only hoped that she would receive a call from the evil cultivator as soon as possible. After meeting him, she would return to the cultivation world, because if they couldn't kill Jing Yunyao, she would be in a lot of danger outside. On the 3rd night, Senior Mrs. Jing finally received a call from the evil cultivator. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.